Jacques Derrida and The Challenge of History. Jean Gaston. Preface. The Problem of History. The hypothesis of this book is that Jacques Derrida's, 1930 to 2004, work can be treated as the basis for a philosophy of history and a deconstructive historiography. The possibility of seeing Derrida not as a philosopher of language but as a philosopher of history has become more apparent with the publication in 2013 of Derrida's 1964 to 1965 seminar, Heidegger, The Question of Being and History. One delivered at the École Normale Supérieure in the critical period in which Derrida was first articulating his critique both of the history of metaphysics in philosophy and of the proclaimed end of metaphysics as found in the mid-1960s in linguistics, structuralism, and structural linguistics. The seminar treats history as a problem that encounters the impasse of renewed models of historicism and ahistoricism. Derrida complicates this impasse by thinking about history in terms of la trace and difference, both profound attempts to disrupt the metaphysical assertion of essence as a form of the sensible or the intelligible and to displace the traditional definition and separation of time and space. Thanks to the publication of the 1964 to 1965 lectures, we now know that the problem of history was at the heart of Derrida's work in the mid-1960s prior to the publication of his best-known work, Of Grammatology, 1967. One of the implications of a heightened focus on history in Derrida's writings over 50 years is that his so-called political turn in the early 1990s, which saw the publication of a wide range of material on the law, ethics, and politics, can also be treated as marking an ongoing engagement with the challenge of history. For example, in this period Derrida also focused on the problem of Friedrich Nietzsche's, 1844 to 1900, understanding of political history. However, if there is the possibility of a deconstructive historiography, it is found not only in the many and varied works in the early 1990s in which Derrida talks directly about the concept of history, it is also found in his growing interest from at least the mid-1970s in a range of different historical problems that include, the dating of a written work, the relation between autobiography, biography, and historical testimony, the differences between fictional narratives, memoirs and historical events, and the political and institutional contexts that shape the history of philosophy and, especially, the philosophy of the first half of the 20th century. The second part of this book will therefore be focusing on Derrida's work on context, memory, and narrative from the mid-1970s to the mid-1990s as the basis for a possible deconstructive historiography. The first part of the book examines Derrida's treatment of historicism and historicity in the 1960s before turning to what I would describe as Derrida's formulation of a philosophy of history in the early 1970s. Chapter 1 addresses Derrida's persistent criticism of reductive forms of historicism. From his earliest work in the 1950s on phenomenology, Derrida engaged with Edmund Husserl's, 1859 to 1938, sustained challenge to a philosophy determined by an empirical, historical, cultural, and relativist context. Husserl argues that philosophy can only aspire to a science if it can account for transhistorical objects and transhistorical objectivities. Derrida always treated Husserl's notion of historicity as a history of idealized transhistorical objectivities as an example of philosophy assuming a privileged vantage point over history. But he also retained Husserl's critique of a historicism that appeared to give history an authority founded on a self-evident and determining empiricism. From his readings of Husserl, confronted with one side advocating a seamless history of the same and the other side insisting on a history without the possibility of the same exceeding a determined, particular context, Derrida argued in the 1960s that the possibility of the same as the same also registers an unavoidable relation to the other. A necessary repetition of the same cannot avoid some kind of alteration or difference. The same may still be the same, but as a repetition it cannot be identical. Derrida's early critiques of historicism and ahistoricism also evoke structures in which the possibility of totality announces the possibility of what exceeds any totality. In Derrida's thought, there is therefore a quasi-transcendence that counteracts a determined historicism without privileging a classical ahistoricism. In my view, This can be described as a philosophy of history because these quasi-transcendental gestures also register the historicity of the historical event and its narrative. Chapter 2 focuses on Derrida's recently published 1964-1965 seminar on Martin Heidegger's 1889-1976 treatment of historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, in Being and Time, 1927. The political and philosophical contexts for Derrida's first seminar at the École Normale Supérieure in 1964 also need to be placed in the context of recent Heidegger studies after the publication in 2014 of the Black Notebooks, 1931-1941, with their explicit link between antisemitism and historicity. In the context of the mid-1960s, in the seminar Derrida both addresses Heidegger's links with National Socialism and treats the concept of historicity in Being and Time as an important philosophical and ethical gesture because it describes the possibility of a historicity that is not founded on the designation of a non-historicity. Both G.W.F. Hegel, 1770-1831, and Husserl had defined historicity by contrasting it to peoples who have no history. We now know that Heidegger himself did this in the 1930s in the Black Notebooks. At the same time, in 1964 Derrida already starts to mark the limitations of Heidegger's concept of historicity, not least through its proximity to Hegel. In his later work, Derrida will criticize a historicity of the history of being as a sending off or sending out that is determined by a clear and emphatic destination. Importantly, the 1964-1965 lectures also show us how critical terms in Derrida's thought such as text, trace, difference, and repetition are registered in relation to the problem of history. Nonetheless, it is also apparent that history remains a problem for Derrida in the 1960s. This has partly to do with Derrida's attempt to challenge the traditional relation between philosophy, the history of philosophy, and the philosophy of history. But it also has to do with the fact that after 1965 Derrida does not take up Heidegger's definition of a historicity of Dasein based on an absolute difference between history itself and historiography or the science of history. As I argue in Chapter 3, it is only in the mid-1970s after his later critical reading of Heidegger's Time and Being, 1962, that Derrida starts to articulate a new kind of philosophy of history in his wide-ranging treatment of context, memory, and narrative. Chapter 3 opens with an account of the differences between Derrida and Paul Ricoeur, 1913-2005. Like Derrida, Ricoeur began as a reader and translator of Husserl. But unlike Derrida, Ricoeur's hermeneutical philosophy engaged directly with the history of the historians. 3. There are significant differences between Derrida and Ricoeur, not least what might be called Ricoeur's avowedly Protestant and quasi-Hegelian philosophy of history in which a necessary stage of negation or iconoclasm generates a final post-critical faith, but Ricoeur's 50-year engagement with the problem of history and, for our purposes, especially his early work in the 1950s and 1960s on the relation between philosophy and history, is invaluable in thinking about the possibility of a deconstructive historiography. As Derrida's 1964-1965 lectures on Heidegger and history show, it was not Hegel but the proximity and distance between Hegel and Heidegger that prompted Derrida to articulate a different philosophy of history. From the early 1970s, Derrida links the problem of history to Heidegger's treatment of being as a gift or of giving as the basis for the there is and for a historicity of the event of appropriation and expropriation. Rather than follow Heidegger's model for a determined historicity of appropriation and expropriation, or Hegel and Ricoeur's triadic model for a historicity of appropriation, expropriation, and reappropriation, Derrida advocates a historicity of exappropriation. One neither starts with the appropriation of the proper, an original property or propriety, nor treats expropriation, its absolute difference, as the possibility of a final reappropriation. It is from the challenge of exappropriation that Derrida starts to think again in the 1970s about the problem of history. Exappropriation can be described as Derrida's philosophy of history. It is the theoretical basis, and the practical basis, since the two are intertwined, heterogeneous and incessantly call to each other, of a deconstructive historiography. A practical historiography always exceeds its theoretical frameworks, and the more it insists on a historiography that is only practical, the more it reinforces the idealized theoretical assumptions that make this exclusion possible. For as Derrida suggested in his recently published 1975-1976 seminar on theory and practice, if theory and practice are treated like a simple opposition, one gets the situation of a certain Marxism that demands a purely practical Marxism in the name of a hyper-theoreticism. 5. However, by its very nature, by its refusal of the proper as its arc or telos, expropriation does not offer a neat method, a secure model or final resolution. I believe that it opens the problem of history for Derrida. 2. As I have suggested, Derrida's work in the 1960s and 1970s can be described as a philosophy of history. This philosophy of history accounts for the possibilities and limits of any deconstructive historiography. I doubt Derrida himself would have accepted the description of his work as a philosophy of history, as he attempts to engage with a history that exceeds the traditional designations and limitations of a philosophy of history or, indeed, of a history of philosophy. In a 1998 interview he explicitly states deconstruction is not a philosophy of history. 6. He goes on to explain that deconstruction is not a philosophy and that the concept of history is too problematic for me to say that deconstruction is a philosophy of history. 7. Geoffrey Bennington, 1956, may be closer to Derrida's own view of the relation between philosophy and history when he remarks philosophy cannot understand the totality of its field with the help of one of the concepts of that field and, therefore, philosophy is its history to the extent that it is never quite itself. 8. Nonetheless, in Derrida's first publication, his 1962 translation of An Introduction to Husserl's short work The Origin of Geometry, 1936, he makes a point of referring to the philosophy of history as it is understood in the current sense, suggesting that in the early 1960s he already believes it can be understood in a different sense. 9. There can be a philosophy of history that does not simply follow Hegel and the legacy of his lectures on the philosophy of world history, 1821. 10. There can also be a historicity that does not simply follow Husserl and Heidegger. As Derrida observes in an interview from April 1989, in his work he has sought not only to critique historicism but also to find a historicity beyond, against, and without Derrida, contre ou sans Husserl or Heidegger. 11. Derrida's interest in the philosophy of history, and in the history of philosophy, was initially shaped by Hegel, Husserl, Heidegger and, I would argue, by Ricoeur. In his later work he engages directly with only a few historians, notably Haim Yosef Yerushalmi, 1932-2009, and I will focus in some detail on his reading of Yerushalmi and the problem of historical memory in Chapter 7. 12. But he does often criticize an implicit philosophical idealization of history, from the accounts of visitors to Stalinist Russia to formulaic celebrations of the end of history. As Derrida observed in Spectres of Marx, 1993, long before the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 in France in the 1950s there had been intense debate over Alexander Kojeev's, 1902-1968, emphatic reading of Hegel and the philosophical and political claim for the end of history, La fin de l'histoire. 13. As Derrida remarks, in 1980 he described this as an apocalyptic tone in philosophy. 14. This is also an apocalyptic tone in philosophy about history. As this book is focused on the history of Derrida's own work, I have not engaged with a wider literature on the philosophy of history and have broadly confined myself to some contexts and interventions from 20th-century French historiography. Marc Bloch, 1886-1944, co-founder of the influential Annales School of History, remains a constant source for Ricoeur on the problem of the trace of the past as a witness in spite of itself. As Ricoeur remarks, for Bloch history aspires to be a science of traces. 15. Ricoeur treats the traces on which the historians work as written and eventually archived traces, and one of the challenges in exploring the relation between Derrida's thought and a possible historiography is to recognize that la trace has a different status in Derrida's work. It is not a track that remains visible but rather a mark that can also efface itself and be lost. 16. I also touch on the work of later French historians, such as Jacques Le Goff, 1924–2014, from the younger generation of the Annales School, and François Hardig, 1946, whose recent work reflects on its aftermath. In relation to the problem of contemporary history, to a history where the event and its narrative apparently take place at the same time, I have included some brief discussions of Hegel's account of Herodotus and Thucydides and contrasted these to the work of the classical historian Arnaldo Momigliano, 1908–1987. I have also gestured elsewhere to historiographical writings that Derrida himself has referred to, such as those of Michel de Certeau, 1925–1986, Michel Foucault, 1926–1984, Hayden White, 1928–1918, and Carlo Ginzburg, 1939. As I have said, this book is concerned with making the case for Derrida as a significant figure in these debates. I will leave it to others to develop future conversations and polemics. The second part of this book argues that in view of the philosophy of history chartered in the first part, Derrida's work can provide the basis for a possible deconstructive historiography, and this can be found in his relentless questioning of the problems of context, memory, and narrative from the mid-1970s to the mid-1990s. Chapters 4 and 5 examine the relation between history and context in Derrida's thought. Starting with Derrida's responses to the challenge of history in his own lifetime, such as the fall of the Berlin Wall in November 1989 and his arrest in Prague in 1981, they address the imperative in his work to be at once in and out of context. Derrida's criticism of the use of context in philosophy and history can be seen both in the example of the historian Quentin Skinner's, 1940, Ideas in Context, and Derrida's long engagement with the problem of an idealized context in speech-act theory. Derrida's work from the mid-1970s on the historical and institutional contexts of philosophy also offers an alterative approach to the problem of context, treating it as a milieu or half-placing. Context is not self-evident or sufficient unto itself as a single determination. Context remains a problem that needs to be addressed and redressed. Contexts are mobile and always have the possibility of the relation to other and different contexts. An example of this can be seen in the attempt to construct the intellectual history of Derrida himself through a careful chronological sequence of his varied writings. Many of his publications were published in a series of revised versions over a number of years. A work from 1990 may be published only in 2000 and includes a decade of revisions and additions. Another work from 1990 may be the development of an issue first raised in 1970. How does one date such works? One has to take account of contexts that also spread and recede. A possible deconstructive historiography would need to engage with the problem of context as the half-placing or milieu of spreading and receding contexts. Chapters 6 and 7 focus on the relation between memory and history in Derrida's thought and begin by looking at Derrida's interest from the mid-1970s in writing works with dates and the use of the dated work, including essays in the form of letters, journals, or diaries with multiple dates. They then turn to Derrida's own engagement with the work as a memoir that is not only autobiographical but also interwoven with other memoirs, biographies, and historical memories. When it comes to history and memory and to the problem of historical memory, Derrida's work suggests a historiography that addresses the overlapping layers of different kinds of memory and historical memory in a historical event. Derrida's remarkable 1991 work Circumposition, which combines dated diary entries from 1976 to 1981 with a year-long series of long single-sentence periods, dated from March, May 1989, with extensive quotations from St. Augustine's, 354 to 430 CE, Confessions, c. 400 CE, who, like Derrida, was born in what is now Algeria, is a striking example of this layering of different kinds of memory in one work. 17. As a critic of the philosophical idealization of memory, For Derrida there is always more than one kind of memory, and this is a problem for historiography. Chapters 8 and 9 address the relation between narrative and history in Derrida's thought, starting with his 30-year reading of Hegel's provocative union, Vereinigung, between the historical event, Geschichte, and its narration, Historie, in world history. 18 In contrast, as we shall see in Chapter 2, Heidegger argued in Being and Time that, as part of raising the question of the meaning of being, the authentic historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, of Dasein requires a clear distinction between history itself, Geschichte, and the science of history or historiography, Historie. 19 As Heidegger remarks, the most obvious ambiguity of the term history Geschichte is one which has often been noticed, and there is nothing fuzzy ungefähr about it. It evinces itself in that this term may mean the historical actuality Geschichte-like Wirklichkeit as well as the possible science of it. We shall provisionally eliminate the signification of history Geschichte in the sense of a science of history, Historiology, Geschichtswissenschaft, Historie. 20. In looking at the question of narrative, which includes that status of Historie, Derrida is not concerned with trans-historical structures that add a level of rhetorical patterns or quasi-fictional narration to historical events, the focus of Hayden White's work, but rather with the entangled relation between the historical event and the event of its narration and historiography. Hegel may distinguish the historical event and its subsequent narrative, but he also argues that the event and its narrative can appear simultaneously. The historian as participant or as eyewitness generates the first and most original world history. The narration of history, Hegel observes, is born at the same time as the first actions and events that are properly historical. 21. Faced with the legacy of this different treatment of the relation between the event and its narrative, of Hegel who argues for a distinction union made in the name of the exclusive club of world history, Weltgeschichte, and of Heidegger who argues for an emphatic distinction and the primacy and priority of history itself made in the name of Dasein and meaning of the question of being, Derrida insists that for an event to become a historical event, and part of the history of historiography, it must be repeated, related and narrated. Taking account of how a historical event is narrated and altered in some fashion is not to embrace some heightened self-reflexivity or to assert a meta-language at the expense of the historical. It is rather to say that the witnessing, the relating, and the narrating of an event is a critical issue in a viable and accurate historiography. The problem of how a historical event is narrated by the eyewitness or the historian is also the problem of how narration limits the historical event. 3. One of the striking contexts for Derrida's 30-year interest in the relation between historical events and their narration is that it was undertaken during a period when French historiography was dominated by the Annals school, which believed that too much emphasis had been placed on the event in works of history. Founded in 1929 by Lucien Febvre, 1878–1856, and Marc Bloch, and later represented after World War II by influential historians such as Fernand Braudel, 1902–1985, Georges Duby, 1919–1996, Jacques Le Goff and Emmanuel Leroy Lagerie, 1929, the Annals school argued that there should be a longer and wider context for history, the longue durée. 22 Historical writing should be more than the reconstruction of notable events and key episodes directed towards the actions, words, or attitudes of a few personages. 23 A history of long-standing structures and far-reaching social and economic levels could recognize different kinds of coexisting temporalities. 24 It could also concern itself with a broad history of the mentalities of a given age or epoch. 25. As François Dassy, 1950, has noted, by the late 1960s there were attempts in France to bridge this approach with the innovations of structural linguistics and structural anthropology. History and structure was the order of the day for the younger generation of annals historians. 26 The underlying structures of the historical past had already been a focus of the annals historians. Braudel's remarkable The Mediterranean and the Mediterranean World in the Age of Philip II, 1949, demonstrated the longue durée by beginning with an extended analysis of the fundamental geographical and ecological structures of the Mediterranean Sea and surrounding region before turning to the political events of the period. 27 For Braudel, history is the inexhaustible history of structures. 28 In broad terms, the annals historians opposed an expansive history of structures to a limited and limiting history of events. As L. E. Goff observed, history is unduly limited and distorted when confined to the history of events. 29 Traditional historiography has been dominated far too long, he argued, by a story history, a narrative, unhistoirecit, unnarration. 30. In The Archaeology of Knowledge, 1969, Michel Foucault emphatically rejected the hermeneutical opposition found in Ricoeur's work in the 1960s between structure and event. 31 Foucault insisted that the structure/development, structure-devenir, opposition is not relevant in his redefinition of the historical field as a relation between discourse, discursive events and discursive formations. 32 According to Foucault, the reliance on the opposition of immobile structures and closed systems to the living openness of history only returns history to the sovereignty of the conscious subject. 33 In part in reaction to the opposition between structure and event in time and narrative, 1983 to 1985, Ricoeur emphasized the fundamental importance of the relation between history and narrative. 34. For Ricoeur, narrative is unavoidable in historiography. This essential narration also registers the fundamental relation between history and temporality. Even in a longue durée history by the Annals school, Ricoeur argues, there are quasi-events. 35 Derrida's own implicit reaction to the Annals' treatment of history, and perhaps also to Foucault, is apparent in his abiding interest not only in a critique of concepts of time and space when treated in a historical work governed by underlying and centralizing structural forces but also in his ongoing engagement with the problem of events and their narratives. 36 Despite their profound differences, in this context Derrida is quite close to Ricoeur. In the mid-20th century, French historiography, like structural anthropology, becomes caught up in a series of traditional assumptions about structure. As Derrida had noted in 1966, a structural analysis rests on bestowing an organizing and limiting center as a point of presence and a fixed origin. 37 Such an analysis reinforces the ahistorical priority of a history of structures rather than a history of events that can also be thought from a structural perspective. As the structuralism of Claude Lévi-Strauss, 1908 to 2009, had began to spread its influence in the late 1940s, in his essays from the early 1950s on the relation between philosophy and history Ricoeur had already made a point of describing the quandary of the historian as he or she is caught between the event-filled aspect focused on the appearance of great personages and the structural aspect of history based on slowly progressing forces and stable forms. 38 Writing in 2003, François Hardig reflects on the aftermath of these long debates in French historiography, noting that historians today should not feel forced to revive a notion of history driven by a single time, whether this is the staccato of the event or, the other extreme, the immobility of the long or very long durée. 39 Historiography, he argues, should now be able to work with a diversity of mobile experiences or regimes of times. 40. Derrida himself had already challenged the simple opposition of history and structure in Of Grammatology. 41 In his reading of Lévi-Strauss's treatment of writing in structural anthropology, he had recognized that structuralism both neutralized historical relations to establish its own structural vantage points and registered that there was an irreducible relativity in how historicity or non-historicity is experienced. 42 It would therefore probably be more accurate to say that rather than any evident antipathy to the Annals school, Derrida had an active interest in the philosophical problem of the relation between an event and its repetition or narration, and he also treated this as a problem of history. It is also worth noting that from the mid-1980s, Derrida and many of the key figures in the Annals school were working in the same institution in Paris, the École de Hautes Études and Sciences Sociales. As Derrida suggests in his essay Privilege, 1990, which introduces a collection of his writings on the academic institution. His interest in the event was intertwined with a political imperative. Democracy must be thought, he observes, as the promise of an event and the event of a promise, because it is constituted in a here and now whose singularity does not signify presence or self-presence. 43. The recent publication of the 1964-1965 lectures show us that Heideggerian historicity played a significant role in the formation of Derrida's notions of difference and repetition in the years immediately preceding of grammatology. At the very least, this should prompt a reassessment of the account of history and historicity in of grammatology. The recent work of scholars such as Ethan Kleinberg, Mark Mason, Edward Bering and Andrew Dunstall give encouraging signs that this work is beginning and complements the long-standing work of an older generation of scholars such as Dominic Lacapra, 1939, and Geoffrey Bennington. 44. In his recent book Haunting History, For a Deconstructive Approach to the Past, 2017, Ethan Kleinberg, 1967, has argued that Derrida's work can temper without invalidating the empirical and ontological imperatives in traditional historiography. 45. As Kleinberg rightly states, Derrida's work can be treated as a new elaboration of the problem of the remote past that remains remote and can still be registered as past without being reduced to a present past or assimilated presence. In Kleinberg's formulation, prompted by deconstruction, the past is, crossed out, present and absent. 46. In an elegant study, Kleinberg focuses on Derrida's hauntology as a challenge to the ontological realism of current historical writing. For Derrida, the specters of the past indicate a future of the past that returns, uncanny, disjointed, and untimely, and suspends the reduction or the possibility of the retention of the past to either its spirit or body. The past remains between these ontological categories. 47. However, I would disagree with Kleinberg that when it comes to Derrida's treatment of the historical event and the event of its narrative, a hauntology would entail the event being silently determined by the telling that replaces it. 48. The historical event must be repeated openly to be registered as an event of the past. This repetition complicates and alters the event to some extent, but it does not replace it or invalidate its transmission as a veritable history of the past, at the very least in the name of the witness, justice, and the political. 49. Kleinberg is interested in a deconstructive historiography that emerges between a traditional ontological realism and a vibrant constructivism that he associates with Hayden White. 50. Derrida himself distinguished his work from that of Hayden White, seeing the link made between them as part of a misunderstanding about Derrida's critique of, rather than adherence to, the so-called linguistic turn. 51. Judith Serkis has noted that the term linguistic turn was coined in the 1950s, brought to prominence in America in the late 1960s by Richard Rorty, 1931-2007, and originally referred to the influence of logical positivism and the ordinary language philosophers before being later associated with French theory. 52. As Derrida remarked in a 1994 interview, deconstruction was inscribed in the linguistic turn, when it was a protest against linguistics. And this gave rise to a great many misunderstandings, not only in philosophy and literary criticism, but also in history. There are some historians, epistemologists of history, Clifford Geertz, Hayden White, etc., who have attempted to practice the linguistic turn in history. And their work has been put together, in my opinion, very unjustly, with what I do, even though, probably, I have more affinity with them than with more classical historians. 53. Kleinberg's conclusion that a deconstructive historiography prompts a better grasp of the polysemous nature of the past is to be welcomed. 54. At the same time, his refutation of a viable ontology and the absent present axis in historiography may not be the most useful place to start with Derrida's own challenge to history. Even in a moment that we register as present, all the objects around us, and we ourselves, are from the past. It is the profound weight of the past that leads Derrida in his 1964-1965 lectures on Heidegger to think of the future of the past. One can rather begin with Heidegger's non-ontological enigma of the past and Derrida's turn away from Heideggerian historicity in the 1960s and his elaboration of expropriation from the 1970s to the 1990s as a problem of history in his treatment of context, memory, and narrative. 55. Keeping in mind all the difficulties and qualifications that are made in this book, if aspects of Derrida's work can be treated as the basis for a philosophy of history, this leaves us with the challenge of a deconstructive historiography. This new kind of historiography remains a philosophy of history. It is not trying to displace the hard-won traditions of good practice in historiography. But it can be taken as a prompting to think about different kinds of historiography that can contribute to the history of historiography. The irrepressible challenge of history to philosophy is also a challenge for the writing of history. June 2018, Oxford. Part 1. A Philosophy of History. Chapter 1. History and Historicism. But it is not through philosophies that we become philosophers. Husserl, Philosophy as a Rigorous Science 1. Husserl and Historicism. To begin to address the possibility of a philosophy of history in Derrida's thought, we need to recall that he remains critical of any historicism in which history becomes the determining ground, the arc and the telos of all questions, not least because an arc and telos already assume an anhistoric structure in relation to the problem of history. 2. This leads us to Derrida's own distinctive use of notions of excess, of quasi-transcendence, or the quasi-transcendental in relation to history. Derrida's 1963–1964 writings on Michel Foucault and Emmanuel Levinas, 1906–1995, evoke the relation between an apparently closed totality, which is described as a historically determined, finite structure, and a historicity that goes beyond or exceeds this totality. 3. This excess is not some positive infinity but rather the registering of the difference between a historically determined structure and its possibility. This implies that a structure that is historically determined, encompassed, defined cannot give rise to itself. Its possibility is already in excess of its closed determination. Derrida is challenging two conceits here. First, the structuralist claim to a total synchronous analysis of captured differential relations, which is necessarily ahistorical. Second, the broadly Marxist claim to a total historical determination on an economic, political, or cultural basis of a historical period, epoch, event or narrative. Derrida makes a point in the 1990s in Monolingualism of the Other, 1996, of describing this excess as a gesture of transcendence. 4. At the same time, Derrida takes care to place this reference in a conditional as if. It is as if his work has evoked an elsewhere and as if there were places of transcendence, of an absolute elsewhere, therefore, in the eyes of Greco-Latino-Christian Western philosophy, but yet inside it. 5. Obviously, this transcendence is not a reference to the transcendental signified that Derrida analyzed and criticized in Of Grammatology, 1967. 6. But we need to treat this weighted word with caution. The as if, a gesture to Immanuel Kant's, 1724–1804, regulative ideas, in part suspends and exceeds the traditional ontological determinations of transcendence, but this is also, critically, a quasi-transcendence. In the context of monolingualism of the other, it is a beyond, an absolute elsewhere, that is also inside. In the context of our discussion, this quasi-transcendence accounts not for some ideal vantage point above and beyond a total historical determination but for the difference that is found at once between and inside ahistoricism and historicism. 7. In broad terms, difference describes an entanglement of space and time that disrupts, differs and defers the idealized projects of gathering or regathering an original unity, especially through the old but pervasive categories of the sensible or the intelligible. If there can be a deconstructive historiography, it needs to recognize the challenge of difference because historiography is constantly tempered, necessarily so, by the procedural determinations of ahistoricism and historicism. As Derrida remarks at the start of Grammatology, his treatment of logocentrism will remain inaccessible to a simple historical relativism. 8. In a footnote added to a 1971 interview in Positions, 1972, Derrida observes, "The critique of historicism in all its forms seems to me indispensable." 9. He goes on to say that he has first learned about this critique in Husserl and singles out Husserl's philosophy as a rigorous science, 1911, and The Origin of Geometry, 1936, as key works on the limitations of historicism. 10. We should briefly look at these works to understand why Derrida always seeks a vantage point beyond a historicist determination without simply resubscribing to the tenets of phenomenology. In the first part of Philosophy as a Rigorous Science, Husserl argues that the natural sciences in general, and in particular experimental psychology, with its basis in physiological, empirical, and experiential processes, cannot provide a foundation for the pure principles of a philosophy that can be treated as a rigorous science. 11. For Husserl, philosophy alone can use a phenomenology of consciousness, which is always concerned with the consciousness of something in general, as the basis for a theory of knowledge that can register an ideal groundableness by grasping the essence of objectivity's mode of giveness. 12. In the second part of his essay, Husserl turns towards historicism, which he associates with the work of Wilhelm Dilthey, 1833–1911. Best known today for his concept of worldviews, Weltanschauung, Dilthey also charted the differences between the natural sciences, Naturwissenschaften, and the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaften, as a reaction to the positivism and sociology of Auguste Comte, 1798–1857, which itself had developed from an initial scientific empiricism to ever more grandiose formal and ahistorical deductions. 13. As Rudolf Makriel and Frithjof Rodi succinctly observe, in his best-known work The Formation of the Historical in the Human Sciences, 1910, Dilthey argues that the natural sciences abstract from many aspects of our lived experience, or Leibniz, and the task for the human sciences is to bring out the incipient sense that history already has for us in ordinary life. 14. Dilthey would be an important figure of opposition and inheritance for both Husserl and Heidegger. 15. At the start of Being and Time, 1927, Heidegger notes that Dilthey's scientific psychology of the spirit no longer seeks to be oriented towards psychical elements and atoms or to piece the life of the soul together, but aims rather at Gestalten and life as a whole. 16. He was, above all, on his way towards the question of life, Heidegger concludes. 17. Heidegger still goes on to dismiss Dilthey's work as a philosophical anthropology. 18. While Heidegger later suggests that Dilthey's work on the human sciences can contribute to an interpretation of the historicity of Dasein, he also reiterates that historicism attempts to alienate Dasein from its authentic historicity. 19. Nonetheless, the question of lived experience, or Leibniz, remains a central concern of Being and Time. One of the reasons that Derrida himself hardly refers to Dilthey after the 1960s is that in his critique of phenomenology in Voice and Phenomenon, Introduction to the Problem of the Sign in Husserl's Philosophy, 1967, he challenges the metaphysical trinity of the privileging of life, the living present and living speech as formulated by Dilthey and Husserl. 20. As he remarks, for Husserl, the living present is the phenomenological absolute out of which I cannot go because it is that in which, toward which, and starting from which every going out tout sortie is effected. 21. In his early 1959 paper Genesis and Structure and Phenomenology, which was significantly revised before its publication in 1965, Derrida gives Diltheism a central place in his discussion and defines the ahistorical structures of Husserl's ideas as a direct reaction to the historicist or psychologistic genetism of Dilthey. 22. Derrida observes. And despite Dilthey's vehement protests, Husserl will persist in thinking that, like all historicism, and despite its originality, the Weltanschauung's philosophy avoids neither relativism nor scepticism. For it reduces the norm to a historical factuality, and it ends by confusing the truths of fact and the truths of reason. Pure truth or the pretension to pure truth is missed in its meaning as soon as one attempts, as Dilthey does, to account for it from within a determined historical totality, that is, from within a factual totality, a finite totality all of whose manifestations and cultural productions are structurally solidary and coherent, and are all regulated by the same function, by the same finite unity of a total subjectivity. 23. Derrida reiterates this same point in a fulsome footnote on Dilthey in his introduction to The Origin of Geometry, which was completed in the summer of 1961 and published in 1962. While Dilthey starts from the already constituted objective spirit, Derrida observes, Husserl wants to establish the possibility of objective spirit as the condition for history. 24. As Derrida remarks in an uncollected article from 1966 on Husserl, Phenomenology of the Closure of Metaphysics, for Husserl truth has a status that is infinite and universal, and it is this possibility of truth of science and the project of philosophy as science that demolishes historicism. 25. This is the essential argument of philosophy as a rigorous science. Historicism, Husserl declares, takes its position in the factual sphere of the empirical life of the spirit. 26. It also relies on and generates a relativism that is comparable to the relativism of naturalistic psychologism. 27. Husserl then asks whether the sciences can be taken as just one of many cultural formations that come and go in the stream of human development. 28. What of the trans-historical objective validity of the sciences? At its extreme, historicism becomes a culturally determined sceptical subjectivism. 29. Such a historicism of science denies the possibility of an unqualified validity, or validity in itself. 34. Husserl, the science of history can itself decide nothing when confronted by the scientific decision about validity and its ideal normative principles. 31. In his 1966 article on Husserl, Derrida reiterates that Husserl remained critical of Dilthey because he reduced norm to fact. 32. Husserl even speaks of the superstition of the fact generated by the Weltanschauung philosophy. 33. The critical point for Husserl is that any idea in Dilthey's work is treated as a finite idea and is a different one for each time. 34. The idea of the same and the transfinite, transfiniton, is incompatible with a history founded on determining historical cultural epochs or ages. 35. Science, and philosophy as a rigorous science, must be understood as supertemporal and not limited by the relatedness to the spirit of one time. 36. As Derrida suggests in his introduction to The Origin of Geometry, Husserl's own dynamic notion of time as the relation between a retention of the present past and the protension of the present future coordinated by the central authority of the living present supports the transfinite. 37. For Husserl, the possibility of history is found in the ability of the living present at once to retain the present and to go beyond the past present. 38. This movement of time allows the constitution with rupture or interruption of another primordial and original absolute, another living present. 39. History and, most significantly, the transhistorical are made possible by the capacity of the present and its always renewed originality of an absolute primordiality. 40. The historic present has this facility of self-renewing protension and projection. 41. Husserl's critique of a historicist approach to science reinforces his essential belief that no history of the genesis or development of mathematics can ever be confused with the question of truth. 42. As Hegel had suggested, there can be no history of the truth because truth has no history, it is always the same and transhistorical. 43. As early readers of Husserl, both Derrida and Ricoeur began their work with the problem of the history of truth. 44. As Ricoeur observes in his influential 1949 essay Husserl and the Sense of History, Husserl had little interest in concepts of development, evolution, or becoming because there can be no sense of a genesis where the more rational is derived from the less rational. 45. The genesis of arithmetic cannot be treated as a conventional, empirical history of arithmetic. 46. Despite the emphatic rejection of the empiricist's need for a historical or chronological development to account for the refined machines of human reason, sense, and experience, even Husserl could not ignore the problem of genesis. It is precisely this question of a genetic phenomenology, one could even say of a historical phenomenology, that the young Derrida focuses on in his 1953 to 1954 dissertation, The Problem of Genesis in Husserl's Philosophy. Derrida opens his preface by insisting that he will be adopting a philosophy of Genesis that will reveal the essential inseparability of the history of philosophy and philosophy of history in Husserl's thought. 47. This genetic method or historical phenomenology already complicates or disrupts Husserl's own strictures on the truths and objective validities that can be grasped through a phenomenological approach. In this sense, Derrida is closer to Hegel than Husserl in emphasizing the importance of history in relation to philosophy, and follows the influence of his teacher, the distinguished Hegel scholar and translator Jean Hippolyte, 1907 to 1968. 48. Hegel had insisted the study of the history of philosophy is an introduction to philosophy itself. 49. At the same time, Husserl himself was aware of the problem of Genesis, and after the publication of Ideas Pertaining to a Pure Phenomenology in 1913 he began to construct his own notion of genetic phenomenology, drawing a distinction between a passive genesis and active genesis. 50. In the Cartesian Meditations, 1929, Husserl argues that passive genesis registers a passivity that gives something beforehand and includes at the lowest levels consciousness constituting physical objects. 51. Active genesis, on the other hand, accounts for the ego constituting new objects originally, including irreal or ideal objects. 52. Husserl therefore recognizes that every active synthesis has its history because it also registers the continuity of a passive genesis and antecedent formations. 53. In this manner, Husserl not only acknowledges a process of becoming, of development, and even of a history in the everyday consciousness of objects founded on a transcendental phenomenology, but also recognizes that there is a development or history in science. In a fragment from the mid-1920s, Idealization and the Science of Reality, he describes the development of logical concepts as a process of idealization. 54. Idealization accounts for the exact development of concepts, so that the empirically straight and curved produces the geometrical straight line and circle. 55. However, as Derrida notes, it was only in the mid-1930s that Husserl moved beyond questions of genesis as aspects that are at once constituted and reduced by a transcendental consciousness to history itself in the texts written for his final work, The Crisis of European Sciences. 56. Though Husserl praises the advances made by Dilthey in philosophy as a rigorous science, he also makes his relation to historicism abundantly clear. If, then, I look upon historicism as an epistemological mistake that because of its consequences must be just as unceremoniously rejected as was naturalism, I should still like to emphasize expressly that I fully recognize the extraordinary value of history in the broadest sense for the philosopher. For him the discovery of the common spirit is just as significant as the discovery of nature. In fact, a deeper penetration into the general life of the spirit offers the philosopher a more original and hence more fundamental research material than does penetration into nature. For the realm of phenomenology, as a theory of essence, extends immediately from the individual spirit over the whole area of the general spirit, and if Dilthey has established in such an impressive way that psychophysical psychology is not the one that can serve as the foundation for the humanistic sciences, I would say that it is the phenomenological theory of essence alone that is capable of providing a foundation for a philosophy of the spirit. 57. Modesty is hardly a feature of the history of philosophy. Husserl suggests a hierarchy of depth and breadth. Nature and empiricism are the most shallow and narrow. As a particular cultural and historical formation, the science of spirit or philosophy of Weltanschauung has a wider scope, and, of course, phenomenology alone has the breadth of vision and depth of analysis to establish a foundation for a philosophy of the spirit. This is Husserl's position on historicism in 1911, and it will not so much change as be modified when he turns to what we can call the problem of the history of the same 26 years later in the fragment known as The Origin of Geometry. As Derrida points out in his introduction to this work, what changed was Husserl's own attempt to engage with history itself. 58. 2. The history of the same. In The Origin of Geometry, 1936, Husserl offers his most sustained account of the history of the same or the invariant throughout all conceivable variation. 59. As Derrida observes in his introduction to The Origin of Geometry, Husserl is interested in the invariance of historicity. 60. In a 1954 article on Husserl, Ricoeur noted that phenomenology emerges from Husserl's logical investigations, first edition 1900 to 1901, revised 1913 and 1921, which, in broad terms, establishes a method for logic as the possibility of securing the invariant, the identical, or the same in which an intended meaning of the consciousness of something, of an object, clears or empties perception and creates the conditions for sense to be then filled by a unified and fully intuitive presence as the achievement of the intended meaning. 61. This context gives us a better understanding of Derrida's later critique of meaning and presence and its relation to teleology. 62. The phenomenological analysis of the consciousness of something as sense becoming presence embraces objectivity and subjectivity within an objectified framework. Despite the numerous shifts of emphasis in Husserl's later work, this relation between intended meaning, sense and fulfilled presence as the condition to register the repetition of the identical or the same is the basis of Husserl's eventual turn in his published work to the problem of history in the 1930s. The fulfilled sense of a phenomenological philosophy of history will be a history that is prompted and guided by a teleological task, to secure the history of reason and scientific philosophy in a time of crisis in Europe. Ricoeur captures this in the title of his 1949 article, Husserl and the Sense of History. 63. As Ricoeur observes, for Husserl the political crisis in Europe in the mid-1930s prompts a question both about history and in history. 64. Husserl's work from 1935 to 1937 was published posthumously in 1954 as The Crisis of European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology. The Origin of Geometry is one of the many unfinished or uncollected fragments of the crisis. Husserl's final project had begun with his May 1935 Vienna lecture Philosophy and the Crisis of European Humanity. It is a powerful and moving lecture. As a Jewish-born European intellectual who is no longer able to publish or publicly lecture in Nazi Germany, Husserl has gone to Vienna to speak of the crisis of the present times. Evoking Kant's call for an international community of scholars that can speak freely of ideals that exceed the limitations of nation-states, Husserl uses the crisis in Europe to celebrate and reinforce the capacity of man to secure rational meaning for his individual and common human existence. 65. As Husserl's student Eugen Fink, 1905 to 1975, observed, the crisis tells us that the indispensable task of philosophy is humanity's responsibility for itself. 66. For Derrida in his 1962 introduction, the crisis of European sciences is indicative of Husserl's equivocal relation to history. It shows that he was at once a stranger to history and strove to respect historicity's own peculiar signification and possibility. 67. Husserl gives his project various titles, including the development of a philosophical historical idea and a teleological historical reflection. 68. His overarching purpose is the demonstration of reason as the source of a secure and ideal meaning for humanity in the past, present, and future. 69. History is given the grave task of registering the genesis and continuous development of free and pure rational thought, of unchanging truths, values, and ethical imperatives, a history of reason. 70. As Derrida remarks, what is remarkable about Husserl's treatment of history is the very ambition to have a historicity of veritas aeterna. 71. This could be interpreted as both a refusal of history, Derrida comments, and as a deep fidelity to the pure sense of historicity. 72. But this is a historicity that always remains guided by the univocal limpidity of a rational historical ether. 73. The emergence of purely theoretical philosophy in classical Greece, the Cartesian search for universality founded on the cogito and even the decline of philosophy into empiricism and its surrender to the sciences of facts, illustrate historical moments that are already part of a greater philosophical teleology. History is therefore only considered by phenomenology as it accounts not for a historical but trans-historical meaning, reason, and ideality. 74 As Derrida notes, geometry is trans-historical because geometry's development is a history only because it is a history. 75 This one history also never stops running, flowing or circulating, avoir cours. 76 Like a river, it carries on and carries the sense and value of the ideal object. 77. Husserl begins the origin of geometry with the call for a new kind of relation between philosophy and history. The problem of the origin of geometry will not be resolved by relying on a conventional historical examination of the ready-made or handed-down, die fertige überlieferte, geometry. 78 Because geometry has had the same meaning in all its new forms, a phenomenological history must focus on the meaning origin, sinne ursprungs, of geometry. 79 There is a historical aspect to this task, but it is historical in an unusual ungewoonten sense. 80 Husserl's unusual history is unusual because it evokes a turning back to the past but has no interest in searching for the first geometer to establish the origin of geometry. 81 His Rückfrage into the meaning origin of geometry is a backward inquiry, a re-inquiry into a past that is still present for us and is still being worked on in a lively forward development, lebendiger Fortarbeit. 82 A phenomenological history is a return to a past that is also present and has a future. The past is not simply in the past. This treatment of a past with a present and future is possible because the meaning origin of geometry describes a continuous synthesis in which all acquisitions maintain their validity. 83 As Husserl explains, the total acquisition is the condition or conduit for each new acquisition. 84 This accounts for the gathering, forward-looking mobility of all the sciences. 85 However, the meaning origin of geometry still raises the problem of a more primitive formation of meaning that should not be confused with the total meaning of geometry. 86 We cannot treat the origin of geometry as a simple project that is subsequently completed by a period of mobile fulfillment. 87 The meaning origin of geometry is not developmental, empirical, or historical, but it still gives rise to a certain type of history. The history of geometry therefore presents a challenge to conventional notions of history and their use in the history of science. Husserl wants to give geometry a total, non-developmental meaning and a developmental history calibrated by this meaning. He attempts to do this by arguing that geometry should be treated as an ideal objectivity that has a distinctive historicity. As Derrida remarks, for Husserl the conditions of objectivity are the conditions of historicity itself. 88 Geometry cannot be limited to the personal sphere of consciousness, even of its first inventor, because it has an objective validity and supertemporality that is accessible to everyone. 89 This universal validity ensures that all forms newly produced by someone on the basis of preggiven forms immediately take on the same objectivity dieselbe Objektivität. 90 In the history of geometry, all events of invention are already part of a continuum of discovery. All inventions exceed the life and times of the inventor. There is an ideal objectivity in geometrical theorems because in every translation its meaning origin remains identically the same. 91 Such theorems exist only once, existiert nur einmal. They are spiritual forms that remain untouched by sensible utterance. 92 The history of geometry is therefore the history of the same or, rather, the history of a special kind of repetition in which ideal objects that exist only once can be repeated and remain identical in every repetition. This assertion of the history of the same is grounded on a fundamental phenomenological certainty that an original self-evident production can secure the pure fulfillment of its intention. 93 As Derrida observes, for Husserl intentionality is the root of historicity. 94 In a passage that will be critical in Derrida's later thought, Husserl goes on to compare the ideal objectivity in the theorems of geometry to a whole class of spiritual products of the cultural world, notably fine literature. 95 The spiritual form of these great literary works remain the same through all of their sensible utterances as they are translated into other languages. 96 The ideal objectivity of the literary work is rendered transparently through the meaning of speech. 97 However, this turn to language and the introduction of a clear difference between the spiritual form and the sensible, spatio-temporal, and corporeal body, creates a series of strained distinctions. Husserl recognizes that for an ideal object to exist objectively in the world it must also rely on sensibly embodying repetitions. 98 At the same time, as Derrida emphasizes, Husserl insists that the bound idealities registered in language should not be confused with the free ideal objects found in geometry. 99. The rigorous distinction between a language that is still tied to some extent to the sensible, contingent, and the cultural and the absolute ideality of ideal objects should inform that basis for what Derrida describes as the enigmatic claim in phenomenology for a transcendental historicity. 100 Nonetheless, Husserl argues that the only way that a geometrical ideality could pass from its singular moment of invention into a universal and trans-historical objectivity is by means of language, mittels der Sprache. 101 As Derrida argues, this is a critical step, because Husserl recognizes that language can spread and transport the commonly held and verified truths of geometry across the ages. 102 A certain kind of language can work with an objective historicity. For Husserl, the possibility of a history of geometry rests on explaining how a linguistic embodiment is compatible with a subjective and historical moment of invention becoming an objective structure. 103 It is Husserl who ensures that the question of language is intertwined with the problem of history and with the possibility of a phenomenological historicity that can carry ideal objectivities. 104. Husserl suggests that ideal objectivities must both rely on the sensible and exceed the sensible. As Derrida observes, the ideality of an objectivity is apparent when its being is thoroughly transparent and exhausted by its phenomenality. 105 In this sense, the ideality of the number is never an empirical fact accessible to a history in precisely the same style. 106 This dilemma is only compounded by the recognition that it is language ideal words rather than ideal objects that can transform an event in history into a trans-historical ideality or a historicity of ideal objectivity. One could say that language here is both a snag that catches on the spiritual form of ideal objects and a lever that raises ideal objects out of historicism. For Husserl, there is a common language and its far-reaching Witriachen documentations which supports the historicity of ideal objects. 107 What is past can be reawakened through a recollection that generates a quasi-new or present activity. 108 This revival repeats what was previously self-evident as the same. 109. It is then language and what Husserl calls intersubjective empathy that gives this revived sameness an objectivity as it can be repeated and spoken of until what is self-evident turns up as the same in the consciousness of the other. 110 This repeated communication eventually generates one structure common to all. 111 However, it is written works alone that generate a repetition that supports the persisting existence, das Verharren Dasein, of ideal objects. 112 As Husserl remarks, the important function of written, documenting linguistic expression is that it makes communications possible without immediate or mediate personal address. It is, so to speak, communication become virtual. 113 Writing is the promise of a virtual existence, Dasein, that persists, which survives or carries on despite worldly, historical events. As Derrida observes, for Husserl writing is the guarantee of an absolute traditionalization for ideal objectivity. 114 And we can note here that Derrida is already interested at the start of the 1960s in the question of tradition. At the same time, Derrida adds, writing also accounts for many of the crises that Husserl discerned in European science and philosophy in the 1930s, including passivity and forgetfulness. 115 Writing, like forgetfulness, is a historical category. 116 Writing as an inscription preserves the ideal and it reinforces the risk of the sensible and contingent. 117 Nonetheless, as Derrida remarks, this virtual, ideal communication sanctions and completes the existence of pure transcendental historicity. 118 This internal or intrinsic historicity, historicity as the truth of an ideal objectivity, accounts for a confined relativity within a larger invariable framework and cannot be touched by the external events or caprices of history, much as the spirit or soul inhabits and transcends the body. 119 In this sense, one cannot speak of an event of geometry. 120 In the wake of Derrida's careful, detailed analysis, one can already see that Husserl has a difficulty in distinguishing the relations between spiritual form and sensible utterance and ideal words and ideal objects when he argues that it is writing alone that conveys a persistent and trans-historical ideal objectivity across the ages. 121. Husserl attempts to resolve this problem by arguing that language serves a larger dynamic between a passive recollection and an active reactivation. As Derrida observes, when it comes to the origin of geometry, one must also reawaken the dependence of sense with respect to an inaugural and institutive act concealed under secondary passivities and infinite sedimentations. 122 For Husserl, historicity must therefore also be part of the general essence or eidos of ideal objectivities. 123 It is within this framework that one can say writing down affects a transformation of the original mode of being of the meaning structure. 124 The passive understanding relates to the sensible ideal word, the active reactivation, Rückfrage, to the spiritual ideal object. The passive acquisition of associated meanings in the use of language represent a constant danger when it comes to establishing a common convention or tradition of univocal expression. 125 The scientist must secure assertions that are forever identically repeatable with self-evidence. 126 At the same, Husserl still suggests that writing is the possibility of the ideality of the origin meaning of geometry. 127. For Husserl, historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, in this context is the conduit for ideal objectivities and registers the historical possibility of a genuine tradition Ursprungssekten tradition. 128 Historicity describes a historical framework that already recognizes the primacy of a historical a priori. 129 Neither historicist or ahistorical, historicity facilitates the trans-historical repetition and reactivation of the self-evident origin meaning of the ideal objects of geometry. 130 As Husserl observes, we stand, then, within the historical horizon in which everything is historical, even though we may know very little about it in a definite way. But it has its essential structure Wessenstruktur that can be revealed through methodical inquiry. 131 The re-inquiries that actively reactivate the origin, Rückfragen nach dem Ursprung, account for the essential structure of the historical horizon. 132 It is on this basis that Husserl can challenge the ruling dogma that has separated epistemological and genetic origin. 133. In his introduction, Derrida contrasts this Husserlian challenge to the Kantian separation of a priori frameworks and empirical history. 134 For Kant, all history can only be empirical. 135 In contrast, Husserl argues that there can be a historicity of ideal objectivities because the consciousness that constitutes these idealities is also a concrete consciousness. There is no Platonic ideality in itself that merely precedes the subject found in an actually perceived real world, and therefore every ideal objectivity has a history which is always already announced in that consciousness. 136 The nuanced but notable difference between Kant and Husserl is between an already that can only be an empirical already, even if it has an a priori possibility, and an ideal always already, that is at once historical and ideal. As Derrida explains, for Husserl, when an a priori normativity of history is recognized as an essential necessity after the fact of the event, this confirms that the fact in question is already an example. 137 This necessary interplay avoids the extreme limitations of an empirical historicism or rationalist ahistoricism. 138. Husserl moves away from Kant, Derrida explains, by insisting that the instituting fact must also be invariable. 139 The history of the same rests on recognizing the invariable fact of a moment of origin that cannot be repeated and its eidetic invariance that can be repeated indefinitely. 144 Husserl This recollected and reactivated original self-evidence can be taken as proof of both the identity and the repetition of the same. 141 Extending an argument made by Heidegger, Derrida will later challenge the claim that there can be a history of the same, disputing that the same can be repeated and remain identical with itself. 142. According to Husserl, historicity in the service of ideal objectivities confirms the larger temporal horizon and widest possible perspective of one human civilization, one cultural world and the life world, which marks out each distinctive historical period. 143 It is from this vista that Husserl gestures to a universal history and an a priori context for the historicity that supports trans-historical idealities and the history of the same. 144 From this grand vantage point, Husserl argues, we can appreciate that culture is not an inductive collection of historical facts, as Dilthey had implied, but a trans-historical record of what has been constituted and rendered self-evident by the actions of consciousness. 145 Historicism is refuted. For Husserl, historicity is an essential part of every transition from making explicit to making self-evident. 146 History, Geschichte, he concludes, is therefore the vital movement of the coexistence miteinander and interweaving ineinander of original formations and sedimentations of meaning. 147 Derrida will make much of this dynamic interweaving in his later work, but will also establish his break from Husserl by arguing that these sedimentations, these inscriptions always disperse and transfigure the original sense and self-evidence of meaning. The same cannot be identical with itself. To treat the same as the same is already to register the same and the other. At the outset of his introduction to The Origin of Geometry, Derrida was interested in Husserl's attempts to establish a new type or profundity of historicity. 148 This new kind of history, he notes, is a historicity of ideal objectivities, a history that accounts for both the transmission and the perdurance of ideal objectivities. 149 It is different because it cannot be determined as either an empirical history or as an ahistoricism. 150 However, this difference is itself also clearly determined as a trans-historical history of the same. In every case, the historicity of ideal objectivities relies on a structure in which the intentional reactivation of sense should de jure precede and condition the empirical determination of fact. 151 As Derrida points out, Husserl's critique of historicism is predicated on the belief that the meaning and direction, sense, of history in general must be found through understanding the history of science as the historicity of ideal objectivities. 152 Can there be a philosophy of history that does not simply confirm the history of the same? Derrida begins his remarkable academic career with this question. 3. History and quasi-transcendence. In the closing pages of The Origin of Geometry, Husserl had dismissed the history of philosophy, complied in the style of the usual factual history in the name of what Derrida calls a phenomenological history. 153 A genuine history of philosophy, Husserl states, is nothing other than the tracing of the historical meaning structures given in the present, or their self-evidences, along the documented chain of historical back-references historische Rückverweisungen into the hidden dimension of the primal self-evidences which underlie them. 154 Husserl defines the history of the same as the possibility and limitation of the history of philosophy. At the same time, as Derrida notes, in his own history of philosophy Husserl includes the narrative recit of the adventures and misadventures of the transcendental motif. 155 A phenomenological history also has its historical narratives, a problem that Husserl does not address. 156. A year after the publication of his introduction to The Origin of Geometry, Derrida evokes a different kind of philosophy of history in his paper from March 1963 on Foucault's reading of René Descartes, 1596–1650, in his Madness and Unreason, History of Madness in the Classical Age, 1961. 157 It is a philosophy of history that, in contrast to Husserl, must take account of the vagaries of the history of philosophy. One of the key passages in Cogito and the History of Madness refers to both Husserl and Dilthey and gives the history of philosophy a significant role in any philosophical historiography. Derrida observes, "I believe that historicity in general would be impossible without a history of philosophy, and I believe that the latter would be impossible if we possessed only hyperbole, on the one hand, or, on the other, only determined historical structures, finite Weltanschauungen. The historicity proper to philosophy is located and constituted in the transition, the dialogue between hyperbole and the finite structure, between that which exceeds the totality and the closed totality, in the difference between history and historicity. L'histoire et l'historicite. 158. The history of philosophy as described by Derrida in 1963 has an important role to play in difference between history and historicity. It is therefore significant that 30 years later in the 1990s Derrida still locates this quasi-transcendence in terms of the history of philosophy. As we have seen, in monolingualism of the other it is as if there were places of transcendence, of an absolute elsewhere, therefore, in the eyes of Greco-Latino-Christian Western philosophy, but yet inside it, Epicena Tesousias, and beyond current negative theology, Meister Eckhart, and beyond, Freud, and beyond, a certain Heidegger, Artaud, Levinas, Blanquet, and certain others. 159. From Plato's evocation in the Republic of Epicena Tesousias, of an excess beyond being, to a certain Heidegger and Levinas, it is as if there are places of transcendence in the history of Western philosophy. 160 Importantly, there are also places of transcendence, lieu de transcendance, beyond this history of philosophy, found elsewhere in theology, psychoanalysis, literature, and literary criticism. 161 Part of Derrida's challenge to a phenomenology that refutes historicism in the name of the history of the same is to evoke an excess and quasi-transcendence. This gesture is no doubt difficult for a customary historiography, but it is indispensable for thinking a different kind of philosophy of history. For our purposes, we can approach this through the problem of the relation between history, quasi-transcendence, and the need to recognize the possibility of the non-event or the event of nothing in a historiographical undertaking. In monolingualism of the other, Derrida also refers to what makes history, see qui fait l'histoire. 162 How does what makes history relate to the quasi-transcendental? 163 The quasi-transcendental is not only a thinking that accounts for and exceeds the old empirical transcendental relation and resists these two classical philosophical gestures without resorting to a determined empiricism or non-empiricism. 164 But this is a good place to start, as it resists the Kantian choices and architectonics as the basis for the history of philosophy that Husserl reconfigures in the Crisis of European Sciences. More than a series of places or contexts for transcendence in the history of philosophy, the hyperbolic or quasi-transcendental raises the problem of the opening of context. 165 As Derrida explains in an interview from 1988, the limit of the frame or the border of the context always entails a clause of non-closure non-fermeture. 166 We therefore need to think of the non-closure in relation to what makes history to avoid the easy acceptance of context as the implicit or self-evident conformation of a historical determination or historicism. We will come back to the problem of context in chapters 4 and 5. We can begin with Derrida's persistent interest in the hyperbolic in his writings on Judaism, which we will be focusing on in later chapters. In a 1991 interview with Elizabeth Weber, 1959, Derrida reiterates that Judaism is marked by a paradox of exemplarity. The traditional theological historical claim to exemplarity announces the Jewish people as the chosen people par excellence to witness not only what a people can be as God's allies, God's chosen, but also as God's witnesses. 167 This claim to exemplarity links individual Jewish self-identity to a formidable universality that also generates a certain non-self identity. 168 In a seminar from the 1980s, Derrida linked the claim to exemplarity and universality to nationalism. 169 As he later observes in the paper Abraham, the Other, 2000, exemplarism is a formidable temptation and operates in every modern nationalism, nationalism never having been the claim to particularity or to an irreducible difference but rather a vocation for universal exemplarity. 170 At the same time, he argues, the claim to a universal exemplarity also generates a responsibility without limits, for everyone and in front of everyone, living and dead, a responsibility that is historically incarnated in this difference. 171. Faced with the complex theological, historical, cultural, and political legacy of exemplarity and Judaism or Jewishness, Derrida evokes the hyperbole of the most and the least, of the too much and too little, which always slips over or stops just short of the assured destination and all claims to a single identity or origin. As he explains in Abraham, the Other, when it comes to his own sense of being Jewish, I still feel, at once, at the same time, as less Jewish. This word is used in the lower case in the text and more Jewish than the Jew, as scarcely Jewish and as superlatively Jewish as possible, more than Jew plus Kjuif, exemplarily Jew, but also hyperbolically Jew. 172 This hyperbolic relation has a wider cultural, ethical, political, and historical imperative. As Derrida explains, the more radically you break with a certain dogmatism of the place or of the bond du lieu ou du lien, communal, national, religious, of the state, the more you will be faithful to the hyperbolic, excessive demesure demand, to the hubris, perhaps, of a universal and disproportionate responsibility toward the singularity of every other. 173 This hyperbolic gesture reinforces that the most also becomes incomparably the least, or the other. 174 In the specific context of exemplarity and Judaism, Derrida is clear that the hyperbole of this non-closure is already engaged with the challenge of history. Can this hyperbole of the always more and always less be applied to the history of philosophy? In a long interview with Jean-Louis Houdebine, 1934-2015, and Guy Scarpetta, 1946, given on June 17, 1971 and collected in Positions, 1972, Derrida reiterates his critique of the history of philosophy from Of Grammatology. 175 At one point he argues in Of Grammatology that there is an aspect of the concept of the sign that has never existed or functioned outside the history of the philosophy of presence. 176 In the 1971 interview he remarks, I have never believed in the absolute autonomy of a history as the history of philosophy, in a conventionally Hegelian sense. 177 However, he also adds a later footnote to this comment, which he places after the phrase absolute autonomy, but it is true that I am very interested in the history of philosophy in its relative autonomy. 178 This relative autonomy of the history of philosophy is not a sign of relativism as much as of a strategic relation to the hyperbolic. 179. 22 years later in A Taste for the Secret, 2001, a series of interviews with Maurizio Ferraris, 1956, from the mid-1990s, Derrida offers some significant remarks on his relation to both philosophy and to the history of philosophy. He begins his first interview on July 16, 1993, the day after his 63rd birthday, by clarifying his relation to philosophy. In the face of the insistence to close a philosophical system that remains to some degree tenaciously open, Derrida treats this insistence as a form of difference that reiterates the impossibility of identification, of totalization. 180 He then goes on to observe, it is a matter of an excessively philosophical gesture, a gesture that is philosophical and in excess in relation to the philosophical. 181 This more and less than hyperbolic relation to philosophy informs Derrida's subsequent remarks on the history of philosophy. For Derrida, a purely diachronic concept of history assumes something that is contemporary to itself. Self-contemporary contemporaneous swamming can succeed to a past. 182 The presumption of the now makes it impossible to access something that is past. The self-contemporary in this sense does not make history. If the present is non-contemporary, people living and dying in a certain period of time should not be reduced to contemporaries. This means that the construction of the history of philosophy, a history of the history of philosophy, must be interpreted in a far more troubled and suspicious manner. 183. It is also worth emphasizing here that Derrida remained a critic of any kind of metalanguage to resolve the problem of a history of the history of philosophy. As he suggests in his 1964-1965 seminar on Heidegger, as we shall see in Chapter 2, this view of language touches directly on how one understands historicity. In his interview with Ferraris from July 16, 1993, Derrida observes, "There is polemos when a field is determined as a field of battle because there is no metalanguage, no place of truth outside the field, no absolute and ahistorical overhang sur plomb, and this absence of overhang, that is to say the radical historicity of the field, makes the field necessarily subject to multiplicity and heterogeneity." 184 There is no metalanguage to overhang the relation between what makes history and the strategic hyperbolical or quasi-transcendental gestures that disrupt the traditional framework for the history of philosophy. In this specific context, Derrida is responding to a question about polemos, so this statement on the radical historicity of the polemical field of battle should only be taken as one possible perspective rather than a general rule. But if we are asking what makes history in relation to a quasi-transcendence that outmaneuver historicism, I take this link between polemos and historicity as Derrida's broad description for reinterpreting the history of philosophy. As he later remarks in an interview from January 26, 1994 with Ferraris, the business of philosophy, Geschäft der Philosophie, a phrase he takes from Being and Time, can treat the history of philosophy as a history of disagreement and divisions about this same that is not the same. 185 One can also take this as the basis for a historiography that is always in a state of contestation. A dramatic example of this would be the political contestation in America that arose in the 1990s from a work of history on the creation of the American Constitution in 1787 to 1788. 186. For a different philosophy of history. In another interview with Ferraris on May 25, 1994, Derrida returns to the immense problem of a philosophy of history. Following in the wake of Hegel, the question of the history of philosophy is never far from the claims for a commanding philosophy of history. He makes it clear that he has profound difficulties with any assured philosophy of history where history has an orientation, a sense, un sens, a meaning, a direction. 187 He goes on to state unequivocally that where there is philosophy of history, there is no longer history, everything is in principle foreseen. 188 Derrida's objections here to a philosophy of history are based on its unavoidable denial of the unforeseen or ungatherable event. As he had done 30 years earlier, he contrasts this Hegelian legacy of a teleological history to a historicity that supposes the limit of a philosophy of history. 189 In Hegel's philosophy, the past is the teleological necessity of an already not yet. 190. Derrida goes on in his interview to offer a brief summation of his efforts to outmaneuver a traditional philosophy of history. "I often say," he observes, "that deconstruction is what happens qui arrive, the fact that it happens ca arrive is sufficient on its own to put philosophies of history into question." 191 As we shall see in Chapter 2, for Derrida the event as an event also remains to come, and the future of the past cannot be foreclosed in a homogeneous and teleological encyclopedia. An event and event of the past are not simply closed or behind us. In contrast, Hegel's Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences was the possibility and the culmination of his philosophy of history. It was always a philosophy of history. 192 For Derrida, what makes history, fate l'histoire, and makes events marks a limit, a resistance to this Hegelian colonization of the event. 193 What happens also makes history because in the event there is a reserve and an excessive chance, a chance for excess to have a future, and consequently to engender new contexts. 194 The hyperbolic and the quasi-transcendental gesture to the possibility of a different kind of history and, I would argue, to a different kind of philosophy of history. This insistence on a chance for excess to have a future as a quasi-index for what happens or takes place and makes history brings us to the larger question of the beyond, au-delà, in relation to history and historiography. The hyperbolic and the quasi-transcendental inform the limits that Derrida marks when it comes to various forms of historicism. For example, in Aporia's, Dying Awaiting, One Another at, The Limits of Truth, 1992, he challenges the historian Philippe Aries's, 1914–1984, wide-ranging history of death not on cultural grounds. Derrida acknowledges at the outset there are cultures of death but on the assumption that the historian and anthropologist grants to himself the unquestioned knowledge of what death is. 195 What makes history possible? In his interview with Ferraris on July 17, 1993, Derrida suggests that it is the future, l'avenir. It is only the thinking of a quasi-eschatological and non-determinable future that can treat what happens as an event and as a historical event. This future is not the simple imperium of what has not yet happened, it is a future already marked, but not determined by, the past, it is a future that remains and remains to come, avenir, the future of the past that Derrida first explores in his 1964–1965 lectures on Heidegger. This future that overflows toward any sort of ontological determination, and the entire field of history does not counterbalance or escape from the polemical and heterogeneous field of historicity. 196 It is rather its possibility. What I would describe as Derrida's philosophy of history insists not only on a future tense but also resists the implicit historicism of the self-contemporary. Derrida's Circumvision, published in March 1991, was produced as part of an extended work on Derrida by Geoffrey Bennington, Derridabus, for Seuil's Les Contemporains series, and Derrida's contribution can be seen as a bold, even excessive claim, for treating Derrida himself as a non-contemporary. 197 In Circumvision Derrida treats his own circumcision as the strange turn of the event of nothing, l'événement de rien. 198 An event has taken place, but it is an event that is beyond or short of Derrida's ability to use his memory to register it as an autobiographical memory. It is an event that cannot be colonized as contemporary. 199 The event of nothing registers the possibility of the place for taking place, both in the sense of what takes place as an event and unavoidable displacement of the place as the site, ground, or source for the fixed, programmatic point of departure for a historicism, an ahistoricism, as well as for a historicity of ideal objectivities, Husserl, and a history of being, Heidegger. The historical event and the event of nothing are entangled at any point of departure with an event that takes place beyond or just short of these assured points of departure. Again, this does not describe some kind of neat, theoretical impossibility for traditional historiography. It describes the difficulties in taking seriously the legacy of a philosophy of history. In monolingualism of the other, Derrida's places of transcendence in and beyond the history of Western philosophy include Plato's Kura. In a 1987 article in honor of the classical historian Jean-Pierre Vernant, 1914–2007, Derrida suggests that the use of Kura in Plato's Timaeus, traditionally defined in classical Greek thought as a receptacle or space, describes an immense history of interpretations and reappropriations as part of the ongoing attempt to fill this receptacle, place, or space. 200 This immense history also gives rise to an inevitable tropology and anachronism. 201 For Derrida, this history reiterates that Kura gives a place, lieu, to traditional metaphysical oppositions such as the sensible and the intelligible, without itself being subject to the law of the very thing which it situates. 202 Most of all, this history of Kura goes beyond or falls short of, port au-delà ou deca, the opposition between the metaphor and the literal sense that informs the relation between myth and logos in Plato's work. 203 Derrida argues that Kura has nothing as its own, de n'avoir rien en propre, and this can be compared to his later treatment of the event of nothing, l'événement de rien, in his own quasi-confessional history of his childhood in Algeria. 204 We will come back to this evocation of an X that has almost nothing of the proper or of property as propriety in chapter 3. What is significant here is Derrida's link in the 1980s and early 1990s between a quasi-transcendental nothing and different kinds of history. One can describe this as the ongoing attempt to write a different kind of history. From his early work on Husserl and Heidegger in the 1960s, Derrida had been interested in a difference that in fact distinguishes nothing rien and is yet a difference that, without altering anything, changes everything, change to les signes, and in which alone is held the possibility of a transcendental question. 205 If it is treated as a quasi-transcendental, the nothing that makes all the difference cannot support either a pure presence or a pure absence. It may be the possibility of many transcendences, idealities, and phenomenologies, but it is also their risk and their ruin. A history of the same that relies on the difference of the nothing, le rien, must always risk a loss of displacement in registering itself as itself. 206. From his earliest work on Husserl in 1950s, Derrida was already attentive to the traditional metaphysical claim for what he then called the non-dialectical origin of the dialectic. 207 In the name of the history of philosophy, from Plato to Hegel and beyond, there is the attempt to secure an arc, to secure the telos of the event, its history, and its narratives. Derrida has something quite different in mind with Kura. To avoid the historicist claim that everything is always and already in history, one needs an event that is at once beyond and just short of the arc as its own historical determination. As Derrida asks, is a prescribed, programmed, reproductive, reflexive history still a history? 208. Once again, it is important when examining this nothing that makes all the difference as a quasi-transcendental that we do not idealize negation as some kind of pure absence. As Derrida observes in an interview from April 28, 1990, I am skeptical about discourses of absence and negativity. 209 If Kura is treated as a receptacle that gives place to all the stories touts les histoires, it is apparent that Kura herself, so to speak, does not become the object of any tale recit, whether true or fabled. 210 There is no narrative for the Kura itself as the place or space that generates so many stories and histories. This limit is also apparent when it comes to history. It eludes all anthropotheological schemes, all history, all revelation, and all truth. Pre-originary, before avant and outside of all generation, she no longer even has the meaning of a past, of a present that is past. Before signifies no temporal anteriority. 211 For Derrida, Kura is more akin to an interval or spacing that registers what cannot be described as simply in history without taking on the traditional place of an idealized ahistorical point of origin or vantage point. 212 At the same time, this quasi-transcendence is taken as the possibility of the historical event. It is the possibility of the historical event that makes history. This evocation of a quasi-transcendental or hyperbolical gesture that has no narrative and no history at the heart of the historiographical project can be a profound impasse for the historian. At the same time, it raises a difficult question about the possibility of what makes history. How does an event, perhaps even a first event, appear in history? How would such an event appear outside of history? Is history always already there? Or is history constituted by its events and its narratives? Is there a tradition that determines certain events to be in history or outside of history? These types of question inform Derrida's earliest writings on the problem of history. They also suggest that Derrida was keenly aware that most historical writings have a philosophical agenda that allows them to sidestep these questions. Chapter 2. History and Historicity. This is where another thinking of historicity calls us beyond the metaphysical concept of history. Spectres of Marx 1. Historicity and non-historicity. One can only praise the patience and care of Thomas Dutoit, Marguerite Derrida, and Geoffrey Bennington for deciphering the handwritten lectures that Derrida delivered at the École Normale Supérieure in late 1964 and early 1965. The publication in 2013 of Heidegger, The Question of Being and History, gives us an extended examination of the problem of history in Derrida's work prior to of grammatology. As we have seen, before the Heidegger lectures, Derrida's earliest work had already shown a critical preoccupation with the uneasy relation between philosophy and history, especially with Husserl's treatment of the differing demands of the structural and the genetic, or the developmental, and the necessary transcendence in phenomenology of empirical, relativistic historicism. The 1964 to 1965 lectures provide an insight into Derrida's detailed response to Heidegger's treatment of history and historicity in Being and Time as Derrida began to formulate his well-known critique of speech and writing. Despite its opening dismissal of the classical categories of history, Derrida would later insist that his most celebrated work, Of Grammatology, 1967, was a history book through and through. 3. Derrida argues in Of Grammatology that neither speech nor nature can be taken as an ahistorical essence, to register itself as natural. Each must be supplemented by the cultural, the conventional, and the historical. At the same time, this supplement cannot be taken as a historical determination. As Derrida reiterates, deconstruction challenges both the natural and the conventional. For example, questioning the assumption of the organic, it would also question the assertion of the contractual. 4. Derrida's history book evokes fluid terms such as la trace and difference to account for a new history of metaphysical concepts that cannot be reduced to a customary historicism. As we have seen, at the outset of Grammatology, Derrida insists that his project will avoid a simple historical relativism, but he also adds a striking list of problems that he will address in relation to history, a kind of writing that must dissimulate its own history as it produces itself, the history of truth as the debasement of writing, the historical origin and structural possibility of philosophy, and the concept of history itself. 5. The question of the history of writing, of its origin and use in any history of writing, and the apparent resolution of this question by modern linguistics puts in question the metaphysical determination both of writing, as a history, and of history, as a writing. 6. In the midst of discussion in Of Grammatology of Heidegger and the introduction of the term difference, Derrida also challenges the treatment of being as a trans-epochal signified and argues that his own question, which must engage with the status and history of writing, can provisionally be called historial, historiale. 7. As he explains in his 1964 to 1965 lectures, historiale is a problematic French translation for Heidegger's use of geschichtlich, historical, and Geschichte, history, which he opposes to history as the science of history or historiography. 8. The 1964 to 1965 lectures show us that before the publication of Grammatology, Derrida was already grappling with the problem of the distinction between history itself and historiography. In his subsequent work, which responded in part to the common charge of an ahistorical underpinning, Derrida took pains to emphasize that whatever has been historically instituted, founded, or constructed can be deconstructed because neither their origin nor their solidity is natural. 9. Once the dust settles over Derrida's use of the term text in Of Grammatology to describe a differentiated framework that exceeds both the claims of linguistics for a pure science of language and the metaphysical motifs that still dominate the treatment of speech and writing in philosophy, we may come to see that history was the great problem that dominated Derrida's philosophical thinking. As Edward Bering justly observes, deconstruction would not have appeared quite so threatening to historians if it did not in some way address central problems of historical understanding. 10. Derrida's recollections of the contexts for the 1964 to 1965 lectures suggest that history was as much a political as a philosophical problem in this period. Derrida had been invited by Louis Althusser, 1918 to 1990, to return to the École Normale Supérieure in 1964, where he had studied as a student from 1952 to 1956, at the very moment when Althusser was beginning his influential seminar on Karl Marx, 1818 to 1883, that would give rise to reading capital, 1965. In his seminar, Althusser explored the relation between Marxism and structuralism and argued that Marxism should not be reduced to an empirical historicism. 11. Althusser insisted that properly understood, Marxism is an anti-historicism and should be distinguished from the historicist interpretations of dialectical materialism by figures such as Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937. 12. As Derrida recalled in a 1989 interview with Michael Sprinker, 1950–1999, he was not persuaded by Althusser's treatment of history. Many questions seem to me to have been passed over, he remarks, notably those about the historicity of history, el historicite de l'histoire, or the concept of history. 13. Some 29 years after the Heidegger seminar, Derrida suggested in Spectres of Marx, 1993, that his own critical reading of Marxism rested on its problematic relation to ontology and metaphysics and its claim for a dialectical and historical materialism. 14. As we saw in Chapter 1, these critical questions about history had been prompted by Derrida's earlier analysis of the conditions of possibility for a history of ideal objectivity in Husserlian phenomenology. 15. Husserl had argued in The Origin of Geometry, 1936, that all merely factual history remains incomprehensible because, always merely drawing its conclusions naively and straightforwardly from facts, it never makes thematic the general ground of meaning upon which all such conclusions rest, and has never investigated the immense structural a priori which is proper to it. 16. The phenomenological problem of charting the historical development of a necessarily ahistorical objectivity in science and language had led Derrida in the early 1960s to a more preliminary question about the historicity of history. 17. Starting his first seminar at the Ends on History raised a political difficulty for Derrida, in part because, though he was not a member of the French Communist Party, he did not want his work to be taken for crude and self-serving criticisms connected with the right or left. 18. As is more widely appreciated today, Derrida's relation to politics, and specifically to Marxism, was always shaped by the febrile atmosphere of Paris. 19. In the 1964–1965 lectures, Derrida is clear in his critique of Marxism: it has so far failed to radicalize the thinking of history. 20. Derrida's other difficulty was his decision to devote his entire seminar to Heidegger. As Dominique Janicod, 1937–2002, has noted in his wide-ranging Heidegger in France, 2001, while there were occasional sharp debates about Heidegger's politics in France from the 1940s, it was only in the 1980s that these led to persistent and widespread discussion. 21. Derrida would remark in 1968 that his own reading of Heidegger was intent on avoiding the common extremes in France of reverent discipleship or outright condemnation. 22. As we shall see, on two occasions in the 1964–1965 lectures, Derrida addresses Heidegger's association with National Socialism. There is a 50-year gap between Derrida's 1964 lectures and the publication of Heidegger's Black Notebooks in 2014. Heidegger's ponderings, Überlegungen, comprise his private diaries kept in a series of small black notebooks, notably from 1931 to 1941. 23. Derrida, of course, did not have access to this material. However, as Jean-Luc Nancy, 1940, suggests in The Banality of Heidegger, 2015, his convincing analysis of the Black Notebooks, there is an aspect of Heidegger's notebooks that relates directly to Derrida's treatment of historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, in Being and Time. 24. As Nancy points out, in his diaries from the late 1930s, Heidegger unequivocally links the deconstruction, of metaphysical ontology to the destruction, Zerstörung, of those who appear to be destroying the world and history. 25. For Heidegger, Nancy argues, there must be a destruction of the absence of historicity, Geschichtslosigkeit, and this absence is emphatically associated with the Jewish people, a people who are described as having no soil, no history. 26. Given the relentless uncovering in the last 30 years of Heidegger's relation to National Socialism and anti-Semitism or anti-Judaism, the more we learn about Heidegger the more we see that Emanuel Levinas was right. 27 As Levinas observed in 1963 at a conference organized by Vladimir Jankelevich, 1903–1985, on Jewish consciousness, history, and forgiveness, one can forgive many Germans, but there are some Germans it is difficult to forgive. It is difficult to forgive Heidegger. 28 As Derrida himself remarked in 1988 at a conference in Heidelberg on Heidegger and politics, in the wake of Heidegger's terrible silence on the show, there is the necessity of reading Heidegger as he did not read himself. 29. As Nancy aptly observes, the immense influence of Heidegger on 20th-century philosophy rests on his emphatic dismissal of the self as the central axis of the philosophical project. His displacement of the classical substantive, ousia, in being and time opens a new relation to the event, of what is to come, to happen, and to the subject as that which is sent off or sent out, from, with, and towards the other. 30 After his first substantial essay on Heidegger, ousia, and Graham, 1968, Derrida's extended critique of Heidegger would focus on the radical possibilities of the subject as a sending out or sending off, Schicken, envoy, being foreclosed by Heidegger's persistent emphasis on a destiny, Geschick, with a destination. 31 In a series of publications from the early 1980s until his death in 2004, Derrida explored a range of sexual, racial, political, anthropological, and historical determinations in Heidegger's thought that limited, undermined and darkened the bright promises of being and time. 32. What makes Derrida's 1964–1965 lectures dramatically different from a reading of Heidegger after the publication of the Black Notebooks is the possibility of an ethics and politics based on Heidegger's treatment of historicity and non-historicity in being and time. Derrida devotes the end of his fourth lecture to emphasizing a critical difference between Hegel and Heidegger. In being and time the authentic and inauthentic are both modes of Geschicklichkeit. 33 The absence of historical consciousness, Derrida argues, should therefore be understood as a deficient mode of historicity rather than a mode of non-historicity. 34 As Heidegger remarks in 76, it is not the case that unhistoriological eras unhistorisk as such are unhistorical ungeschichtlich also. 35 It is Hegel, not Heidegger, Derrida observes, who insists on non-historicity as Geschichtslosigkeit. 36 It is Hegel, not Heidegger, who argues that a people that does not have the politics of its historical science, such a people has no history, is not geschichtlich historical. 37 This is the Heideggerian difference, as Derrida calls it. 38 As Derrida points out, like Hegel before him, Husserl also used his definition of historicity to identify those people said to be without history. 39 Husserl claimed that non-European cultures only demonstrate an empirical historicity, which can be taken as non-historicity, Geschichtslosigkeit. 40 In his introduction to The Origin of Geometry, 1962, Derrida had asked how it was possible for Husserl to reconcile the affirmation according to which historicity is an essential structure of the horizon for all humanity, as well as for every community, and the allusion to the non-historicity, Geschichtslosigkeit, of certain archaic societies. 41 In contrast, as Derrida observes in the 1964–1965 lectures, the refusal to construct a notion of historicity that requires the declaration and imposition of non-historicity shows how Heidegger breaks with this Hegelian Husserlian metaphysics of history, this spiritualist metaphysics, this metaphysics of Geist. 42. As we now know, Derrida came to see that the Heideggerian difference was, after all, not that difference starting with the evocation of spirit, Geist, itself. 43 Derrida's later work shows a wider interest in the idiomatic difference between Geschichtlichkeit and Geschichtslosigkeit. In a 1983 article he suggests that while Heidegger proclaims the neutrality and asexuality, Geschlechtslosigkeit, of Dasein in an effort to avoid an anthropocentrism, this gesture can be taken as a wider critique of sexual difference as a limited sexual duality. 44 Derrida had already noted in Glass, 1974, Hegel's insistence that the brother-sister relation is uniquely asexual, Geschlechtloses, as part of a series of concepts that Hegel evokes to safeguard pure or absolute differences against the perpetual and progressive differentiations of the Aufhebung, a negating, conserving, and progressively uplifting movement in the history of spirit, where the transition from consciousness to self-consciousness and reason mirrors the progression of human history. 45 For Hegel, the movement of carrying forward the form of its spirit's self-knowledge is the labor which it accomplishes as actual history Wirklichkeitsgeschichte. 46. Indeed, Derrida's interest in the proximity of Heidegger and Hegel is one of the most striking features of the 1964 to 1965 lectures. It is to be expected that the question of history would require some reflections on Hegel and his influential use of history in the service of philosophy. As Raymond Aron, 1905 to 1983, aptly commented in 1935, the traditional philosophy of history culminates in the system of Hegel. The modern philosophy of history begins with the refusal of Hegelianism. 47 Derrida will write in Of Grammatology that the Hegelian Aufhebung is the concept of history and of teleology. 48 As François Daster, 1942, has noted, it was also most likely Hegel who coined the neologism Geschichtlichkeit that Dilthey and Count Paul Jurk von Wartenberg, 1835–1897, handed on to Heidegger. 49 Nonetheless, the privileged place of Hegel in a series of lectures on being and time is remarkable. At the outset, Derrida contrasts Heidegger's destruction of the history of ontology with Hegel's insistence that historicity only begins with the end of history or an absolute refutation of the past. 50 At the same time, he speaks of troubling resemblances between Heidegger and Hegel. 51 In the first lecture Derrida also argues, not entirely persuasively, that Heidegger avoids the Hegelian trap of declaring himself the last philosopher in the history of philosophy by adding no other proposition once the destruction of the history of ontology has taken place. 52 By contrast, in the second lecture Derrida questions Heidegger's emphatic rejection at the start of Being and Time of telling stories, Raconter de Histoire, and describes Hegel as one of the greatest novelists of philosophy. 53 Though Derrida goes on to explain Heidegger's critique of Les Romans de Descartes, the assumption of a self-conscious subject and its narratives as the locus of philosophy, there is already the sense of an equivocal account of Hegel when placed in relation to Heidegger. 54. The fourth lecture, as we have seen, draws the clear distinction between a historicity that does not require an attendant designation of non-historicity, Heidegger, and one that clearly does, Hegel. Yet even here Derrida's language shows that he is always conscious of the proximity of Heidegger and Hegel. 55 This is partly methodological, as he will not want to claim an absolute difference between the philosophers in the name of a more nuanced concept of difference. However, this resemblance is apparent even when Derrida reiterates that they can never be confused, since Heidegger removes consciousness, self-consciousness, and experience from its central place in the philosophical tradition. 56. Though Derrida will again insist in the sixth lecture that the absence of any experience of consciousness in being and time marks a decisive difference between the two philosophers, we are left with a pervasive intimation of Hegelian gestures in the proper field of an analytic of the historicity of Dasein. 57 The constant return to Heidegger's dialogue with Hegel allows Derrida to start to think of the unequivocal in Heidegger. 58 9 years later, Derrida will start his 1973 to 1974 seminar on Kant and art by returning to the relation between Hegel and Heidegger. 59 Derrida asks whether Heidegger's non-identical repetition of Hegel's lectures on art runs the risk of only repeating Hegel more profoundly. 60 Although Hegel and Heidegger are very different in their aim, their procedure, and their style, he adds, their writings on art still share a common interest. 61 From the 1980s to his final seminar, this common interest becomes more apparent, as Derrida focuses on Heidegger's argument in his 1929 to 1930 seminar that while the stone has no world, Weltlos, and the animal is deprived of the world, Welterm, man undertakes a world-forming, Weltbild and domination, Walton. 62. While Derrida reinforces the Heideggerian difference when it comes to the Hegelian opposition of historicity and non-historicity, he is acutely aware of Heidegger's politics. 63. In the 8th lecture, he observes that when Heidegger links Geschick, destiny, to his discussion of Schicksal, fate, and Entschlossenheit, resolute decision, in 74 of being and time, he also expands the discussion of being with, Mitsein, to the community, der Gemeinschaft, and the people, de Volks. 64. As Derrida explains, and so the historical destiny, historicity, is essentially and originally communitarian. And it is against the structural background of this originary community and this originary historicity that a history can be determined ontically, as by struggle, recognition, and so forth. Entschlossenheit, not heroic individuals but communitarian resolution, support of Nazism, cohesion o Nazisme. 65. This can be seen as an early articulation of Derrida's critical treatment of a politics based on community. 66. The other reference in the lectures to National Socialism is more complex because it is part of Derrida's examination of the relation between language, history, and the ontico-ontological difference in Heidegger's thought. It is prompted by Heidegger's insistence in the Letter on Humanism, 1946, that language itself, die Sprache selbst, registers the essential nearness, Nahe, and house of being, Haus des Sens. 67. Derrida suggests that Heidegger's later work has more obvious political problems, which can be seen in their style and tone. In this case, there appears what yet again resembles a pure and simple metaphor in the expressionist romantico-Nazi style. 68. A non-Heideggerian language is needed to discuss such works. 69. However, Derrida follows his critique of this passage in the Letter on Humanism with a long parenthetical comment: there appears what yet again resembles a pure and simple metaphor in the expressionist romantico-Nazi style, which is perhaps without a doubt even also romantico-Nazi, but the problem, our problem, is that of knowing if it is only a metaphor and if its romantico-Nazi style exhausts it, and if, allowing oneself to be fascinated by this style, one is not missing, through another, philological violence, the essential point. 70. What is the essential point? It is likely that Heidegger's critique of thinking language through the essence of man humanism itself reflects a romantico-Nazi thinking. This political analysis is then complicated because of the question of metaphor. 71. Derrida had been interested in the problem of metaphor in Heidegger's Thought in Violence and Metaphysics, his long 1964 essay on Levinas. For Heidegger, he had observed, being is nothing outside the existent and it is therefore impossible to avoid the ontic metaphor in order to articulate being in language. 72. In the lectures, Derrida explores the possibilities and the limits of the ontic metaphor. Heidegger encourages a new critical level of thinking about metaphors, and the best example of this is the analysis in Being and Time of the near, nah, and far, fern. What is near for being, ontic, is far for being, ontological. 73. This should allow Heidegger to disrupt the powerful metaphysical metaphor of proximity and its support for self-identity and the I am as the self-evident affirmation of the presence of the present. 74. The method suggested by the ontico-ontological difference enables us to highlight and destroy these persistent metaphors in the philosophical tradition. 75. This gives a context for Derrida's problem when it comes to Heidegger's insistence 20 years later in 1946 that language simply registers the proximity of being. 76. As he remarks in Of Grammatology, deconstruction challenges proximity as the basis for the full continuity of speech. 77. At the same time, Derrida reinforces the extraordinary challenge raised by Heidegger's insight into the relation between metaphor, language, and history. In Violence and Metaphysics, he had wagered that if there is no history, except through language, and if language, except when it names being itself or nothing, almost never, is elementally metaphorical, one can then understand Jorge Luis Borges, 1899–1986, when he suggests, it may be that universal history is the history of the different intonations given a handful of metaphors. 78 Derrida returns to Borges in his 8th lecture and offers a striking elaboration. There is a discourse of thought that grasps one will only ever destroy metaphors with the help of other metaphors. 79 This is what Derrida himself undertakes in his critique of Levinas, a rubbing together and wearing out of metaphors at work in philosophy, such as finite and infinite, internal and external, same and other, and so forth. 80. Importantly, Derrida also suggests in the lectures that there can be a different manner of dealing with metaphor from merely substituting one metaphor for another without knowing it. 81 This difference is precisely the kind of metaphor that is found in the universal history that Borges identifies. 82 One can contrast this perpetual history of metaphors to a thinking that knows what it is doing when it comes to destroying metaphor. 83 The key difference is the level of awareness that one has when dealing with metaphor as a problem of language and history. For Derrida, Heidegger prompts a thinking metaphor in metaphorizing it as such, thinking the essence of metaphor. 84 Derrida implies in the last pages of his lectures that this heightened awareness of metaphor leads to the wider question of thinking being and historicity, as described in Being and Time, as still inherently metaphorical. 85 This is a problem of Heidegger's understanding of language that Derrida will address in Of Grammatology. 86. In his discussion of Heidegger's Romantico-Nazi style, Derrida registers both the magnitude of Heidegger's philosophical insight into metaphor and his profound political failures. Derrida's approach to Heidegger here can be compared to that of his 1965 essay on Antonin Artaud, 1896–1948, La Parole Soufflée. Reading Artaud at the limit, sur la limite, Derrida charts both Artaud's adherence to the metaphysical tradition and the points where he exceeds this tradition. 87 Significantly, Derrida relates the style of reading to an interpretation of Heidegger and the problem of history. Heidegger's destruction of the history of ontology should not be taken as a simple surpassing of this history. 88 The challenge is to recognize a historicity that is neither within nor outside this history. 89. To difference, repetition, and historicity. In Being and Time, Heidegger attempts to establish a new understanding of history that is no longer tied to the metaphysical subject, or the primacy of presence, and that lends itself to a science of history only by first recognizing its possibility in the existential analytic of Dasein. 90 This is the heady promise of historicity, Geschichtlichkeit. 91 As we have seen, to support an account of history that displaces the metaphysical subject as present at hand, vorhanden, without returning to a self-evident historicism, Heidegger draws an emphatic distinction between historical events, Geschehen, history itself, Geschichte, and the science of history or historiography, Histoire. 92 We will return to this distinction in chapters 8 and 9. On the basis of his analysis of temporality, which we will come to in a moment, Heidegger describes the historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, of Dasein as a handing down to oneself, sich überliefern, in which history is no longer tied to the subject as the conduit for what is merely present at hand. 93 The challenge here is to dismantle the prevailing view that in a temporal and historical account of a lifespan from birth to death the self maintains halt itself throughout with a certain self-sameness Selbigkeit. 94 Rather than the conventional sense of the self as a discrete object that is found in time and registered in the present or actual moment, Heidegger uses the existential analytic of Dasein to overturn the traditional domains of the internal and external in relation to history. 95 The historicity of Dasein is therefore found in Dasein itself. 96. As a historicity of Dasein, the history of the lifespan cannot be registered as a discrete series of points or actualities, Wirklichkeit, that are present at hand. A historical account of the lifespan cannot treat birth as the past and death as the future. The connectedness, Zusammenhang, of a lifespan is therefore registered by Dasein finding itself between, zwischen, birth and death and stretching itself along, Sicherstreckens. 97 For Heidegger, this finding between and stretching along indicates the first historical gesture, das Geschehen des Daseins, the occurrence of Dasein. 98. The historical event therefore leads directly to the question of Dasein's connectedness. 99. Prompted by being stretched along, Erstreckten, the question of Dasein's connectedness to the span of life lays bare, Freilegung, the structure of the historical event, der Geschichte for Dasein and indicates its possibility within the wider context of being. 100. For Heidegger, historicity describes Dasein in relation to the meaning of the question of being. In my own view, Heidegger's problematic insistence on an absolute distinction between history itself and the science of history, the limitation of the relation between temporality and historicity to the lifespan and the reduction of history to a historicity of and for Dasein, all gesture to the larger problem of the assumption of being a whole, ganz Sens, the summation of the first 4 chapters of Being and Time as a structure for starting to address the problem of history. As Heidegger clearly states, the relation between temporality and historicity is founded on the whole of Dasein, as regards its authentically being a whole Eigentlichen ganz Sens. 101. One could almost say that ganz Sens acts as a kind of Hegelian Aufhebung when it comes to time and history in Being and Time, joining them together and raising them up by pushing them apart into a new formation. Nonetheless, the enigma, das Rätsel, of the past in Being and Time is also partly resolved by Heidegger's remarkable account of temporality being described as an ecstatical unity in which time temporalizes itself as a future which makes itself present in the process of having been, zeigt sich als Joas and Gegenwärtigen Zukunft. 102. Time should no longer be seen as a linear and spatial succession of past, present and future mirroring what is behind, here, and in front. As Heidegger observes, the future is not later than having been, and having been is not earlier than the present. 103. To put it in stark terms, Heidegger's account of time is more profound and more radical than his treatment of a historicity that escapes anthropology, historicism, and historiography. As Paul Ricoeur rightly argues, in Being and Time Heidegger uses temporality to try to resolve the problem of the relation between history and historiography. 104. As one might expect, it is the injunction in Being and Time to think of a temporality and historicity beyond the assumptions of presence, as the principal form of consciousness, the guiding relation to objects in the world and the measure of time, that prompts Derrida in his lectures to emphasize his own terminology, notably difference, text, trace, and repetition. Thanks to the 1964 to 1965 lectures, we can now treat these terms as part of Derrida's early engagement with the problem of history. One of the most original aspects of Being and Time is that it begins with metaphysics, with the inauthentic as a necessity, the authentic first is not first. 105. For Derrida, this approach is indicative of an originary difference in the ontontological difference that cannot be reduced to a simple and initial or final unity. 106. This leads Derrida to argue in his final lecture on March 29, 1965 that there must be an irreducible multiplicity of historicities. 107. According to Derrida, this multiplicity is possible because Heidegger may speak at some length about the historicity of Dasein but has comparatively little to say about authentic historicity. 108. Derrida takes this relative absence of authentic, eigentlich, historicity as an affirmation that there is no historicity in the proper sense in Being and Time. 109. As we shall see in Chapter 3, this is a critical gesture in Derrida's later formulation of what he calls exappropriation, and I would describe it as the starting point for his own philosophy of history. While Heidegger argues that the historicity of Dasein must precede the history of being, for Derrida the proper sense of the authentic historicity is also to use a phrase that we now understand more readily: sine die, adjourned, deferred. 110. One can see this as difference in the making. A deconstructive history cannot begin with the unique and assured origin of an authentic historicity, no matter what claims it makes to an exclusive and radical alterity. This is the level of critique that is lacking in the Marxist treatment of history. A good example of the implications of thinking of history from a more radical notion of difference is Derrida's analysis of not beginning with the assumption of proximity. Derrida explains that in relation to being, The there or de of de sen of being there is neither near, proche, nor far, lointain. 111 As a movement between the near and the far that cannot be described as either an initial proximity or distancing, the de of Dasein resists a simple spatial or anthropological designation. 112 Derrida links this oscillation to a historicity and difference that makes the ontico-ontological difference possible and exceeds it. The pre-ontological announces a difference as the unity of the near and the far that cannot be contained by a metaphysical concept of contradiction. 113 For Derrida, the contradictions are historicity, that is, the impossibility of a pure point of departure in the absolute proximity of the ontic or the ontological. 114. The definition of historicity as the impossibility of a pure point of departure in the absolute proximity of the ontic-ontological difference may seem a rather formal philosophical gesture. What makes Derrida's engagement with the problem of history in the 1964 to 1965 lectures so compelling is how he goes on to associate this historicity with text, trace and, most significantly, repetition. Derrida makes the striking case in the fourth lecture for describing de sen. He retains the hyphen, as text, by which he means a synthetic multiplicity that holds to itself, retaining itself se retenant el meme, which precedes the metaphysical soul-body, logos text opposition. 115 This dynamic retention registers the necessary relation to memory and the gathering of past meaning. 116 This passage helps us to understand the breadth of Derrida's understanding of the term text before of grammatology. Derrida then turns to the relation between text and the trace. The trace registers text and can be treated as a necessary retention of the start of any spoken utterance as it reaches its end. 117 While this echoes the well-known treatment of speech and writing in of grammatology, it also highlights problems that Derrida first gestures to in violence and metaphysics. As he notes in the sixth lecture, Levinas argued that the trace withdraws from phenomenality and presence and registers an absolute past. 118 However, Levinas also insists that this absolute past is non-history because the other as infinitely other exceeds the history of the same and history as totality. 119 This rejection of history leaves Derrida with the problem of the trace as an ahistorical absolute past and the evocation of a non-historicity in the name of a radical alterity. Derrida will reaffirm in of grammatology that the trace must be understood as an absolute past to avoid being taken as a modification of the present. 120 But he will also add that the strange movement of the trace differs from the proper sense of the absolute past. 121 He returns to this problem in 1968 and argues that difference has its history and the trace of the absolute past can be no more ahistorical than historicist. 122. One of the great contributions of the 1964 to 1965 lectures to Derrida studies is that it foregrounds the importance of Heidegger's treatment of repetition, Wiederholung, as a problem of history. 123 In his final lecture, Derrida goes so far as to claim that repetition is doubtless the only concept that is truly original and proper to a thematic of historicity in Senuendi Zeit. 124 It may not be readily apparent that Derrida resolves the problem in of grammatology of the relation between the trace and history, and his treatment of repetition in the lectures can offer some help with this. He argues in a highly condensed passage in of grammatology that la trace marks the relationship with the other, and that when the other announces itself as such registering the consequent problem of attributing an essence to what precedes and resists a self-presentation, it also accounts for all history, tout l'histoire. 125 But the history that Derrida has in mind here is only history as such, only the long history shaped by metaphysics in which the other as other has been defined as non-living up to consciousness, passing through all levels of animal organization. 126 Thanks to the lectures, we can now see that Derrida had already addressed Heidegger's notion of repetition as an auto-tradition or as the registering of a historical past that is determined neither by its relation to objects nor to the subject, which suggests the possibility of a history that does not require the exclusion and colonization of the other as other. According to Derrida, In Being and Time, repetition operates as a means of destroying the history of ontology because it avoids the classical metaphysical gesture of beginning again from zero in the ahistorical style of Descartes. 127 Repetition can therefore be seen as deepening the enigma of temporality and historicity. 128 Derrida had already noted how Husserl used repetition to secure trans-historical objective idealities such as geometry. 129 In the lectures, he states clearly that in Husserlian phenomenology the form of historicity is not historical, and therefore the condition of historicity is a certain ahistoricity of historicity, a certain intemporality of time. 130 Derrida is keenly aware of the impasse of relying on an ahistorical framework to establish a radical historicity. In contrast, Heidegger's hermeneutical phenomenology treats repetition as a facet of temporality rather than the means of trans-temporal ideality. As Gerhard Richter observes, for Heidegger Wiederholung does not refer to a renewed processing of some sameness or self-sameness, but rather points to a thinking retrieving experience of an as yet undepleted sense of possibility. 131 Ricoeur argues that repetition in Being and Time opens the past again to the future and therefore registers the possibility of historiography. 132 Before singling out repetition, Derrida had accorded a similar status to Heidegger's treatment of the concept of inheritance and tradition or transmission. 133 He suggests that the relation between repetition, heritage, and tradition in Being and Time indicates the possibility of a historical transmission that does not rely on the ahistorical vantage points of Hegelian self-consciousness or Husserlian consciousness. 134 Derrida would later say that deconstruction is historical because it is concerned with what leaves traces or legacies beyond the living present of its life. 135 The critical point is that Heidegger's transmission through repetition is an auto-tradition. 136 This auto-tradition should not be confused with Derrida's later account in Voice and Phenomenon, 1967, of a pure auto-affection such as hearing oneself speak. 137 As Derrida explains in the lectures, in Being and Time heritage, Erbe, and tradition or transmission, Überlieferung, provide a structure for handing down to oneself, Sich-Überlieferung. 138 Handing down to oneself can be described as the self-tradition of an auto-transmission. 139 It is not a self-constituted tradition, as one would find in Husserl's transcendental phenomenology. 140 Handing down to oneself is constituted by an auto-transmission, which arises from Heidegger's treatment of temporality. As we have seen, the enigma of the past is placed in relation to a time that temporalizes itself as a future which makes itself present in the process of having been. 141 For Derrida, the auto-transmission that constitutes handing down to oneself is an originary historical synthesis of the ecstatical unities of temporality. 142 Heidegger's notion of auto-tradition registers the compelling link between repetition, temporality, and historicity without founding this relation on the consciousness or constituting powers of the subject or a determining empirical context. For Derrida, the challenge set by Heidegger is to think of a historicity that recognizes the past of a future. 143 Auto-tradition indicates the repetition of the past that opens the possibility of the future of the past. The past is not only behind us, it is also coming towards us. 144 One can see this in the 1964 to 1965 lectures in Derrida's interest in the links between avenir and Geschichten, between what is to come and what happens. 145 As he explains in a 1989 interview, without a simple origin, repetition, or the iterability of the trace describes the immediacy of both a necessary unity and an unavoidable alteration. 146 As the condition of historicity, repetition at once adheres to and exceeds the unity of a context. 147 However, the ongoing complexity and difficulty of the Heideggerian legacy for Derrida in addressing the enigma of the past is still apparent in a few concise pages from the 1971 interview collected in Positions, 1972. The problem of history for Derrida is still situated in this period in the political context of French Marxism and Althusser's treatment of history. Derrida argues that the assertion of pluralist and heterogeneous histories, a position he associates with Althusser, inevitably raises the question of the historicity of history. 148. This question leads to the problem of the essence of history, which traditionally culminates in an ontological grounding of historicity. A metaphysical impasse can be avoided if one asks the question of the history of essence. 149. For Heidegger, one should then turn to the question of the history of the meaning of being. 150. However, Derrida implies that the sequence for addressing the problem of historicity, going from essence to the history of essence to the meaning of being, also demonstrates the risk of metaphysical reappropriation. 151. We will come back to the question of reappropriation in Chapter 3. Some 6 years after the lectures, the debt to Heidegger is still evident. But Derrida makes it clear that Heidegger's innovative link between temporality and historicity must be rethought from the vantage point of repetition and difference. For Derrida, it is the question of a history that also implies a new logic of repetition and the trace, for it is difficult to see how there could be history without it. 152. This new logic should explain the enigma of the past, the possibility of the future of the past, and a historicity that is not determined by the classical subject-object relation or the epochs of being. 153. 3. The epochs of historicity. In Essential History, 2005, Joshua Cates notes that Derrida still relies on Husserlian frameworks at various strategic moments in of grammatology, even if he challenges the grounds and aims of phenomenology. 154. As Derrida himself remarked in 1999, he has always remained faithful to the phenomenological reduction, Husserl's method for suspending the natural attitude to the subject, objects and the world. 155. However, one can see how the 1964 to 1965 lectures alter our understanding of Derrida's treatment of history leading up to of grammatology, as Cates struggles to give an account of what he sees as an explicit move away from Husserl and towards Heidegger in this period. 156. Cates's conclusion that Derrida defends history in Violence and Metaphysics in 1964 and abandons it 3 years later in Of Grammatology is overstated but understandable. 157. A striking example of Derrida's increased caution around concepts of history after the Heidegger lectures can be seen in his revisions for the 1967 publication of Violence and Metaphysics. In his 1964 essay, he offers a provisional alternative to Levinas's Ahistorical Ethics in Totality and Infinity, 1961. 158. A philosopher might find him or herself within history, Derrida observes, but only when history is taken as the history of the departures from totality. 159. There is then both finitude and a history that registers the excess over the totality without which no totality would appear as such. 160. In contrast to Levinas's opposition of totality and infinity, this allows us to think of a history that is not infinite, that is the limitation of any phenomenological history and which can still be greater than any finite totality. 161. This elegant argument can be taken as an instance of Derrida outmaneuvering Levinas, but it hardly constitutes a philosophy of history. This is in fact exactly what Derrida does not want to formulate. He is sufficiently concerned that there may be a misunderstanding about this point that he adds 3 sentences and 2 of these in italics at the end of the 1967 version of his essay. 162. Having taken Levinas's pejorative notion of economy as antithetical to the infinitely other, Derrida uses it to offer a limited but practical ethics. Rather than fall prey to the extreme alternatives of an absolute violence or an absolute peace, that can only be secured through an absolute violence, Derrida proposes an economy of violence. 163. By recognizing an originary violence, one cannot avoid violence in relation to the other, but one can at least resist the worst violence. 164. One must recognize that there are irreducible but variable degrees of violence. This is the vigilance taken by a philosophy which takes history, that is, finitude, seriously. 165 However, by 1967 Derrida wants it to be understood that the economy of which we are speaking does not any longer accommodate the concept of history such as it has always functioned. 166 This is not an abandonment of history or the simple affirmation of finitude but rather an indication that by 1967 history has become a pressing and still unresolved problem for Derrida. This becomes apparent when we turn to of grammatology. We can now see that there is one direct reference to the 1964 to 1965 lectures at the start of the second chapter, Linguistics and Grammatology. Derrida offers a succinct summary of the treatment of history in the Heidegger lectures and reaffirms what he sees as Heidegger's refusal to associate a deficient mode of historicity with non-historicity. What is interesting about this passage is that the more obvious debts to and differences from Heidegger have been added for the 1967 revisions to the 1965 article of Grammatology. 167 Derrida writes, historicity itself is tied to the possibility of writing, to the possibility of writing in general, beyond those particular forms of writing in the name of which one has long spoken of peoples without writing and without history. Added in 1967 before being the object of a history of an historical science, writing opens the field of history of historical becoming. And the former, History, one would say in German, presupposes the latter, Geschichte. 168. The difference from the lectures is that Derrida now explicitly argues that historicity itself, el historicite el meme. We will come back to Derrida's later critical response to Heidegger's separation and ordering of the relation between historicity itself and an historical science in chapters 8 and 9 must be thought from writing in general, l'écriture en general. 169 For Derrida, writing in general or archie-writing criticizes the reliance of linguistics in the name of language on traditional and limited models of interiority, speech, and exteriority, writing, and includes both la trace as an inscription that is neither simply a sensible mark nor a nonsensible resonance, and difference as the differing and differing of an original or reconstituted unity in time becoming space and space becoming time. 170 At the end of the 1964 to 1965 lectures, he already appears to mark the limits of Heideggerian historicity, observing that it is a historicity of Dasein that can only be thought as a history of being. 171. This implicit critique of Heidegger's framework for history after being and time helps in part to answer why Derrida all but stops talking about Geschichtlichkeit after 1965. In Of Grammatology, he argues the concept of history itself is found within a logocentric epoch. 172 But he also recognizes a new mutation in the history of writing, in history as writing. 173 He refers to the limitations of the science of history and to the history of metaphysics, but offers no extended discussion of historicity. 174 Indeed, there are hardly any references to historicity in Of Grammatology. 175 It is also remarkable that for a collection of such important papers and essays from 1967 to 1972 that there are only 3 references to historicity in Margins of Philosophy, 1972. 176. This reticence tells us that Derrida does not simply take up Heidegger's terms or their definitions and apply them to his own thought. Derrida turns away from the historicity of being and time, I think in part because it is a historicity of Dasein, founded on and guided by the priority of Dasein in relation to the question of the meaning of being, and in part because it is a historicity predicated on the simple opposition or pure difference between historicity and historiography as the science of history. By 1967 Heidegger's historicity can now be criticized from what amounts to a new method for reading the history of philosophy. 177. As is well known, Derrida opens Of Grammatology with an unequivocal statement about the limits of history. He calls for a reading that should escape, at least in its axis, from the classical categories of history, of the history of ideas, certainly, and the history of literature, but perhaps above all from the history of philosophy. 178 This is not an outright rejection of the history of philosophy, it is rather the declaration of a new way of treating the history of philosophy that avoids the common terminus of historicism and ahistoricism, both of which, Derrida argues in the Heidegger lectures, assume that there is a subject in history. 179. However, this recognition of the limits of history does suggest that part of Derrida's problem with history in this period is the relation between historicity and the history of philosophy. As we have seen, in his 1963 paper on Foucault's History of Madness, Derrida argued that historicity in general would be impossible without the history of philosophy, but this history should be seen in the dialogue or transition between finite, determined historical structures and a hyperbole that exceeds this closed totality. 180. The history of philosophy contributes to historicity in general by registering this transitional difference between history and historicity. 181. In his much celebrated paper Structure, Sign, and Play in the Discourse of the Human Sciences, 1966, Derrida also proposes that it is possible to deconstitute the founding concepts of the entire history of philosophy without falling back into ahistoricism. 182. One can begin this process, he argues, by interpreting the constant reappearance of the non-center in the history of philosophy otherwise than as the loss of the center. 183. The result is a different engagement with the history of philosophy, not an abandonment of this history. Appropriately, Derrida's 1968 essay on Heidegger, Husserl and Graham articulates in more detail this different way of reading the history of philosophy. Derrida argues that Aristotle's account of time does not simply give us time on the basis of ousia as parousia and therefore the seamless metaphysics of vulgar time found, according to Heidegger, in both Aristotle and Hegel. 184. Derrida's critique of Heidegger's summation of metaphysical time implies that the history of metaphysics can be treated as a deferral of and differing from the proper sense of this history. One does not need to read the history of metaphysics in a metaphysical manner. As Derrida remarks in a work from 1980, then there is no longer a metaphysics. 185. In the case of Husserl and Graham, there is a discernible play of submission and subtraction in reading Aristotle and other texts of the history of metaphysics. 186. As Derrida later notes in Positions, avoiding the metaphysical concept of history requires treating the closure of metaphysics not as a circle surrounding a homogeneous field, a field homogeneous with itself on its inside, whose outside then would be homogeneous also. 187. In a 1992 lecture on Heidegger, Derrida argues that being and time can be seen as an event that no longer submits to the metaphysical logic, phenomenology, or ontology, which it nonetheless invokes. 188. In this sense, it is a work that it exceeds its own borders. 189. It is from this vantage point that we can better understand Derrida's sharpened critique of Heidegger after the 1964–1965 lectures as a criticism of Geschichtlichkeit when it is taken as the absolute or pure other of history. Significantly, while the lectures emphasized that Heidegger recognizes the derived as a necessity, in Husserl and Graham Derrida criticizes the metaphysical opposition of the originary and the derived in Heidegger's thought. 190. This suggests that by 1968 Derrida was already questioning how far Heidegger actually avoids the metaphysical opposition between historicity and non-historicity. By the time of Spirit, Heidegger and the Question, 1987, Derrida places Heidegger's historicity firmly within the problem of a privileged relationship to the question itself and to the German language in particular. 191. It is the privilege in Heidegger's thought of the relation to the question of being and to a spirit-like gathering and directing of what is sent and destined, Geschick, that allow humans to be and to have a history. 192. Derrida's work on Heidegger in the late 1960s and early 1970s also suggests a general reassessment of the relation between an innovative but limited historicity and a philosophically conservative, politically regressive ordering and directing of the history of being. 193. As we shall see in Chapter 3, it is in this context that he will turn to Heidegger's late work Time and Being, 1962, and the question of the gift or a giving that precedes time, being, and the history of being. At the same time, the opening and limitations of the Geschichtlichkeit of Dasein in being and time is itself one of the casualties of Heidegger's subsequent concentration in his work on the history of being and the epicality of being. 194. In the 1964 to 1965 lectures, by contrast, Derrida implied that Heidegger has managed to claim an innovative notion of the epoch that is neither tied to history, as with Dilthey, or independent of history, as with Husserl. 195 Historicity would then not be enclosed in one epoch. 196 Heidegger is able to offer this new understanding of the epoch because he reformulates Husserl's notion of the phenomenological reduction or epoche as a suspension of the natural attitude. Heidegger treats the epoch as an epoche. The epoch of being accounts for both a period and a suspension in which being brackets itself in a historical movement. 197 However, Heidegger also insists that the history of philosophy in its entirety is the limited history of one epoch of being. 198 One can already see that this monumentalization of the history of philosophy contradicts Derrida's careful distinction at the start of grammatology between the claims for a homogeneous end and the permeable closure of metaphysics. 199 Derrida's later extended critique of Heidegger's epochs of the history of being can be taken as an affirmation of an ongoing engagement with a variegated history of philosophy. As Søren Kierkegaard, 1813–1855, remarked in a very different context, the sum and substance of the yelling are these words, era, and epoch and era, the system. 200. When Derrida notes in 1968 that the word history still connotes the final repression of difference, he most likely has in mind Hegel's history of spirit, which culminates in absolute internal and external knowledge as the end of history. 201 The Hegelian subordination and idealization of writing supports the philosophical determination of the writing of history historiography as the infinite spirit relating to itself in its discourse and its culture. 202 But, as we have seen, Derrida is always aware of the proximity of Heidegger and Hegel. He will also argue in 1968 that the history of being itself is only an epoch of difference. 203. Because the Heideggerian epoch has soldered together the historicity and the history of being, Derrida suggests that the term epoch needs to be rethought as the play of the trace. 204 In his 1980 paper Envoy, he contrasts the philosophical and historical limitations of treating the history of being as the unity of a destination to a multiplicity of renvoi referrals, of many different traces referring back to other traces. 205 As Derrida had argued in the 1964 to 1965 lectures, these referrals back to other traces is the possibility of history and of a historicity that is confined neither to the classical subject, the Hegelian history of spirit, nor to the Heideggerian epochs of being. 206. In an article from 2001 on Derrida and his early work on history, Peter Fenves, 1960, makes a commendable attempt to define historicity. The historicity of something is whatever makes it historical, he observes. 207 It is difficult to define this term and, in a general sense, Fenves' account is very helpful. Historicity describes what makes anything historical. However, there are some problems with this general definition. For Heidegger, historicity must account for a history that begins with Dasein and the question of the meaning of being and a fundamental displacement of the self-conscious subject as the center of philosophy. For Husserl, on the other hand, historicity describes the trans-historical ideality of objectivities that are constituted and secured, recovered and recollected, by transcendental consciousness. 208. For Derrida, in contrast, historicity arises from the play of traces that are neither sensible nor intelligible, nor purely absent or present, as well from the dynamics, which are neither merely active nor passive, of difference as the transmission of a repeated just short of and just beyond. As we shall see in Chapter 3, historicity registers and is registered by exappropriation. For Derrida, the relation between historicity and temporality must also contend with the always too soon or too late or the untimely à contretemps. 209 Historicity is a question of untimely histories, histoires intempestives. 210 As Derrida remarks in The Politics of Friendship, 1988 to 1994, in what is an explicit political context, this is no longer the time to take one's time. As if we had ever been allowed to take our time de prendre notre temps in history. 211. Derrida might also question a number of phrases in this definition of historicity. For example, there is the emphasis on something. The historicity of something is whatever makes it historical as the subject and object of the sentence, as if historicity is directed to and registered by something, by the thing itself, la chose même, or even things in themselves in its Kantian and Husserlian calibrations. Derrida may also have challenged the suggestion here that historicity is only a process of making, of production, rather than an inventing that cannot be separated from a discovering. 212 As Derrida suggests in a lecture from 2000, the phrase "what makes history," fait l'histoire, which he uses in the monolingualism of the other, also raises the problem of making or doing, le faire, that precedes knowing, le savoir, and can remain heterogeneous to it. 213 The whatever in this definition also implies an assumed generality or universality, a historicity for all occasions, rather than the difficulty and necessity of a series of stubbornly particular historicities in the history of philosophy. As Jacques Le Goff has suggested, El historicide, a term only coined in France in the 1870s, can best be described in historical terms as part the reaction to the historicism of the 19th century, a reaction that included both Husserl and Heidegger. 214. For History of Philosophy and Philosophy of History. Despite the confident assertion made on Derrida's behalf some 30 years ago by Geoffrey Bennington and Robert Young, 1950, that difference names the historicity of history, the dynamic and elusive variations of difference as, at once, spacing, and temporization could be taken as the basis for an ambitious philosophy of history that is comparable with Hegel's Aufhebung, Husserl's Epoche, and Heidegger's History of Being. 215 Derrida's earliest substantial work, his 1954 dissertation on Husserl and the problem of Genesis, opens with the question of the relation between history of philosophy and philosophy of history. 216 How far does this relation remain a problem for Derrida after the 1964 to 1965 Heidegger lectures? In his first comments on the general limitations of history in Of Grammatology, Derrida does not include the philosophy of history. 217 The only reference to the philosophy of history in Of Grammatology appears directly after the summary of the 1964 to 1965 lectures. It is cited as part of series of questions, of problems that still remain to be addressed. As in the previous paragraph, there are notable additions to the 1967 revisions. Derrida writes, "The science of writing should therefore go look for its object at the roots of scientificity. The history of writing should turn back toward the origin of historicity. Science of the possibility of science. Science of science which would no longer have the form of logic but that of grammatics. History of the possibility of history added in 1967 which would no longer be an archaeology, a philosophy of history or a history of philosophy." 218. This last question, with its significant additions in 1967, highlights the difficulty of thinking of the old pairing of the history of philosophy and the philosophy of history from the perspective of the history of difference, of history as difference. 219 But it also announces the challenge of history for Derrida, how to think the possibility of a viable history and historiography that is not defined by a logic of origins and by a programmatic teleology. As we have seen, for Derrida difference has its history and therefore cannot be taken as an ahistorical origin for a certain kind of historicity. 220 There is a history of difference. Its distinctive histories are apparent in Derrida's use of different terms to register its dynamics and shifting contexts or milieus in the history of philosophy, as well as in a wide range of literary, artistic, and political works. But when Derrida speaks of history as difference to account for the possibility of history, Can this also be understood as a pervasive philosophy of history? Unlike Paul Ricoeur, Derrida did not seek out a hermeneutical philosophy that could embrace a confrontation with the history of the historians. 221 Derrida also did not follow Heidegger, who, as we have seen, makes rigorous and problematic distinctions in being and time between the science of history or historiography, history, history itself, Geschichte, historical events, Geschichten, and historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, as the basis for a concrete working out, konkreter Ausarbeitung, of the question of the meaning of being for Dasein. 222 As I noted in the preface, Heidegger provisionally eliminates history in 73 of being and time in his account of temporality and historicity. What happens to historiography after this? In 74 Heidegger argues that history has no place in the primary relation between temporality, historicity, and repetition, precisely because repetition is the pure possibility of historiography. 223 Heidegger calls this repetition a fateful repetition, Schicksalhafenwiederholung. 224 No doubt with Hegel in mind, he also leaves history out of his analysis of historicity and world history in 75. 225 In 76 he turns to the ontological genesis of history as part of his historical destruction of the history of philosophy. 226 However, as he remarks here, our analysis will acquaint us in outline with the existential source of historiology history only to the extent of bringing still more plainly to light the historicity of Dasein. 227 For Heidegger, the science of history or the problem of historiography can only emerge from and return to the priority of the Geschichtlichkeit des Daseins. As he observes, Dasein, and only Dasein, is primordially historical ursprünglich geschichtlich. 228. In contrast, Derrida does not use history as a concrete working out of the becoming space of time and the becoming time of space. 229 As Paolo Marotti judiciously remarks, for Derrida if there is a history, it cannot be gathered and thought in terms of the Heideggerian concept of Geschichte, in terms of the opposition between Geschichte and history. 230 As we shall see in chapters 8 and 9, from the 1960s to the 1990s Derrida challenged the distinction between narrative, history, and the historical event, Geschichten, as a way of questioning Heidegger's assured sequence of historical possibility in which Geschichte must always precede and be entirely distinct from history. 231. One can, of course, question the determinations of philosophy and history as the necessary conditioning for a possible philosophy of history. Derrida himself does this at the end of Grammatology. If one takes Hegel literally, Derrida observes, then history is nothing but the history of philosophy and absolute knowledge is fulfilled. 232 Anticipating his later evocation of the quasi-transcendental and the event of nothing, Derrida goes on to argue what exceeds this closure is nothing en est rien, neither the presence of being, nor meaning, neither history nor philosophy, but another thing which has no name, which announces itself within the thought of this closure and guides our writing here. 233 For Derrida, it is a question here of writing in general within which philosophy is inscribed as a place within a text which it does not command. 234. Nonetheless, much as Derrida treats Artaud at the limit, reading him at once as still inside and beyond metaphysics, one can describe Derrida himself at the limit in relation to the history of philosophy and the philosophy of history. Derrida speaks in a 1981 interview of attempting to find a non-philosophical site, from which to question philosophy so that it can appear to itself as other than itself. 235 That Derrida's own work can today be taken as part of the history of philosophy perhaps shows that philosophy can expand both its horizons and its many others. Nonetheless, in Derrida's thought there is the need for some kind of suspension or epoche of history, and especially of its historicist and relativist determinations, even if this placing in parenthesis is itself historical. 236 Marotti describes this gesture as the condition for a historicity in general that remains neither simply in history, as an empirical historicism, nor outside of history, as a transcendent ahistorical possibility. 237. This is a very persuasive conclusion, but it can also still be taken as the conditions for a philosophy of history that comprehends the shared possibility and complicity of ahistoricism and historicism. I would also argue that Derrida's turning away from Heidegger's definition of historicity in the later 1960s provides the basis for Derrida's own formulation of a distinctive philosophy of history. As we shall see in Chapter 3, Derrida's subsequent work in the 1970s, notably on problems of context, memory, and narrative, was influenced by his critical reading of Heidegger's Time and Being. Heidegger uses historicity in this late work to determine and police the difference between mere historical events and the unique events of being. Derrida responds to this limited and limiting historicity with an exappropriation that offers a different relation to both Hegel's philosophy of history and Heidegger's historicity. At the same time, it is perhaps only when Derrida's seminars have been published in full that we can begin to understand the political conditions for a possible deconstructive historicity. Derrida notably makes use of the term historicity in his later work on politics. In Spectres of Marx, 1993, he speaks of a historicity as future to come, el historicite cum avenir, that differs from concepts of history that are determined by an onto-theological or tele-eschatological program or design. 238. He describes this historicity as a kind of promise or instance of the messianic without messianism. 239. A decade later in Rogues, 2002, he speaks of an essential historicity of democracy, and this can be taken as a very appropriate political reorientation of Heidegger's historicity. 240. The most significant legacy for Derrida of the problem of history as raised by Heidegger in Being and Time may be the historicity of the political. 241. As Derrida remarked in an interview given soon after the 2001 attacks in New York, a philosopher would be someone who analyzes and then draws the practical and effective consequences of the relationship between our philosophical heritage and the structure of the still dominant juridictio-political system that is so clearly undergoing mutation. 242. These 1964 to 1965 lectures, delivered by the 34-year-old Derrida at the start of his remarkable career, affirm that Derrida takes from Heidegger what he sees as the innovation of beginning with the question of history by not insisting on a determined non-historicity. For Derrida, such an approach to history will facilitate the common critique of ethnocentrism and logocentrism. 243. 50 years later, we now know that the ethics and philosophical innovations of this treatment of history were dramatically short-lived in Heidegger's thought. Its true legacy is to be found in Of Grammatology. Chapter 3. History and Deconstruction. Deconstructions are the movements of what I have called exappropriation toward an ethic of discussion. 1. Ricoeur, a Hegelian, Protestant. Historiography. In his interview with Maurizio Ferraris on November 10, 1994, Derrida once again challenges a common misunderstanding of his work. Of Grammatology was not the assertion of language over philosophy, history, politics, and ethics. It was rather a critique of the very attempt in the 1960s to privilege language in structuralism, structural linguistics, and structural anthropology as so-called post-philosophical discourses. Derrida's work had been subsequently linked by others to a renewed interest in rhetoric as the basis for tracking the underlying linguistic structure in works of literature and history. As Derrida observes in his interview, "The first step for me, in the approach to what I propose to call deconstruction, was a putting into question of the authority of linguistics, of logocentrism. And accordingly, this was a protest against the linguistic turn, which was already, under the name of structuralism, well on its way. The irony, if one can say, at times painful, of this story histoire is that often, especially in the United States, because I wrote in Of Grammatology ilny apod or text, there is nothing outside the text, because I deployed a thought of the trace, some people believed they could interpret this as a thought of language, it is exactly the opposite." 3. For Derrida, as I suggested in the preface, This treatment of his work led to many misunderstandings about the relation between deconstruction and history. He goes on to say, deconstruction was inscribed in the linguistic turn, when it was a protest against linguistics. And this gave rise to a great many misunderstandings, not only in philosophy and literary criticism, but also in history. There are some historians, epistemologists of history, Clifford Geertz, Hayden White, etc., who have attempted to practice the linguistic turn in history. And their work has been put together, in my opinion, very unjustly, with what I do, even though, probably, I have more affinity with them than with more classical historians. The notion of trace or of text is introduced to mark the limit of the linguistic turn. 4. 8 years earlier, in a discussion that took place at the University of Essex on May 18, 1986, Derrida makes it clear that the notion of trace should not be confused with the idea of tracks, prints, or traces of the past. As Derrida says, on the contrary, I am trying to deconstruct this model of imprinting, mold, and even the model of the vestige, the footprint in the sand. 5. He concludes, I would prefer something that is neither absent nor present. I would prefer ashes as the better paradigm for what I call the trace, something which erases itself totally, radically, while presenting itself. 6. Derrida adds later, the trace is nothing. 7. What he means here is not that la trace registers a pure absence, but that it can no longer support an experience of the trace as such, the as such indicating an essence. 8. As he had observed in 1977 in his long essay Limited in KBC, the mark is not the contrary of the mark as effacement. Like the trace it is, the mark is neither present nor absent. 9. For Derrida, the trace outmaneuver the conventional trade-off between presence and absence. As he remarks elsewhere in 1980, the paradox of the trace is that it only happens, arrive, by carrying itself away, emporter it effaces itself in remarking itself as itself. 10. The implications of resisting the temptation to bestow a radical essence on the trace as track in the name of history raises more questions and difficulties, but they do not foreclose the possibility of a deconstructive historiography. 30 years ago in 1988, as a student studying history at Melbourne University, I was reading the third volume of Paul Ricoeur's Time and Narrative, 1985, and first came across his brief account of Emmanuel Levinas's 1963 article The Trace of the Other. 11. For Levinas, the face of the other as other signifies beyond being in the trace of the utterly bygone, utterly past absent. 12. The trace of the other registers an absence that involves a signifyingness, comport unsignifiance, that cannot be determined as either disclosure or dissimulation. 13. Beyond being, and the Heideggerian coordinates of the disclosure of being through its unique withdrawal and occultation, the trace describes a sign without a signified, a signifying without making appear, that is primarily an ethical imperative. 14. The trace of the other gestures to an absolute and immemorial past but still marks the relation to the past. 15. In Time and Narrative, Ricoeur links Levinas's notion of the trace, which had a direct influence on Derrida's own formulation of la trace in of grammatology, to the historian Marc Bloch's uses of tracks or traces as vestiges of the past and witnesses in spite of themselves. 16. For Ricoeur, the trace can be thought of as a vestige or footprint of the past passage of living beings. 17. These traces can be registered here and now and function as the sign-effect of a causal relation between the marking thing, the trace from the past, and the marked thing, the trace of the past in the present. 18. During this period in the late 1980s, in which I also first began to read Derrida, I thought there was an evident link between Bloch's tracks, Levinas's trace of the other, Derrida's la trace, and Ricoeur's hermeneutical historiography. Now, I no longer think that Derrida's la trace simply lends itself to such a project. At the same time, it stands at once close to and at a distance from Ricoeur's attempt to join philosophy and history. I do believe Ricoeur's commanding work on history is indispensable when thinking about Derrida's response to the challenge of history, especially the essays from the 1950s and early 1960s. At the time that I first read Time and Narrative, I was also unaware that Derrida had praised the third volume of Time and Narrative in an endnote to the 1986 French edition of Shibboleth, for Paul Celan. Derrida praises this great book and takes note in particular of Ricoeur's elaboration of a philosophy of the trace, which is both close to and different from that of Levinas. 19. In The Historian's Craft, Apologie pour l'histoire au métier d'historien, 1941-1942, published posthumously in 1949, a work that Ricoeur never stopped reading and rereading, Marc Bloch linked a certain notion of tracks or traces to the work of historiography. The past and the present, he argues, are constituted by tracks or the mark, perceptible to the senses, which some phenomenon, in itself inaccessible, has left behind. 20. How would Derrida interpret these tracks that give themselves to the senses, to a perception in the present of the historian but that also do not give the phenomenon itself or as a whole but only a trace of this now inaccessible phenomenon? I think Derrida would question the link between the trace and historiography on the basis that it both assumes a virtual presence, through the gathering, centering perception of the historian's senses, and evokes a pure absence, as an ideal inaccessibility that still conveys the aura of itself as a trace. He would also question Bloch's insistence that these involuntary tracks of the past give the historian a unique access to knowledge and impartiality. Bloch's traces exceed the intentions of what was said in the past, but they also force the past to speak for the historian, for the meaning and intention of the historian. 21. Another book would need to be written to track the long and often contentious proximity that distanced Ricoeur and Derrida. Leonard Lawler has aptly observed that at times the marked difference between Ricoeur and Derrida is a barely visible difference. 22. For now, I can only make some brief remarks and suggest some highly condensed hypotheses. Ricoeur and Derrida had a number of public confrontations and articulated different philosophies. But as much as they were opposites, they were also tied together. Both treat the problem of history as a reaction against Husserl, a response to Heidegger and an attempt to go beyond the Hegelian colonization of history. It is by looking at Ricoeur's early work on the problem of history that we can appreciate some of the contexts for Derrida's own philosophy of history and better understand why a different approach is needed for a deconstructive historiography. Derrida does not follow Ricoeur's treatment of history, but this does not mean that he has not been influenced by Ricoeur's own questions, methods, and problems. Ricoeur's influential 1949 article Husserl and the Sense of History tracks Husserl's idealization of history in the name of phenomenology and its inability to engage with the history of the historians, l'histoire des historiens. 23. It emphasizes the Kantian inheritance in phenomenology by turning to Kant's 1784 essay, Idea for a Universal History with a Cosmopolitan Aim. This remarkable essay has not only Kant's call for a global federation of states but also his nuanced analysis of the unavoidable unsociable sociability of human beings as a necessary resistance in the progression from crudity toward culture. 24. Kant argues that the aim of nature, as a progressive, gradual rational development seen from a longue durée, can be discerned in political, cultural, and historical practices. As a guiding thread, the final rational aim of nature can be discerned in a universal world history that remains open to a consoling prospect in the future. 25. For Kant, this is the basis for a philosophical history. 26. Ricoeur describes the idea in the Kantian sense in Husserl's thought as the framework for a philosophy of history that is marked by infinite tasks and recognizes an unending progress. 27. Husserl refers in Ideas Pertaining to a Pure Phenomenology, 1913, to the idea in the Kantian sense as denoting the infinite idea and speaks of infinite tasks in the crisis of European sciences. 28. Derrida himself would consistently describe Husserl's work on history in terms of infinite tasks guided by the idea in the Kantian sense. 29. Ricoeur's own understanding of a hermeneutics that engages with the history of the historians can be seen to develop as a reaction against Husserlian phenomenology. Hermeneutics would then emerge as the asymmetrical other of Husserlian phenomenology. But this initial view is complicated by Ricoeur's compelling evocation of aspects of phenomenology in the hermeneutical project while also recognizing the limits of Husserl's work. 30. From 1960 to 1964 Derrida worked as an assistant to Ricoeur and others at the Sorbonne, and in March 1963 Ricoeur invited Derrida to participate in his seminar on Husserl. 31 Derrida had referred to Ricoeur's Husserl and the sense of history in his 1954 dissertation The Problem of Genesis in Husserl's Philosophy. 32 In his 1962 introduction to Husserl's The Origin of Geometry Derrida also reiterated its importance. On the problem of history in Husserl's philosophy, he observed, we refer particularly to Paul Ricoeur's very fine article. 33 In a 1980 paper dedicated to Levinas, Ricoeur himself spoke of the brilliant study on the origin of geometry by Jacques Derrida. 34. Nonetheless, their profound philosophical differences became apparent by 1967 and broke into open conflict but also ongoing dialogue in the mid-1970s, notably over the question of metaphor. 35 At the same time, when Ricoeur planned to retire from his post at Nanterre in 1979, he thought that Derrida would be his natural successor and the two exchanged some warm letters. 36 While their philosophical differences remained, on learning of Derrida's terminal illness in 2003, Ricoeur wrote, I have kept my admiration for your work too silent, and, if you allow me, my friendship, which I have always thought found an echo in you. 37 Ricoeur himself died 7 months after Derrida on May 20, 2005. In Husserl and the Sense of History, Ricoeur is interested in the possibility of a philosophy of history in general. 38 He summarizes what he sees as the impasse of a phenomenological history. History becomes incomprehensible if it is not a unique history unified by a sense, but it also becomes a history without historicity if it is not an unforeseeable adventure. 39 The problem with a philosophy of history governed by the idea in the Kantian sense is that it leads to the Hegelian sense of the philosopher organizing his or her own history as the culmination and summit of this history. The rationality of history implies a nascent dogmatism for which history is an idea and an idea thinkable by me. 40 Already in 1949 Ricoeur articulates the problem of historicity. The historicity of history suggests a nascent skepticism for which history is incurably multiple and irrational. 41 As a broad framework. These two nascent modes of interpreting history, dogmatism and scepticism, will appear in Ricoeur's later work as the conflict between the hermeneutics of faith and the hermeneutics of suspicion. In some remarks given in honor of Ricoeur on December 31, 2003, Derrida recalled, the first time that I saw and heard of Paul Ricoeur, having only read very little of his work, was probably in 1953. I was impressed by Ricoeur's discourse, clarity, elegance, demonstrative force, and a thoughtful, provoking authority without authority. The topic was history and truth as well as contemporary ethico-political problems. 42 It is most likely that Derrida heard some of the material on history that appeared in Ricoeur's History and Truth. After his 1949 essay on Husserl and history, in a number of significant essays and papers from the early 1950s, Ricoeur attempts to think of philosophy in relation to the history of the historians. 43 However, he also undertakes this within a larger framework of his abiding preoccupation with Christianity and the Protestant faith. Ricoeur's early work highlights the challenges of thinking about history in the aftermath of Husserlian phenomenology. Objectivity and Subjectivity in History, 1952, one of the collected articles in History and Truth, first edition 1955, second edition 1964, third edition 1967, touches on many of the themes and questions that will dominate his meditations on history for the next 50 years. Ricoeur is primarily interested in the echoing imperatives, counterclaims, and shared limits of the history of the historians and the various philosophical attempts to evoke a history in the name of philosophy. For our purposes, I want to touch briefly on his treatment of Bloch's traces, his evocation of Husserl and engagement with Hegel's notion of the history of philosophy. Ricoeur discusses Bloch's insistence that the historian can never be in front of devant his past object but only in front of devant its trace, and this limit only enhances his observation of the past as a reconstitution. 44. One can note here that the historian is still devant, in front of, before, its trace, just as he or she is devant, in front of, before, its object. Derrida would most likely challenge the notion that the trace allows the historian to stand in front of it without raising the spatial and temporal problem of the trace of the past as that which is at once in front of and before, devant, the historian, and before and preceding, avant, the historian, and cannot therefore be taken simply as in front of as a presence in the present. Using phenomenological terms, Ricoeur suggests that the historian institutes, constitutes, and reconstitutes the trace of the past as a historical document and a historical fact. 45. Bloch's traces establish the historian's objectivity. 46. The foundation of the historian's objectivity is the refusal to bring the past back to life or to coincide with the past. 47. The historian must recognize the need to recompose, reconstruct, and to construct a retrospective sequence. 48. For Ricoeur, Bloch's imperative for analysis leads to a confident historical synthesis of the past as a whole that is in turn based on the idea in the Kantian sense. 49. Bloch's trace takes us back to Kant. The claim to historical objectivity by the historians shares a teleological conceit with Husserl and phenomenology. Bloch recognizes what he sees as a variegated historical object in the name of a rational analysis of human change. 50. At the same time, challenging the tradition of historical periodization based on the reigns of monarchs, the span of centuries, or the works of art, literature, and the developments of the sciences, Bloch sounds almost Husserlian when he argues that rather than relying on such general frameworks, we should look to the phenomena themselves for their proper periods. 51. Ricoeur discerns a series of necessary subjective and theoretical limits in the subjective historiography. Ricoeur starts with the need for history to be ordered as a rational continuity and to treat the integral past as the whole network of causal relations. 52. Nonetheless, Ricoeur argues, the historian needs a subjective historiography to access this integral past, which he describes as a sympathetic effort that goes beyond mere sympathy. It must be a genuine transfer into another human life. 53. For Ricoeur, this relation to subjectivity is the necessary intervention of a phenomenological suspension, epique. The sympathy proper to the historian, he argues, is the suspended and neutralized adoption of the beliefs of the past men. 54. In this manner phenomenology can assist the history of the historians. In Bloch's case, Ricoeur notes, the promise of the objectivity of history found in the traces and documents of the past rests on a prohibition. It is a dialogue in which the other does not respond. 55. However, when taken from a perspective informed by phenomenological suspension or bracketing, the historian's subjectivity adds an intersubjective possibility to the historical process. 56. For Ricoeur, phenomenology elucidates the possibility of a quasi-dialogue in the historical method. At its worst, as he observes in The History of Philosophy and the Unity of Truth, 1953, history reinforces a history without dialogue. 57. At its best, history is always keeping the dialogue open. 58. In this sense, a tempered philosophy can expand the possibilities of a limited historiography founded on the traces of the past. In his account of the differences between the history of the historians, the history of philosophy, and the philosophy of history, Ricoeur takes a perspective on both the historians and the philosophers. This vantage point itself suggests a hermeneutical philosophy of history. While the philosophers search for a rational meaning in history, the historians, notably the Annals school, seek complexity and the wealth of connections between the geographical, economic, social, and cultural factors. 59. The objections of the historians to Hegel's attempts to secure the coincidence of consciousness, reason, and history also allow Ricoeur to find a vantage point from which to argue that while philosophy cannot be treated as history, history can challenge the transhistorical or ahistorical positions in philosophy. 60. Nonetheless, the historians in turn must recognize the need for both an event-filled history and a structural history. 61. When it comes to thinking these two distinct disciplines together, Ricoeur argues that we are left with the necessary recognition of the gap between the event, evenement, of history and the advent, avènement, of philosophy. 62. Hermeneutics will come to grapple with the unavoidable and productive conflict between these two distinct modes, of history as a multiple emergence as a disconnected series of upheavals, each of which has a particular meaning, and of philosophy as a unique human consciousness whose meaning is in progress as a continuous series of logical moments. 63. In Ricoeur's work this dual perspective cannot be separated from the question of Christianity or, at the very least, always remains in a compelling and persistent relation to Christianity, often despite Ricoeur's own insistence on the autonomy of philosophy. 64. Ricoeur was a practicing Protestant and wrote extensively on theology throughout his life. In Objectivity and Subjectivity in History, he suggests that the history of philosophy can be taken as the bond, ligne suture, between history and philosophy, but it is clear that it is Christianity that can address the philosophical, theological problem of a total or ultimate significance of history. 65. It is Christianity alone that provides the total perspective on the relation between history and philosophy. In The History of Philosophy and the Unity of Truth, Ricoeur concludes that the gap between history and truth can be bridged only through the evocation of an eschatological hope. 66. The sense that theology can provide an answer for the problematic and promisingly vital relation between philosophy and history was already apparent in his 1951 essay Christianity and the Meaning of History, whose last section is entitled The Level of Hope. 67. In thinking of an open historical dialogue with the past and what we have called the future of the past, Ricoeur is not that far from either Heidegger or Derrida, but he makes this gesture within an explicit theological framework. For Ricoeur, when thought in relation to Christianity, the meaning of history is a sense of the open. 68. Nonetheless, there is more in Ricoeur's early work than the resolution of a philosophical problem by turning to theology. This philosophical response to the challenge of history is apparent in his extended critique of Hegel. As Jacques Le Goff observes, the historian objects to the legacy of a Hegelian philosophy of history because it tends, in its various forms, to reduce historical explanation to the discovery or application of a single, first cause. 69. In The History of Philosophy and Historicity, 1961, collected in the second edition of History and Truth, Ricoeur argues that one must challenge the Hegelian treatment of the history of philosophy as a progressive sequence that has been predetermined as a system and a totality. 70. As much as there is a beguiling call for totality in the history of philosophy, for example in seeing history become self-consciousness, because the order of history coincides with the introduction of the radical teleology of self-consciousness, Ricoeur insists that the triumph of the system, the triumph of coherence, the triumph of rationality leaves a gigantic loss d'échec in its wake. 71. He adds, this loss is precisely history. 72. One cannot subscribe to a Hegelian history of philosophy, not only because it excludes the so-called nonsense or senseless that is always found in the messiness of history, but also because it forbids another way of achieving meaning. 73. As an alternative to this kind of history of philosophy, Ricoeur returns to the relation between phenomenology, the trace, and history. Following Husserl, he contrasts the ethics of an open intersubjective communication with the past to the closed totality found in Hegel's History of Philosophy. In communicating with a friend, for example, he observes, I can understand someone only if I, myself, am someone, and if I engage in debate. Consequently, there can be no privileged position for interpreting the system, for truth is radically subjective. 74. In this case, the other responds. 75. On the other hand, when it comes to the history of the historian, the other does not respond. 76. For Ricoeur, this lack of response is the great limitation of historiography. One cannot get around this limit, but it raises the profound problem of history for a hermeneutical philosophy. The other as other from the past should speak, should have a voice, and should respond and speak back to the historian. Michel de Certeau addressed this problem by treating the past as a whole as the other, a gesture that is a helpful corrective to the apparent self-evidence of the past, but also too sweeping and too homogeneous. The past is not always and only other. For Ricoeur, the other cannot respond in the work of history because the historian does not have the presence of the men of the past, only their traces. 77 We have come back to the problem of the trace. Ricoeur is writing in 1961, and you can imagine his interest when, 2 years later, Levinas publishes The Trace of the Other. As Derrida recalled in a tribute to Ricoeur in December 2003, in 1962 it was Ricoeur himself who had prompted Derrida to read Levinas's book Totality and Infinity, which led to Derrida's remarkable 1964 essay on Levinas, Violence, and Metaphysics. 78 In 1961 Ricoeur addresses the problem of history as the non-response of the other by turning to the relation between history and philosophy as the chance for a mediated response. As an historian, he remarks, I question a work which does not respond. There is, then, unilateralness in the relation. Nevertheless, I as a philosopher may speak of communication, in the broad sense of the word, in that I, who read and understand the other philosopher, am part of the same history as his. It is within the total movement of consciousness that a consciousness understands others who do not respond. 79 This mediated response is not only a question of consciousness or a contemporary co-presence, it is also a question of a consciousness that is mediated by the trace of the past. As Ricoeur noted many years later in the final volume of Time and Narrative, 1985, Levinas's notion of the trace is concerned primarily with ethics. It is not directed at the historian's past. 80 As we saw in Chapter 2, Levinas's trace gestures to the past before history, and this ahistoricism had created a problem for Derrida. 81 As Ricoeur observes, the key aspect for Levinas is that the trace resists the tradition of phenomenality, the trace signifies something without making it appear. 82 For Levinas, the trace of the other is not a sign, but it can be taken as a sign, as when a historian discovers ancient civilizations which form the horizon of our world on the basis of the vestiges left by their existence. 83 However, even in this case the trace still signifies outside of every intention of signaling and outside of every project of which it would be the aim. 84 Outside of history and beyond appearance and intention, it is hard to see how the trace of the other can be linked to Bloch's notion of the documents and detritus of the past that become reliable traces, despite themselves, of a historical past. However fragmented, these traces show some aspect of a coherent historical past. Ricoeur is aware, as Derrida noted, that Levinas's understanding of the trace is very different from my own. 85 But he still attempts to find a dialogue between an ahistorical, non-phenomenal, and ethical trace of the other and a historical, even evidential, trace of the past that registers the historical past of others who cannot respond, as one would in a conversation, but who still speak or whisper from the past. Ricoeur suggests that Levinas's trace is indispensable for thinking about historiography because it gives the trace a unique status. The trace is distinguished from all the signs that get organized into systems because it resists systematization. 86 The trace is neither a part nor a whole, but it is the possibility of the part-whole relation. Despite Levinas assigning the trace to an immemorial past, Ricoeur is interested in the strangeness of the trace as something that disarranges and disorders the past. 87 For Levinas, the trace of the other is akin to the thief who wipes away his or her fingerprints but unintentionally leaves traces of wiping away their prints. Such traces have disturbed the order in an irreparable way. 88. Bloch's evocation of the trace in historiography as a witness despite itself, as a witness beyond the intentions of the witness, can then be seen as the call to find an arrangement and order more or less from these disordered traces of the past. 89 For a working with traces as witnesses in spite of themselves to be possible, the historical cannot already have its arrangement and order. 90 For Ricoeur, this is testament not to an absolute other, as characterized by Levinas, but to a relative other, a historical other, which suggests the possibility that the remembered past is meaningful on the basis of an immemorial past. 91. This is a compelling use of Levinas's trace of the other to address the problem of history, but I am not entirely persuaded that Ricoeur resolves the issue of treating the trace as the signification of something without making it appear as the possibility of the relation to the past. As much as this is an affirmation that the trace of the past in the present cannot be reduced to a self-evident presence, it also relies on an assured absence. What is one to do with the traces, or, Derrida might say, the specters of the past that are also strange but keep appearing, as untimely quasi-appearances that keep coming towards us, as if from the future? 92. In the later 1960s, Ricoeur develops a remarkable and distinctive hermeneutical philosophy of history that relies as much on a Hegelian form as on a Protestant sensibility. 93. This Hegelian, Protestant historiography is first articulated in Freud and Philosophy, an essay on interpretation, 1965, and elaborated in The Conflict of Interpretations, 1969. 94. Interpretation is necessary, Ricoeur argues, because our relation to reality is mediated by equivocal words, signs, and texts. There is therefore no general hermeneutics but rather an unavoidable conflict of interpretations. 95. This conflict of interpretations begins with the recognition that the symbol taken as a double meaning that always shows and hides itself and registers for philosophy the problem of the equivocal and the contingent in culture and language can be treated at once as a distortion of an elementary meaning for psychoanalysis and as the revelation of the sacred for a phenomenology of religion. 96. How does one take account of both of these perspectives? Faced with this double meaning, Ricoeur argues, two distinctive traditions of interpretation have emerged. On the one hand, there is the psychoanalytic interpretation, as well as any interpretation conceived as the unmasking, demystification, or reduction of illusions, and, on the other hand, there is the interpretation conceived as the recollection or restoration of meaning. 97. From the ideal vantage point of what Ricoeur calls a philosophy of reflection, it is apparent that this conflict of interpretations can be seen as a whole and understood in a dynamic hermeneutical philosophy of history. Starting with an ossified hermeneutics of faith, in which the symbol has become no more than a reductive icon, this perspective of faith encounters the hermeneutics of suspicion and undergoes a necessary iconoclasm. 98. This shattering of the icon, the Hegelian evocation of a necessary moment of negation in a productive history of spirit and a Protestant transformation par excellence, leads to a third and final stage, a post-critical faith, la foi post-critique, that gives rise to a new symbol, a new hermeneutical meaning. 99. This beguiling Hegelian trinity of stages, an initial reductive icon, thesis, shattering iconoclasm, antithesis, new productive symbol, synthesis, becomes the framework for Ricoeur's later analysis of the productive possibilities of metaphor, narrative, and memory. As he explains in Time and Narrative, 1983 to 1985, when it comes to metaphor and narrative, there is a productive quasi-Hegelian triad that generates a new kind of meaning. 100. In the first volume of Time and Narrative, mimesis is characterized in three stages. An initial pre-understanding of the order of action encounters the realm of poetic composition, and this, in turn, produces a new configuration by means of this poetic refiguring of the pre-understood order of action. 101. Ricoeur argues that in this way narrative and its plots help us to refigure our experience of time. 102. Ricoeur argues in his book on Sigmund Freud, 1856 to 1939, that there is always the possibility that extreme iconoclasm belongs to the restoration of meaning. 103. It is this Hegelian difference of the use of negation, negativity and absolute difference in the name of generating a new, higher, and greater synthesis that distinguishes Derrida's philosophy of history from that of Ricoeur. In the mid-1960s, Derrida was already attentive to the dialectical and teleological determination of negativity. 104. At the same time, I have focused on Ricoeur's writings from the 1950s and 1960s because it is more than likely that Derrida read these works and that he responded to what he saw as their insights and limitations in his own early writings on the relation between philosophy, history, and the history of truth. 105. In 1953 Ricoeur had argued that it was possible to do the history of philosophy without doing the philosophy of history. 106 Ricoeur's rich and probing engagement with the history of the historians did much to move beyond the Hegelian model for a history of philosophy that could only be a philosophy of history. However, his treatment of the history of philosophy as a hermeneutical conflict of interpretations also remains a powerful philosophy of history that relies in part on a Hegelian framework. Nonetheless, Ricoeur questioned the Annals school and its marginalization of the event in historiography. He also challenged an epistemology of history directed by logical positivism that insisted the logical definition of event requires that of a singular occurrence, without any intrinsic relation to narrative. 107 From such a philosophical perspective, there would be an absolute difference between understanding an event and explaining or interpreting an event. Ricoeur's complex dialogue with Derrida continued in Memory, History, and Forgetting, published in 2000 when he was 87. Ricoeur returns to Plato's Phaedrus and the problem of writing as a pharmakon, both a remedy and a poison, which Derrida had explored in Plato's Pharmacy, 1968. 108 For Ricoeur, the question of writing announces the challenge opposed by the truth claim of history to memory's vow of trustworthiness. 109 As Derrida had remarked in Plato's Pharmacy, Thoth, the Egyptian master of writing, numbers, and calculation does not merely write down the weight of dead souls, he first counts out the days of life, enumerates history. 110 For Ricoeur, the origin of history which is not the same as the beginning of historiography is the upsurge of the act of taking a distance deprised a distance and the recourse to the exteriority of the archival trace. 111. 2. Propriety and exappropriation. In 2003 Derrida contributed 14 short pieces to Diaspora, Homelands in Exile, a collection of photos by Frederick Brenner, 1959, of Jews across the world. These 14 separate fragments were published together in 2015 under the title Revelations et autres textes. 112 This work is shaped by the response to a wide range of images of Jewish life. In these pieces Derrida offers a striking mixture of autobiography, memory, and philosophical reflections on religion, exile, history, politics and photography. This mixture was already apparent in works such as Envoys, 1980, Circumcision and Monolingualism of the Other, and this interweaving and layering of different genres, modes, and temporalities is one of the notable aspects of a possible deconstructive historiography. The first of the 14 pieces, Revelations, talks about his visit in 1982 to Meashirim, heartland of the Orthodox Jews in Jerusalem. 113 Witnessing and even participating in a Hasidic celebration, Derrida sees a fervent group of the faithful rush to grasp a piece of bread that has been touched by their venerated elderly rabbi. Derrida is led by this display of religious enthusiasm to think of the origins of the Christian Eucharist. In its broad structure, this gesture is not that far from Hegel's philosophical interpretations of the history of religion, which Derrida explored at length in Glass, 1974, though, as Derrida later notes, Hegel was just in a long line of philosophers who were anti-Semites. 114. In the second piece, First Temptation, he talks about the annual festival of Purim, which he had first discussed in the 1970s in Envoys, and remarks that the origins of this festival are probably from the Babylonian exile, c. 586 to 538 BCE, adding, Babylon, reappropriation by the Jews, of a non-Jewish history, a result of the triumph of the Maccabees who liberated Judea. 115 In the fifth piece, Are They Praying? Derrida makes a brief and striking statement about history and specifically Jewish history, property propriet, expropriation, appropriation, free or forced. One can no longer make the distinction, it is always a matter of a history ilva tujers doen histoire, here the history of Judaism or Jewishness, as history of the proper cum histoire du proper. 116 For Derrida, the relation between the sequence of terms property, expropriation, appropriation is always a matter of a history. As history of the proper. It is through examining a matter of a history as the history of the proper that we can best understand Derrida's own philosophy of history. In Monolingualism of the Other, Derrida challenges the idea of the absolute expropriation of colonialism and the absolute reappropriation of post-colonialism. 117 Derrida had questioned the relation between decolonization and reappropriation as early as 1978. 118 However, he first introduced his critical analysis of the proper, propriety and property, le propre, in the mid-1960s in Writing and Difference and of Grammatology. This analysis of le propre should not be taken merely as a critique of the traditional idea of the self or subject as the propriety of owning oneself or of claiming something purely as itself. For Derrida, le propre certainly provides a different genealogy for these ideas of clear and simple ownership. A good example of this can be found in Derrida's 1990 paper, The Other heading, Memoirs, Responses, and Responsibilities. What is proper to a culture is to not be identical to itself, he argues. Not to not have an identity, he goes on to say, but not to be able to identify itself, to be able to say me or we, to be able to take the form of a subject only in the non-identity to itself or, if you prefer, only in the difference with itself of xy. 119 Le propre therefore treats monogenealogy as a mystification. 120. Derrida first emphasizes le propre in his 1965 essay on Artaud, La parole soufflée. Speech, la parole, is at once stolen, slips away from itself and takes flight, dérobe, se dérobe, vol, when it is inscribed and written down, it never belongs to propre à its author or to its addressee, and by nature, it never follows the trajectory that leads from subject to subject un sujet propre à un sujet propre. 121 Still using the terms of structuralism, Derrida describes this process as an instance of the historicity of the autonomy of the signifier. 122 In the mid-1960s Derrida already makes a link between le propre and le historicite, at the time of delivering his lectures on Heidegger and history. As one would expect in an essay on Artaud, Derrida goes on to explore the relation between the proper name, the proper body, a proximity to oneself and a sense of cleanliness or propriety. 123 In Derrida's reading, it is not a matter of an opposition between the proper and the non-proper but of the recognition that the condition of the phenomenon of the proper is that of the proper departure from that which is proper to oneself. 124 As Derrida explains in Of Grammatology, to register the proper as the proper is already to search for a helping hand for a supplement to what should not need to be supplemented and to encounter what is beyond or just short of the elusive absolute propriety of the proper. 125. As he puts it some years later, le propre is found between the proper of the other and the other of the proper. 126 It is precisely the sense of le propre, eigentlich, as the near, proper, proprius, as a claim to the present in the proximity of self-presence, that Derrida challenges in Heidegger's thought in Nausea and Gram. 127 A different kind of historicity is needed when it is apparent that this value of proximity and of self-presence is found at the outset in Heidegger's privileging of the question of the meaning of being as the opening of the existential analytic of Dasein. 128 As Derrida remarks in Plato's Pharmacy, no being there etre la can be properly his own and proper. 129. Le propre is therefore not only a challenge to the traditional claim to the propriety of the subject or to the self as propriety, it is also a critique of treating history as a determined historicity. In Revelations and other texts, when he writes, property, expropriation, appropriation, free or forced, one can no longer make the distinction, it is always a matter of a history, here the history of Judaism or Jewishness, as history of the proper, Derrida is giving us a kind of general model, structure, or sequence for a history. 130 In this context, it is a matter of the history of Judaism as a history of the propria, as a history of property, expropriation, appropriation. This apparent triad is itself very close, as Derrida is keenly aware, to the Hegelian dialectic and to Ricoeur's hermeneutical philosophy of history fueled by the dynamics of Aufhebung. This Hegelian dialectic would start with the assumption of a property or propriety, an appropriation, thesis, of the ownership of something that is both owned and in itself proper to itself, present. This first and still limited stage then goes through a necessary experience of expropriation, antithesis, of a temporary loss of propriety in relation to an other, absent, that is not its own, which in fact takes place only in order to facilitate the greater progressive development of its enhanced propriety, appropriation as the self-conscious realization of the proper, present as presence. The final state is an ultimate progression or elevation based on a teleologically assured reappropriation, synthesis, through the negation uplifting, Aufhebung, of both the initial appropriation and its expropriation and into a new, higher stage of appropriation. Derrida challenges this formidable Hegelian sequence and its basic metaphysical assumptions and affirms throughout his work its continuing influence in thinking about identity, the self, politics, economics, institutions, culture, nationalism, and religion. Ricoeur had argued that a hermeneutical imperative and a philosophy of reflection are necessary because the positing of the self is not given, as it is in Descartes, and is better understood as a task of interpretation. 131 One does not begin with propriety in hermeneutics, but one does begin with reappropriation. As Ricoeur observes, why must this recovery be characterized as appropriation or even as reappropriation? I must recover something which has first been lost, I make proper to me proper what has ceased to be mine, my propria. 132 As a hermeneutical task, positing of self passes through many others, many opaque, contingent, and equivocal signs in the attempt to reach its goal, the reappropriation of my propria. 133 Ricoeur does not start with le propre as thesis. And this is a remarkable gesture. But he does end with le propre as a synthesis and a reaffirmation of the Hegelian framework in general to account for a progressive development and compelling transformation. Ricoeur describes this culmination as a hope, because a philosophy of reflection must always contend with the necessity to recover itself by deciphering its own signs lost in the world of culture. 134. Derrida's treatment in the 1970s of the terms appropriation, expropriation, and reappropriation is different, not least because of his reading of Heidegger's Time and Being, 1962. But these terms are also found in Derrida's earliest writings on le propre. In Of Grammatology, Historia is described, along with episteme, as having been determined as Dieter's looking toward the reappropriation of presence. 135 As a form of the aspiration to absolute knowledge, the reappropriation of difference registers the metaphysics of the proper. 136 But it is already evident that Derrida is not following the ordering or sequence of the Hegelian dialectic. As he notes at the outset of his reading of Rousseau, difference does not resist appropriation, it does not impose an exterior limit upon it. Difference began by broaching entamer alienation and it finishes by letting reappropriation be breached entemy. 137 Law difference does not follow the time and place of the Hegelian antithesis. It does not follow the Hegelian determination of the labor of the negative. 138 It does not follow appropriation, from appropriare, making one's own, propius, with an expropriation that will be expected and then domesticated by a final reappropriation. This expropriation is already its own outside, son propre dehors. 139 If there is a deconstructive historiography, it must find a way to outmaneuver Hegel and his characterization of the relation between philosophy and history. In this way, Derrida can respond to the Hegelian determination of the history of philosophy and the philosophy of history. As Michael Nas has pointed out, the French verb entamer has two distinct meanings as a broaching, an inaugural opening, and a breaching, a breaking into what is already formed. 140 Law difference broaches appropriation and breaches reappropriation. 141 It does this to avoid the Hegelian treatment of difference as an absolute difference. For Rousseau, for example, total alienation is the total reappropriation of self-presence. 142 As we can now appreciate from the recently published 1975 to 1976 Seminar on Theory and Practice, by the mid-1970s Derrida was already rethinking the relation between appropriation and expropriation. In this seminar, in a reading of Heidegger's 1953 essay Science and Reflection, Derrida uses the neologism expropriation. He argues that there is a double movement of expropriation in Heidegger's essay that both swerves deport from the propria and calls for a return or reappropriation. 143 For Derrida, this double movement registers an uncanny expropriation. 144. Derrida's interest in the relation between appropriation and expropriation also arises from his close reading of Heidegger. In German, Enteignung registers expropriation or dispossession, with the prefix and marking a negation, a reversal, or removal. In Being and Time, Heidegger uses Entfernung to describe the removal of distance as the possibility of proximity. 145 In Spurs, Nietzsche Styles, 1972, Derrida reconfigures Entfernung as éloignement, the distancing or deferment of distance when it is taken as the possibility of proximity. 146 As Derrida remarks, this is a different kind of negation in which destruction, and, constitutes the distant itself as such, the veiled enigma of proximation. 147 Proximity is strange, uncanny even, because it is made possible by the distancing of distance. Derrida suggests in Spurs that the movement of Entfernung sidesteps propriety or le propre as the claim to essence. 148 As he observes in Pace Not. S. 1976 Entfernung de distances éloigne the far by constituting it, brings the far near therefore holding the far far. The eventual propriation, a forced or risky etymology for erroneous, of the far is de distant from itself. 149 As we saw in Chapter 2, Derrida is interested in Heidegger's relation to Hegel because he is tracking the proximity and difference of the two thinkers when it comes to treating negation. The Hegelian Aufhebung anticipates, invites, and exploits the negative as an essential aspect of the unbroken trajectory of the history of spirit. 3. The event and expropriation. Derrida tests and probes Heidegger's evocation of the negative in his 1964 to 1965 lectures, noting, as we have seen, that Heidegger does not treat the non-historical as the simple negation of the historical but as a necessary aspect of a more nuanced concept of historicity. At the same time, while Heidegger insists that the inauthentic is not the negation or negative other of the authentic, Derrida begins to question Heidegger's emphasis on erroneous as the basis of the proper, Eigentliche, of one's own, Eigen, of the appropriate, Eigen, and of appropriation, Ernennung. In German, the prefix er emphasizes the completion of a goal or reaching of a target or aim, giving eriness the double weight of owning the successful propriety or telos of the proper. What makes Heidegger's treatment of the relations between eriness and antiness, or what Derrida calls in his 1973 to 1974 seminar appropriation and dispropriation depropriation, more complicated is that as a noun erroneous also registers an event, das Erroneous, taken from the verb erignen, to happen, take place, to occur. This links the relation of appropriation, expropriation to the question of the event and its narrative as problem of history. 150 This is why in Pace Not. S. Derrida also speaks of a coming of the event as the distancing of the near. 151. In Being and Time, Heidegger links the authenticity, Eigentliche, of Dasein to its having something of its own eigen. 152 In his later work, he treats erroneous as propriation and the event of propriation and then places this event of propriation in relation to entigness or dispropriation. 153 In the 1956 appendix to The Origin of the Work of Art, 1935 to 1936, Heidegger speaks of the event das Erinnern, out of which the meaning of being is first determined. 154. In crude terms, the question is to what extent this inaugural determining event reinforces a narrative of le propre and appropriation, and to what extent it treats an expropriation as a movement that disrupts or reinforces reappropriation. In his paper Of an Apocalyptic Tone newly adopted in Philosophy, 1980 to 1983, Derrida observes that if both Erinnern and Entigness unfold the movement of appropriation, one can perhaps describe this as a call beyond being. 155. This suggests that the place where Erinnern takes place and displaces itself would no longer be translated simply by event. 156. As Derrida argues in an interview in 2001, it is important to think of both Erinnern as the appropriation of the proper, eigen, and Entigness as a certain expropriation. 157. In this sense, as Derrida suggested in 1992, a certain expropriation of Entigness will have always inhabited the proper of Eigentlichkeit even before being named. 158. Entigness cannot be treated as the simple other of Erinnern. In these passages, covering nearly 30 years, Derrida is interested in what happens when one thinks of these two movements towards appropriation and towards expropriation together, hence his use of the term l'expropriation. In To Speculate on Freud, 1980, which contains parts of Derrida's 1975 seminar on La Vie la Mort, he observes, in the guarding of the proper, beyond the opposition life/death, its privilege is also its vulnerability, one can even say its essential impropriety, the exappropriation, Entigness, which constitutes it. 159. Exappropriation puts in question not only the assumption of the propriety of appropriation but also the absolute negation or pure difference of an expropriation that reconfirms the Hegelian colonization of negation in the Aufhebung. Heidegger, as ever, seems at once close to and removed from Hegel. In the 11th piece in Revelations and Other Texts, entitled Gathering, Derrida explains the relation between property, expropriation, appropriation by evoking this exappropriation. He writes, the experience of the proper is inseparable, as experience, from expropriation, and this from the movement of reappropriation. This irreducible experience of the proper as non-proper, and like the proper name that never properly belongs to the one who bears it la porte, for the proper name is essentially, like the Torah, bearable, portable, is what I call elsewhere exappropriation. 160. As the irreducible experience of the proper as non-proper, exappropriation both accounts for and dislodges the traditional concept of le propre. 161. The relation of exappropriation to the problem of history in Derrida's thought arguably begins in the footnotes on Heidegger to his 1968 essay, The Ends of Man. These footnotes could also be dated to 1972 when this lecture was first published in Margins of Philosophy. It is here that Derrida addresses in his published work the questions of proximity that he raised in his 1964 to 1965 lectures on Heidegger and history. He notes that Heidegger relates the proper, eigen, to several modes of to appropriate, including Erignen and Erinnern. 162. What interests Derrida is that Heidegger's emphasis on le propre and ontological proximity as a mode of appropriation of having as one's own, eigen, as a form of authenticity, eigentlich, is also a mode for an event in the sending of being on its destiny. 163. Erinnern is both appropriation and event. As a form of appropriation, Erinnern is not an event but the possibility of the event in general. 8 years later in Pace Not. S., Derrida offers both a tentative translation of Erinnern as eventual appropriation and reaffirms his critique of proximity by adding that the eventual appropriation is also itself distanced. 164. As Jean-Luc Nancy aptly states, Erinnern is the appropriating event, which is the depropriating event. 165. Despite its radical question of the philosophical tradition, as Derrida concludes at the end of his 1975 to 1976 seminar on theory and practice, Heidegger's thought still evokes the way back to the proper. 166 Expropriation registers Derrida's attempt to retranslate Erroneous as a reappropriation of le propre. This retranslation is part of Derrida's work in 1970s that challenges Heidegger's emphasis on the sending out of being and of the history of being as the articulation of a destination with a destiny. Thinking time with being and the event with appropriation is precisely an instance of the double movement that turns the gesture of expropriation as a reappropriation into an exappropriation. Exappropriation is therefore not only a question of le propre, it is also a question of time and event, of sending off or out from, with, and toward the other and registering what is to come, to happen and what has happened, in the past and from the past. It is also a response to the problem of history. As Derrida had already suggested in the 1964 to 1965 lectures, to rethink Heidegger's notion of historicity it is necessary to rethink concepts of tradition and inheritance, of tradition as inheritance. These indicate the possibility of a different kind of historicity. As Derrida explains in June 2004, in one of his last discussions, which took place in Strasbourg with Jean-Luc Nancy and Philippe Lacoué-Labart, what I wish to say with exappropriation is that in the gesture of appropriating something for oneself, and thus of being able to keep in one's name, to mark one's name, to leave in one's name, as a testament or an inheritance, one must expropriate this thing, separate oneself from it. 167 As he goes on to say, echoing a passage from his footnote to The Ends of Man, we have to lose what we want to keep and we can keep only on condition of losing. 168. This keeping losing is not only a means of checking a philosophical tradition that charts with tenacity and dismay the endless appropriations of the self, it is also a way of rethinking the relation both to the self as an archive, as an archival monument, and to the exappropriations of the self in relation to the past, to memory, and to history. As Derrida remarks in his 2004 discussion. And so I know that what is kept is, for me, absolutely lost, though I kept this his own archive not for others but also for myself, in order to recall, and thus to keep my experience, my memory, my past. That's exappropriation. I wanted to keep everything in order to appropriate for myself, but in order to keep and appropriate it, it was first of all necessary to put it in a safe place. And when one puts something in a safe place, it has to be elsewhere than on oneself. 169. Exappropriation can therefore be taken not only as the displacement of the subject as the central axis of philosophy but also as a displacement of history as a subject from Hegel to Heidegger. 170. Returning to Revelations and other texts, if exappropriation can be taken as something that makes history, it can also give us the practical instance of how to approach a specific context or milieu in the history of Judaism. In his 1991 interview with Elizabeth Weber, Derrida talks about his seminar in the 1980s on the Judeo-German psyche, in which figures such as Hermann Cohen, 1842–1918, Franz Rosenzweig, 1886–1929, and Walter Benjamin, 1892–1940, are driven as the absolutely foreign Jew in Germany by a desire for appropriation. 171 Derrida goes on to describe his interest in Judeo-German figures in the Weimar period as a task of history. It's a history with points of emphasis. Of course, it happened in an especially knotted up way, knotted tightly under Nazism, but the knot was already tied in the time of Nietzsche and Wagner, a knot that had itself got started in another knot at the time of Jewish emancipation. But you can't give an account of the history of this knot, as Hermann Cohen himself shows, without going back to the Reformation and to Plato, to Platonism, to the origin of Christianity, to the Hellenistic period, and so on. It's a history with rhythms, nodal points. Each knot has a definite singularity of its own, but you have to pull the whole string. 172. One could take this as a gesture towards a possible historiography that recognizes, in the specific case of Jewish experience in Germany, singular knots rather than periods, epochs, ages that are part of a larger, perpetually backward-looking, historical series of rhythms and nodal points. 173. While Heidegger was interested in an event of appropriation and expropriation that registers being in a unique manner, Derrida treats expropriation as an injunction to rethink the event in general. As he remarks in the resonating aftermath of the attacks on the Twin Towers on September 11, 2001, the undergoing l'épreuve of the event, that which in the undergoing or in the ordeal l'épreuve at once opens itself up to and resists experience, is, it seems to me, a certain unappropriability of what comes or happens ce qui arrive. 174 Expropriation accounts for both the opening and the resistance to historical events and to their contexts, their memories, and their narratives. Events are marked by their indefatigable movements of appropriation, our necessary attempts to understand them, and our unavoidable recognition of the unforeseeable and unappropriability in these events. A deconstructive philosophy of history is no less rigorous for accepting that expropriation is part of both the opening and the resistance that is encountered in historical research and historical writing. For there is it gives history. It would be easy to overestimate the influence on Derrida of Heidegger's 1962 lecture Time and Being, with its resonant title and promise of revisiting being and time. 175 Nonetheless, it is unique in Derrida studies because it appeared in a 1968 collection of articles dedicated to Jean Beaufret, 1907–1982, Heidegger's closest intellectual ally in France, that included Derrida's own essay on Heidegger Ousia and Graham. 176 Time and Being and Ousia and Graham were published together, at once close to and far away from each other. Much of Derrida's work in the 1970s, including rethinking the relation between appropriation and expropriation, can be taken as an extended consideration of Heidegger's customarily dense and provoking lecture. It is here that Heidegger links his recasting of the ontological assertion it is to there is and it gives, es gibt, first to the sending and destiny of being, and then to being as the event of appropriation. 177 Derrida will address these aspects of time and being in a range of works from the mid to late 1970s, including Pace Not, S, Given Time and Envoys, and one can see the influence of the it gives in his evocation of l'arrivant in aporias, as that which precedes, makes possible and exceeds the characteristic trait of belonging in relation to identity and the metaphysical determination in relation to the subject, the self and consciousness. 178. For Heidegger, thinking being without beings, being registers a giving, there is, it gives being, es gibt Sinn, and there is, it gives time, es gibt die Zeit. 179 Being therefore does not have a Historiegeschichte in the way in which a city or a people have their history. 180 The history of being can only be registered by the way in which it gives being, es and gibt. 181 The giving, geben, of being is registered uniquely as a giving that holds itself back and withdraws and can therefore be described as a sending, skicken. 182 The sending as what is sent forth in destining determines what is historical, geschichtlich, in the history of being. 183. In Time and Being Heidegger also contrasts the destiny of being, Geschick von Sen, that registers itself in the compelling belonging together of the epochs, Zusammengehörender Epochen, to a contingent history that is determined by an indeterminately thought-up occurrence. 184 Geschichten, for Kamen registers what merely takes place or happens historically. 185 This distinction between an implicit historicism or relativistic determination and the fundamental characteristic of sending as the enduring framework for any history of being is reinforced when Heidegger turns to Das Erinnern, which he insists should not be understood as a simple occurrence or mere event. 186. Before he turns to Erinnern and Entignis, Heidegger describes the giving of being as the opening up of openness and presencing, Anwesen, for the possibility of time and the interplay of past, present and future that both holds them apart and holds them toward one another. 187 This leads Heidegger to return to the relation between the near, nahe, and distancing, entfernt, that he had explored in Being and Time. 188 The giving that determines all, he argues, brings future, past and present near to one another by distancing them. 189 The near keeps open the approach of the future by withholding the present. 190 In this ordering of time, nearing nearness is also a denial and withholding. 191 The critical point for Heidegger is that the necessary operation of distancing is already encompassed by the operation of nearing nearness, as it unifies Einheit in advance, the relation between past, present, and future. 192 Heidegger then turns to Arrhenius as the culmination of his account of time and being. In relation to the giving, the sending, and destiny of being, Arrhenius determines time and being in their own and in their belonging together. 193 In her 1972 translation, Joan Stambaugh adds a few sentences to the German text at this point. These additional sentences concern the problem of translating Arrhenius when Heidegger wants to avoid das Arrhenius being treated as a mere historical event. Being indicates a framework that always precedes and exceeds the mere historical event. This can be taken as a critique of historicism, but it also places the history of being, which is made possible by the elaboration of Es gibt Sinn, in opposition to the event as a contingent, determining, historical occurrence. The risk is that if we translate Arrhenius simply as event, we will miss that all events arise from being, and this indicates a kind of event that can never be taken as a mere historical event. Being remains, Heidegger insists, the highest, most significant event of all. 194 This distinction between mere historical events and the highest event of being is the limit in Heidegger's thought between philosophy and the problem of history. This limit marks Heidegger's own enduring philosophy of history. When Heidegger writes, what determines both, time and being, in their own, that is, in being together, we shall call, Arrhenius. The English translation therefore adds the following lines: Arrhenius, the event of appropriation. Arrhenius will be translated as appropriation or event of appropriation. One should bear in mind, however, that event is not simply an occurrence, but that which makes any occurrence possible. 195 It is likely that these additional lines were added by Heidegger himself. What they demonstrate is not so much the problem of translating Arrhenius as his anxiety that Arrhenius should ever be taken for what just happens or just takes place, Geschehen, vorkommen. What happens if Arrhenius is mistaken for what just happens or just takes place? Is this a return to historicism? Or is this limit the possibility for rethinking the relation between Dasein, being, and history as characterized by Heidegger? These questions are raised in Derrida's works from the mid-1970s and revisited in the early 1990s. In the final pages of his lecture, Heidegger gives Arrhenius as appropriation the central role. The giving of being is the giving of time, and the gift of presence is the property of appropriating, Eigentum des Eignens. 196 This property includes sending as keeping back and withdrawal, den Entzug, as the unique withdrawal from unconcealment that registers being. 197 This inclusion means that Heidegger does not see expropriation, Entignis, as a disruption to the property of appropriating. 198 Much like Hegel's evocation of negation, expropriation already belongs to appropriation. 199 In a double movement of reinforcement that echoes Hegelianism, expropriation preserves propriety, the proper of appropriation itself is appropriated to itself. For Heidegger, this is the event that is not a merely historical event and should be taken as the possibility of all historical events. As we have seen, Derrida's earliest references to time and being are found in the notes given to three essays from 1968, Difference, The Ends of Man and Deusia and Graham, when they were published in Margins of Philosophy in 1972. In The Ends of Man, Derrida quotes the critical passage in which Heidegger insists that one should never confuse the event of appropriation with a simple occurrence or happening. 200 Derrida in effect begins his reading of time and being with the problem of history and Heidegger's distinction between mere history and the unique history of being. He also adds a note to Difference, which is dated 1972, quoting from the final pages of Time and Being, observing in stark terms, if the gift of presence is the property of appropriating. Difference is not a process of appropriation in any sense whatever. 201 In this footnote from 1972 he goes on to gesture to a link between Hegel and Heidegger and looks to a future work. Difference is neither position, appropriation, nor negation, expropriation, but rather other. Hence it seems but here, rather, we are marking the necessity of a future itinerary that difference would be no more a species of the genus Aranus than being. 202. It is also in 1972 that Derrida develops this argument in Spurs, Nietzsche styles, noting that when Heidegger refers the question of being to the question of the property, propria, he unsettles his abiding interest in the primacy of the truth of being. 203 The truth of being is inscribed in the process of appropriation. 204 Derrida will later describe this process as the relation between appropriation, expropriation, and exappropriation. He also reiterates here that this unsettling of the history of being should not be taken as a simple reversal. Being cannot be treated as part of the primacy of appropriation or a mere incident uncaught in the event called Aranus. 205 To privilege the event, even the event in general or the mere event over being, does not displace but merely repeats the structural primacy given to being. The challenge, Derrida suggests, is rather to take the process of appropriation as registering a giving, donner, geben, and gift, le donation, gabe, that accords neither to a subject or object nor to being and its truth as its own unique claim to a historicity that is the absolute other of mere history and of historiography. 206. Derrida's work in the late 1970s demonstrates a persistent interest in how to translate or reconfigure the giving and gift of es gift into their is it gives history. 207 In September 1991 Derrida published his 1977-1978 seminar Donner, Le Temps under the title Given Time, I Counterfeit Money. Part 2 has yet to appear, much like Part 2 of Being and Time. 208 In an opening footnote, Derrida links the problem of the gift to, among other issues, le propria or appropriation, expropriation, exappropriation. 209 He also argues here that in Time and Being Heidegger is still directed by le propria, eigen. The desire to accede to the proper, he observes, is already, we could say, surreptitiously ordered by Heidegger according to the dimension of giving. 210. Given Time also refers to Derrida's 1977-1978 work Restitutions of the Truth in Pointure, on Heidegger and Myers-Scapiro's, 1904-1996, treatment of art and, in particular, the painting of Van Gogh. 211 As he remarks in Given Time, Derrida is interested here in what we might call a historicity of restitution or even historicity as restitution, of the link between the economy of the proper, appropriation, expropriation, exappropriation, and the coming or coming back le revenir of the event as restitution or beyond restitution in the Aranus or in the Endignus. 212 For Derrida, there is a historicity of the event as restitution and there is a historicity of the event as restitution or beyond restitution. In relation to the past, exappropriation resists the easy narratives of appropriation or alienation. 213. Despite the limits in Heidegger's treatment of the event and history in Time and Being, we should not minimize Derrida's acute sense that the analysis of time and the gift displaces all that is determined under the name Aranus. 214 In a footnote to How to Avoid Speaking, 1986, a lecture on deconstruction and negative theology, Derrida observes that the thinking of the gift in Heidegger's lecture has expressly oriented all the texts I have published since about 1972. 215 At the same time, the thinking of the gift for Derrida is also the thinking of exappropriation and a rethinking of the problem of history in Heidegger after his 1964-1965 lectures. Concerned in part with the Heideggerian difference between sending out or sending off, Schicken, and a directed or final historical destination, Geschick, Envoys is written as an incomplete series of lengthy postcards dated from 1977 to 1979 and can be treated as Derrida's first attempt, followed 11 years later by Circumfiction, to write a work of exappropriation that engages with context, memory, and narrative as problems of history. As he explains in the note written at the start of Envoys and dated September 7, 1979, in challenging Heidegger's hostility to technology and to the science of history, Envoys also refers to a history and a technology of the chorea and to some general theory of the envoy sending out or sending off and of everything which by means of some telecommunication allegedly destines itself. 216 A certain kind of history, the history of the postal services, is one of the contexts of Envoys. At the same time, Derrida is concerned with the sending out and sending off, with posts and envoys and its relays, delay, anticipation, destination, telecommunicating network, which would be the very possibility of a history of the posts, as well as the possibility of tradition, transmission, interruptions and going astray. 217. Prompted by discovering a postcard depicting a 13th century drawing of Socrates writing down the dictation of Plato, a reversal of the traditional view that Socrates never wrote anything, Derrida writes on June 5, 1977 that he would like to write a grand history, a large encyclopedia of the post and of the cipher. 218 He returns to this grand Hegelian ambition on June 8, 1977, reiterating the desire to reassemble an enormous library on the chorea, the postal institutions, the techniques and mores of telecommunication, the networks and epochs of telecommunication throughout a traverse history. 219 This form of history, of a thematic and encyclopedic gathering across and through history, of a history in search of a transhistoricity, is immediately undercut as Derrida treats the project of such a grand history not as an assured and untouchable external framework but rather as yet another kind of post and sites of passage or of relay among others. 220 A different kind of history is called for. In his opening note to Envoys, as one would expect, Derrida makes the dated work an explicit issue, as he not only dates this preface at the end but also includes the date in the main text, spelling it out as the 7th of September 1979. 221 This is a work of many dates, many memories, many layers, and many narratives, including Derrida's childhood in the 1930s in Algeria. It is also a work that is keenly aware of the event of its narration, as well as its historical events. When it was published in early 1980, Envoys already records a mixture of dated historical events. The preface to Envoys is dated September 7, 1979, the back cover write-up is dated November 17, 1979 and its postcards are dated from June 3, 1977 to August 30, 1979 as well as an interweaving of a series of private and public events. The problem of the event of the narration of these historical events is marked by Derrida in a number of ways, including 52 mute spaces where proper names or whole sentences have been removed in the summer of 1979 from the writings dating from 1977 to 1979. 222. If these postcards are taken as a series of actual letters from a correspondence or as accounts or recounted stories of real events and places such as being at Balliol College and the Bodleian Library in Oxford in early June 1977 and not just an inventive essay constituted by the fictional gathering of postcard-like works, these 52 gaps can be taken as discrete acts of privacy and reticence when recounting recent events. It is likely that some of the postcards, especially those that dwell on the correspondence and telephone calls of an intense love affair, were originally written for the philosopher Sylvian Agassinsky, 1945, with whom Derrida had been secretly involved since 1972. 223 At the same time, if these gaps expose the problem of the difference between the event and its subsequent narration and what Derrida calls the ability to regulate distances, they also highlight the distortion or incompletion of the narration. Not everything is given. 224 For Derrida, this limitation curtails the ambition in the history of philosophy, so aptly articulated by Hegel, that everything is given but not yet. 225. But this also marks another challenge and perhaps another impasse for the historian. If we treat historiography not as the search for an external framework, as the box into which to gather everything else, as the designation of everything else as being simply in history, then history is an architectonic among another architectonics, a tradition among other traditions that also addresses the problem of tradition itself. If deconstruction looks at historiography, it sees this long tradition and long temptation of asserting itself as the external framework. It also sees that if we treat history as a post or relay among others, then historiography must not stop contending with the problem of distancing. Within every mark or every trait, Derrida writes on June 9, 1977, there is distancing ilyal éloignement. 226. The legibility of the past is the problem of its pending arrival. 227. Part 2. A deconstructive historiography. Chapter 4. History, Context, and Milieu. At this very precise moment of history, as one rightly says. Back from Moscow, in the USSR 1. The challenge of history. End of the revolution. I noted when I returned from Moscow 2 weeks ago, Derrida writes on March 31, 1990. The date here and phrase end of the revolution leads us to think of a number of political revolutions during a remarkable period in European history, not least the fall of the Berlin Wall on November 9, 1989, and the so-called Velvet Revolution from November 17 to December 29, 1989 in Czechoslovakia. However, there is another context for Derrida's use of the phrase the end of the revolution. He is referring to the annual circling and recircling that has gone on from March 1989 to May 1990 as he has been writing the work Circumcision, 1991. As we have seen, this is a series of 59 paragraphs, each written as a single sentence and interweaving autobiographical passages with diary fragments from the mid to late 1970s and extended quotations from St. Augustine's Confessions. At the same time, the reference to Derrida's return from Moscow in March 1990 also places the sentence in the context of the recent momentous events in Europe. We are left with one phrase that has at least two contexts. In June 1990, Czechoslovakia would have its first democratic election since 1946. The Soviet Union itself would be dissolved in December 1991, marking the end of the Russian Revolution that had begun in October 1917. How did Derrida respond to the historical events that took place in Europe from 1989 to 1991? How did he respond to the challenge of history? And how can this help us to understand Derrida's engagement with the question of history? I would like to examine this period as part of Derrida's engagement with the problem of history after his work on Husserl, Hegel, and Heidegger in the 1960s and 1970s. The late 1980s and early 1990s are particularly notable for their emphasis in Derrida's work on the relation between history and context, memory, and narrative. As we have seen, from the 1950s Derrida had been influenced by Husserl's critique of historicism, and Derrida himself had been interested in the question of context from at least the early 1970s. He devoted a number of works in the 1970s and 1980s to the relation between language, history, institutions, and context. However, there is also a new emphasis in the late 1980s on what Derrida calls a historical configuration in his analysis of the political thought in Europe of the 1920s and 1930s. The early 1990s saw a number of works like Circumcision and Monolingualism of the Other that combine different aspects of context, memory, and narrative. The events of 1989 to 1991 in Europe were certainly unexpected and can therefore be taken as events in Derrida's sense of the term. As he remarked in a talk from 2003, an event implies surprise, exposure, the unanticipatable. In an interview in New York on September 22, 2001, given in the immediate aftermath of the September 11 attacks, Derrida reiterated that an event is what comes and, in coming, comes to surprise me, to surprise and to suspend comprehension. The event is first of all that which I do not first of all comprehend. 5. The event registers the needful labor of appropriation as it relentlessly encounters what cannot be appropriated. 6. As Derrida remarked elsewhere in 1993, an event and the event from the past has a future because there is always the question of the non-knowledge and non-advent of the an event, of what remains to be. 7. The fall of the Berlin Wall and the Velvet Revolution in the last months of 1989 had particular significance for Derrida, not least because his wife Marguerite Aucouturier had been born in Prague in 1932. 8. As Benoit Peters, 1956, relates in his 2010 biography of Derrida, the death of the Czechoslovakian philosopher Jan Padoka, 1907–1977, after a long interrogation for signing the Charter 77 petition led to a group of philosophers at Oxford University founding the Jan Hus Educational Foundation in 1980. 9. In the summer of 1981, Jean-Pierre Vernant was appointed the president of the French branch of the foundation and Derrida the vice president. In the last days of December 1981, Derrida had traveled to Prague to give a clandestine seminar on Descartes. 10. As Derrida later recalled, he soon began to feel as if he was being followed. On December 30, 1981, Derrida was arrested at the airport on charges of drug smuggling. He was interrogated for some 7 hours and he was then taken to Ruzini prison. 11. Having spent hours pounding on the doors of his cell demanding that someone contact the French ambassador, Derrida was joined by a Hungarian gypsy, who could speak neither French nor English. To pass the time they played noughts and crosses on pieces of tissue paper. 12. After being processed and given a prison uniform, he learned that he was facing a 2-year prison sentence. As the news spread of his arrest, the French government protested and Derrida was released from prison on January 1, 1982. 13. He returned to Paris on January 2. 14. One can certainly treat Derrida's arrest and imprisonment in Prague as one of the relatively rare instances of a philosopher from Western Europe encountering at first hand the political forces and institutions that we now characterize as the history of the Cold War in Europe from 1945 to 1991. 15. One could therefore date the question of Derrida and the challenge of history to the events of 1981. However, as I have suggested, it was almost impossible for Derrida not to be involved in politics and their relation to historical events when he was a student at the École Normale Supérieure in the 1950s, not least because it was dominated at this time by the French Communist Party. On March 5, 1953, a minute of silence was enforced at the ENS to mourn the death of Stalin. 16. At the time, Derrida aligned himself with a group which he later described as left or non-communist extreme left. 17. I would date his institutional engagement with questions of political thought and action to the years 1952 to 1956 when the French Stalinists held sway over the ENS, though this must also be placed within the wider context of the Algerian War, 1954 to 1962. 18. As Derrida observes in an interview from April 1989 on his friendship with Louis Althusser, his time at the ENS was very difficult because while he was anti-Stalinist and had a view of the democratic left that was incompatible with the French Communist Party and the Soviet Union, he did not want his objections to be confused with conservative reticence. 19. A complex political analysis and a difficult negotiation with prevailing political orthodoxies and their relation to wider historical events were already demanded of Derrida in the 1950s. 20. These difficult negotiations went on into the 1960s. In the mid-1960s, Derrida was associated with the Telkel Group, led by Philippe Sollers, 1936. As Derrida remarks in one of his last talks before his death in 2004, his increasingly difficult relations with the Telkel Group was dominated by the political events of the late 1960s. The group put up less and less with my political independence with regard not only to their pro-PCF Parti Communiste Français, French Communist Party and pro-Soviet positions in 1968 at the time of the invasion of Prague in August 1968 but, a bit later, with regard to their conversion, which was just as dogmatic, to a caricatural and blind Maoism accompanied by a somewhat childish intellectual terrorism. 21. However, As we will see in chapter 6, Derrida was already challenged by history in 1942 when, as a Jew living in Vichy, Algeria, he was expelled from school and lost his French citizenship. 22. There are, of course, other historical and political events that one could include here, notably the revelations in 1988 that Derrida's colleague and friend Paul de Man, 1919 to 1983, had written for collaborationist and anti-Semitic newspapers in Belgium during World War II. 23. The events of 1989 were only one more challenge by history in the life of Jacques Derrida. 2. Historical configurations. How did Derrida respond to the political events in Europe in 1989? In late May 1990, in a conference paper, he refers to what has started, or rather has accelerated, these past few months in the East or at the center of Europe. 24. He goes on to speak of the tremor that is shaking what are called Central and Eastern Europe under the very problematic names perestroika, democratization, reunification, entry into the market economy, access to political and economic liberalisms. 25. 3 years before the Spectres of Marx, 1993, which is often taken as the announcement of his so-called political turn, Derrida calls for a new reading of Marx. 26. As we have seen, Derrida had been calling for a new reading of Marx since at least the mid-1960s. It is only a matter of chance that Derrida gave a number of significant political lectures just before and soon after the political transformation in Eastern Europe in 1989, including of the right to justice / from law to justice, du droit à la justice, in October 1989 and its companion piece First Name of Benjamin in April 1990. The most notable response to the events of 1989 was Derrida's decision to accept, after many years of refusal, an invitation to go to Moscow in February 1990. 27. It is a sign of how quickly Derrida could work that he followed his visit to Soviet Union from February 26 to March 6 with a paper given later in March in California entitled Back from Moscow, in the USSR, the title being in part inspired by the Beatles' 1968 song Back in the USSR. 28. Derrida begins his paper with saying that he will only be offering a sort of narrative about his trip because he would like to avoid the risks of every travelogue and he has never known how to tell stories. 29. As we shall see in chapters 8 and 9, this refusal to tell stories reiterates a refrain that he had explored from the mid-1960s to highlight the complex relation between philosophical, autobiographical, and historical narratives. In the place of an account, a travel narrative that submits to a rational account or calculation, logos, of his own journey, after returning from Russia, Derrida examines 3 travel narratives written by others: André Gide, 1869–1951, Walter Benjamin and René Eschenbach, 1909–2002. The title of the short book, published in France in 1995 with Derrida's paper and a transcript of his discussions in Moscow, Moscou aller Retour, emphasizes the sense of the travel narrative as a narration of returning, of turning back, of a round trip that is announced at the outset and in advance. 30. For Derrida, there is also a third reason why he will not tell his own story. He is concerned about a certain relation between the literary genre and history, notably political history. 31. Derrida proposes a hypothesis, arguing that there is a tradition when it comes to the USSR of a certain thematic generality that is linked to a finished sequence fini of history. 32. He suggests that this type of narrative is marked by implicit philosophical positions about the historical nature of a political event when it is taken as evidence of a decisive moment in the history of humanity. 33. In this case, each narrative that he reads assumes that the events of October 1917 in Russia allow for an exemplary narrative that can only be taken as a unique, finished, irreversible, and non-repeatable sequence of a political history. 34. Derrida goes on to ask if this philosophical critique should also have counterexamples of a more patient historical examination, a more rigorous historiographic reflection. 35. He is quite clear that his response to his visit to Moscow, and by implication to the events of November, December 1989, is to return to a tradition of literary historical narratives that share an essential relation to the singularity of a historical sequence and are shaped by a series of philosophical or metaphysical presumptions. 36 Derrida is giving us what is in effect a critique of an unacknowledged philosophy of history in these travel narratives to the USSR. This was not a new aspect of his thought. 37. In the name of the unique revolutionary political circumstances of communist Russia, each of these travel narratives evoked the quest for the universal. 38. The sense of visiting a particular country, with its particular problems, not least during the Stalinist era, is transcended by the need to affirm a universal revolutionary imperative for humanity as a whole. As Derrida observes, and at once the work itself, this event of language, the discourse of testimony, the travel narrative must efface itself in the service of the universal cause. 39. Derrida is concerned with both the structure and the history of these distinctive travel narratives. 40. This leads him to note that the structure of these narratives on Soviet Russia either evoke a universal imperative that has been incarnated, and the religious overtones of this term are explicit, in a chosen fatherland, patrie d'election, or affirm a unique revolutionary universality that is never reduced to a particular nation. 41. At the same time, Derrida reiterates the importance of going as far as possible into the historical knowledge of these narratives. 42. Already in March 1990, Derrida criticizes the claims in America that the collapse of the Warsaw Pact announces the end of history and the completion of a U.S.-style democracy on a global scale. 43. For Derrida, as he will argue relentlessly over the next decade, democracy is to come rather than already given in the presence of its concept, of its fact. 44. He also insists that the effort at historical knowledge must be placed in relation, however much tension this produces, to an interpretative formalization which can also address, for example, the phenomenological motif in Benjamin's narrative. 45. Benjamin's travel narrative, with its complex creation of the mythico-historical field which sees a revolutionary history supplant an ahistorical epoch of mythology while treating this revolutionary period in terms of the promised land and the future of a chosen fatherland, also suggests that Moscow is idealized as the presentation of the thing itself. 46. This philosophical assumption has consequences both for the historical and political analysis of the Soviet Union in 1926 to 1927 and for understanding the Bright Spring of 1990. Derrida would return to these issues 3 years later in 1993 in The Spectres of Marx, The State of the Dead, The Work of Mourning, and The New International. Examining Francis Fukuyama's, 1952, The End of History and the Last Man, 1992, Derrida argues that there is a profound lack of thinking of the event in Fukuyama's popular work. 47. Echoing a Hegelian tradition as interpreted by Kojève, Fukuyama suggests that the collapse of the Soviet Union signals the end of history, as the liberal democracy and free market capitalism of the United States is becoming the global norm for political economic organization. Derrida points out that Fukuyama both wants to account for the actual history of the late 20th century and to make the case for a regulating ideal that announces the proclaimed end of this history. 48. Fukuyama has confused two different types of event, the event as an empirical realization and the event as the ideal possibility or heralding of the realization. 49. In the name of a thoroughly historical account of the actual end of history, Fukuyama has relied on a regulating and trans-historical ideal to organize his historical narrative. 50. This trans-historic and natural ideal can only discredit and suspend the very authority of the so-called empirical event. 51. In proclaiming an ideal good news, Fukuyama leaves us with an unconvincing idealization of history and an inadequate philosophical account of the historical event. 52. There is already an earlier instance in this period of Derrida's critique of the philosophical assumptions that limit the treatment of the history, its events, and its political narratives. Derrida's lecture First Name of Benjamin was first distributed but not delivered in October 1989 at a conference in New York at the Cardozo School of Law and then read with an additional avant-propos and postscript on April 26, 1990, a month after he had given the paper on his trip to Moscow in California. This lecture on Walter Benjamin and on the resonances between his first name, Walter, and the German verb walten, to rule, to govern, to hold sway, prevail, or dominate was then revised and published in 1995 along with Of the Right to Justice / From Law to Justice under the title Force of Law, Force de Loi. Focusing on Benjamin's essay Critique of Violence, 1921, Derrida offers, in addition to an interpretative formalization, a close analysis of the historical configuration, la configuration historique, that informed not only Benjamin's essay but also the work of the jurist Carl Schmitt, 1888 to 1985, and of Heidegger right before the rise of Nazism. 53 Derrida argues that in the period 1918 to 1939, both left-wing and right-wing thinkers in Europe began to criticize the political model of parliamentary democracy. 54. Derrida would go on to make some critical comments about the use of the term configuration in a number of papers and talks in 1990 and 1991. In To Do Justice to Freud, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis, a paper given on November 23, 1991 marking the 30th anniversary of the publication of Foucault's History of Madness, 1961, Derrida highlights the aporias found in the use of terms such as epoch, age, paradigm and episteme in the construction of a historical configuration. 55 He argues that in varying contexts and in varying degrees each of these terms encounter the paradox of a serial law. 56 In this case, Foucault's reading of Freud is taken alternatively or simultaneously to close one epoch and to open another, and this leaves Freud at once outside the series or serie and regularly reinscribed within different series. 57 This marking of what is at once in and out of a series indicates problems for the constitution of any set or whole ensemble such as an age or an epoch. 58. Derrida had also raised the question about the relation between a historical configuration and generalizing terms such as epoch and age a year earlier in October 1990, 6 months after the paper on Benjamin. In We Other Greeks, some brief remarks given at a conference, he criticizes the apparent unity of an epoch and challenges the use of Greek words such as epoche and episteme to account for these enigmatic or improbable groupings, totalities, or configurations. 59 These Greek terms, Derrida argues, are used as quasi-nicknames precisely when the nameable is less assured than ever in its identity, limits, meaning, truth, and its very historicity. 60. To return to first name of Benjamin, the historical configuration that interests Derrida in the 1920s stems from the fact that it was not only Heidegger but also Benjamin who adopted a distinct philosophical political form of destruction, Zerstörung, which rejected parliamentary democracy. 61 For Derrida himself, Benjamin's essay on violence is too Heideggerian and messianico-Marxist. 62 Derrida had already noted in the 1970s that Heidegger's antipathy to representation included parliamentary representation. 63 But what makes first name of Benjamin different is the marked emphasis on the historical contexts in Germany after the end of the First World War. As Derrida remarks, in noting the proximity of Benjamin and a certain Carl Schmitt, we need to take account of the exorbitant price Germany had to pay for defeat, the Weimar Republic, the crisis and impotence of the new parliamentarism, the failure of pacifism, the aftermath of the October Revolution, competition between the media and parliamentarism, new particulars of international law, and so forth. 64 Derrida also refers here to the debates that arose in the 1980s in Germany over the attempt by some historians to resituate the show in relation to the Soviet gulags. He warns against the possibility of a historiographical perversion and the logic of revisionism. 65. 3 Historical laws. In 1989 to 1990 Derrida is concerned with the status, limits, and possibilities of a historical configuration, and he treats this not as a self-evident historical context but as what I would call a historical milieu. In Of the Right to Justice / From Law to Justice, Derrida affirms that the law or right can be deconstructed because it is not natural and its ultimate foundation is by definition unfounded. 66 There is no ideal point of origin outside of its interpretable and transformable textual strata. 67 One can therefore also challenge the idea of what Derrida calls in the Politics of Friendship, a work published in 1994 and largely based on his 1988 to 1989 seminar in Extra-Textual History. 68 In a reading of Montaigne, 1533 to 1592, in his 1989 paper, Derrida argues that in the absence of natural law there must be the supplement of historical law. 69 The law, the concept of right, droit, can be deconstructed because there is the history of law, its possible and necessary transformation, and sometimes its amelioration. 70 Derrida had been interested in the question of right and law since at least Glass, 1974. 71. Though Derrida's October 1989 paper marks a change in his discussion of politics and ethics, at least in an American space, Derrida's work in this period also shows a heightened emphasis on the problem of history and context. 72 It is likely that Derrida's work on the historical contexts of 1920s Germany that influenced and linked such disparate figures as Heidegger, Schmidt, and Benjamin began with his as yet unpublished 1986 seminar on theology, political, philosophical nationalism and nationality. 73 The seminar title may be a reference to Carl Schmitt's Political Theology, 4 chapters on the concept of sovereignty, 1922. Today, in part due to the legacy of Derrida's work, it is also easier to challenge Schmitt's account of sovereignty by arguing that what Schmitt describes as the norm is not homogeneous but heterogeneous. The absolute decision of the sovereign is then not, as Schmitt argues, an epiphany of the heterogeneous but the phantasm of the homogeneous. As is apparent in First Name of Benjamin, Derrida was evidently interested in Schmitt as a figure that engaged both Benjamin on the left and Heidegger on the right. In taking into account the events in Germany after World War I, Derrida's paper acknowledges a common historical milieu and its influence on these three distinctive figures of the period. At the same time, in 1971 Derrida had already warned against a historicist reading of Heidegger that assumes that there is nothing more in Heidegger than the German ideology of the period between the two wars. 74 This is why milieu is a better term here than context and can be taken not as a simple affirmation of being in the midst or a being in the middle of a determining middle as much as in a milieu, a half-placing. With such a milieu, for example, one cannot merely say that something is in history. 75. In Of the Right to Justice / From Law to Justice, Derrida insists that deconstruction must be able to put into question the questioning form of thought, interrogating without confidence or prejudice the very history of the question and of its philosophical authority. 76 As we have seen, this call for a history of the question rather than just for an analysis of the essence of the question can be taken as a reference to Of Spirit, Heidegger and the question, but we now know that it also goes back to Derrida's 1964 to 1965 lectures on Heidegger. The question of the philosophical privilege given to questioning in being and time, Dasein's automatic and autonomous right to the question of the meaning of being as the basis for the historicity of Dasein is also the problem of the very history of the question. 77 At the same time, Derrida makes it clear that in relation to justice and injustice his work is driven by a reinterpretation of the whole apparatus of limits within which a history and culture have been able to confine their criteriology. 78 Deconstruction addresses both the history of the question in philosophy and challenges the historical and cultural borders that can limit the concepts of justice and injustice. Deconstruction works with history, not simply in or outside of history. As we have seen, since at least his 1964 to 1965 lectures on Heidegger, Derrida had been interested in the status of tradition and the problem of inheritance. The imperative to justice, Derrida remarks in his 1989 paper, is at once a sense of responsibility without limits, and so necessarily excessive, incalculable, before memory and the responsibility in face of devant heritage. 79 As Derrida will later observe in Spectres of Marx, an inheritance on heritage is never gathered together, it is never one with itself, and the question of what came before must always engage with the radical and necessary heterogeneity of an inheritance. 80. A legacy must always entail a choice between difficult interpretations, or a heritage would simply be a natural or genetic cause. 81. In Force of Law, Derrida sees his work as a process of two interrelated strategies. There is the demonstrative and apparently ahistorical allure of logico-formal paradoxes, but there is also a gesture more historical or more anamnesic that seems to proceed through readings of texts, meticulous interpretations, and genealogies. 82. This leads him to insist that the very movement of deconstruction, which is already partly more historical, is not only at work in the history of law and political history but also in history itself. 83. It is not so much a sudden political turn but the return to history as an indispensable aspect of deconstruction that makes 1989 a significant date in Derrida's work. At the same time, in the name of a possible intellectual history and the irrepressible attempt to establish an accurate chronology, it is important to remember that these remarks were made at a symposium held on 1-2 October 1989, some 40 days before the fall of the Berlin Wall. 84. 4. In and out of context. Derrida's evocation of a historical milieu in his October 1989 paper is not an isolated event. In the lengthy interview The Strange Institution Called Literature, given 6 months before this in April 1989, Derrida also counteracts the notion of a timeless essence of literature by arguing that the institution of literature in the West, in its relatively modern form, is linked to an authorization to say everything, and doubtless too to the coming about of the modern idea of democracy. 85. In this sense, the history of literature begins in the mid-19th century. 86. As Derrida goes on to say, even if a phenomenon called literature appeared historically in Europe, at such and such a date, this does not mean that one can identify the literary object in a rigorous way. It doesn't mean that there is an essence of literature. It even means the opposite. 87. As we have seen, as he first explained in his interview from 1971 when confronted with the assertion of the essence of X, Derrida turns to the attendant problem of the history of this essence of X to establish that X is not simply natural but already marks a dynamic structural relation between nature and culture and can be deconstructed without lending itself to a determined historicism. 88. In this 1989 interview on literature, Derrida refers to his 1979-1980 seminar, The Concept of Comparative Literature and the Theoretical Problems of Translation. 89. He also remarks that his analysis of literature in its historical milieu, as a form of writing that coincides with the modern idea of democracy, was first addressed in his still unpublished 1978-1979 seminar The Right to Literature. 90. This implies, yet again, that any claim to a political or historical turn in Derrida's work in the 1990s will find itself constantly moving backwards to earlier work, often from the 1970s. The 1978-1979 seminar focused on the history of literature and, in particular, on the emergence of the name and narrow concept of law literature in the 18th century. 91. In his 1979-1980 lectures, Derrida emphasizes that a department of comparative literature in a university needs to be understood as an institution that has a history, a recent and relatively short history in some, a history and a geography, a juridical or legitimizing process, a politics, a set of conditions that articulate this history with those of all the other disciplines. 92. As we now better appreciate, these steps are part of Derrida's ongoing analysis of the history and politics of institutions, notably those concerned with teaching philosophy in France. In October 1990, a year after Derrida delivered the paper of The Right to Justice / From Law to Justice, he published The Right to Philosophy, Du droit à la philosophie, a large collection of works on the question of the institution and philosophy from the mid-1970s to the end of the 1980s. We will come back to this important work. For Derrida, the question of the institution is also the question of history. For now, it is with a general awareness of Derrida's 1978-1980 seminars on the institution of literature that we can better appreciate his emphasis on the history of literature and historicity in his April 1989 interview. For Derrida, it is precisely an issue of awareness. We should, he remarks, become aware of the link between literature, a history of literature, and the metaphysical tradition. 93 This prompts Derrida to declare, I consider myself very much a historian. 94 However, he also adds a warning about not simply relying on a historical or contextual analysis to counteract the claim for an ahistorical essence. In asserting the authority of the history of literature, one must also interrogate this turn to history and be suspicious of the metaphysical concept of history. 95. Derrida describes this link between literature, its history, and an awareness of the metaphysical tradition as a historicity. 96 As we would expect, he contrasts this historicity to both the history of the historian and to an avowed historicism. But this historicity is also a historicity of exappropriation. He goes on to wonder whether the constant imperative for the literary writer to invent something new does not also indicate a profound engagement with history, tradition, and the past. 97 The literary, no more than the philosophical, can simply avoid history. 98 As Derrida observes, account cannot not be taken, whether one wish it or not, of the past. 99. As Geoffrey Bennington has wryly noted, if historians are so worried about getting something back in context, Derrida might have asked how it got out of context in the first place. 100 Derrida's treatment of the relation between literature and history in his 1989 interview brings us to what we can call the difficult imperative to be at once in context and out of context. In the broadest sense, Derrida's style as a writer and reader always raises the problem of context. Unlike many philosophers, Derrida rarely simply elaborates a series of standalone ideas, concepts, or positions. As he recalled in an interview from 1994, as a student in the early 1950s he was influenced by Marshall Gerald, 1891–1976, a historian of philosophy who was very meticulous, and very demanding in his reconstruction of internal logic. 101 Derrida observes, he was a model for many of us at this time, it was necessary to read as Gerald read. 102. Though Derrida goes on to say that he would also now question the assumptions in Gerald's type of reading that reconstructed the internal concatenation of a system, step by step and as meticulously as possible, this style of reading is apparent in Derrida's writings. 103 Derrida does not work alone, he always works with others, their thought, their logic, their words, and their contexts. Of course, the context of the other then becomes a relentless problem. For example, Plato treats the term pharmakon as both a poison and remedy and, in Plato's Pharmacy Derrida links pharmakon to his work on phonocentrism, logocentrism, and writing in general. 104 The question of pharmakon as an operation of law trace and difference is placed in and out of this Platonic context. As he suggests in his 1971 interview, Derrida's approach to reading the other also entails what we might call a structural contextual awareness. The name of a concept, he argues, is not taken as the punctual simplicity of a concept. 105 The name of a concept rather registers as a system of predicates defining a concept and a conceptual structure centered on a given predicate. 106 At the same time, this structural context is counterbalanced by what Derrida calls lines of force and forces of rupture that are localizable in the discourse to be deconstructed. 107 This context in turn depends upon an historical analysis. 108 For Derrida, reading the other entails both a structural and a historical context. The imperative for a perspective that recognizes what is in and out of context is also part of his critique of historicism. An emphasis on registering different contexts should also not forbid the possibility of what Derrida calls elsewhere the contextual wilderness, le desert contextuel. 109. When it comes to the use of context in literary studies and historiography, one could say that Derrida questions the apparently self-evident assumption that there is an event or a work that can be designated as a discrete unity and can then be placed in relation to a context that is somehow both simply external to this unity and able to imply that this unity can be taken as internal in relation to the always external context. This logic of using what bounds or surrounds a discrete unity relies in its most abstract form on a part-whole relation and inductive or deductive forms of historiography. One way that this commonly implicit and often reductive logic can be challenged is by accepting that a literary work itself has contexts that are both internal and external. Asked about how one would treat a play like Shakespeare's The Tragedy of Romeo and Juliet, c. 1595, in historical terms, Derrida insists, it would be necessary to reconstitute in the most informed and intelligible way, if necessary against the usual history of historians, the historical element in a play like this. 110 He goes on to explain that he is thinking not only of the historicity of its composition by Shakespeare, but also what is historical in the play itself. 111 Derrida argues that far from denying the validity of texts fully conditioned by their history, Shakespeare's works attest to the relational mobility of historical contexts or milieux since they offer themselves so well for reading in historical contexts very distant from their time and place of origin. 112 Both in and out of context. A literary work can have more than one context. For Derrida, the transcontextual mobility of Shakespeare is part of a larger question of the structure of a text in relation to history. 113 When addressing the structure of a text, it is important to reiterate that for Derrida, text is not merely an assertion of language or even of writing as the alpha and omega of all things. As Dominic Lacapra observes, treating the relation between texts and contexts as an explicit problem does not imply a conventional intratextual perspective or a so-called linguistics turn. 114 10 years earlier in Who or What is Compared, Derrida had situated text within questions not only of language but also those of traditio, the translation, or the tradition, of meaning beyond and independently of the living intentionality that aims at it, vice, contains or bears it. 115 As we saw in Chapter 2, text also accounts for the possibility of a relation to the past, to history as a tradition, a heritage, an inheritance. For Derrida, the possibility of the relation to the past beyond the apparent imperium of the presence of the present is found in the dynamics of repetition or iterability. When something is repeated, when it is transmitted, when it is passed on, it does not only repeat what is the one and the same, so it can simply register itself as itself ad infinitum. Repetition also marks an alteration in which the same is still the same but no longer identical with itself. It registers a relation to the other, to another context, to the past, to the future of the past. As we saw in Chapter 1, the history of the same is also the history of the other. As Derrida observes in his 1979-1980 seminar, text has a relation to history because it indicates not only oral utterance and the written document but also makes possible this tradition anti-iterability, being its element and its condition. 116 In this sense, text makes different kinds of contexts and historical contexts, both in and outside of a work or of an event, possible. 117 In Limited in KBC, 1977, Derrida states quite clearly, the import of context can never be dissociated from the analysis of a text. 118 He adds that this should also lead us to recognize that a context is always transformable. 119 In 1986, 10 years after the publication in English of Grammatology, Derrida was already reiterating deconstruction is also a certain thinking about tradition and context. 120 To counteract the ghost of the statement there is nothing outside of the text, apod or text, that single phrase from Grammatology that was taken up and decontextualized by Foucault, Edward said, 1935-2003, and others in the 1970s to assert that for Derrida text is only a written text and therefore that there is nothing outside of language, when it was this very assumption of structural linguistics as the autonomic hegemony of language that Derrida was challenging. In the mid-1960s, in the next chapter, we will need to make a detour to explore the ways that Derrida talked about the issue of context in the 1970s before turning to an important precursor of his 1989-1990 paper on Benjamin, his 1988 lecture Interpretations at War, Kant, the Jew, the German, which was first published in January 1989. 121. This 1988 lecture given in Jerusalem will also lead to Derrida's work in the 1970s on the historical and institutional contexts for philosophy. In trying to grasp the context for Derrida's response to the political events of 1989 to 1990 in Europe, we turn backwards from the late 1980s to the mid-1970s to the early 1970s, suggesting that there is always more than one context when it comes to charting the intellectual history of Derrida. To start this detour, it will be helpful to begin with this very problem of intellectual history, a term associated in this case with the historian Quentin Skinner, 1940, and the so-called Cambridge School of History, and a recent account of Derrida's earliest writings as an example of how to treat ideas in context. 122. The claims made in this work for a properly historical account of ideas in context touch directly on Derrida's critique in the early 1970s of the use of the concept of context in speech act theory. Chapter 5. A History of Contexts. Nothing exists outside of context, as I have often said, but also the limit of the frame or the border of the context always entails a clause of non-closure. Toward an Ethic of Discussion 1. All the various contexts. One of the more striking aspects of Edward Bering's, 1980, The Young Derrida and French Philosophy 1945–1968, published in 2011 by Cambridge University Press as part of its Ideas in Context series, which is a remarkable work of archival scholarship and the first to make extensive use of Derrida's earliest writings as a student in the 1940s and 1950s, is its exclusion of all of Derrida's autobiographical writings and interviews. This exclusion is compounded by the absence of any reflection on Derrida's treatment of the work as memoir, the problem of historical memory and the question of ideas in context in relation to Derrida's own writings on history and the issue of context. How can one write a history of Derrida's thought or intellectual development without raising the question of memory and, not least, of his own memories? Bering's answer is quite simple. He is only concerned with the years 1945 to 1968, and almost all of this material in Derrida's work appeared well after this period. To use it would be to distort the historical context as it was at the time and to risk a blatant anachronism. However, Bering also only focuses on Derrida's philosophical writings from the 1960s and excludes his work on literary figures such as Artaud, leaving us at best with half a historical context of what it was really like at the time. Bering also makes some strong assertions about this non-anachronistic historical context, notably arguing that Derrida had a pronounced and sustained interest in Christian thought in his earliest writings. As he observes, religious thought was not a new interest for the middle-aged Derrida, but rather the milieu in which deconstruction developed. The problem on historical grounds with this claim is that Bering is not able to establish whether Derrida's earliest essays were a response to set questions or whether other students also wrote very similar or markedly different essays. At times, Bering seems merely to affirm that there were Christians in Catholic France in the 1950s. The point here is that the milieu in which deconstruction developed is more accurately a milieu, a half-placing, and Derrida himself reflects on this issue in his later quasi-autobiographical writings. Bering justifies the exclusion of Derrida's memories and memoirs with an implicit historical flourish that suggests that the proper job of the historian is to dismiss a certain level of subjectivity in studying the young Derrida. Bering states, we should treat such autobiographical writings with caution, especially when they serve to bolster the myth Derrida carefully constructed of his own relationship to the French mainstream. 3. Bering implies that Derrida characterized himself as a uniquely isolated figure in the French Academy, a claim that is neither substantiated by Derrida's detailed interviews on his early years nor by Benoit Peters's extensive account of Derrida's intellectual life in his 2010 biography. 4. Bering argues that the intellectual historian needs to respond to an apparent consensus in Derrida studies to distance Derrida's thought from its context by reasserting the events, people, institutions, and prevailing thoughts that surrounded Derrida and quite a few others in France in the 1950s and 1960s. 5. However, this objective context is itself in danger of creating a generalized and rather weak historical account of Derrida. The Christian Derrida at the origin of deconstruction is the most obvious example, not least because Baring wants to reinstate the proximity of Derrida's thought to its context while rigorously keeping a distance from all of Derrida's own extensive writings and interviews on this very context. 6. Nonetheless, Baring's wider scholarship on French philosophy and its institutions from 1945 to 1968 is impressive and, at times, quite illuminating. His close reading and analysis of Derrida's earliest writings as a student are invaluable and, most notably, have done much to explain how Derrida came to translate and write a long introduction to Husserl's Origin of Geometry in 1961. Having tracked Derrida's immersion in the circling eddies of existentialism, communism, and Christianity, Baring charts Derrida's turn to Husserl as part of a political and scientific interest in the phenomenological basis for rationality and objectivity. 7. However, it must be said that Baring's lack of engagement with Derrida's extensive meditations on the problems of context, memory, narrative, biography, autobiography, and the institution seems an extraordinary lack of philosophical context in a work published under the banner of Ideas in Context. Baring's historical work is the most significant use of Derrida's archive to date, but it says nothing about Derrida's own mature reflections on the archive itself. 8. Is there something in this Ideas in Contexts that prohibits or forbids a sustained philosophical reflection on the problem of context itself? The Ideas in Context series published by Cambridge University Press is indebted to the historical work of Quentin Skinner and describes its general aims in the following terms. The procedures, aims and vocabularies that were generated will be set in the context of the alternatives available within the contemporary framework of ideas and institutions. Through detailed studies of the evolution of such traditions, and their modifications by different audiences, it is hoped that a new picture will form of the development of ideas in their concrete contexts. By this means, artificial distinctions between the history of philosophy, of the various sciences, of society and politics, and of literature may be seen to dissolve. 9. Context is registered here by the alternatives available at the time, hence Derrida's apparent sustained interest in Christianity in the 1950s when Christian existentialism was a prevailing contemporary framework. The different audiences in this case are the actual enthusiasts for Christian existentialism that can provide the context for the young Christian Derrida. These two contextual gestures certainly give us a new picture, but perhaps not a concrete context. This context for any work published in the Ideas in Context series explains why Baring has said as little as possible about the later Derrida, reflecting on the early Derrida and largely omitted Derrida's work after 1968, even if it focuses on the various methodological problems of the relation between philosophy, history, biography, autobiography, and the archive. It is a pity that Baring also neglects the later Derrida's interest in anachronism itself, as it is the fear of the after being used to understand the context of the before that haunts this context for all ideas in context. 10. As Rebecca Comey has observed, in responding to the French Revolution, even Hegel, the architect of absolute knowledge, could not avoid a persistent anachronism. 11. The notion of a context that is strictly guided by the contemporary framework as the basis for treating the development of ideas in their concrete contexts, which might be described as a double context, is indebted to the distinguished work of Quentin Skinner. In an influential essay from 1969, Meaning and Understanding in the History of Ideas, Skinner challenged Arthur O. Lovejoy's, 1873–1962, account of the history of ideas. In The Great Chain of Being, The History of an Idea, 1936, Lovejoy is seen generally to have made the case for hermetically sealed classical ideas gliding through history. However, Lovejoy may have focused on impermeable unit ideas, but he also saw these as parts of unstable, complex and heterogeneous aggregates that could be contrasted with the smooth homogeneous wholes in the history of philosophy. 12. It is important to recall that the history of ideas was introduced as a critique of a post-Hegelian understanding of the history of philosophy. 13. In Derrida's terms, as he suggested in Violence and Metaphysics, The origin in this case of the young Derrida would be found not at an ahistorical starting point but in the midst of a history that cannot be governed by an ahistorical inauguration, it is an inscribed origin. 14. The origin and even the context of the origin can only hope to be reconstituted as a pure origin retrospectively. In this instance, the before can only be reached by going through the after and cannot be scrubbed clean of this temporal, historical, and contextual process. The before would be marked and remarked doubled in its quest to treat itself as itself by the after. From this perspective, Baring could and should have taken account of the mature Derrida in his intellectual history of the young Derrida. 15. Skinner argues in Meaning and Understanding in the History of Ideas, that the history of ideas encourages an easy disregard for the historically actual, accurate, and possible contemporary contexts for intellectual thought. The history of ideas must be determined far more rigorously in a comprehensive historical field. An idea must always be taken in context. The before can only be contemporary with itself or with what has preceded it and can be properly documented as contemporary. Skinner quite rightly objects to a prevailing assumption that at various historical periods certain people had read everything and understood everything, most notably the entire surviving corpus of the classical period. 16. Lovejoy's model of the history of ideas relies on a fallacious confidence in the fully and clearly enunciated doctrines of writers in the classical period. The easy assimilation of the past in toto can be as historically misleading as the most egregious anachronism. 17. Both errors rely on the present as the measure of the past. A critique of Skinner's ideas in context must contend with his reliance on a theory of language to articulate a new form of historiography. Skinner turns to J. L. Austin's, 1911–1960, interpretation of speech act theory. Austin's How to Do Things with Words, 1962, makes a distinction between speaking as a constative statement of fact, such as the car is red, and speaking as a performative statement, such as I will be there tomorrow. Performative statements undertake to do something, they place speaking in relation to a potential situation. Skinner uses speech act theory to challenge the epistemological idealizations inherent in Lovejoy's history of ideas. We should be asking, he argues, not only what thinkers of the past were saying, confronting their intended meaning, but also what they were actually doing, and understanding the possible contexts and viable reception of their written works at the time of writing. 18. The rigor of this distinction rests on an accurate assessment of the historical context for these written works, hence the emphasis on ideas in context. Taken in context, these ideas demonstrate the limits of what could be done or performed in the contemporary framework. This argument could also be seen as an instance of a circular logic. Ideas in context are reinforced as performative statements by being taken in context because they can be treated as limited performative statements. Can one treat performative statements as the self-evident confirmation of an authoritative context? It is this question which also touches on the assumption of the ordinary language philosophers that ordinary language can bring a new veracity to philosophy through an always compliant and seemingly transparent context of ordinary usage and meaning that Derrida asked 2 years after Skinner's essay in his 1971 paper Signature Event Context. Skinner's own criticisms of deconstruction seem to rest on Derrida's 1969 article The Double Session, which offers a sustained critique of the prevailing thematic models of literary criticism. 19. In his 1969 article, Skinner's persuasive refutation of history as the recovery of fundamental unit ideas is based on Lovejoy's inability to recognize that ideas are often used with varying and incompatible intentions and ambiguous contexts. Skinner's elegant solution is to call for the study of all the various contexts. 20. This solution could suggest the tempting dream of history as that which uniquely delivers all the contexts. It is the claim to the pan-contextual through using a theory of language as the basis for a more rigorous historical interpretation that we need to examine in Derrida's writings from the 1970s, notably Limited in KBC, 1977, an extended response to John R. Searle's, 1932, attack on signature event context. Searle is best known as the author of Speech Acts, an essay in the philosophy of language, another work from 1969. 21. At the same time, it is important to note that the ideas in context movement has its own shifting contexts. Far from the exact contemporary framework of 1969, in some remarks from 2002 Skinner has spoken again of his criticism of Lovejoy by placing more emphasis on an unavoidable radical contingency in the history of thought. 22. Would we be transgressing the accurate contextual and historical assessment of what was said and done in a series of writings in 1969 in works published that year by Skinner, Derrida, and Searle if we allowed a statement published 33 years later to alter the context of Skinner's 1969 essay? Certainly, Skinner in 2002 suggests that we should see a radical contingency that is not immediately apparent in his 1969 essay. What is a contingency in the history of thought that is also radical? Is this merely a more emphatic injunction to a necessary caution or skepticism? Or is it the claim that contingency alone is not enough when it comes to a historically accurate treatment of the history of thought? Is a history of thought possible when contingency must also be radical? Does this invalidate a contingency that just happens to be non-radical? One could see Skinner's own very understandable performative speech act of retrospection as the affirmation of an unavoidable anachronism when it comes to understanding his own article. In retrospect, the after alters the context for the before. As Martin J. 1944, argued in 2011, historical events can also be understood as much by their aftermath and legacy as their immediate or pre-existing contexts. 23. This takes us back to Derrida's August 1971 paper Signature Event Context, delivered at a conference in Montreal. 2. Mobile contexts. In Signature Event Context, Derrida is primarily concerned with a series of very determined philosophical presuppositions that support general notions of language and communication. 24. The context for his writing on context is the assumption that there is an assured and clearly determined context that can support a philosophy of language that privileges an ordinary, everyday and natural language. He is therefore not specifically dealing with the question of a historical context as it is used in the writing of history. However, he is still very much concerned with the treatment of writing in the entire history of philosophy as merely an extended or distanced form of communication. 25. In this history, writing is seen within a milieu that is fundamentally continuous and equal to itself, within a homogeneous element across which the unity and integrity of meaning is not affected in an essential way. Here, all affection is accidental. 26. The good context for both ordinary language philosophers and historians is a reliable transportation system that is only beset by the occasional accident on the road or by the vicissitudes of wear and tear over the ages. Derrida is concerned with the implications of the traditional notion of writing as a viable form of communication that exceeds its initial context. Writing, he observes, can give rise to an iteration, a repetition both in the absence of and beyond the presence of the empirically determined subject who, in a given context, has emitted or produced it. 27. As a communication, writing can therefore be taken as a force of rupture in relation to its context. Something is still readable even when it is no longer clear to whom the writing was originally addressed or what was the meaning, intentions, experience, and circumstances of the writer. 28. One could take this as an extreme rejection or confident negation of context, both in communication and in dealing with historical documents. And yet no historical document or even a fragment of a document is entirely without some context. But this is not an absolute negation of context. It is not a claim that we are continually confronted by Egyptian hieroglyphs as they were seen before Champollion deciphered the Rosetta Stone. Derrida's point is that this dislocation of context registers the very possibility of a writing that can be not only repeatable but also readable in another context, in many other contexts. Derrida's target is the implicit assumption that a concept of context always registers a set ensemble of presences which organize the moment of its inscription. 29. This challenges the apparently self-evident and idealized notion of context as an external perimeter surrounding an internal unity. 30. Derrida argues that both writing and speaking, or communication in general, reiterate there are only contexts without any center of absolute anchoring, ilnyk de context sans aucun centre d'ancrage absolu. 31 This statement in 1971 can already be taken as an attempt to counterbalance the hostile reading of grammatology. There are contexts, but one must still question both the theoretical determination of the ideal context and the assumption that there is a context that can function as an entirely sufficient empirical saturation. 32 As Dominique Lacapra has argued, intellectual history is still possible if context is treated as a viable but limited, critical concept in historical research. 33 How often has a work of historiography relied on the great sponge of context to soak up a host of complexities and incompatibilities? For Derrida, the context of this critique of context and communication in 1971 is quite specific, and his paper is primarily focused on Austin's speech act theory. Austin's attempt to create a taxonomy for constitutive and performative statements, Derrida notes, permanently demand a value of context, and even of an exhaustively determinable context, whether de jure or teleologically. 34 This total context, or total situation as Austin himself calls it, reinforces the classical assumptions about the necessary context for communication as the conscious presence of the intention of the speaking subject for the totality of his locutory act. 35 As with the so-called ordinary language philosophers, in his analysis of the performative, Austin privileges and idealizes and even gives an ontological status to what he calls ordinary circumstances. 36 How ordinary, we might ask, are the contexts that Skinner evoked in his critique of the history of ideas, and how ordinary are the contexts of an intellectual history of Derrida that is situated in the Ideas in Context series? How far does the practice of history as a form of ideas in context replicate Austin's own assumptions about the philosophical status of a context? As Derrida observes, for a context to be exhaustively determinable, in the sense demanded by Austin, it at least would be necessary for the conscious intention to be totally present and actually transparent for itself and others, since it is a determining focal point foyer of the context. 37. As his title, Signature Event Context, suggests, Derrida also questions the logic of the ordinary and not ordinary contexts for speech acts by turning to the question of the eventhood elevenamentialite of an event. 38 What happens, Derrida asks, to the context of a performative speech act when it is quoted or cited in another context or in a series of different contexts? 39 The possibility of the speech act is always tied to its iterability, to its repetition and its alteration. As Derrida remarks in Limited in KBC, iteration alters, something new takes place. 40 However, he goes on to say in Signature Event Context, this iterability should not invite an opposition between the repeatable and the non-repeatable, but rather a differential typology of forms of iteration, because all general forms of communication that are identifiable, readable, even ordinary, need to be repeatable in some fashion. The call for conventionality or ordinariness is itself a testament to a differential repetition. 41. At the same time, it is important to underline the lasting influence of Austin's distinction between the constitutive and the performative on Derrida's work. 42. As much as Derrida criticized its limits and transformed its possibilities, as he suggests in a paper from 1980, the performative prompts a new way of thinking about the relation between language, events, and institutions. As Derrida remarks, Austin's notion of a speech not confined to stating, describing, saying that which is, but producing, or transforming, by itself, under certain conditions, the situation of which it speaks can be linked directly to the institutional context of performativity in the university as the output of a technical system, in that place where knowledge and power are no longer distinguished. 43. Placing language in relation to a potential situation no doubt raises the problem of either celebrating or limiting the imperium of the linguistic turn. For Derrida, taking up and rethinking the performative was part of the same project he had undertaken in Of Grammatology, to criticize the characterization of and the authority given to structural linguistics across the human sciences. Derrida's 1971 paper led to a polemical exchange with John R. Searle in the 1970s and culminated in Derrida's publication of the long article Limited Inc. ABC in 1977 and an extended letter to Gerald Groff, 1937, Toward an Ethic of Discussion, which was included as an afterword when this work was published in 1988 as a book under the title Limited Inc. 44 In his detailed and careful response to Searle, which challenges Searle's highly critical account of signature event context, Derrida questions what he sees as an entire system of theoretical methodological idealizations and exclusions in Searle's theory of speech acts. 45. For Derrida, iterability is not immune from ideality, as it accounts for the possibility of the same as the same, but iterability cannot be idealized because it also registers the limit of idealization as both repetition and alteration, of the same as the same that is also non-identical, of the same as the other. 46 Derrida's early work on Husserl had alerted him to the possibilities and limitations of all projects of ideality. 47 As he remarks in a paper from May 1990, ideality accounts for something that exceeds the borders of sensible empiricity or of particularity in general in order to open onto the infinite and give rise to the universal. 48. In his re-elaboration of signature event context in 1977, Derrida also argues that a new logic is needed for thinking about context. 49 Taken as an aspect of iterability, context should be able to move beyond the impasse of two alternatives. Either context has an excessive force that determines what it determines from within and therefore changes everything, or context lacks this force and leaves something intact which can always separate itself as a franchir from the allegedly original context and can attach and detach itself from a variety of different contexts. 51 Could associate this alternative in very broad terms with the difference between a Marxist historical determinism and the most agile and trans-historical history of ideas. However, Derrida does not treat either of these traditional positions as points of departure. In the first case, the excessive context already disrupts the notion of a pristine, untouchable acontextuality, which could be taken as the basic assumption of a history of ideas or a history of philosophy in the Hegelian sense. In the second case, the something intact is not an affirmation of a trans-historical idea but rather the recognition of the resistance of a differential repetition that exceeds the notion of a first or determinate context and also gives itself to other, new, and different contexts. Context can be rethought, and certainly not invalidated, by treating these two alternatives as the dynamics of a disruption of an acontextual interiority and the affirmation of a more mobile and variegated contextual exteriority. As Derrida concludes, a context never creates itself ex nihilo. 51. Derrida ends signature event context with an affirmation of the link between deconstruction and history. He has kept using the old name of writing, he explains, precisely because it marks the transition le passage and indispensable adherence to an effective intervention in the constituted historical field. And it is also to give their chance and their force, their power of communication, to everything played out in the operations of deconstruction. 52 The argument that to be legible a signature must have a repeatable, iterable, imitable form is a question of tradition, of transmission, and inheritance. 53 It is a question of history. In 1988, 11 years after Limited Inc. ABC, Derrida gave the long interview, Toward an Ethic of Discussion, about his conflict with Searle in the 1970s and in June of that year delivered his paper Interpretations at War, Kant, the Jew, the German in Jerusalem. The interview is a series of written responses to Gerald Graff's questions and begins by referring to the essential predicament trouble of all speech and of all writing, that of context and of destination. 54 Derrida's work in the mid-1970s on the problem of destination is addressed most obviously in the Postcard, 1980, and, as we have seen, engages with Heidegger's notion of the history of being as the sending off or sending out, Schicken, that also has a clear destination, Geschick. It has perhaps taken longer to appreciate the focus in this period on the problem of context. In Toward an Ethic of Discussion, Derrida makes a point of linking deconstruction to a relation between tradition and the perspective of a historian. 55. Speaking about Searle's treatment of a certain continental tradition, Derrida suggests that he himself could be seen as more of a historian because he is a less passive, more attentive, and more deconstructive heir of that so-called tradition. 56. The question of context for speech act theory is also a question of engaging with the history of philosophy. At the same time, Derrida insists that this gesture is not akin to Hegel's claim to philosophy as a final mastery or Aufhebung of the entire tradition. For Derrida, this attentive relation to tradition could also make one more foreign to that tradition. 57. As we saw in Chapter 3, in the 1970s Derrida explored a range of movements of reappropriation, which he challenged not simply with the absolute negation of an expropriation but with the counter-movement of an exappropriation. In Toward an Ethic of Discussion, he refers to the problem of the relation between context and reappropriation as the reconstitution of a context. 58. The attempt to reconstruct a context is an unavoidable in historiography. Derrida argues that while there is usually a regulative ideal in the ethics of such an attempt, one must also recognize that these reconstructions can never be perfect and irreproachable. 59. This may seem obvious, but it also suggests that Derrida sees the ethics and politics of reconstructing a context in terms of a necessary ideal, the imperative to be accurate and scrupulous, and in terms of the recognition of a limit, of the possibility of a less than ideal reconstruction. As a problem of reconstruction, context becomes a negotiation between the ideal and its limitation. Derrida argues that the redetermination of any context must also take account of the interests and partialities that inform this reconstruction. 60. Echoing Nietzsche, Derrida insists the simple recalling of a context is never a gesture that is neutral, innocent, transparent, or disinterested. 61. The reconstruction of a historical context must contend with at least two contrary imperatives. There must be a responsibility towards an ideal reconstruction of the past as it was, and there must be a vigilant awareness that any reconstruction in the past or in the present is never disinterested. If we take this beyond a sense of declaring one's interests or of discovering the hidden motives of others, it suggests that the ideal to make the context as it was is interwoven or interlayered with other interests that want to make the context as it should have been. The gap between as it was and as it should have been gives us the challenge of a multi-layered context, of more than one context in a work of historiography that resists either appropriation or reappropriation in its reconstruction of context. Responding once again to the misunderstanding of his use of text in Of Grammatology, Derrida makes it clear here, the concept of text or of context which guides me embraces and does not exclude the world, reality, or history. 62. Derrida goes out of his way to include context in one of the definitions of what is called deconstruction. 63. Deconstruction can be characterized as the taking account of a limitless context, context sans bord, which invites the sharpest la plus vive and broadest attention possible to context, and thus to the incessant movement of recontextualization. 64. For Derrida, the approach to context must always include an awareness of the strategies and limitations of recontextualization in relation to exappropriation. From a political perspective, context then becomes the problem of taking account of the mobility of contexts mobiles that are constantly being reframed. 65. The recognition of this mobility is not a rejection of determined contexts. As Derrida observes, one cannot do anything without determining a context. 66. The awareness of the mobility of contexts enables one to treat a given context as differentiated and mobile. 67. It is a matter of engaging with an exappropriation or the differential conditions of determinable history. 68. This history deals with a certain stability that is provisional and finite and cannot be taken as an absolute, eternal, intangible, and natural stability. 69. The critical issue is that context has an essential non-totalization. 70. There is context and the context is only relatively stable, but it is relatively stable. When it approaches the problem of context, deconstruction does not advocate a radical or assured instability. 71. 3. An institutional context. Derrida's 1988 Jerusalem paper was part of his 1984 to 1988 seminar on philosophical nationality and nationalism. 72 In a series of conference papers given in Toronto in 1984, Derrida introduced the seminar by focusing on the relation between philosophical discourses and languages that were seen to be natural and national. 73 As he explained in 1990, these lectures raised the problem of the historical circumstances and political stakes that constituted the privilege of a natural language in the study of philosophy. 74 This comment is made in a note at the start of the lectures in the French edition. It is particularly odd that it has been left out of the English translation, as Derrida's own lectures open with the omission of a passage by Descartes on translation from subsequent editions of Descartes' work. In Derrida's case, what has been removed is the explicit emphasis on the circonstances historiques in his 1984 lectures. In his first paper, Derrida explores Descartes' arguments for publishing the Discourse on Method, 1637, in French rather than Latin and focuses on the difficulty in bringing together the imperative for a universal ahistorical sense of natural reason with the call to use a natural language such as French for a philosophy that can only be particular and historical. 75 What interests Derrida is that in Descartes' case between these two versions of the natural there is a historical context or the historical dimension of a language. 76 He focuses on a paradigmatic event, the 1539 Royal Ordinance of Villers-Cotterêts decreeing that a range of legal processes will henceforth be conducted not in Latin but in French. 77 Derrida offers a historical context for Descartes' decision to publish in French, but he also insists that this context remains insufficient. The context cannot account in a programmatic fashion for the event itself. 78 Derrida does not see this context as external and Descartes' work as internal. It is rather a question of how, when read together with Descartes' work, this historical context or milieu invites a recontextualization. 79 For Derrida, this recontextualization is apparent in the decision in the 1644 Latin translation of Descartes' work to remove the opening passage from the 1637 edition where Descartes explains his decision to write in French, which is an integral part of his work and of the presentation of the cogito as je pense, as I think. 80. The Jerusalem paper most likely captures the closing stages of this 4-year seminar. As Derrida notes, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, 1762. 1814, had argued that the cogito manifests itself to itself originally in its national determination, as belonging to a spirit, a history, and a language. 81 For Fichte, the subject is constituted as a subject by its relation to the nation. Nationalism raises the problem of the relation between the subject and a history. For Derrida, this is also a recognition that the I appears to itself in its relation to the other. 82 In time, and after its full publication, we may come to see this 4-year seminar from the 1980s as a sustained, complex enactment of the link in Derrida's thought between the questions of context, history, and politics that began in the mid-1970s with his writings on the institution. In the avant text of his Jerusalem paper, Derrida makes it clear that his focus on the thought of Hermann Cohen and Franz Rosenzweig is being addressed in the politico-institutional context of the emancipation, of the two world wars, of Zionism and Nazism. 83 This context leads directly to a series of questions. What is a context? How does one determine its openness and its closedness? How does one delimit the institutionality of a context? What does it mean to take account of an institutional context in an interpretation, when a context always remains open and unsaturable, stabilizable, but only because it is essentially unstable and labile? 84. These general questions about context are related in turn to another context, an institutional context as found in June 1988 in Jerusalem that takes account of the one which is determined today, here, now, by a university, a state, an army, a police force, religious authorities, languages, peoples, and nations. 85 Derrida makes a point of adding that this current political focus should not be seen as in any way separated from his historical reflection, which addresses both the question of context and of the history of Western philosophy. 86. The politico-institutional question is also a question of context and history. As Derrida remarks 4 years later, in a lecture from July 1992, there are always contexts and no context is absolutely saturable or saturating saturable ou saturant. 87. Derrida goes on to say that both Cohen and Rosenzweig date their works on the relation between Judaism and Germany to the First World War. 88. This dated context is part of a highly determined politico-institutional context that Derrida elaborates in some detail, focusing on the distinctive place that Cohen and Rosenzweig give to Kant and Neo-Kantianism at the start of the 20th century in thinking about Judaism and Germany. 89. This intellectual and institutional milieu is given a larger context when Derrida recalls that Heidegger succeeded Cohen in his chair at Marburg. We also know that Heidegger defined his position in the late 1920s with his critique of Neo-Kantianism, which culminated in his 1929 work Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics. 90. Derrida's colleague Emmanuel Levinas was witness to the debate between Heidegger and Ernst Cassirer, 1874–1945, at Davos in April 1929, which was taken by many as a decisive conflict over Neo-Kantianism in German philosophy. In an interview from 1986, Levinas recalled Cassirer as a humanist of refined and patrician manner, Neo-Kantian, and a glorious disciple of Hermann Cohen. 91. Rather than see Derrida's paper as a treatment of the antecedents of later events in Germany philosophy, not least because he challenges models of thought that rely on the ark and telos as their already assured points of departure and arrival, we can see interpretations at war as engaging with a series of spreading contexts that cross over and drift apart from Cohen and Rosenzweig dating their work to the 1914–1918 war to Cassirer and Heidegger debating in 1929 to Derrida in Jerusalem in 1988. It is the breadth of context that marks the difference here. As Derrida himself remarks, it is too often forgotten, when one is interested in Husserl and Heidegger, that this Neo-Kantian sequence largely determined the context in which, that is to say also against which, Husserl's phenomenology, later the phenomenological ontology of the early Heidegger, who moreover succeeded Cohen in his Marburg chair, and this also marks an institutional context in the strictest sense, arose, against Neo-Kantianism and in another relation to Kant. 92. It is the sense of layers or of different overlapping contexts that distinguishes Derrida's treatment of historiography. In Derrida's emphasis here on the Neo-Kantian context that informed the work of Husserl and Heidegger, it is also a matter both of the context in which, le contexte dans lequel, they formulated their ideas and the context against which, contre lequel, these ideas were formed. 93. The problem of context is not only the location of something in a static context. It also a question of the reaction against this context, which already generates other related contexts. This gives us a sense of mobile contexts. For our purposes, the significance of these contexts is that they allow Derrida to mark specific historical contexts, to place these contexts in relation to other contexts and to use these layered contexts to chart a range of theories of history. For example, noting the militant patriotism of German Jewish philosophers such as Cohen and Husserl during the 1914–1918 war, and that this German culture or society practiced, officially and institutionally, a form of legal antisemitism, Derrida also refers to the aura given to German professors of philosophy such as Cohen and Heidegger at different periods who were seen to transcend the limits of academic philosophy. 94. These contexts are then juxtaposed with Cohen's argument that there is a Platonic Protestant German Jewish spirit that is manifested at decisive moments in German history. 95. Derrida treats this history of a unifying spirit, Geist, as a trans-historical ideality. It is precisely a history that either glides through historical contexts or disperses them with its assured teleology. For Derrida, this history of spirit and history as spirit with its Hegelian antecedents can be deconstructed because it is constituted by a series of cultural and institutional contexts. Cohen's German Jewish psyche is not based on a question of blood or race, and its genealogy is not natural. 96. Derrida uses these mobile and layered contexts as a counter-narrative to Cohen's history of spirit as trans-historical ideality. Cohen emphasizes a link between Judaism and Protestantism that Derrida describes as the demand for knowledge and freedom of interpretation without institution. 97 This Lutheran structure of interpretation can be described as a self-institution, s institutor, which is both anti-institutional and archi-institutional. 98 Derrida notes that in the context of writing to American Jews in 1915 to persuade them to take Germany's side in the war, Cohen treats the institutional antisemitism in German universities as only a contextual and an institutional question in relation to his account of the Judeo-Kantian law. 99 Derrida responds by arguing the choice here is not between an institutional context and a fundamental authority but between two orders of interpretation and institutionality, for what I am calling the Judeo-Kantian also belongs to the order of historical events evenements historiques. 100. Derrida's 1988 Jerusalem paper employs terms from his earlier critique of an ideal transhistoricity in Husserl, but it also differs from the work of the 1960s because it places figures such as Cohen and Heidegger in a historical and institutional context. In his 1975-1976 seminar on theory and practice, Derrida had already argued that Heidegger's critique of the modern concept of technology evokes the history of metaphysics as a philosophical continuum. 101 Derrida takes this as an example of the way in which the object of the essay also demonstrates the effects of the object on the essay itself. 102 This effect is political and contextual. Heidegger's questioning of the techno-metaphysical invites the larger question of the social-political, university institutional scene. 103 This larger question, which is as much a question of context as of politics, is precisely what Derrida began to focus on from 1974 in a series of seminars, papers, and essays that were partially published in 1990 under the title Right to Philosophy, Droit à la Philosophie. This work also emerges after he begins to articulate the dynamics of exappropriation as his response to the problem of history. In an essay published in 1976, Where a Teaching Body Begins and How It Ends, which refers to his 1974-1975 seminar on ideology, given as part of the collective of teachers and students known as GREV, Groupe de Recherche sur l'Enseignement Philosophique, responding to proposed changes to the teaching of philosophy in France, Derrida reiterates that deconstruction is concerned with a new modality of the internal self-critique of philosophy. 104 But it is also concerned with the practical critique of the philosophical institution as it stands. 105 This external focus is explicitly political and contextual. It is focused on a positive transformation in addressing very concrete forms, the most efficient ones possible in France, in 1975. 106. What is interesting here is that Derrida associates this political gesture with the need to engage with a historical and political test. 107 In describing his own place in the teaching body and the university institution, Derrida also notes that he works under the title of Maître Assistant of the History of Philosophy. 108 The question of the institution, of context, was also for Derrida the problem of carrying the title of Teacher of the History of Philosophy. In his discussion of Hegel's thoughts on the teaching of philosophy, Derrida points out that Hegel specifically argued that the history of philosophy should not be taught at secondary school. 109. What interests Derrida here is the equivocal influence in the 19th century of the ideals of the French Revolution. This influence informs the entire politico-pedagogical history from the 19th century to the present. 110 Derrida therefore proposes a history of teaching philosophy from the late 18th century to the mid-1970s. This is not a history of ideas, though it clearly involves many philosophical concepts, not least the idealization of the teaching body when it comes to teaching philosophy, but rather a history of the institutions of philosophy in France in this period. 111 It is an institutional history. 112. For example, in the 1976 paper The Age of Hegel, Derrida examines an 1822 letter by Hegel on the teaching of philosophy that has been considered a minor work through its relation to the major works. This context informs the dominant concept or institution of philosophy to the extent that this letter on the philosophical and political question of teaching philosophy had not been included in Hegel's published correspondence. 113 Derrida argues that this letter in fact marks the moment of a transition of extreme historical complexity when the state became involved directly in the teaching of philosophy. 114 He explicitly argues that Hegel's letter must be read in its historical and political context and intra-philosophical context. 115 As part of Greve, Derrida's work in this period is placed relentlessly in relation to the problem of history. The Avant project for the group asks whether it is possible to propose a general, critical, and transformative history. 116. 4. Spreading and receding contexts. The question of history and context in Derrida's work should also be understood in relation to the history of the delivery and publication of Derrida's own writings. As we shall see in Chapter 6, the dating and redating of Derrida's work signals ongoing problems about autobiography, memory, and a public-private history in academic publication. The dating of works also raises new challenges for charting the contexts of a possible intellectual history. For example, in December 1990, 8 months after delivering the extended version of First Name of Benjamin, Derrida gave a paper that was first published in an edited collection in 1992 and subsequently published 7 years later in 1999 in a revised and expanded form as a book under the title D'honneur la mort or The Gift of Death, as it was translated into English. 117 This work, which focuses in part on Jan Padoka's heretical essays in the philosophy of history, 1975, and in part on Kierkegaard's Fear and Trembling, 1843, appears at the start of the 1990s and has numerous references in its revised form to Derrida's work throughout the 1990s. It should therefore be dated as a work with range of dates, 1990 to 1999. 118. As Derrida himself noted at the start of his 1987 collection of essays, Psyche, Inventions of the Other, when it comes to the various essays and papers in this book, these texts never conform exactly to their first versions, whose place of publication is noted each time. 119 This suggests that any intellectual history of Derrida would need to take account of both the first date of delivery or publication of a work and its later date of republication in a revised form. The contexts for these works are, unavoidably, mobile. These works then not only have 2 dates. In the case of D'honneur la mort it is actually 3 dates, 1990, 1992 and 1999, but also a range of dates, since we usually do not know when these revisions were made and there are often explicit references to ongoing work after the initial delivery or publication of the first version of the work. D'honneur la mort has a history of delivery, publication, and revision that covers most of the 1990s and alerts us to the fact that many of Derrida's works have a comparable extended or spread out history. In this particular case, Derrida adds footnotes to other works published after 1990 and incorporates arguments and areas of interest from the mid to late 1990s in a work that was also, most likely, written in 1990. Any intellectual history of Derrida therefore needs to confront the particular problem of dating works from their first appearance to their final publication, often after extensive revisions and publication in more than one language. There is a complex relation here between before and after that exceeds, or at least complicates, the strictures of the Ideas in Context series and its contemporary framework. D'honneur la mort is a work of the 1990s. Its dating to the range of almost a decade gives it an extended and mobile context. However, even this type of context must recognize its own limitations. For all we know, the paper in 1990 was itself a development of an idea from a decade earlier. The work declared to be of the 1990s, could be a work of the 1980s or the 1970s. As Derrida himself noted in an interview with Maurizio Ferraris on 25 to 26 January 1994, if anyone found it amusing to follow this game or this necessity, they would discover that there is not a single text of mine that was not very precisely and literally announced 10 to 20 years beforehand. 120. A good example of this is Derrida's article in 2000, etc. And so on, und so weiter, and so forth, in the suite, und so überall, etc., which was first announced in a footnote on the idealization of the infinite in phenomenology in his introduction to Husserl's The Origin of Geometry in 1961. 121. It is a 39-year-old footnote extended into a long, complex essay. In addition to the problem of what we might call the spreading context, a context that must always open and stretch out beyond a single date, such as in Derrida's decision in June 1990 to describe his earliest extended work, the problem of Genesis in Husserl's philosophy, as dating from 1953, 1954, we also have the challenge of the receding context, such as a work from 2000 that can also be dated to 1961. 122. Any attempt to situate Derrida's works from 1989 to 1991 in a historical context that is seen as an immediate or a direct response to the political events of 1989 to 1991 must take account of these spreading and receding contexts. These contexts are spreading and receding constantly and generate the very problem of an intellectual history based on a chronological account of a series of writings written during a finite historical period and governed by the ideal of a contemporary framework. When it comes to thinking about Derrida and the revolutions of 1989, there is always another revolution, the rolling back, before and after the revolution. To conclude, at the start of Spectres of Marx, Derrida observes, but a context, always, remains open, and thus fallible and insufficient. 123. We need to take this injunction seriously and, perhaps most of all, when it comes to the Spectres of Marx itself. Did the events in Europe in 1989 to 1991 change Derrida's relation to history? The introduction to the 1994 English translation of Derrida's work by Bernd Magnus, 1937 to 2014, and Stephen Kullenberg make a clear link between the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the holding of a conference in California on 22 to 24 April 1993 where Derrida delivered the first version of what would become the book Spectres de Marx, which was published in Paris in October 1993. 124. However, the very spreading and receding contexts that we have followed in this chapter already show how difficult it is to reduce the event and its lingering repercussions to a cause and effect relation. To start with, how do we date this work? The conference paper was delivered in two parts on 22 and April 23, 1993 and was then significantly expanded for publication as a book, so we already need to date this work to April 1993 to October 1993 and Derrida himself says that he had conceived the title of his conference paper more than a year ago, and the conveners say that the conference itself was first planned in October 1991, so one can date this work from at least April 1992 to October 1993 if not from October 1991 to October 1993. 125. Nonetheless, it is most likely that the fall of the Berlin Wall, the collapse of the Soviet Union and the short-lived, triumphalist claim that Marx is dead, communism is dead, very dead, and along with it its hopes, its discourse, its theories, and its practices, did contribute to the writing of Spectres of Marx. But the contexts for this work also go back, at the very least, to the mid-1960s and to Derrida's criticisms of Althusser's attempts to separate Marxism from historicism. 126. Derrida had also focused on Marxism in a number of seminars in the mid-1970s on ideology and the relation between theory and practice. 127. We could even go back to Derrida's formative experience of French communism at the ends and the aggressive enthusiasm for Stalin in the early 1950s. While one cannot diminish the immediate political events of the late 1980s and early 1990s, including not only the events in Europe but also Nelson Mandela's release from prison in February 1990, the outbreak of the First Gulf War in January 1991 and the signing of the Maastricht Treaty in February 1992, As the context for Derrida's book, it is also evident that in this case there is more than one context. We must also take account of the seminars on Marx in the mid-1970s, the critique of Althusser in the mid-1960s, and the political atmosphere on the left in Paris in the 1950s, especially during the Algerian War. There may be an immediate context to the writing of this work, and there is also a history of contexts when it comes to specters of Marx. There is a context, there is a history of contexts, and the context is still insufficient. This is not only a matter of weighing up the historical contexts, it is also apparent in Derrida's own work. As he remarks in the opening paragraph, when it comes to saying something about Marx now in April 1993, there is a disjointed now maintenance that always risks maintaining nothing together in the assured conjunction of some context whose border would still be determinable. 128 For Derrida, to speak about Marx is also to speak about the problem of context, both its necessity and its attendant dangers, as an implicit gesture of historicism and a reconfirmation of a metaphysical opposition between the external and internal. Spectres of Marx opens with an explicit engagement with the politics of memory, of inheritance, and of generations. 129 But this is also a work about Derrida's own inheritance and memory. These issues as questions of history long precede Derrida's 1993 work. Nor is the ethical relation to the phantoms or specters of the past, declared in the name of justice, the relation to those who are no longer living, no longer registered in the present, and yet who communicate without rest and call for a response to the past that is already looking ahead to the future of the past, to the past that is not behind but relentlessly in front of us, new to Derrida's work in 1993. 130. It is again probably only chance that led to Derrida's 1989 to 1990 conference papers on the relation between law and justice to be published in France the year after, in October 1994, the appearance of the Spectres of Marx, but this also gives the book on Marx a belated sense of preceding the very works that seemed to mark Derrida's political turn, as if it was always first and foremost the question of the Marx that had to be addressed in the aftermath of the Soviet Union and its empire. 131 As Derrida observes, the response to the events of 1989 to 1991 already seems anachronistic, as debates about Marx and the end of history had dominated French philosophy in the 1950s. 132 One cannot avoid this anachronism. Derrida makes a point in Spectres of Marx of linking the phantoms and spectres of the future of the past to a haunting that is historical but which is not dated, in the sense that it is never docilely given a date in the chain of presence, day after day, according to the instituted order of a calendar. 133 And yet, as we shall see in the next chapter, the date, and the memory of the date, the dates of the annual calendar, are extremely important in Derrida's work. He is constantly dating, recording a span and sequence of days and dates, with all the gaps and lacunae that such an effort entails. 1 Memorials. Derrida's monolingualism of the other, or the prosthesis of the origin, 1996, can be taken not as an example of exemplarity in testimony, since an example assumes that the singular can have the status of the universal, but as part of a series of works that Derrida produced in the 1980s and 1990s that address the problem of telling a story, especially one's own story, and of the relation between autobiography, biography, memory, historical memory, and history. 2 Monolingualism of the Other was published in French as a short book in September 1996 as the revision and extension of a paper given in America in April 1992. This 1992 paper was itself a revision of an undated lecture delivered at the Sorbonne, perhaps in late 1991 or early 1992. As we have seen with many of Derrida's publications, the dating of the work, especially if one wants to create a chronological narrative, often raises the issue of spreading and receding contexts. Monolingualism of the Other has a spreading context because it can be dated as a work of 1992 to 1996. It also has a receding context because it includes a very long footnote. It covers 23 pages in the French edition, that most likely refers to material from Derrida's 1984 to 1988 seminar on philosophical nationalism and nationality. 3. And these spreading receding contexts are based only on the most obvious indications. No doubt there are more links to earlier works and other references to later works. In addition to the spreading and receding contexts, there is also the problem of what can be called the auto-context. As Simon Cook has aptly noted, the writer W. G. Sebald, 1944–2001, often included the date of his own birthday in his quasi-fictional works. For Derrida's later writings are usually dated by a year, a month, and often a day. His weekly seminars were always dated by the day on which they were delivered. 5. However, in some of his works there is also an oblique or explicit association with the date of his own birth, July 15, 1930. This auto-context is part of a larger question that I will address in chapters 6 and 7 on the relation between memory and historical memory. 6. In a paper from 1998, Derrida argued that the alterity of the past is registered by the irreducible experience of memory as a rupture. 7. Derrida had long been interested in the problem of memory. 8. In his early work, he examined the ways in which memory reinforces or reconstitutes the classical subject, notably in Husserl's emphasis on a passive memory of a meaning origin that can be actively reactivated, Rückfrage, and in Hegel's use of Erinnerung as an interiorizing recollection in the teleological development of self-consciousness and absolute knowledge. 9. Derrida started to challenge the traditional characterization of memory as interiorization in Freud and the Scene of Writing, 1966, a seminar given in March 1966 and published later that year, focusing on Freud's use of the memory trace, Erinnerungsspur, to describe the complex relation between consciousness, memory, and traces of the past in the unconscious. 10. Following Freud's use of a metaphor of inscription to account for the opposition between a durable and repeatable mark or trace, memory, and an assured clean slate, conscious perception, Derrida argues trace as memory is not a pure breaching that might be reappropriated at any time as simple presence. It is rather the ungraspable and indivisible difference between breaches. 11. The trace registers the possibility of both repetition and erasure. 12. The double force of the memory trace therefore supplements perception before perception even appears to itself is conscious of itself. 13. In the discussions in the same year after his influential paper at Johns Hopkins University in October 1966, Derrida remarks, "I don't believe that anything like perception exists." 14. Freudian psychoanalysis, Derrida goes on to say in his 1966 seminar, suggests that the text we call present may be deciphered only at the bottom of the page, in a footnote or postscript and, therefore, the present in general is not primal but, rather, reconstituted. 15. This challenges the traditional treatment of memory as an image or imprint that only serves the restitution of the presence of the past. The postscript, Derrida observes, which constitutes the past present as such is not satisfied, as Plato, Hegel, and Proust perhaps thought, with reawakening or revealing the present past in its truth. It produces the present past. 16. He develops this argument a few years later in his reading of Plato's treatment of writing as that which both assists and harms memory in Plato's Pharmacy, 1968. In his extended readings of Hegel in The Pit and the Pyramid, Introduction to Hegel's Semiology, 1968, and Glass, 1974, Derrida also focuses on Hegelian memory as Erinnerung. 17. For Hegel, Erinnerung is part of the larger movement of the Aufhebung in the history of spirit as a progressive and assured retention and re-internalization of exteriority. 18. Derrida subsequently explored the relation between memory as re-internalization or idealization of the other in the work of Morning in Furs, 1976, which was prompted by the psychoanalytic studies of Nicholas Abraham, 1919–1975, and Maria Turok, 1925–1998. 19. In his 1984 memorial lectures on Paul de Man, he returned to the Hegelian opposition of remembrance as interiorization, Erinnerung, and thinking memory, Gedächtnis. 20. As we have seen, from the mid-1970s Derrida was also interested in the problem of institutional memory, of the contexts, memories, and histories of institutions. Plato had argued that there were only two kinds of memory, an everyday memory, mneme, and an active recollection, hypomnesis. 21 In Plato's Pharmacy, Derrida questions the traditional relation between writing and memory as rememoration, recollection or hypomnesis. 22 In Plato's Terms, Derrida notes, writing is an ambivalent support or supplement for mneme, for living, knowing memory. 23 As an auxiliary aid memoir, writing both assists in preserving living memory and facilitates the loss and forgetting of living memory. 24 Writing, and we could add, the writing of history both gathers together, recollects living memory and displaces and even effaces this memory. In this Platonic impasse, written history destroys memory as it preserves it. The Platonic tradition is left, not least in its effort to record the thought, words, and life of Socrates, who never wrote, haunted by the possibility that mneme is already an hypomnesis. Derrida argues that the anxious Platonic claim for an ideal living memory only registers memory as a fractured recollection that cannot be unified into a present past. It is an original displacement that prompts an elusive idealization. 25 As he observes, the outside is already within the work of memory. 26 Plato dreams of mneme with no hypomnesis. 27 For Plato, therefore monuments, hypomemata, inventories, archives, citations, copies, accounts, tales, lay receipts, lists, notes, duplicates, chronicles, genealogies, and references always come after memory itself, mneme. 28 In the name of an idealized memory, Plato treats historical memory and history as a secondary derivation or deviation. Derrida argues, in contrast, that theses memorials, lay memoirs, precede, make possible and already mark the impossibility of an idealized memory. 29. For Derrida, what is at stake here is the tradition in philosophy of an idealized, transhistorical or metaphysical memory. The other of philosophy in this context is historical memory and history. In contrast to Plato, one could also say that there is a different tradition of memory. There is a fragmented but insistent memory hampered by a stubborn past, a past that resists recollection and idealization. For example, Fyodor Dostoevsky's, 1821–1881, description of Father Zosima's earliest memories in The Brothers Karamazov, 1880, could be taken as the structure of all memories. They only emerge, Father Zosima says, throughout one's life as specks of light, as it were, against the darkness, as a corner torn from a huge picture, which has all faded and disappeared except for that little corner. 30. 16 years after Plato's Pharmacy, Derrida addressed the problem of an ahistorical memory as the other of history in his February 1984 lectures on Paul de Man, given after de Man's death in December 1983 and first published in English in 1986 under the title Memoirs for Paul de Man. 31 Derrida argues in Memoirs that Heidegger is also part of this Platonic tradition when it comes to the status of memory as a recollecting and regathering of the past. For Heidegger, Derrida observes, the essence of memory resides primarily, originally, in gathering, Versammlung. 32 At the same time, as we have seen, Derrida suggests that there is a history of philosophy and a philosophy of history that resists this idealizing memory of philosophy without becoming an avowed historicism. Les Memoirs or Memorials, the inscribed and written historical memories and history that Derrida had emphasized in Plato's Pharmacy in 1968, is also used for the title of his 1984 lectures on de Man, Memoirs pour Paul de Man. 33 It was also in 1968, in his paper The Pit and the Pyramid, that Derrida first linked the problem of les memoirs, the monuments, the archives, and the narratives, les receipts, of memory to Hegel's treatment of memory as an act of interiorization, Erinnerung. 34 The decisive Hegelian movement of Erinnerung, he argues, describes a memory that retains, transfers, internalizes and idealizes. 35 Erinnerung facilitates the movement from the external to the internal, the sensible to the intelligible and the subjective to the objective. 36 Hegelian memory describes a one-way transport system, it accounts for the interiorization of the past. 37 From Plato to Hegel, philosophy swallows history. 38. To all the dates. As I suggested at the end of chapter 5, Derrida was very attentive to the dated work, to giving the work a date, to sending it out with a date, and this act of dating is found in his varied writings from the mid-1970s to the early 1990s on autobiography, memoir, memory, and historical memory. As he observed in Shibboleth for Paul Celan, 1984 to 1986, the very phrase dated work registers both a date that is attached to a work and a dating, an aging of a work that has a history and is of a certain age. 39 Like the proper name, which can outlive and live on beyond the finite life of the individual that has been named, the work with a date is marked by a finitude and an excess. 40 In Paul Celan's, 1920 to 1970, case, it is also apparent that the dates that are given to his poems were not simply registering an external moment of completion, these dates are also internal as they are often addressed within the poems themselves. 41 For Derrida, there are also other kinds of dating, an internal dating that not only records the days and years of the calendar but also marks a memory, sometimes several memories in one, the mark of a provenance, of a place and of a time. 42. Shibboleth examines Paul Celan's extended mediation on the dating of a poem and irreplaceable and unrepeatable events that are registered and repeated in the writing and reading of the poem and still remain singular events. 43 The date marks an event that took place only once, but it also marks an event that is marked again each year. The dated event is singular and it is repeated. For Derrida, the date is therefore what comes down to marking itself as the one and only time. 44 In the context of reading Celan's work, this leads Derrida to argue that an absolute and idealized notion of the singular date, the date as a trans-historical ideality or ideal object of the history of the same in the Husserlian sense, must suspend or efface itself to the extent that the absolutely private date would remain unreadable if it did not expose itself to the possibility of being repeated and becoming readable. 45 The date is unavoidably quasi-private and quasi-public, and an idealized memory must give way to some extent to a historical memory. The dated poem therefore takes the poem or any dated work, including Derrida's own dated works, beyond the ideal confines of its own apparent propriety or self-enclosure. 46 As we have seen, Derrida calls this exappropriation. In more general terms, the dating of a letter, a poem, a journal, or diary entry, or even a philosophical work marks what may be a private moment or secret event that can never be recovered or known by others. But the very dating of these works is also an invitation, it adds the question of that date to the work, and it invites others in the future to address the problems of chronology, context, and milieu. 47 It also opens a relation to other dates, other memories, other histories, and other contexts. 48 The same date, such as a birthday, can mark a series of different and heterogeneous events. 49 The dates that mark the wider question of the relation between autobiography, memoir, and historical memory raise the shared problem of what Derrida calls the date of the other. 50 Historiography is always confronted by the challenge of interpreting and verifying the date of the other. Derrida's first publication, his introduction to Husserl's The Origin of Geometry, is dated July 1961. 51 The specific day of completion in July 1961 is not given, but the month of July 1961 is also the month that marked Derrida's 31st birthday. Is there a tension between the avowed mobility of the spreading receding contexts generated by dating Derrida's works as they were delivered, revised, and published, and the apparent need to fix a specific and unique date to a work that also registers the annual return of the date of Derrida's own birth, July 15, 1930? Derrida's first book may be born on the same date but not the same year as its author. The birth of the book and its author mark the same and the other. As far as I am aware, the first quasi-personal date in Derrida's published works is the July 1961 for the book on Husserl. It is nearly 10 years before such personal or rather quasi-private quasi-public dates reappear in Derrida's published work. 52 most works before this are given dates that may have a personal significance other than Derrida's birthday or merely register the month or day when the work was ready to go to press. Writing and Difference, Derrida's first collection of articles and papers dating from 1959 to 1966 ends with a brief note from December 1966, while Positions, a collection of interviews from 1967 to 1971, is simply dated May 1972. 53 Dissemination, 1972, a collection of essays from 1968 to 1969 with an introductory work, outwork, prefacing, on the preface in the history of philosophy, ends with a final page devoted to a brief dedication that is followed by December 1971. 54 Margins of Philosophy, 1972, a collection of papers and articles from 1967 to 1971, opens with Tympan, which is placed and dated Prinsengracht, 12 May 1972. 55 This is the first dating by Derrida of a work with a span or range of days, marking not only the date of finishing but also the period and place or places of composition, a gesture which recalls James Joyce's, 1882 to 1941, Conclusion to Ulysses, 1922 Trieste Zurich Paris, 1914, 1921. 56. In the bibliography of Writing and Difference, Derrida gives a day, month, and year for only 2 of the 5 works collected in this book, noting that Cogito and the History of Madness, his paper on Foucault and Descartes, was given on March 4, 1963 and Structure, Sign, and Play in the Discourses of the Human Sciences, his conference paper in Baltimore, was given October 21, 1966. 57 Both of the papers given on these dates were much celebrated at the time, and this may be why the specific dates of their delivery are recorded. Why does he only give the year or month and year for the other 3 papers? It may be that he revised these to such an extent for the 1967 publication that he no longer sees them as events of the day on which they were delivered. For example, Genesis and Structure and Phenomenology was given as a paper in 1959 at a conference held from July 24 to August 3 at Cerisy-La Salle and significantly revised for its publication in 1965. 58 It is certainly the case that by the time he publishes Margins of Philosophy in 1972, Derrida takes care to give the day, month, year, and context for each work. 59 The 1970s mark a notable change in the way that Derrida published his writings. Almost every work is dated. There is of course a risk with assuming that one date might be private and another date public. For example, once you know that Derrida's birthday is July 15, works with this date or close to this date can be seen as at once private and public, or a secret that can only be registered as a secret by being publicly declared. However, in his paper The Ends of Man, delivered in October 1968, Derrida also uses the date explicitly to link his work to current political events. 60 The essay is dated May 12, 1968, and Derrida talks about this date in the midst of the paper. 61 This date is therefore not merely an exterior post-paper epigraph, it is also an internal intervention that dates the public, political moment of the paper. The dating of and the dating in The Ends of Man is both an act of memory and a gesture towards a historical memory. It is already engaged with what will become dated and treated as historical events. Derrida includes the historical circumstances, les circonstances historiques, of the assassination of Martin Luther King on April 4, 1968, and the events in the universities in Paris in May 1968 in a philosophical paper being given in New York in October 1968. 62 The way that Derrida does this is to mark and date these political events. 63 Derrida would do this marking the introduction of current political events into a paper given to a philosophy conference many times in the future. As we have seen, he does this in his 1988 Jerusalem paper. We can describe this as both a historical and political intervention through the use of dates. By October 1968, it is also already an act of historical memory. As Derrida concludes, This historical and political horizon would call for a long analysis. I have simply found it necessary to mark, date, les marqueur, les dater, and make known to you the historical circumstances, les circonstances historiques in which I prepared this communication. 64. Derrida's Spurs, Nietzsche Styles, originally given as a paper at a conference at Zurich 10–20 July 1972 and published in different formats in 1973, 1976, and as a book in 1978, and The Truth in Painting, comprising fragments of a seminar, articles, and papers ranging from 1973 to 1978, are among the first books to contain more obvious personal dates in the form of notes and journal or diary entries. This style of dating would reach its culmination in Envoys, 1980. As we have seen, this is a work of some 200 pages entirely written as dated, and quite lengthy, postcards from June 3, 1977 to August 30, 1979. Derrida also insists in Envoys on the right to withhold or suppress many of the figures, dates and places found in this quasi-private, quasi-public work. 65. In the mediated autobiography of a letter, a diary, or a journal entry that is published, the date remains only quasi-public and does not give itself to full public disclosure or to an assured historicism. The date both invites the question of the date of the other and raises the problem of historical memory. It can mark a limit to a historical project, as it also shows that there is something not shown. 66. As Derrida observes in Shibboleth, the date is a witness, but one may very well bless it without knowing all of that for which and of those for whom it bears witness. 67. In its very possibility, the date can always become the date of nothing and of no one. 68. In a postcard from Envoys, dated September 27, 1977, Derrida remarks, "I'm not feeling well, too much memory, too many memories trop de mémoire which overlap and excluded each other without mercy." 69. Without getting too much into the pathos of this passage, as Derrida suggests in his reading of Céline, there is something disturbing, torturous, irresistible and uncanny about too many memories, not least when a discontinuous swarm of events are commemorated all at once, at the same date. 70. Rather than take these many dates merely as a series of personal dates, it could be argued that Envoys includes all the kinds of dating that we have looked at so far, spreading and receding contexts, auto-contexts and historical and political interventions and historical memories, and no doubt many other ways of treating the date. However, as we shall see, a diary passage from 1976 in Circumcision, the year before the dates begin in Envoys, also shows that Derrida was already interested in events of the past that were without memory, such as his own circumcision. Such events can be dated, but they also open the question of the relation between memory and historical memory. But why does Derrida start dating his works? Why in the mid-1970s does the dated work emerge as an integral aspect of Derrida's publications? What does it mean to integrate the date into the midst of a work of philosophy? I believe this is in part an indication of Derrida's growing interest in the relation between memory and history. At first, it seems that Derrida wants to date any additional comments after he has delivered a paper. Both Spurs, Nietzsche Styles and Sine Sponge, on the work of the poet and writer Francis Ponge, 1899–1988, were given as papers as part of the Colloques de Cerisy La Salle. The conference Nietzsche aujourd'hui ran from 10 to 20 July 1972, running across the date of Derrida's 42nd birthday. 71. From the conference program it looks as if Derrida gave his paper on July 16, 1972, the day after his birthday. 72. In the 1978 publication of Spurs, Derrida adds a P.S. dated April 1, 1973 and a second P.S. dated May 17, 1973. 73. What makes this paper different? It is in part that Derrida makes use of Nietzsche's letters and makes a point of including the date of these letters in his paper, so it is already work with a date, with a series of dates. 74. Derrida's 1971–1972 seminar, Hegel's Family, La Famille de Hegel, was also focused on the private letters of Hegel, and this dated material, notably on Hegel's relationship to his sister, is included in Glass, 1974. 75 again, this coincides with Derrida's formulation of expropriation. As Derrida observes in Envoys, the history of philosophy has both rejected and tried to regulate the letters of philosophers. 76. Sine Sponge was delivered on August 5, 1975 at Cerisy-La Salle and ends with two notes, after peace, proofs, which is dated and timed, written in all good faith on July 23, 1975, at 5:30 p.m., and after peace, 2, which is dated August 10, 1975. 77. What is going on here? There certainly seems to be more to these after pieces than a mere noting of the date. Not only is the first one timed, it also dated and timed before the paper, while the second note is dated after the paper. This may in part be a reference to Outwork, prefacing, which focuses on Hegel's difficulty in placing a long preface at the start of the Phenomenology of Spirit, even though it has been written after the end of a teleological work that concludes with absolute knowledge as the end of history. 78. The preface follows the end at the start when nothing strictly speaking should take place after the end of history. 79. After the oblique reference to July 1961, the month of Derrida's birth date in his introduction to Husserl's The Origin of Geometry, as far as I can tell the next explicit citation of Derrida's birthday is given in the last letter that closes Positions, 1972, a collection of interviews. The fragment of a letter from Jacques Derrida to Jean-Louis Houdebine is dated July 15, 1971, Derrida's 41st birthday. 80. After this, in Telepathy, 1981, which is presented as a series of diary fragments that were accidentally misplaced and thus left out of Envoys, Derrida ends with a final diary entry dated 15 July, 1979, Derrida's 49th birthday. 81. Of course, by chance, Derrida's birthday also falls one day after July 14, which is Bastille Day in France, marking the start of the French Revolution in the summer of 1789. Derrida's birthday was always the day after the annual national celebration. In Shibboleth, Derrida notes Celan's citation of July's 14 in the plural and observes that this plurality is indicative of anniversaries that do not refer only to the same, original July 14, but also to other events, more or less secret, other rings, anniversaries, and alliances. 82. The most public or quasi-private public dating of a work with the personal date of Derrida's birthday, July 15, are the three Cerisy-La Salle papers that he gave in 1992, 1997, and 2002 at conferences devoted to his work, Le Passage de Frontières, around Jacques Derrida, 11–21 July 1992, The Autobiographical Animal, around Jacques Derrida, 11–21 July 1997, Democracy to Come, around Jacques Derrida, 8–18 July 2002. 83. These lectures, respectively on Heidegger's treatment of death, on the animal and on democracy, were delivered on Derrida's 62nd, 67th, and 72nd birthday. It is more than likely that all the participants knew that it was Derrida's birthday, and these events were both public celebrations and the marking or remarking of Derrida's birth date with their later publication. In Counterpath, Traveling with Jacques Derrida, 1999, co-authored with the philosopher Catherine Malibu, 1959, Derrida includes a letter written to Malibu on the day of his second conference paper, July 15, 1997. 84. However, there are also other more oblique examples that suggest a more occulted, more private, and less public, link between the dating of work and Derrida's birthday. For example, in Memoirs of the Blind, The Self-Portrait and Other Ruins, 1990, a work written to accompany the exhibition of a collection of prints and drawings from the Louvre from October 26, 1990 to January 21, 1991, Derrida speaks of a dream of dueling blind men on the night of July 16 last year, the day after Derrida's 59th birthday on July 15, 1989. 85. Some years later, Derrida delivered the paper Psychoanalysis Searches the States of Its Soul on July 10, 2000, 5 days before his 70th birthday. There is a postscriptum to the published text, which is dated 16 July, 2000, the day after Derrida's 70th birthday. 86 In the Work of Mourning, 2001, a collection of Derrida's tributes to his dead friends and colleagues, we see that Derrida's friend Max Loraux, 1928–1990, died on January 7, 1990. Derrida then writes a letter to Loraux's widow, Francine Loraux on 15 July, 1991, Derrida's 61st birthday. 87 In a note at the start of his lecture Interpretations at War, which was delivered in Jerusalem at a conference that ran from 5 to 11 June 1988, Derrida also refers to the closing of Palestinian schools in the occupied territories during the First Intifada on 15 July, 1988. 88. How are we to interpret these very different instances of Derrida dating works around his birthday? The hardly simple but probably unavoidable answer is that these oblique actions use the date of his annual return of the date of his birthday to mark a limit. They are a private and autobiographical act of the work as memoir that will most likely resist interpretation but which, by their very publication, also become public dates and historical dates and a public act of memory, a promise to the future and to an archive that will outlive Jacques Derrida. These many archived dates around Jacques Derrida are testament not to some narcissistic attempt to mark one's own birthday but rather to an abiding interest in the tangled and persistent relation in written works between a private personal, even secret, memory and a public, widely shared, historical memory. 89. 3. Dating philosophy. The works of Derrida that are written as journals or diaries, with multiple and successive dates that punctuate every page, mark a passage of time that is quite different from noting a significant personal date or recording the completion of a work. The first of these, Cartouches, on an exhibition by the artist Gerard Titus Carmel, 1942, that includes works dated by day, month, and year, appeared in 1977 and was followed by Living On, Borderlines in 1979, Envoys in 1980 and Circumcision in 1991. 90. These works are akin to personal letters or private diaries but also public communications, since there is always the chance that anyone can read these letters and, in Derrida's case, they are evidently written or rewritten to be published, to be made public and to be read by many. But these works are also dated and invariably marked with a day, a month, and a year. What does it mean to date a work of philosophy, to treat it as one would treat a letter, a journal, or a postcard? No doubt, as Envoys and Circumcision would later suggest, it allows the philosopher to explore the porous borders between a public career and a private life or between that so-called domain or continuum of ideas and concepts and all the events, chances, and mundane activities that take place in the life of the writer at the time and in the space of writing. The traditional outside of philosophical writing is included in these works, leaving philosophy to expose the problem of the internal and the external. The work written in the form of a diary, a journal, or a postcard also raises the question of dating, timing, fixing and even historicizing philosophy. Hegel does not date the phenomenology of spirit, nor does Husserl date ideas pertaining to a pure phenomenology. Heidegger dates being and time in an opening dedication, April 8, 1926, as does Kant in the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, March 29, 1781, but these dedications are both placed at the front and almost outside of these works, preceding prefaces and introductions. 91. The dedication, often to an aristocratic patron, had long been a way for philosophers to give a time and place to their treatises. Thomas Hobbes, 1588–1679, dedicates, dates and places Leviathan, Paris, April 15–25 1651, taking account of the 10-day difference at the time between the French and English calendars, as does John Locke, 1632–1704, for an essay concerning human understanding, Dorset Court 24 May 1689. 92. It was probably Kierkegaard and Nietzsche who first challenged the traditional decorum of dating. Victor Eremita, The editor of Kierkegaard's Either/or, A Fragment of Life, dates his preface to November 1842. 93 Nietzsche was a great dater and placer of works. The prefaces to his principal works from the 1880s are dated by month and year and most often placed at Sils Maria, Upper Engadine or Ruda, near Genoa. 94 As Anthony Jensen observes, Nietzsche was a philosopher of history who also formulated a historiography that denies absolute interpretations of history. 95 His advocacy of a philosophy that includes autobiography as history had an evident influence on Derrida, and it is fitting that works such as Spurs, Nietzsche's Styles in 1972 and the 1979 paper Autobiographies, The Teaching of Nietzsche and the Politics of the Proper Name were part of Derrida's exploration of the problem of autobiography, biography, memory, and historical memory. 96. But could Descartes date his Meditations on First Philosophy, 1641, especially if philosophy claims access to timeless truths? 97 Derrida would perhaps say that the inclusion of a date or a series of dates within a work so it is not just the date at the end of the preface disrupts both the claim of philosophy to timeless truths and to a secure historicizing. Like history, philosophy must also contend with the mess of other dates. Placed within the work, the date retains something that always points outside of the work, to the many others of philosophy. However, within the work of philosophy these dates also interact with the form and content of the work. These are instances of treating the philosophical work as a quasi-private memoir, as an inadvertent and unavoidable act of autobiography. Far from excluding the biography of a philosopher, Derrida was always interested in his or her life and his or her other writings. With the passing of time, these dates also become historical. They are little historical markers that note a day, a month, and year and even, in some cases, a time of day. They mark a finitude that is also overwhelmed by a kind of living on or living over in some quasi-spectral fashion as a day of the dead that lives on and that was already written with this excessive finitude as its possibility. Derrida writes about this in Living On, or Survivre, an extended close reading of quasi-fictional narratives of Maurice Blancot, 1907 to 2003, that includes a border work on the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, 1792 to 1822. 98. A notable example of a dated work in the history of literature is Lawrence Sterne's, 1713 to 1768, inclusion of the date of his writing Tristram Shandy, 1759 to 1767, in the midst of his wandering fictional narrative and proliferating engagement with other historical events and fictional characters. Shandy or Sterne observes, "This strange irregularity in our climate, producing so strange an irregularity in our characters doth thereby, in some sort, make us amends, by giving us somewhat to make us merry with when the weather will not suffer us to go out of doors. That observation is my own, and was struck out by me this very rainy day, March 6, 1759, and betwixt the hours of 9 and 10 in the morning." 99. The Shandy example also raises a problem, the use of the date to record that right now, here I am. This union of time, place, and self-consciousness is precisely what Derrida challenges as the metaphysical claim that one can use a written work to maintain or preserve an idealized self-presence in the present. I am also registers I am dead, as Derrida observed in a work on Husserl in 1967. 100 Derrida also alludes to this issue in the title of a 1980 essay on Levinas, at this very moment in this work Here I Am, which was published the same year as Envoys. 101. Ancient Greek historiography emerged in the 5th century BCE with a series of simple but innovative propositions that included recording events with a chronological framework and recognizing that events must be dated. 102 It may seem surprising, but this is precisely what Derrida does in his first work with multiple sequential dates, Cartouches. Cartouches has a series of dated entries, in the form of a diary or journal, that run sequentially with many gaps and pauses, with non-dates and the undated entry amidst a series of dates, from November 30, 1977 to 11 to 12 January 1978. A work of many dates also encounters the challenge of the undated. Ricoeur suggested that there is a discernible transition from memory to historiography when a system of places and dates emerges. 103 This is apparent in a number of Derrida's works. As Derrida later argued in the other heading, Memories, Responses, and Responsibilities, a paper given on May 20, 1990 soon after his return from Soviet Russia and published as a short book in February 1991, any claim to this moment, this sequential period here and now, also cannot avoid becoming anachronistic because it uses dates, it is dated and already exposed to history and memory by using the date. There is a tradition of speaking of Europe, Derrida observes in this paper, as the embodiment of the modern Western world, which claims Europe as the essence of the actual. 104 For Derrida, the works in this idiom constitute a traditional discourse of modernity not least because it dates, it is dated, il date. 105 It is the most current, nothing is more current, he remarks, but already it dates back déjà il date. 106 A work that uses dates cannot avoid an anachrony that marks the day of all our days. 107. For the work as memoir. Monolingualism of the other is chiefly concerned with exploring the cultural and political implications of the hypothesis that I might only have access to one language but this cannot be my language. As Derrida remarks, my language, the only one I hear myself speak and agree to speak, is the language of the other. 108 In this context Derrida talks about his own experiences as an Algerian-born Jew in the 1930s and 1940s, which included having his French citizenship taken away by the Vichy government in 1942. 109 He also addresses a wider discussion about colonialism and the impossibility of both an absolute colonial expropriation and an absolute appropriation or reappropriation of a mother tongue, language maternelle. 110 He also makes a distinction for any autobiographical project between an assured or assumed identity and the interminable process of identification. 111 Derrida describes the recounting of the events from his early life in Algeria as the challenge of narrating or telling a story, histoire. 112 As we shall see in chapters 8 and 9, he had long been interested in how the relation of a story or a history can be understood as a narration or narrative, le récit. 113. Derrida's own narratives about the events of 1940 to 1942 proliferate from at least the postcard in 1980 until his last published works during his lifetime 24 years later. The citation of what happened to Derrida in Algeria during the Second World War becomes a recitation of the relation of an event. In Envoys, Derrida writes on September 9, 1977, France now, the French University. You accuse me of being pitiless, and above all unjust with it, scores to be settled perhaps, did they not expel me from school when I was 11, no German having set foot in Algeria? 114 What makes monolingualism of the other different from the writings on narrative and history in the 1970s is the explicit focus on the problem of the witness and of testimony. Before we reach the example of Derrida's own story from the past, there is the larger question of an exemplary memory as testimony to the reality of political and historical terror. 115 Is an exemplary memory a historical memory? Before he can relate his own memories, Derrida needs to address the question of history. In the context of the problem of treating an example one memory, my memory as exemplary, as speaking of or standing for a general or even universal experience of a historical event, Derrida begins with a series of more obvious philosophical gestures. He argues that such an exemplary testimony cannot be taken as one example in a series of examples, as in a Kantian conditioned series. It is rather indicative of the truth of a universal necessity. 116 Derrida's language evidently suggests the Kantian distinction between nature, what is inside a conditioned series, and freedom, what is outside the series or the unconditioned. However, Derrida is not simply re-inhabiting this commanding internal-external opposition in the history of philosophy, he is gesturing to a rethinking of the unconditioned and the empirical and the need for a quasi-transcendentality when someone relates their own memories of traumatic experiences in relation to historical events during World War II. 117 For now, we can say that Derrida is trying to evoke a larger framework to suspend or put into parenthesis the self-evident immediacy of telling one's own story as history in this context. Though he does not make this explicit, Derrida's own story of his experiences as a Jew in Algeria during the Second World War is on the margins of witnessing the show. 118 In an interview from September 1991, Derrida remarks that he is concerned that he has already made too much of these events in previous interviews, not least because measured on the scale of pains, wounds, and crimes of that time, because you do have to measure as well, it would be indecent to stress it. 119 As Derrida would later remark in Abraham, the Other, a paper given in December 2000, this terrible and incomparable measurement haunted him and prompted the search for the widest, most universal response. In spite of the painful gravity of it, all this was in no way comparable to the tragedy of European Jews or even French Jews, a monstrous tragedy of which we knew nothing and about which later, for this very reason, my compassion and my horrified indignation were and remain such as must move a universal conscience rather than that of a Jew affected in his own kin en Juif touché dans les scenes. 120. In starting to address the difficulty of relating his own memories in relation to the historical events of the show, Derrida both recognizes a universal imperative that exceeds or disrupts the possible easy good conscience of speaking of such memories and evokes what I would call the weight of history. In Monolingualism of the Other, he links the reality of political and historical terror to the scope portée of any ference, of any reference as difference. 121 A few years earlier in Heidegger's Ear, a paper given in Chicago in September 1989, Derrida had linked the French verb to carry, porter, and the noun for a range or a carrying distance, portée, to the German verbs tragen and austragen and to Heidegger's redefinition of difference as Unterschied or difference. 122. In French, in such terms as rapport, relation, and difference there is a reference to ference, to carrying, portée. 123 This echoes the association of the Greek pharo and Latin pharo to the Greek diaphora, difference. For Derrida, to carry distance, porter portée, is therefore part of a chain that links to difference, I differ, I defer, I separate, and I carry, I bear, to the end, je differa, je separe et je porte jusqu'au bout. 124 Derrida is in part responding to Heidegger's link between carrying and carrying to term as a gestation or birth. 125 3 years later in Monolingualism of the Other, Derrida links the reality of political and historical terror with any reference as difference. 126 Derrida places the difference of carrying the range of what remains at a distance, in relation to memory and history, to carrying the weight of history. 127 It is from here that we can begin to think more about the problem of historical memory. In Monolingualism of the Other, Derrida follows this reference to the differential weight of history with a brief discussion of the remark. 128 23 years earlier in the double session, 1969, Derrida had argued that what is marked as itself must be remarked or repeated to mark itself as itself. 129 This doubling akin to saying I am myself, which Descartes searches for in the Cogito and Hegel takes as the basis for the transition from consciousness to self-consciousness by recognizing that I am not the other, also exposes the project of self-consciousness to an alteration and puts the idealizing act of self-identification in unavoidable relation to what is other, to what cannot be idealized. The structure of the remark already displaces the attempt to idealize the act of memory as a confirmation of an ideal, transhistorical, self-identity. As Derrida observes in Monolingualism of the Other, the remark accounts for a history not of identity but of the interminable process of identification. 130. In terms of the problem of an exemplary testimony, the singular witness or individual narration of the memory of a historical event can then be taken not merely as an example of the universal and of the ahistorical but as an instance of a quasi-historical dissemination, a scattering beyond the singular and the plural that cannot be gathered back into an original unity. 131 The remark registers both the empirical example and the reapplication of the quasi-transcendental without returning to a customary metaphysical treatment of empiricism or reconfirming a reductive historicism. 132 The challenge here is to think of a historical memory beyond the traditional philosophical determinations of the singular, the plural, and the universal without relying on a self-evident empiricism. The weight of history confronts us with the distance and difference of memories that are always more than my own memory, an exappropriation. After this careful delineation of the wider relation to history and marking the limits of an idealizing subject, or what he himself calls a rather abstract way to narrate a story, Derrida turns to his narrative of his memory of the events in Algeria in 1940 to 1942. 133 He is relating his story in 1992 of events that took place in 1942. As we shall see in chapters 8 and 9, for Derrida every telling is a retelling, a recitation making the problem of narration or the event of the narrative itself intertwine with the historical event. This intertwining of the historical event and its narrative does not invalidate the historical event, but it does recognize that historical events are also remembered, recalled, and reordered and then reordered as the memory of the other in works of historiography. Derrida's retelling of this event 50 years later is marked by many philosophical precautions and warnings about taking his own memories as a straightforward autobiographical statement on a historical event because he is also concerned with the national and cultural politics of language. This political framework is inseparable from the problem of the relation between the articulation of self-identity and language as that which comes from and returns to the other and precedes and exceeds the project of self-identification. 134. In October 1940, when Derrida was 10 years old, the Jews of Algeria lost their French citizenship which had only been given in 1870 and all the rights and protections given by the state to a citizen, when the collaborationist Vichy government led by Marshal Pétain took control of France. 135 The Vichy regime in Algeria ended in November 1942 after the successful Allied invasion of North Africa. The Jews only regained their citizenship in 1943. In September 1941, the number of Jews in Algeria attending primary and secondary school was severely restricted. 136 Derrida himself was expelled from his school in October 1942. 137. Derrida begins his own memories of this wartime period with an account of the culture of colonial educational institutions. 138 As we have seen, this gesture is indicative of the importance of historical context or milieu in deconstruction. For Derrida, this institutional colonial culture reinforces the general plight of the Algerian Jews, who were often so assimilated that they were disconnected from Jewish memory, and from the history and language that one must presume to be their own. 139 In this specific cultural and historical milieu, the relation between memory and historical memory must also address the disconnection from Jewish memory. Derrida then returns to what remains for him the primary problem: how is it possible to tell ourselves our own history propre histoire? 140 It is the assumption of the le propre, of this story, of these memories, as one's own property or self-enabling appropriation and idealizing propriety, which Derrida wants to challenge. Does this mean that a narrative of autobiography placed in relation to historical events is impossible from the outset? I do not think so. A story has been openly told in public and a series of memories recalled that also relate to wider historical events and, if anything, what have been held back or suspended have been the personal and the confessional. What interests Derrida here is the possibility of a historical memory as exappropriation. When Monolingualism of the Other was given as a paper in April 1992, Derrida had already addressed the question of his personal and confessional memories of his own childhood in Algeria in Circumfiction, which had been published in March 1991. In monolingualism of the other, the historical, the legal, the institutional, and the cultural aspects of the situation in 1930s to 1940s Algeria is examined in relation to the problem of individual memory. When Derrida refers directly to history, it is to acknowledge that he himself is not giving a history of the Algerian Jews in this period. 141 He is not engaged with the history of the historians. But he is concerned with a history and memory that is entangled with the traditional philosophical problem of the relation between the singular and the universal and the transcendental and the empirical. In the last sections of the book, Derrida once again insists that the retelling his own memory of the events in 1940 to 1942 should be distinguished from the familiar terminus of the transcendental or ontological universality and phenomenal empiricity. 142 Derrida argues that these old oppositions in the history of philosophy are always remarking themselves as themselves by perpetually folding in and out of their opposite terms. 143. In challenging the philosophical tradition of metaphysics, it is seemingly easy to refute claims to the transcendental, such as the concept of the soul, but the empirical, such as the concept of the body, is also as much a product of the history of metaphysics. For Derrida, the quasi-transcendental acknowledges that the tenacious claim to an empirical or phenomenal singularity, the relating or retelling of my memories of a historical event, always invites its own absolute other or reconfirmation in the transcendental, unless one recognizes the excess and pull of the quasi-transcendental. This gesture is as much about relating a specific historical event as reconfiguring a powerful trope in the history of philosophy. This is why monolingualism of the other is particularly concerned with the enigmatic articulation between a universal structure and its idiomatic testimony. 144 The subtitle of Derrida's book is The Prosthesis of the Origin, and he also evokes the quasi-transcendental to reject the colonial or post-colonial model of a mother tongue that is often either fully claimed by the indigenous population or entirely appropriated by the colonizing powers, founded on the metaphysical assumption of a simple empirical origin. Derrida counters this traditional model with a quasi-empirical, quasi-transcendental structure that involves the invention or construction of an origin, hence the origin as a prosthesis, that goes beyond any possible empirical reconstitution of an original or absolute natural heritage. 145 In my view, it is precisely this provocative sequence of deconstruction that makes Derrida a philosopher who never stopped responding to the challenge of history. In Derrida's terms, the desire of the idiom generates the construction and therefore the possibility of a deconstruction, because this language is not merely natural of a first or prior to the first avant-premiere language, the so-called mother tongue. 146 The invention of the mother tongue still registers the traces, specters, phantoms and translated memories of what, precisely, did not take place. 147 The quasi-transcendental is not a pure invention or fiction, it is also quasi-empirical, as it registers a past that already exceeds the metaphysical categories of a single point of origin or an assured self-identity. The mother tongue therefore has a history, even if this is not a history founded on the natural origin of a colonial or post-colonial history. This leads Derrida to one of the most significant observations in the book about history and its relation to memory. He writes, "Invented for the genealogy of what did not happen and whose event will have been absent, leaving only negative traces of itself in what makes history dans ce qui fait l'histoire, such a prior to the first language does not exist." 148 As we have seen, for Derrida the mother tongue as a natural origin, as the trans-historical origin of the colonial and post-colonial narrative in Algeria, does not exist. However, there is a history of this claimed natural origin as a prosthesis, as a historical, cultural, and political construction. This history can be deconstructed. But Derrida also adds that this natural, ahistorical mother tongue cannot be described as an event. So what in this milieu constitutes an event? The origin as a prosthesis leaves negative traces of itself in what makes history. What is striking here is that these negative traces are described as being found in Dan's What Makes History. The in here is worth noting because in his earlier work Derrida was always careful to call attention to the assumption that something is automatically in history. 149. In this specific case, the evocation of the quasi-transcendental outmaneuver the traditional taxonomy of the empirical as the embedded and the transcendental as the escape. Derrida perhaps came closer to addressing the problem of what makes history in relation to the events of 1942 2 years later in an interview from 25 to 26 January 1994 with Maurizio Ferraris. Derrida remarks, "The date you have privileged, 1942, for me denotes a wound or a trauma. Most likely an unconscious sedimentation was formed there, but also in way also unconscious an intellectual determination, even if I didn't understand much about what was going on in 1942, when the little Jew from Algiers that I was, with the onset of anti-Semitism French, not Nazi had been expelled from school. From that point on, it is no longer possible to distinguish for me or for anybody else between the biographical and the intellectual, the non-intellectual biography and the intellectual biography, the conscious and the unconscious." 150. In this particular case, history is made when the biographical cannot be separated from the intellectual. At the same time, Derrida adds, this gesture must do something else than just tell stories raconter de histoires. 151. The historical event is not just about a private intellectual history. Derrida makes a point here of linking the question of biographical to the institutions and conventions of academic philosophy. 152. Derrida also suggests in his interview with Ferraris that a work of memory is always troubled by the historical memory. Any projected work as memoir, he argues, would need to find new categories, to invent an extremely refined instrument that is at once diegetical, phenomenological, and psychoanalytical. 153. Why does Derrida use the term diegesis here to account for the narrative of this possible new kind of memoir? In Dissemination, Derrida had noted that Plato opposes mimesis or imitation to diegesis or simple narrative in the Republic. 154. This may also be a reference to Gerard Genet's, 1930-2018, influential work Narrative Discourse, Discours du Récit, 1972. 155. Genet points out that Plato's distinction marks the difference between a narrator that speaks in his or her own voice, diegesis, and a narrator that imitates the voice of someone else, mimesis. 156. Derrida uses the term diegetical in this 1994 interview precisely to account for the problem of speaking only in one's own voice in a new kind of memoir that is situated in the difficult relation between personal memory and historical memory. The next term in the triad of terms from the interview, the phenomenological, can be taken as indicative Derrida's enduring interest in the phenomenological reduction or the Husserlian suspension of the natural attitude. As he observes in 2000 in Abraham, the Other, in his previous works that have touched on his own complex relation to Judaism or Jewishness, he has often had recourse to the detour of more or less calculated ruses, of generally deliberate ellipses, which were intended to be learned, by the way of a phenomenological play of suspension, quotation marks, and parentheses. 157. By suspending the natural attitude towards the memoir as a self-evident presentation or regathering into presence of the self to itself as it was and as it is now, the phenomenological reinforces the possibility of the diegetical as the encounter with my memories of an historical event with other voices, other memories, and other witnesses. Derrida's final term for this possible new kind of memoir placed between memory and historical memory is the psychoanalytical, which hardly plays the Hegelian role of the third term as synthesizer and fuel for the elevation and progression of the Aufhebung. In the broadest sense of Derrida's readings of Freud, Jacques Lacan, 1901, 1981, and others, the psychoanalytical complicates both the diegetical and phenomenological. 158. Having mentioned at the outset his reading of Freud in 1966, we would need to explore Derrida's numerous works on psychoanalysis in detail to grasp the possibilities and limits of this new kind of diegetical phenomenological psychoanalytical memoir. 159. Something I cannot do here. But we will come back to Derrida's treatment of psychoanalysis in relation to historiography. In early December 2000, 6 years after the 1994 interview with Maurizio Ferraris, Derrida gave the paper Abraham, the other for a conference held in Paris under the title Judaities, Questions for Jacques Derrida. One of the notable additions to this remarkable paper, which includes Derrida's recollection that the first time he heard the word Jew, Juif, as a child was when he was called Dirty Jew, in the street, is an important qualification to the treatment of the events of 1942 as the first event in Derrida's own perspective memoir. 160 This was not the first event when the event is taken as an aspect of a memoir situated between history and memory. Before the expulsion from school was the trauma of the first day at school, and before this was the unrecollected but marked event of his circumcision. 161 For Derrida, in addition to the avowedly historical event, such as the treatment of the Jews in Algeria in 1942, there are other kinds of events that should also be addressed in the work as memoir. We will come back to this memory without memory in the next chapter. For now, it is important to emphasize that for Derrida there is no smooth transition or clear break between the work as memoir and the narration of the historical event. This was already apparent in Derrida's lecture Autobiographies, The Teaching of Nietzsche and the Politics of the Proper Name, which was delivered in Montreal on October 22, 1979. As Derrida observes in the discussion after his paper, Nietzsche's Ecce Homo, 1888, invites a reinterpretation of autobiography as a narrative that not only covers the life of the writer but also the posthumous thanatography of the proper name and works of the writer. 162 Nietzsche, as Stendhal, 1783–1842, before him, often addresses his work to his future readers, giving the work as memoir a future tense and an open relation to the still unforeseen event and its narration. 163 As Nietzsche writes in the preface for the Antichrist, 1888 This book belongs to the very few. Perhaps none of them are even alive yet. My day won't come until the day after tomorrow. Some people are born posthumously. 164. Derrida uses the example of the appropriation of Nietzsche's works by the Nazis as a disturbing instance of the political afterlife of Nietzsche's proper name and his written works, though he recognizes that there are aspects in Nietzsche's work that both resist and invite this reappropriation. 165 Challenging the conventional borders between the life, the proper name that is both attached and detached from the life, the name can exist without the bearer of the name, and the relation to the works that live on after the end of the writer's life. Derrida treats Nietzsche's work as memoir as a work that also addresses the legacy or historical transmission of his thought. 166 As much as it engages with the past before memory, the memoir also has a future as a problem of history. As Derrida remarks, the future of the Nietzsche text is not closed. 167 The structure of the textuality in general, he observes, indicates that the relation between a life, a proper name and written works is signed only much later by the other, and this testamentary structure doesn't befall a text by accident, but constructs it. 168 For Derrida, this is a general structure for all works, but it is most apparent with the work as memoir. The work as memoir is sent out, dated, handed over and registered by the other who comes later, and this work is marked with the passing of time as both an event and as a historical testament or transmission. 169 Written for a posthumous future, it arrives with a future from the past. Chapter 7. The problem of historical memory. The task of a historical and interpretative memory is at the heart of deconstruction. Force of Law 1. 1. History and memory. The question of the memoir as works that are registered by the other and that can become, to use Marc Bloch's redolent phrase, witnesses in spite of themselves, les témoins malgré eux, leads us from Derrida's memories of his childhood in Algeria to the problem of a tangled double injunction: one can forget an individual memory and one should always remember a historical memory. 2. What is a historical memory? It is something more than just an approximate designation for a general, shared or common memory of historical events that are considered as significant in some fashion. Is it, as Plato suggested, the written, recorded and archived memories, the memories of others from the past? Derrida suggests that the heart of the work as memoir encounters a limit. There are events without memory, and these are both part of my memories, my autobiography, and part of the relation to the already there, to the past that precedes me. This is a memory that is already marked by a relation to techne. It is a taught memory, a memory of what preceded me that can only be learned from others, from family, friends, school, novels, photographs, films, newspapers, archives, monuments, and works of history. It is a constructed memory. It is a memory that is mine and a memory of the other. How does memory remember what is already there? In a testimony given. An interview from September 1991, Derrida argues, remembering does not consist only in unveiling and making explicit what is already there. 3. This notion of memory is based on the common assumption that the past is always placed behind us in a neat linear ordering of time and space. Memory is also an unforeseen event in relation to a narrative. Derrida goes on to say, you have to produce new events. Deconstruction is not a memory that simply recalls to mind what is already there. The act of memory is also an unpredictable event, an event that calls forth a responsibility and also gestures and actions. But that doing is caught in a double bind. The more you remember, the more you risk deleting, and vice versa. Deconstruction cannot get out of this aporia, this double bind, in a secure way. I don't think there's a rule or imperative here that could give us an assurance. 4. Any attempt to resolve the tangled relation between remembering and forgetting through the construction of an assured or invulnerable archive for memory would only culminate in a present monument, a present stone that would have no relationship to memory. 5. Derrida is perhaps touching here on a very specific historical question in France, raised by Maurice Halbwachs, 1877–1945, and Pierre Nora, 1931. The relation between the public monument, memory, and forgetting, in which the erection of the grand monument can also secure a profound amnesia. 6. The institutionalization of memory and commemoration can be taken as an assertion of the present over the complex demands of the past and the persistent uncanniness of history, as Ricoeur calls it. 7. In his 1991 interview, Derrida concludes, you cannot and should not avoid the risk of forgetting if you want to remember. 8. As he had suggested a decade earlier in Cinders, exploring the phrase "Ilya la cendre," cinders there are, or there are cinders there, ashes register a lost memory of what is no longer here. 9. The memory of the past itself is lost, but one can still register the memory as lost. Someone vanished, Derrida observes, but something preserved her trace and at the same time lost it. 10. This is the effacement or slow decomposition of a memory that cannot be petrified in the memory of a cenotaph. 11. In this sense, historiography always has to negotiate with ashes, with the witness whose testimony is recorded as a testament but whose words have been lost or forgotten, the silent witness, the unreadable name. 12. At the same time, in the other heading, Memories, Responses, and Responsibilities, Derrida reaffirms the injunction to remember. When addressing the question of Europe today, we need to remember the older narratives of Eurocentrism and anti-Eurocentrism. We cannot and must not forget them, since they do not forget us. 13. Memory must also take account of what comes from the past and cannot or will not forget us. Is the encounter with the unforgettable and unforgetting past a link between memory and history? I may myself forget, but the weight of the historical event or historical memory that lingers or encroaches in the present will not be forgotten, even if I fail to remember it. Derrida will return to the political relation between memory and forgetting in Spectres of Marx, noting that Marx's politics is driven by a complex double injunction: in the name of revolution, one must both forget and recall enough of the past to change the present. 14. Derrida goes on to ask in this paper, given in May 1990, before what memory must we respond when raising the question of Europe today? 15. In the context of the history of European culture, Derrida suggests not only that can it most likely not be treated as one, as the same, but also not have a memory of itself as a monoculture. 16. There is a difference between the history and the memory of Europe. This history may be the history of a monoculture but still not be remembered as a monoculture. Every history, Derrida argues, presupposes a telos that memory dreams of gathering. 17. As Geoffrey Bennington has observed, Derrida is always concerned with the hard question for advocates of history of the deconstruction of the telos. 18. Historical memory dreams, chases after history and seeks to unify itself, hopes for a future reunion, with the movement or progressive momentum of history. 19. However, history also presupposes what cannot be anticipated or can only be anticipated as the unforeseeable, the unanticipatable, the non-masterable. 20. Derrida characterizes this other history as a history in search of memory, as that of which one does not yet have a memory. 21. A teleological history, as exemplified by Hegel, is a history with a future that is already apparent in its past. This programmatic history, a history that always knows where it is going, is not only chased by historical memory, it also facilitates a memory of the past that can reside in the present and anticipate the future. This kind of history serves historical memory as cohesive circle, giving it access to what has not yet happened but has happened before. As Derrida notes, this form of old memory is of course critical in supporting an informed awareness of the past and encountering the unforgettable. 22. In contrast, the other history, a history of what is not identifiable in advance and once and for all, cannot be equated with or mapped onto memory. 23. It is a history with a future and a history that does not yet have a memory. 24. This not yet, pas encore, suspends but does not preclude historical memory, but it does mark a limit or point of resistance to the idealized and trans-historical understanding of historical memory as a gathering into unity or perpetual reunion. In the context of this paper from May 1990, which links historical memory to responding and responsibility, Derrida closes a brief passage on the relation between history and memory with the challenge of a double injunction: we must thus be suspicious of both repetitive memory and the completely other of the absolutely new, of both anamnestic capitalization and the amnesic exposure to what would no longer be identifiable at all. 25. Derrida characterizes a responsible approach to the relation between the historical memory and historical events as the recognition of these different injunctions. One must watch out for memory as the confirmation of the same in history and for the new, for a break with history, as the end of memory. One must also avoid a history that advocates an all-encompassing memory and be aware of the ever-present threat of amnesia in relation to the past. Derrida suggests that memory and history are always entangled and cannot simply be separated as two distinct movements or categories. Significantly, Derrida suggests in the other heading that one can respond to but not resolve the double bind of both keeping with and breaking from a traditional idea of Europe by turning to memory. 26. What is needed in Europe today, May 20, 1990, Derrida argues, picking up on a tradition of referring to Europe as the head or capital or principal heading of the world, is an act of memory that consists in betraying a certain order of capital in order to be faithful to the other heading and to the other of the heading. 27. At the end of his paper, Derrida describes this faithful betrayal as a memory that can be open to what remains to come, avenir, in the sense of the structure of a promise. 28. It is a matter of the weight of historical memory that is as open to the not yet as much as to the just past, of the memory of that which carries forth the future, the to come, here and now. 29. A memory that is open to the future of the past is a memory encountered in relation to a historicity that registers the past as that which remains to come. 30. 2. Historical memory. The historical memory raises the question of the archive, of what Derrida calls as early as 1979 an institution that institutes above all the transmission of what has been inherited, the conversation and the interpretation of the archive. 31. 4 years after the other heading, on June 5, 1994, Derrida explored the problem of the archive as an institution of a selective, and apparently exemplary historical memory in Archive Fever, a Freudian impression, a lecture given at Freud's house in London. The revised lecture was published as a book in 1995. It addresses not only the issue of private memory and the institution of public archives but also of the archive as a troubled source for what makes history in relation to Freudian psychoanalysis, the history of Judaism and Jewishness. This work from 1994 to 1995 develops Derrida's exploration of his own memories in relation to Judaism, but it places the general question of memory in relation to the unconscious, history and historical memory. It also examines the proposition that there is a memory that resists history. There is an archival imperative in Derrida's thought, which is at once personal. All the diaries, letters, papers that he himself preserved with such care, and historical. Derrida's own archive was established while he was still alive at the Langston Library in the University of California, Irvine, and at IMEC, Institut Mémoires de l'Édition Contemporaine, in France. 32 Derrida does not entertain the idea that one could dispense with this personal or historical archive, that the possible risk of the loss of documents and papers would not be a profound loss. There is no sense of a heady liberation from the archive in Derrida's thought. The weight of the archive is always apparent. 5 years before the lecture in London, in the extended interview This Strange Institution Called Literature, 1989, Derrida had affirmed the importance of memory in thinking about the history of literature. As we have seen, this is not a question of an ahistorical essence of literature or even of a transhistorical ideality, as suggested by Husserl. The history of literature is not a history of nature but of something that has been constructed. It can then be deconstructed. As Derrida observes, its history is constructed like the ruin of a monument which basically never existed. It is the history of a ruin, the narrative of a memory which produces the event to be told and which will have never been present. 33 Derrida would eloquently say that same year in Force of Law that we can only love ruins. A monument or an institution is finite, it has not always been there, it will not always be there. 34 A history of literature is already marked by this temporality and finitude. Derrida describes this history of a ruin as the narrative of a memory which produces the event to be told. As we shall see in the next chapter, Derrida had long been interested in the relation between a narration narrating itself, du recit recitant, and a narration that is narrated, du recit recite. He uses this distinction to refer to the relation between a prior narrative and its later narration. As one might expect, this does not provide a fixed relation between the past and the present. In some cases the narrated is in the past and its later narration is in the present. In other cases, the narration is in the past and the narrated account is in the present. Derrida suggests here that in contrast to the historical event, such as the French Revolution and its subsequent historical narrations, the history of literature can be understood as a narrative that produces an event. For the history of literature, the event in question is itself a work of narration. At the same time, it is the narrative of a historical memory that registers the history of literature as the history of a ruin and produces the event to be told. Historical memory here describes an ability to register a wider or larger perspective on the archive. In this case, it leads us to treat the history of literature as the history of a ruin. Countering the idealization of the literary object as either a transhistorical essence or an object that can be entirely historicized like a table or a chair, Derrida implies that as a finite historical construct the history of literature is also the narrative of a memory which produces the event to be told. The historical memory is not just a certain kind of object in the past, it also challenges the traditional or metaphysical organization of the past, the present and the future. It appears that the narration of a memory, a present tense for what is in the past, produces an event to be told, a past tense that is also a future conditional. In a history of literature, historical memory produces an event as the future of the past. As Derrida observes in Force of Law, the task of a historical and interpretative memory is at the heart of deconstruction. 35. 4 years later in The Spectres of Marx, Derrida speaks of the historical memory of the name of Marx and of Marxism and its unique relation to history in general. 36. The event of Marxism announced a new kind of messianic promise in relation to worldwide forms of social organization. 37. In this milieu, The historical memory marks a specific historical event that takes place on a scale of a general memory that is addressed precisely at the time when Marxism is being forgotten or declared dead in the aftermath of the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union. 38 In his Regimes of Historicity, Presentism and Experiences of Time, 2002, 2nd edition 2011, François Hartog suggests that this very period, the 1980s and early 1990s, was marked by a new emphasis on memory, as the shock waves of memory from the mass murders and monstrous industry of death in the 20th century finally caught up with our contemporary societies. 39 For Hartog, in this period memory becomes a meta-historical category that can threaten a certain tradition of historiography. 40 As he observes, in its varied uses memory can denote a way of translating, refracting, obeying, or obstructing the order of time. 41 As we have seen, for Derrida, the specters of Marx, specters that are neither simply sensible nor intelligible, highlight the very problem, the risk, and the chance, of the irrepressible relation between memory, historical memory, and history. A year later, Derrida begins archive fever, mal d'archive, with the traditional metaphysical opposition of nature and history. 42 The Greek word and concept of archive registers a beginning, a natural commencement or point of origin, and a commandment, an expression of a law, of a constructed or instituted historical event. From the outset, the concept of the archive appears to replicate the opposition between nature and its many others. Derrida's earlier work suggests that we can treat this apparent opposition at the heart of the concept of the archive as an instance of a concept of nature treating itself as natural that is already marked by the possibility and the inherent instability of the differing from and the deferring of a concept of history. At least as early as 1965 Derrida had been interested in how history was often determined by the classical opposition of physis, most often translated as nature, and a series of its others, including nomos, law, techne, art, craft, and thesis, placing. As he observes in the final lecture of his 1964-1965 seminar on Heidegger, both Hegel and Husserl argued nature has no history and is at bottom the non-historical itself. 43 In his celebrated October 1966 paper Structure, Sign, and Play, Derrida notes that Levi Strauss's structural anthropology has replicated the opposition between nature and culture and that this has a long philosophical pedigree going back to Plato. 44 As he remarks, since the statement of the opposition physis/nomos, physis/techne, it has been relayed to us by means of a whole historical chain which opposes nature to law, to education, to art, to techniques, but also to liberty, to the arbitrary, to history, to society, to the mind esprit, and so on. 45 Derrida suggests here that there is a historical chain which can show how the opposition in classical Greek thought between nature, law, and craft can be seen as a basis for Hegel and Husserl's opposition between nature and history. The opposition between nature and culture is of course a key aspect of grammatology. Derrida argues at one point that the ultimate function of this classical opposition is perhaps to derive historicity. 46 As Catherine Malabou has shown in Counterpath, 1997, deriver is an important verb, word, and concept in Derrida's thought, as it describes both what is considered to be derivative and always derived from something else, such as the treatment of writing as secondary in relation to the primacy of speech, and what deviates in another direction, drifts or wanders away, which gives it a link to difference. 47. As Derrida suggests in his January 1968 paper Difference, as the displaced and equivocal passage of one different thing to another, difference registers the other different and deferred differ in the economy of the same. 48 It therefore registers culture as nature different and deferred, differing deferring differi, different, and all the others of physis techne, nomos, thesis, society, freedom, history, mind esprit, etc. as physis different and deferred, or as physis differing and deferring. 49 Derrida therefore suggests in Of Grammatology that the use of the opposition of nature and its others to account for history reinforces a limited concept of history. History only follows on and falls from nature. It is defined by its failure to be nature. 50. At the same time, Derrida implies that there can be another kind of historicity, which drifts away from this inaugural opposition and precedes and exceeds the old couple nature and culture. 51. At the start of Paragon, 1974 to 1978, the opening work of The Truth in Painting, 1978, which includes material from his 1973 to 1974 seminar Art, Kant, Derrida turns to the common notion that art passes through history and examines this in relation to the differing claims of the philosophy of art and of the history of art. 52. He notes that this sense of art passing through history confirms the traditional terminus of the problem of history as either an ahistoricism, art as a timeless beauty or intelligible truth that glides unchanged through history, or as a historicism, art passes through history, which is defined as a sensible, material determination of epochs, ages, periods, and contexts. 53. What is needed, Derrida argues in 1974, in relation to the philosophy of art and the history of art is the transformation of the concept of history. 54. He adds, this will be the work of the seminar. 55. As Paragon gives us fragments of Derrida's seminar, we only get an intimation of this promised transformation. We will have to wait until the seminar is published in full to better understand Derrida's call in the early 1970s for the transformation of the concept of history. 20 years later in Archive Fever, Derrida returns to this problem by focusing directly on the relation between historiography and memory. As part of his discussion of the archive as both an archive in an institution and as part of Freud's reconfiguration of memory, Derrida states at the outset that his lecture will focus on the question of historiography. 56. He goes on to say, and not only on historiography in general, not only on the history of the concept of the archive, but perhaps also on the history of the formation of a concept in general. 57. It is at this point of general interest in historiography that Derrida turns to Freud and to a recent work that critically examines Freud's writing on Judaism in relation to the wider characterization of the history of Judaism itself as an implacable and long-standing opposition between theological cultural memory and the writing of history. In Archive Fever, Derrida concentrates on Freud's Moses, Judaism Terminable and Interminable, 1991, by the historian Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi. Freud's Moses offers a close and nuanced historical study and innovative treatment of Freud's Moses, the Man and Monotheistic Religion, 1936 to 1939, a work notable for its argument that Moses was an Egyptian and that Judaism has its forgotten or repressed origins in the radical Egyptian monotheism of Akhenaten, the murder of Moses and the subsequent adoption of a Midianite religion. 58. Freud's work suggests that a religious tradition distinguished by the imperative to remember was also founded on a profound loss of memory. 59. Judaism begins as a screen memory, the mundane first fragments of memory covering up earlier, deeper traumas. 60. History is marked by unconscious memory traces and the restorations of things past, and the recurrence of things forgotten. 61. For Freud, the earliest surviving writings of Judaism therefore registers two mutually conflicting treatments or traditions, vested mutilation and pious preservation. 62. As a result of this conflict of traditions or of tradition as a conflict of interpretations, the origins of Judaism is a history of obvious gaps, awkward repetitions, and tangible contradictions. 63. As Samuel Weber has noted, in Freud's account we are confronted with the history of a textual tradition that registers both distortion and displacement, Stellian. 64. But it is also a tradition that survived and flourished. 65. For Yerushalmi, Freud's work offers a singular vision of history as essentially a story of remembering and forgetting that is strangely analogous to the biblical conception of history. 66. Freud's Moses ends with Yerushalmi writing a remarkable quasi-fictional letter to Freud on the question of the psychoanalyst's relation to Judaism. 67. Derrida also refers in his lecture to another book by Yerushalmi, Zachor, Jewish History and Jewish Memory, 1982. Rather than concentrating on Freud's Moses, I would like to examine Zachor in some detail, as it touches directly on the wider problem of the historical memory. 3. Memory without history. Yerushalmi argues in Zachor that the emphasis on memory in the Jewish tradition, and especially collective memory, explains why there was almost no significant Jewish historiography until the early 19th century. 68 In broad terms, this suggests that there is a certain kind of memory that negates or disenables historiography and resists or reconfigures historical memory. At the same time, as Yerushalmi himself notes with ironic awareness, in Zachor he offers a history of Jewish memory to register its lack of history and recognizes that these terms cannot simply be separated or be easily opposed. 69 We could say that Zachor addresses the problem of history and memory as the inability to untangle a relation between memory and history that cannot either be synthesized into a unified history memory or separated into a simple or pure difference that can stand outside of a simple and pure historiography. Somewhat like the Platonic equation of writing with the pharmakon, both a cure and a poison, in this context memory both assists and threatens history. 70. In one sense, Yerushalmi recognizes that his own history of an ahistorical memory represents a decisive break with that past. 71 Nonetheless, he argues that it is a historical and archival fact that there were a series of historical practices, starting with an actual recording of historical events, that are found in classical Greece and Rome and in early and medieval Europe that are not found in the Jewish tradition. 72 Yerushalmi also points out that the Torah and the Tanakh are saturated with the historical past and inconceivable apart from it. 73 God is even known only insofar as he reveals himself historically. 74 This conjunction of the theological and historical, somewhat paradoxically, produces an injunction to remember inaugural events that in turn become transhistorical and ahistorical. 75 As Yerushalmi observes, this tradition is if not anti-historical, then at least ahistorical. 76 We have learned, in effect, Yerushalmi concludes, that meaning in history, memory of that past, and the writing of history are by no means to be equated. 77 In the post-biblical Jewish tradition, most notably the Talmud and the Midrash, events were not recorded but rather conflated with prior biblical narratives. 78 Even today, he remarks, those who live a religious life within the enchanted circle of tradition still seek the eternal contemporaneity of the historicity of the past. 79. Despite this apparent lack of interest in recording historical events, Yerushalmi is at pains to emphasize that this did not inhibit the transmission of a vital Jewish past from one generation to the next, and Judaism neither lost its links to history nor its fundamentally historical orientation. 80 He suggests that the dominance of the collective memory of biblical events creates an ahistorical tradition but that the constant reorientation of present events to an index from the past does not in itself break the link to history. The historical memory cannot simply be ahistorical. For example, the events of the day, most profoundly the Jewish expulsion from Spain in 1492, are recorded in some fashion but their essential meaning is found through the historical memory of biblical narratives. Yerushalmi describes this as a way of treating history as a form of repetition. 81 New or present events are understood and given meaning in the way that they are seen to repeat an event from the past. It is the repetition that registers the memory of a present event as historical. Jewish historiography finally emerges in the early 19th century as part of the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment. The writing of history is intertwined with crisis of Jewish emancipation from the ghetto and a questioning of the meaning of Judaism itself. 82 Yerushalmi implies in his final chapter that modern Jewish historiography is defined by its break with the traditional relation to memory. Much as his own historiographical project marks a decisive break with the past as a collective memory, history breaks with tradition as it attempts to record it. 83 It is here that we get closer to Derrida's understanding of the aporia of historical memory and his critique in Archive Fever of Yerushalmi's claim for a unique Jewish memory that can be treated as a pure difference or absolute other of history. 84. For Yerushalmi, the 19th century Jewish historiography that shatters the very thing it wants to discover is part of an ever-growing decay of Jewish group memory. 85 History has become the faith of fallen Jews. 86 The imperatives that arise from Die Wissenschaft des Judentums, the scientific study of Judaism, are antithetical to Jewish tradition and challenge the very assumption of the uniqueness of Jewish history itself as a history of active, divine providence. 87 In the modern era, historiography then becomes the engine of secularization and divorced from collective memory. 88 For Yerushalmi, Judaism remains marked by a necessary, gaping and agonizing, difference between memory and history, not only because it reflects the splits between the theological and secular, but also because historiography becomes part of a general loss of tradition, of memory. It appears in Jacques that memory cannot avoid a necessary link with history, but that history as a science threatens to dissolve a unique non-historical memory. What kind of history is at stake here? Yerushalmi argues that history is not an attempt at a restoration of memory, it must rather be seen as a truly new kind of recollection, because it recreates an ever more detailed past whose shapes and textures memory does not recognize. 89 History searches for a total past in contrast to the drastically selective forms of memory. 90 This suggests that there is a certain kind of memory and a certain kind of history that must remain incompatible. But is there any place here for a historical memory? Is there not a historical memory that is at once an attempted restoration of memory and an attempted recreation of an ever more detailed past that exceeds the limited perspective of the memoir? Why should history search for a total past? Why should memory be drastically selective? The historical memory engages with the ongoing problem of the memory of the other. There are always other memories when it comes to historical events, and historiography can neither dispense with a series of selective viewpoints nor claim a total vantage point beyond the memoirs and archives of the past. Despite this declaration of the necessary divorce between memory and history, there is the intimation in Yerushalmi's book that he himself recognizes both the anguish of the division and the necessary connection between a faithful memory and unfaithful history, not least when it comes to the profound imperative in the 20th century not to forget the show. 91 The historical memory becomes both the challenge of history and a challenge for history. It is the ongoing problem of the division and connection between memory and history. Yerushalmi ends Jacques by arguing for a reorientation of Jewish historiography so that it will no longer only seek continuities between the present and its ruptured past, but look more closely at ruptures, breaches, breaks, and see that what was truly lost in these events can become, through our retrieval, meaningful to us. 92 This recognition of a history of breaks and ruptures with memory anticipates his later book on Freud. While such a history still raises the problem of an ideal retrieval of the lost past, Yerushalmi concludes his remarkable book by noting that the modern Jewish historian must recognize that he or she is a product of this rupture. 93. For memory without memory. As we have seen, 2 years before his 1994 lecture on Freud and the Archive, Derrida had offered some brief but critical comments in Aporias on the historian Philippe Aries and his attempts to construct a history of death. Derrida questioned Aries's reliance on terms like collective unconscious, noting that such terms cover up mountains of archives that up to this day and for some time still to come have not been classified and are unclassifiable. 94 Derrida concluded that Aries's history of death cannot avoid a certain anachronism in its intra-historical delimitations decoupages. 95 This reference to an interminable archive in relation to the non-historical limits for a historiographical project anticipates Derrida's critical reading of Yerushalmi's attempts to construct a history of psychoanalysis and, in particular, a Jewish history of psychoanalysis. The problem is how historians deal with or do not deal with what is outside of memory. There is no memory of death, while there are incessant memories of dying. Is it possible to have a history of the unconscious? As Derrida asks, can a historian address Freud's insistence from a psychoanalytical perspective that there are events that should be treated as if they took place, as if they are true, even when they have no factual basis, precisely because they have been repressed or forgotten but still register the workings of the unconscious? 96 Can such events be described as historical or as instances of historical memory? 97. In a paper from 1987 that is included in the second edition of Jacques, Yerushalmi makes a distinction between memory, mnemi, and recollection, anamnesis. He argues that memory is that which is essentially unbroken, continuous, while recollection is that which has been forgotten. 98 As we have seen, in Plato's Pharmacy, Derrida had already questioned the Platonic characterization of the difference between speech and writing as the simple difference between an internal continuity, memory, and external discontinuity, recollection. In this context, Derrida would challenge Yerushalmi's own definitions of the opposing terms of memory and history in Jacques. As part of the question of the archive, and specifically the question of the Freudian archive with all its impedimenta of forgetting, remembering, repressing, recalling, covering, and obliterating, in Archive Fever Derrida is interested in the problem of the history of history, the history of historiography. 99 This problem cannot be reduced to a traditional metaphysical opposition between the internal and external, or between the internal as continuous and the external as discontinuous, especially when it comes to a history of psychoanalysis that includes a distinctive psychoanalytical history of the origins of Mosaic Judaism. There are other kinds of historiography at stake here. For Derrida, the concept of archive is therefore not only concerned with the past, as much as and more than a thing of the past. Before such a thing, the archive should call into question the coming of the future. 100 In a 1984 review of Jacques, the historian Pierre Vidal-Naquet, 1930–2006, had observed that after the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, 70 CE, for the Jews the future, barring some intervention by the Messiah, was dead and the future could only be a repetition of the past. 101 Yerushalmi describes a non-historical or quasi-historical Jewish memory in which present and future historical events can only be registered as a repetition of the past. In contrast, Derrida is interested in the future of the past as a historical problem. The historical memory must always contend with the future of the past, with a past that is not finished, with a past that has other memories, with a past that is not behind us but in front of us. The fever or ill-ease of the archive, the mal d'archive, is in part caused by its open relation to the future of the past. At the same time, Derrida is also interested in the limit of the event of the past that is the memory without memory, la mémoire sans mémoire, such as a circumcision that leaves a mark of its having taken place but remains outside of the memory of the individual concerned. 102 The memory without memory troubles the archive. Freud himself suggests that circumcision is the memory without memory of the Egyptian origins of the Mosaic faith. 103 For Derrida, the event without memory forms a singular archive and is part of the wider problem of the history of historiography. 104 As Derrida had observed 10 years earlier in Memoirs for Paul de Man, the event without memory also registers a historicity. 105 Beyond his own complex relation to Judaism during his childhood in Algeria, where a male child is marked on his body as a newborn baby as belonging to a religious tradition and culture or a community that one doesn't necessarily understand or identify as one's own, it is important to stress that Derrida treats circumcision as a more general index of the experience, something that happens in all cultures of the already being there. 106 Language, he observes in a 1991 interview, precedes us, governs our thoughts, gives us names for things, etc., but how does my memory relate to the already being there, to a past that always precedes individual memory? 107 In this way, circumcision is both part of Derrida's exploration of the work as memoir and part of his wider examination of the historical questions of heritage, inheritance, and archive, and of the past as that which is already there in the midst of my many and irrepressible claims to this time and this present as my own time. For Derrida, such events are without memory and yet they also open the unavoidable relation to the historical memory. As he observed in an interview from September 2001, his 1991 work Circumcision is concerned with the history of circumcision as a question of history and of historical work. 108. It is sometimes overlooked that Derrida often speaks about the temptations of metaphysics. It's too easy just to set up a clever calibration of words and concepts and declare that the temptation for presence, self-presence or pure absence has simply disappeared. As Derrida observes in Abraham, the other, there is always the temptation, the impossible desire to identify a first time. 109 Derrida goes on to explain. Something in me was already living the wound and the retreat of which I just spoke, the first event of which I located in the experience of anti-Semitic violence in the French Algeria of the 1940s, already living these as a trauma at once decisive, determining, inaugural, and already secondary, I mean to say already second, already consecutive, and assigned by a law, that is to say, by a non-memorable and immemorial repetition. 110. For Derrida, the question what makes history is also part of the problem of addressing events such as the event called circumcision, which entails the memory without memory, la mémoire sans mémoire of circumcision. 111 This is not only a matter of how to register a personal event that is beyond my possible conscious memory, it is also a question of how such an event took place only once and yet inscribed repetition from its first act. 112 This also links the event beyond memory to the wider question of the historical event and its historical narration, which we will examine in detail in the next chapter. If there is a unique notion of a Jewish archive, an attack that was often made against Freud and psychoanalysis as a Jewish science, and a proposition that fascinates Yerushalmi as he attempts to recalibrate Freud's own relation to his Jewishness, Derrida is interested in how it would be possible to have a historical science based, for example, on the singular archive named circumcision and on an event without memory. 113 Rather than a memory without history, identified by Yerushalmi as a unique aspect of Judaism, Derrida raises the problem of the archive in relation to a history of a memory without memory, especially without a memory that is, as Yerushalmi claims, essentially unbroken, and continuous. 114 For example, following Freud, Derrida argues the repression of memory can also be part of the archive, especially when one thinks of the archive beyond the classical categories of absence or presence. 115 While the trace of a repressed memory is part of the Freudian apparatus, this could suggest a limit for the historian, though Michel de Certeau makes an eloquent case for interweaving psychoanalysis and historiography and the treatment of history as a history of displacements. 116. Following Yerushalmi's claim that Judaism or Jewishness have a unique relation to the past, as memory, and to the future, as eschatological promise, Derrida argues that these two gestures are reliant on each other. The imperative to archive an event is also an injunction to remember the future. 117 For Derrida, historical memory, la mémoire historique, is already engaged with an archive that remains to come, with an open archive. 118 Beyond Derrida's reading of Yerushalmi's account of Jewish history, the general point is that the archive must also contend with a past that is coming towards it, and not only with the past that has somehow been boxed, stored and filed away in an archive, as if the archive alone reinforces that the past is well and truly behind us. As Derrida suggests, this raises political and ethical questions for any archive and the institutions that create and maintain the archive. But this problem of the open archive, of the archive that cannot close itself, also indicates the limits of the idealization of memory, of a transhistorical memory. As much as Derrida will criticize historicism, he also challenges a historical memory when it is treated as the other of history. Archive fever or mal d'archive confronts the problem of what remains in the archive and what is held at bay or excluded from the archive by a particular institutional context or milieu. As Derrida observes in July 1990 in Privilege, the introduction to Right to Philosophy, the institution as archive, or what historians, in short, call history, must sometimes remember what it excludes and selectively attempts to doomvoer to being forgotten. 119 In this sense, history as an instituted archive, as a specifically gathered and delineated historical memory, is also marked by what it keeps outside. It can also be drastically selective. 120 To mark itself as itself, it cannot avoid being marked by what has been placed outside the archive. History as archive remembers what it has tried to remember only to forget. The traits of what are outside the archive are therefore deeply engraved in the hollows of the archive, imprinted right on the institutional support or surface. 121. As Derrida says, this type of exclusion is found in the history of the violent founding of nations, but it also registers the mal de archive of all historiography. 122. Memories haunt the historical project as it makes its procedural, methodological artificial but necessary borders, and constructs its narratives, its thematics, and its epochs that reinforce its institution as archive. There is a historical memory that disturbs the necessary artifice of historiography, that confronts the historian not only with the excess that defies the chosen format or focus but also the echo of what remains outside the archive at the heart of the archive. In this sense, as Derrida suggests, perhaps the history of philosophy, as a history of philosophical institutions, of legitimate and authorized archives that have reinforced a history of selective inclusions and exclusions, could also be recast as the memory of philosophy, of the mal de archive of philosophy. 123. For Derrida, there is also an important link between memory and the necessary repetition alteration in self-identification, or what he calls in dissemination the structure of the remark. 124. From the mid-1970s he had emphasized an affirmation in deconstruction, the yes that is a non-active act, and therefore avoids reconstituting the classical subject, affirms what will come from the future. 125. However, as he suggests in the early 1980s, the engagement of this yes must also have a memory and become a yes, as it must preserve memory, it must commit itself to keeping its own memory, it must promise itself to itself, it must bind itself to memory for memory, if anything is ever to come from the future. 126. This affirmation, this engagement with what remains to come allows deconstruction to address the relation between memory, historical memory, and history. My memory, my memoirs, and the historical memory that in part constitutes the historiographical work remain distinct and yet share what Derrida describes as the finitude of memory. 127. This finitude is unavoidable because memory is structured as memory of the other. 128. With historical memory, memory is always the memory of the other and marked by the problem of the memory of others. For Derrida, my own memory is also structured as memory of the other. 129. Before the relation to self, before treating myself as myself, before remembering myself as myself, there is my relation to the others who have died and whom I carry in myself as other. It is this carrying of others, this weight in ourselves, which precedes and makes possible the ongoing process of self-identification. This is not an internalization or idealization of the other as much a recognition that the finitude of memory registers the trace of the other. 130. The memory and the trace of the other in us reiterates the trace of the many others in history. Memory cannot be relegated to a past that is simply behind us. Memory is the possibility of the relation of presence to the present. 131. The historical memory therefore disrupts the idealization of the presence of the present. Historical memory is an engagement with the trace of the future. 132. The historical memory registers the problem of the memory of the other for historiography. 133. We can conclude this examination of memory and history with a practical example. Derrida's work Circumcision, published in March 1991, is a striking challenge to treat memory in a different way in relation to philosophy, autobiography, and historiography. It is made up of 59 pieces. Derrida was 59 years old while writing it, each written in one long sentence of some 600 words, which are variously called periods, periphrases or prayer bands. 134. Each of these 59 pieces interweave writings in the present from March 1989 to May 1990 with writings on circumcision in the past from 1976 to 1981. Added to these two layers of writings is a third layer of extended quotations in Latin from St. Augustine's Confessions, c. 400 BCE. 135. This interweaving and interlayering of writings from different periods takes its dates very seriously. All of the writings from 1976 to 1981 are given specific dates, and we are reminded of various dates from March 1989 to May 1990. It is a dated work, a historical work. In each piece, we are given a sort of palimpsest of distinct periods, but these are interweaved into the same ongoing sentence, as are the Latin quotations from Saint Augustine. The writings of 1989 to 1990 focus broadly on the final illness of Derrida's mother in Nice, but they also act as a memoir with limits, as both a confession and circumvention of the memories and secrets of childhood in Algeria in the 1930s and the 1940s. These quasi-confessions are interwoven with passages from Saint Augustine's Confessions and own memoirs of his early life in Algeria in 460 to 480 CE before his conversion. The diary or journal writings by Derrida from 1976 to 1981 address the question of circumcision and his quasi-confessions on Judaism and certain key events in his life at the time of writing. Derrida both recognizes and resists the possibility of writing one's own confession as an instance when the inside of my life is exhibiting itself outside. 136. However, circumcision is also a work that is concerned with an event that is outside the confessional mode. Derrida's circumcision took place in July 1930, but he cannot register it as an event that he has witnessed. As he observes in Shibboleth, this event took place only once, but at the same time it keeps taking place only once, as the date of this event is marked each subsequent year. 137. The circumcision as an event before memory has left a mark of what took place beyond the memory, consciousness, or experience of Jacques or Jacques Elliot Derrida in El Biar on July 23, 1930, but it is also a historical memory, an event in his past that is also a memory of others, a memory of the other. 138. This gives the event beyond memory a paradoxical status, it is both an event and a non-event. As Derrida observes, circumcision is therefore a matter of what I have turned around, from one periphrasis to the next, knowing that it took place but never, according to the strange turn of the event of nothing l'étrange tournure de l'événement de rien, what can be got around contournable or not, which comes back to me without ever having taken place. 139. In the milieu of a quasi-autobiography or non-idealized memoir, Derrida examines the moment of the event without memory of me. 140. This places the event beyond or just short of, au-delà ou deca, the subject, and its use of memory as an index of self-consciousness, regathering and reordering its prior experience. 141. The event without memory of me is driven by the desire to remember myself around a single event, and the recognition that this desire will always be frustrated by the degrees of non-knowledge that occur in any event, which must be unforeseeable to some extent, and the loose strands and shifting traces of the all archives and witnesses that have already given this event from the past without memory to the other. 142. For Derrida, the circling and recircling around this event does not have the comforting presumption of the Hegelian history of spirit, which ensures that every return and every restart will come back to a complete knowledge. 143. All that turning around nothing, he observes. 144. The strange turn of the event of nothing in circumcision marks a limit to the act of memory as an idealization, as an assertion of a trans-historical memory that transcends the historical memory or the unavoidable entanglement of history and memory. It marks a limit with many memories as the possibility of the historical memory. It marks the possibility of historiography. Chapter 8. History, Event, and Narrative. I want, in a more or less continuous way, but why, to do things, to tell stories, raconter de histoires. 11 October 1977. Circumcision 1. Geschichte and Historie. In his lectures on the philosophy of world history, written and delivered between 1822 and 1831, Hegel argued that history begins when a historical event coincides with its historical narration. World history, which is primarily the history of states and nations, invites a happy comparison between the grandeur of imperial Rome and the nascent rise of post-Napoleonic Germany. Just as classical Latin registers the link between events, residential gesti, and the narration of these events, historiam rerum gestarum, the German word for history, Geschichte, contains the double meaning of both the event, the happening, or what takes place, das Geschehene, and the relation, account, or narrative of this event, die Geschichtserzählung. 2. For Hegel, this union, Vereinigung, of meanings reinforces that the events and narratives that constitute world history appear simultaneously, gleichzeitig erscheinen. 3. World history treats the historical event and its narrative as a confirmation of the contemporary. History is registered as being contemporary with itself. There have, of course, been many historical events that precede the unique conditions for Hegelian world history. These events have occurred before the formation of the state or lacked the wider progressive goals of self-consciousness and individual freedom. And despite Hegel reinforcing the common need in the 19th century to deny history to some and to bequeath it to others, his insistence that actual events and their historical narrative can occur at the same time may be easier for us to understand in the 21st century. One only has to think of the short-lived Arab Spring and the role played by social media in both recording and participating in these events to appreciate how the televisual media coverage of the event, as Derrida described it in the aftermath of the September 11, 2001 attacks, has allowed us without too much difficulty to treat the event and its narration as contemporaneous or even synchronous. For what, Derrida asks, would September 11 have been without television? 5. We are perpetually confronted by a quasi-virtual present because, as Jacques Le Goff observed, since the present cannot be limited to a single instant or point of time, the definition of the duration of the present constitutes an initial problem for the historian. 6. And yet even in this apparent simultaneous co-presence of event and narrative its happening live, in real time, right before our eyes there would still be a necessary division between the present and its archive, between the event and its narration. As Derrida argues in an interview from 1992, if a photograph claims an archive that is somehow immediate, a present that consists of its memory, it is therefore necessary that the present, in its structure, be divisible even while remaining unique, irreplaceable, and self-identical. 7. This division ensures that even as the present is lost, the archive remains. 8. The event and its narrative, a narration at the very moment of the event that can also be repeated after the event, cannot simply coincide or be conflated. They are not, to use Derrida's phrase, self-contemporary, contemporain de soi-même. 9. Turning to Derrida's own archive, it is thanks to the efforts of a number of hardy souls who have been able to decipher Derrida's notoriously quicksilver, gnomic handwriting that we now know that Derrida devoted much of his early seminars to the problem of history and narrative. This can be placed in relation to Derrida's work on the event and narrative in the 1970s and the witness and testimony in the 1990s. We now know that Derrida first addressed Hegel's treatment of the relation between the event and the historical narrative in a 1964 seminar on history and truth and returned to it in his 1964 to 1965 seminar on Heidegger and history. It is only when the other seminars have been published in full that we can grasp the extent of Derrida's engagement with the problem of history and narrative. However, we already know that Derrida remained interested in Hegel's account of history and narrative and returns to it in at least two other seminars, one from the late 1970s and another in mid-1990s. In the context of the debates in French historiography about the longue durée, structuralism, and a historical writing that moved beyond a history of events and narratives, for more than 30 years Derrida responded to Hegel's remarkable proposition that the historical event and its historical narrative can and should appear at the same time on the basis of a distinction that facilitates an abiding union. The emphasis on their simultaneous appearance, gleichzeitig erscheinen, raises a challenge for a reader of Husserlian phenomenology. It is one thing to claim that the event and the historical narrative can happen at the same time, it is quite another to insist that this interweaving of event and narrative is founded on the phenomenality general appearing and particular appearance, sense, essence, presence, and co-presence of the event and the historical narrative. 10. Hegel's insistence that world history, the highest and most universal form of history, rests on an affirmation of the same, the identical, and coincident, gleich, of the simultaneous, contemporaneous, and the contemporary, gleichzeitig, reinforces that the claims for the self-contemporary, or what is contemporary with itself, is a good place to start in addressing the problem of history and its narratives. In his notable 2014 article Ennemis raconte plus d'histoires, Derrida and the Problem of the History of Philosophy, Edward Bering gives us some tantalizing glimpses of Derrida's as yet unpublished 1964 seminar History and Truth. Bering informs us that Derrida begins with Hegel's distinction between event and historical narrative, le récit. 11. Derrida repeats Hegel's claim that the historical event and its narrative share a common condition of possibility. 12. The most interesting aspect, noted by Bering, is Derrida's argument that the historical event can only be registered as a historical event if it can give place to a transmission. 13. This is an early articulation of Derrida's long-standing interest in the necessity of the singular to give itself over to the repeatable to register itself as abidingly singular, not least when this repetition or transmission does not just repeat the same as the identical but exposes it to an unavoidable alteration. The historical event as historical event gives itself to be transmitted, to be passed on, to others, to other times and places. However, Bering's all too brief comments on this seminar from the spring of 1964 also raise a problem. He describes both Derrida and Hegel's distinctions between the historical event and the historical narrative in terms of the German distinction between Geschichte and Historie. The passage that Bering cites from Hegel's lectures, the same that I opened with, actually draws a contrast between Geschichte and Die Geschichtserzählung. Hegel's lectures have come down to us in different versions and fragments that have been written and delivered at different times. In his inaugural lecture in 1822, Hegel adds the marginal note to this passage, to be examined later. Historia, Resgeschichte, the objective history proper of a people, begins for the first time when they have a historical record. Historie. 14. This raises the difficult question of whether Hegel saw any difference in the use of Historie and Die Geschichtserzählung. Like its English and French cousins, Historie describes a history and a story and accounts for both a historical narrative and a fictional narrative. This suggests that with Historie, narrative itself becomes the problem when one wants to draw a clear distinction between the account or record of an actual, real historical event and relating a fictional story. A marginal note that is probably from his 1828 lectures suggests that Hegel may have used Historie in this passage in his later lectures after 1822. 15. However, in his 1830 to 1831 lectures he uses Die Geschichtserzählung. Does Hegel's choice of Die Geschichtserzählung in the place of Historie offer a solution to this ambiguity, or does it add further complications? Unsurprisingly, the answer is yes to both questions. The compound word Geschichtserzählung joins or solders together, as only German can do, the word for history, Geschichte, and the word for story, tale, written narrative, oral narration, written or oral account, Erzählung. The use of Die Geschichtserzählung in the 1830 to 1831 lectures can be taken as Hegel's final decision that this term best guarantees that in a philosophy of world history a written narrative can only be based on a historical event. At the same time, this apparent solution reinforces a wider problem. The German verb erzählen, to tell, relate, narrate, recount, and the related noun erzählen, narration, recital, relation, suggest a narrating or relating that is less tied to a historical narrative than the word Historie. As Bering suggests, as early as this 1964 seminar Derrida was particularly interested in the French word le récit, which describes a relation, account, or narrative that can be either true or fictional. In the 1964 seminar Derrida appears to associate le récit with the historical narrative rather than the historical event. 16. In addressing the relation between history and truth in his seminar, Derrida highlights the tension in the French word la histoire, which refers both to a true history or story and mere stories or lies. 17. What then is the relation between le récit, la histoire, Historie, and Die Geschichtserzählung? This is the question that begins Derrida's 30-year engagement with history and narrative. Derrida's 1964 to 1965 lectures on Heidegger show that at this time Derrida was also interested in the relation between philosophy, narrative, and telling stories. As we saw in Chapter 2, in his treatment of history in Being and Time, Heidegger offers a series of clear distinctions and starts his work by excluding a certain kind of telling stories. 18. The science of history or traditional historiography, history, he argues, must be separated from both history itself, Geschichte, with its historical events, Geschehen, and a historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, that has liberated itself from the metaphysical subject. 19. Heidegger also opens Being and Time by insisting that his work will not follow the Cartesian tradition of telling stories by centering philosophy on the self-evident assumption of the self-consciousness and experience of the philosopher as subject. 20. Descartes begins the Meditations on First Philosophy, 1641, by remarking, "I am here, sitting by the fire, wearing a winter dressing gown, holding this piece of paper in my hands." 21. For Heidegger, this is telling stories. Heidegger argues that the first philosophical step consists in not telling a story, that is to say, in not defining entities as entities by tracing them back to their origins to some other entities, as if being had the character of some possible entity. 22. The clarity of the ontico-ontological difference, the distinction between an ontic entity or being and being itself, rests on not telling a story. He repeats this injunction at the end of the introduction. 23. Heidegger uses the phrase keine Geschichte erzählen in 6 of Being and Time as a translation of a phrase from Plato's Sophist, Muthon tina digens 24. This takes us back to Hegel's use of the compound Geschichtserzählung. Heidegger's radical hermeneutical phenomenology will not tell, relate, or narrate, erzählen, the history of being as stories, Geschichte, of being. Heidegger implies that the ontico-ontological difference itself is reinforced by the clear distinction between telling stories, lies, myths, fictional narratives, and history. Heidegger's rejection of a philosophy that tells stories dominates Derrida's second lecture, delivered at the École Normale Supérieure on November 30, 1964. As Derrida comments, according to Heidegger, there has always been an easy form of narration in philosophy, and the challenge now is to break with the philosophical novel. 25. This involves a style of history of philosophy that merely relates the various views and opinions of philosophers across the ages. 26. More profoundly, Heidegger claims that it is only by rejecting a certain kind of philosophical narration that one can truly disrupt metaphysical ontology. 27. This implies that there is some kind of opposition between Geschichte and Erzählen in Being and Time. Telling stories, which Derrida translates as Raconteur de Histoires, is the practice in metaphysics that ignores the difference between beings and being. 28. It is, Derrida remarks, closer to a mythological discourse, which is why Heidegger quotes the Sophist and its dismissal of telling stories or myths in the midst of a discussion about being. 29. Socrates and Heidegger agree on the necessary expulsion from philosophy of telling stories. In his lecture, Derrida reiterates that Heidegger treats the erasure of the ontico-ontological difference and alterity of being as a form of mythology. 30. This suggests that the opposition between history and narrative in Being and Time can be treated as the difference between history and myth. In this sense, the refusal to treat philosophy as the narration of a story is to take a step beyond ontic history. 31. This step is not an ahistorical gesture on Heidegger's part, Derrida argues, but rather the condition of access to a radicalization of the thinking of history as history of being itself. 32. In this effort to draw a clear distinction between a limited, subject-centered form of narrating and a radical historicity, there are two significant implicit distinctions. 33. Derrida always translates telling stories as Raconteur de Histoires, so la histoire in this context should not be confused with le récit. Telling a mere metaphysical story should not be confused with a possible historical narrative. However, Derrida does not mention Heidegger's problematic equation of Geschichte with Muthon. Is a history, Geschichte, that can also be a non-historical story, tale, or narrative the same thing as a story, tale or narration, mythos, that can also be a myth, a legend, or a fable? What happens if one treats Geschichte as der Mythos? This is precisely what Peter Trani has argued is to be found in Heidegger's later anti-Semitic writings, which were published after Derrida's death. 34. When Derrida turns to Heidegger's treatment of history in the 1964–1965 lectures, he does acknowledge the serious implications of Heidegger's insistence that the historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, of Dasein is the precondition for any possible historical science or historiography, history. As Derrida succinctly states, no history without Geschichte. 35. As we have seen, by the 1970s, in starting to treat exappropriation as the possibility of a deconstructive historiography, Derrida will challenge this emphatic order or sequence for thinking about the relation between the historical event and the historical narrative. After noting that Heidegger treats Geschehen as the pre-gathering of events that make history, Geschichte, possible and any subsequent historiography, history, Derrida contrasts Heidegger's approach to history with that of Hegel. 36. For Hegel, Geschichte and history are tied together, so the lack of historical narrative also indicates a lack of history, of truly historical events. 37. Derrida's treatment of history and narrative is worked out between a critical reading of Hegel and Heidegger. For Derrida in 1965, the problem with the Hegelian merging, confond, of the historical event with its historical narration is that it also presupposes a non-historicity, Geschichtslosigkeit. 38. In contrast, as we have seen, Heidegger's separation of historical event and historical narration implies that a deficiency in historical awareness is not an absence of history. 39. This aspect would seem to give Heidegger a clear advantage over Hegel, suggesting that a proper ordering of the relation between event, first, and narrative, unambiguously second, ensures a more nuanced concept of history. Nonetheless, in contrast to Heidegger's assertion, Derrida goes on to note that the Greek word for history, historia, first signified an inquiry, and that the science of history therefore appears to have preceded the later designation of history as both event and narrative at once. 40. As in his many later writings on Heidegger, Derrida is always attentive to Heidegger's need to treat science and technology as a belated external addition that should be, if not excluded, at least relegated to its proper place. As we have seen, exappropriation is formulated in part in reaction to Heidegger's insistence in time and being on the absolute difference between the mere events of historiography and the unique events of being. If history as a Greco-Latin concept privileged the science of history, Hegel's insistence that the historical event and narrative must coincide is remarkable, Derrida argues, because if they are inseparable, then neither the historical event or the narrative of the event have the privilege of originarity and are not derived one from the other. 41. Heidegger, on the other hand, insists that any science of history can only emerge from a pre-scientific historical origin. The notable point is that both Hegel and Heidegger are offering a radical challenge to historia as episteme, or a metaphysical conception of history. 42. Both Hegel and Heidegger believe that the German language has provided a unique conduit for rethinking history. It is at this stage that Derrida quotes the passage from Hegel's lectures on the word Geschichte that we began with, and follows it with the passage from 73 of Being and Time I cited in the preface, that acknowledges that the apparent ambiguity of Geschichte is in truth very clear, as it denotes both actual historical events and historical narratives, and one can provisionally eliminate history and historiography from the analysis of temporality and historicity. 43. Derrida's early account of Hegel anticipates his later treatment of logocentrism. There is an underlying gathering force or centralizing conceit, but this can be deconstructed because it relies on a form of necessary repetition that alters and reconfigures as it repeats itself to unify itself. Hegel argues that historical affectivity, the possibility of narrative and historical science, are contemporary and consubstantial. 44. To register that one is living historically, there is the need for language, consciousness, memory and, above all, spirit, Geist, as the power to gather oneself, to inherit from oneself. 45. However, Derrida adds, this power of gathering and summation is also the power of reciting, recit. 46. The approach to narrative, recit, as a movement that is already a reciting, recit, will play a prominent part in Derrida's later work. In Living On, 1979, Derrida reiterated his interest in le recit rather than la narration precisely because it places the problem of recitation in relation to the narrative recit of an event, the event of a narrative, and the narrative as the structure of an event. 47. Living On, or Survivre, is part of a series of works by Derrida from the 1970s collected in 1986 under the title Parig's Vicinities that focuses on a number of recits or quasi-fictions by Maurice Blancot. For Derrida, Blancot's writings register the question of le recit as something that is at once external and internal to the work itself. As we have seen, for Derrida there is an affirmation to engage with memory in a repeated yes, yes, and this engagement is reaffirmed by the citation that is recited. 48. In this sense, le recit is a narrative with memory. For Hegel, Derrida notes, this power of reciting announces the political configuration of the state and an objective a priori that occurs when the experience of a people is in a position to recite itself and produce itself in works. 49. The Hegelian historical narration of the contemporary event reaffirms the power of both gathering and recitation. In signature event context, Derrida had linked the prefix re to his use of iterability, emphasizing the importance of the citation that can also be recited elsewhere in a different context. As he observes in Limited in KBC, iterability registers that the identity of the self-same be repeatable. In, through, and even in view of its alteration. 50. Derrida situates iterability in the relation between the re of the repeated repet and the re of the repeating repetant. 51. As we shall see, this temporal and spatial distinction between the repeated and the repeating, between the past and the present tense, plays a significant role in Derrida's treatment of the historical event and its narrative. Le recit recitant and le recit recite will describe a historical difference. In his lectures on the philosophy of world history, Hegel's Original History, Die Ursprunglichgeschichte, describes a historiography founded on the historian as witness and even participant in the historical events that are narrated. 52. At the start of his 1822 to 1823 lectures, this type of history is distinguished both from a reflective history, where the historian is not contemporary with the events recorded, and of philosophical history, which attempts to use history as part of philosophical inquiry. Hegel argues that these three customary ways of writing history should be distinguished from his own philosophy of world history. 53. However, he also suggests that the word for history in the German language, Geschichte, means that all German history entails a form of original history since it recognizes that the historical event and historical narrative share a common linguistic and social political origin and appear simultaneously. This intermixing of original history and the possibility of Hegel's German world history clearly privileges the contemporary as the measure and framework for history. Even if the historian is not an actual witness to events, the German language encourages the recognition of what is present and alive, Gegenwärtig und lebendig. 54. To borrow a Kantian phrase, the German historian can act as if the historical event and historical narrative coexist. In view of Derrida's critique of a phenomenology of self-evidence or the assumption of the presence of the present as some kind of fixed terminus, it should not be surprising that in his 1964 to 1965 lectures he treats Hegel's claim for the simultaneous appearance of event and narrative as a profound example of showing the absolute present to be the condition of historical concatenation and traditionality. 55. For Derrida, Hegel, and Husserl use the privilege of presence as a form of summing history. Resume list war. 56. What is striking about this phrase summing history is that Derrida first uses it when he discusses recitation, recit, and writes it as resumer. 57. The Hegelian gathering and summing up of history as an expression of presence is already marked by the prefix ri as a necessary redoubling or remarking x marking itself as itself that ruptures any assured teleology and any claims for a spatio-temporal stasis or ideality. The legacy of Hegelian historiography can be seen in Quentin Skinner's argument that the past must be treated in the name of a rigorous historiography as being only contemporary with itself. As we have seen, in an interview from 1993, Derrida challenges this logic, arguing that Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, those philosophers who dated their works, put in question the interpretation of history as development, in which something that is contemporary to itself, self-contemporary, contemporain de soi-même, can succeed to a past. 58. The notion of the self-contemporary, Derrida argues, as a relationship reconciled with itself in the now of a present, has its philosophical origins in Plato and Hegel. 59. As Derrida reiterates that same year in Spectres of Marx, this logic relies on a general temporality or an historical temporality made up of the successive linking of presents identical to themselves and contemporary with themselves. 60. Derrida had offered a compelling counter-narrative to this contemporary imperative in Historical Narration in Circumposition, which was published in a series called Les Contemporains. 2. Not contemporary. One of the ways that we can challenge the equation of history and narrative with history and the contemporary is through a brief detour to examine Hegel's treatment in the Lectures on the Philosophy of World History of Herodotus, c. 490, c. 420-25 BCE, and Thucydides, 460-395 BCE, the fathers of Greek historiography. At the outset, Hegel makes a distinction between his own focus on world history itself and the other methods of historiography. 61. As we have seen, the first of these other methods is what Hegel calls original history. 62. Original history describes a history that is written by its contemporary participants and witnesses. Thus Herodotus, Thucydides, and other such historians, Hegel observes, primarily describe the actions, events, and situations they themselves have witnessed, and whose spirit they shared in. 63. Hegel goes on to say that the essential material of both Herodotus and Thucydides is what is present and alive in their surrounding world. 64. Their works are testament to a history that has more or less, mehr oder weniger, been seen at first hand or at least lived through. 65. This linking of Herodotus and Thucydides as two of the earliest surviving historians of the classical period may seem straightforward. However, it contradicts a long tradition of historiography that saw Thucydides as the embodiment of contemporary political and military history and Herodotus as an example of treating historia as something that had a far wider scope and concerned itself with non-contemporaneous events or the remote past. Hegel contrasts original history to reflective history, a history whose presentation goes beyond the present in spirit, and does not refer to the historian's own time, and chooses Livy, 59 BCE, 17 CE, as a prime example of this non-contemporary history writing. 66. Herodotus was born c. 490 and died c. 420-25 BCE, and the greater part of the histories is devoted to the Persian Wars that took place in 490 and 480-78 BCE. Herodotus's researches or historia were most likely conducted from the 450s to the 420s. 67. One could just about accept that Herodotus lived through these events and should therefore be in the original rather than the reflective category. But he also devotes his researches to events from the 6th and 7th century BCE in Persia, Lydia, Egypt, which would place him clearly in the same category as Livy, who is best known for the first 5 books of his history on the early foundations of Rome. 68. Part of Hegel's problem is that he wants the first Greek historians to fit into a common category, into an original history that is also contemporary and essentially the same in its form and content. The need to equate Herodotus and Thucydides, to couple them together, highlights the limitations of a Hegelian philosophy of history. Having used Herodotus and Thucydides as examples of one of the other methods of history writing, Hegel also later uses them as an example of his own form of world history. It is only an implicit example, but still suggests that original and world history share one fundamental aspect, the ability to create a history that is itself present and alive to the contemporary. It is helpful to recall the passage that we began this chapter with. In German, the term for history, Geschichte, is derived from the verb to happen, geschehen. Thus the term combines the objective and subjective sides. It denotes the actual events das Geschehene, in Latin, residential gesti, as well as the narration of the events die Geschichtserzählung, in Latin, historiam rerum gestarum. This union Vereinigung of the two meanings must be regarded as something of a higher order than mere chance. We must therefore say that the narration of history is born at the same time gleichzeitig erschien as the first actions and events that are properly historical. A shared inner source produces history in both senses at the same time. 69. Hegel will describe the Greek world as only the first stage of world history. It is a stage that must be superseded by the Roman world and, of course, culminate in the German world. However, with the emergence of the Greek world, he observes, we find ourselves immediately at home, for we are in the region of spirit. 70. It is apparent in his introduction that Hegel needs the beginnings of world history to incorporate the beginning of historiography itself, both chronologically and conceptually, as a contemporary, present, living form of history that is embodied in the works of its most prominent historians, Herodotus and Thucydides. 71. And yet Hegel's own work is unable to maintain this equation between Herodotus and Thucydides. There are 3 times more references to Herodotus than to Thucydides in his lectures. It is Thucydides and not Herodotus who is chosen as an individual who embodies or represents the spirit of the nation and the general idea and conception of what the Greeks were. 72. It is Thucydides who is used to introduce the Greek world. 73. Herodotus, on the other hand, is primarily a source for Hegel's account of the classical Oriental world. 74. This is hardly surprising, as Herodotus's work has such an extensive interest in the great and marvelous deeds of both Greeks and non-Greeks or barbarians that Plutarch, 45–127 CE, was prompted to attack him for being pro-barbarian. 75. In a number of influential articles and lectures in the 1950s and early 1960s, Arnaldo Mamigliano undertook an examination, as the title of his 1958 paper shows, of the place of Herodotus in the history of historiography. This interest in the history of historiography not only offers a welcome historical corrective to Hegel's heavy-handed philosophy of history, it also emphasizes that, as a form of original history, Historia already had a heterogeneous range and temporal complexity that made it difficult to treat history as a contemporary expression of the synthesis of event and narrative. As Mamigliano notes, as the so-called origin of Western historiography, Herodotus has troubled historiography until the mid-20th century. When Cicero, 106 BCE, 43 BCE, characterized Herodotus as the father of history, Patrem Histori, and the father of lies, Fabli, labeling him both a historian and a storyteller, he was already reflecting a common view in the classical world. 76. As Mamigliano remarks, Herodotus's bad reputation in the ancient world is something exceptional that requires explanation. 77. Beyond the extraordinary feat of combining the accurate account of the Persian Wars with extensive travels to the East and accounts of present conditions and past events in those countries, Herodotus was judged in the classical period by his immediate successor Thucydides' decision to offer a very different kind of history. 78. Mamigliano states the difference between Herodotus and Thucydides in stark terms. For Thucydides, serious history was not concerned with the past, but with the present, and rarely moved beyond the parameters of its own geography and language. It was contemporary, military, and political. 79. This led to a tradition that equated historical reliability with what Mamigliano calls the narrow patch of contemporary events. 80. For Mamigliano, the antipathy to Herodotus marked a profound limit in ancient historiography. It led to the paramountcy of contemporary history. 81. This limit was only broken in the 19th century, when historians turned in earnest to the archive as the basis for writing about the distant past. 82. David Hume reflected a common view of the 18th century when he announced, "The first page of Thucydides is, in my opinion, the commencement of real history." 83. Herodotus also posed a problem for classical philosophers. As Mamigliano notes, even Aristotle went out of his way to attack Herodotus on grounds of natural science and historical reliability. 84. In the generation of animals, he calls Herodotus the storyteller, mythologos. 85 Thucydides himself insisted that his history had no stories, myths, or fables. 86 It is only in the 16th century that Herodotus began to be taken as a model for historical research that recognizes the value of travel narratives, oral traditions, and myths. 87 As Momigliano remarks, once again one could travel abroad, tell strange stories, inquire into past events, without necessarily being a liar. 88. Writing in the 1950s, Momigliano concludes trust in Herodotus has been the first condition for the fruitful exploration of our remote past. 89 Momigliano is referring specifically to ancient Greek and Oriental history, but we could also extend this claim to the remote past in general. The variety of methods and approaches in Herodotus give us an indication of how to address the problem of the remote past. The recognition that the past remains remote does not negate the good practices of the historian, rather, it reinforces that the past always remains a problem. The past does not efface itself, or it effaces itself and leaves traces when confronted by the historian's apparatus. Momigliano returned to the relation between Herodotus and Thucydides in his 1961–1962 Sather Classical Lectures. In the Classical Foundations of Modern Historiography, he notes that historians in the 20th century can explore any period of the past as if it were contemporary history in the Thucydidean sense. 90 The types of evidence for political and military history can be gleaned to construct an almost virtual recreation of the contemporary in any period of the past. Thucydides's legacy allows the historian to treat the past as if it were the present. This emphasis on virtuality is striking, as it implies that any attempt to make the remote or recent past seem present in the name of historical accuracy must still rely to some degree on treating the past as a regulative idea in the Kantian sense. 91 The past contemporary cannot simply be actually contemporary, it must be a mixture of the actual and the virtual. In an interview from 1994, Derrida referred to this interweaving of the actual and the virtual as virtu-actuality. 92. In discussing the antecedents to the Herodotean tradition, Momigliano argues that Greek historiography combined the recording of events and the use of a chronological framework with the development of critical methods to distinguish between facts and fancies. 93 With its rebellion against tradition, the search for new principles of explanation, and the rise of doubt as an intellectual stimulus to new discoveries, the historiography of the 5th century BCE marked a philosophical revolution. 94 In this context, it is apparent that a comparison between different national traditions helps to establish the truth. 95 What distinguishes Herodotus is the imperative to remember the difference between the recent and the remote past in the face of the ephemeral character of human actions. 96 He combines this imperative with a critical method that he attempted to apply to both the very ancient and the fairly recent. 97 As Momigliano implies, Herodotus associates historia not with the contemporary but with two types of the past, the remote and the recent past. History is concerned with the difficult relation between these different types of the past. Herodotus then applies these two versions of the past to both the Greek and the foreign. 98 It is this double relation between the remote and recent past and the familiar and the foreign that defines the Herodotean tradition. 99 As Herodotus had to rely on what others had seen, he also needed to establish new criteria for the reliability of evidence that often rests on the cross-examination of witnesses. 100 The problem of narrative and testimony, of the witness and truth, becomes part of Herodotus's understanding of historia. 3 The event and its narrative. There are traces of Derrida's interest in Hegel's celebration of the double meaning of Geschichte in his earliest published work from the 1960s. These passages suggest that Derrida was using Hegel to question the concept of history in the work of Husserl, Heidegger, and Levinas. In his introduction to Husserl's The Origin of Geometry, Derrida notes that Husserl is emphatic that the origin of historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, will never be dependent on a history, History. 101 A historicity that secures and carries ideal objectivities, such as the trans-historical truths of geometry, cannot rely on an equivocal complicity between history and historical narrative. In Violence and Metaphysics, Derrida's formidable 1964 essay on Levinas, Derrida uses the two meanings of Geschichte to demonstrate that Hegel recognizes a duplicity and difference in the language of philosophy that Levinas rejects in his emphatic denial of any relation between absolute Altherity and Hegelian history. 102. As we have seen, in his 1964-1965 seminar on Heidegger, Derrida refers to Heidegger's own ordering of historicity. Historical events, Geschichten, Geschichte, must always precede and be entirely separated from historical narratives or a science of history, History. In Of Grammatology, Derrida registers that claim that history always supposes or presupposes Geschichte, which can also be taken as the assertion of both a determined structural sequence and a clear-cut historical order. 103. He goes on to argue that writing in general precedes, accounts for and complicates the distinction between Geschichte and history. 104. What does it mean if writing in general precedes and takes account of Geschichte and history? Rather than adopting Heidegger's vision of an authentic historicity of Dasein, or a historical becoming that always separates itself from and comes before a mere historical science or technique of history, Derrida implies that a certain kind of historical narrative can neither be separated from nor simply placed after a historical event. In this context, we are not talking about some kind of fictionalization of history but about Heidegger's need to separate authentic historicity from historical science. 105. One could argue that the inability to separate historicity from historical science is very the possibility of a viable historiography. Some 10 years later, in the mid-1970s, Derrida returned to this problem. As I have argued, this new emphasis on the relation between historical events and historical narratives in the 1970s is part of Derrida's engagement with the problem of history in the 1960s and his focus on exappropriation in the early 1970s as the basis for a different kind of philosophy of history. Derrida's seminars from the mid-1970s suggest that he was already thinking about the relation between deconstruction and the event as an affirmation of an interest in practical rather than merely theoretical concerns. As Derrida later remarks, deconstruction is not, in the last analysis, a methodological or theoretical procedure. In its possibility, as in the experience of the impossible that will have always constituted it, it is never a stranger to the event, that is, very simply, to the coming of that which happens à la venue de ce qui arrive. 106. As Derrida would note in Spectres of Marx, the question of the event is also complicated by a Marxist inheritance. 107. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1852, Marx had argued that there could be a history without events and that this history should be condemned since the event that was properly historical was properly revolutionary in the Marxist sense. 108. For an event to be historical it must be special, unique, and charged with a specific political resonance. Alain Badiou's, 1937, Being and Event, 1988, is a notable example of this tradition in 20th-century French philosophy. 109. But can there be a history without events, and who or what is to regulate the difference between the true event and the many non-events of history? One can place this problematic political claim to the exemplary event in a wider religious and historical context. As Marc Bloch astutely observed, Christianity is essentially a historical religion, a religion, that is, whose prime dogmas are based on events. 110. To follow Derrida's return, at least in his published work at the time, to the relation between Geschichte and history, I would like first to focus on a series of passages or events from the 1970s and 1990s. Most of these passages come from the published fragments of Derrida's seminars and reinforce that we must wait until these are published in full to gauge the extent of Derrida's work on history in this period. The first of these passages is found in To Speculate on Freud, which was published in 1980 as part of the postcard and comes from the last part of Derrida's 1974-1975 seminar La Vie la Mort. 111. The second comes from Given Time, 1. Counterfeit Money, which appeared in 1991 and corresponds faithfully, Derrida tells us, to his 1977–1978 seminar Donner le Temps. 112. These two passages, which can be dated between 1975 to 1980 and 1977 to 1991, are quite similar and equally difficult. From the vantage point of some 40 years, they give us a complex history of philosophy. Derrida himself notes in an article from this period that Hegel argued that the history of philosophy, especially one informed by his own ideas, should not be a simple narrative, Erzählung. 113 For Hegel, a true philosophy of history must begin with its culmination, its proper end or goal. 114 Part of our challenge here is to create a narrative, a historical narrative that resists this teleological pull without losing its rigor and clarity in relation to the double problem of recounting a history of philosophy that is itself focused on the relation between history and its narratives. I will start with the second passage, from Given Time, as it is perhaps more readily accessible. In every situation where the possibility of narration recit is the condition of the story, of history de l'histoire, of the historical event, one ought to be able to say that the condition of knowing or the desire to know, episteme, historiarum gestarum, history, gives rise to history itself, residential gesti geschichten, Geschichte, which could complicate, if not contradict, finally, many of the argumentations of the Hegelian or Heideggerian type that always seem to require the inverse order. No history without Geschichte, although it is true they do so only after having first integrated the possibility of narration recit or of the relation to knowing into that of the event. 115. Derrida offers a wider discussion on the event and narrative before this passage. He is in the midst of exploring the problem of the gift in relation to La Fausse Monnaie, a brief story, Bref Récit, by Charles Baudelaire, 1821–1867, published as part of his Le Spleen de Paris in 1869. 116 As Derrida explains, Le Récit is a kind of narrative that is neither simply a work of fiction nor simply a factual account. 117 The récit is somewhere between fiction and fact. It can itself therefore be described as a form of counterfeit money, la fausse monnaie. 118 This suggests that Baudelaire's work is also a fiction on the subject of fiction. 119 In the context of this specific kind of narrative, Derrida reflects on both the counterfeit money in a fictional story, histoire, and the history, histoire, of counterfeit money that is given in this récit. 120 He adds to this the question of the narrator in Baudelaire's narrative, who may or may not be Baudelaire. A quasi-fiction on the fiction of counterfeit money can also describe the récit as a narration on narrative itself. 121. It is this relating or narrating that also puts into question the fictional narrative. It does not just simply celebrate the fictional that leads to Derrida's earlier suggestion in the 1960s that narration has a thickness, épaisseur, that entangles the historical event and the historical narrative. 122 Baudelaire's Bref Récit places an emphasis not simply on the content of the narrative, in the sense that one can be in a story or even in history, but also on the action of narration. 123 The récit is then concerned as much with the relation between the narration and the narrative. 124 Derrida was aware of Gérard Genet's use of this distinction and states in Given Time that the relation between l'histoire, narrative, and le récit, narration, is itself exposed to the process of remarking or dissemination. 125 As we have seen, le récit is also le récit, a narration as relation or recounting that registers a necessary repetition and marks the difference between the narrative event and the event of its narration. For Derrida, it is not a matter here of the difference between the time or duration of the plot and the narrative. It can take a long time to tell a short story, but rather how the act of narration entails an event. The content of the narrative describes events, but the action of narration also describes an event. 126 This suggests that the relation between a historical event and a historical narrative can also be thought of as the relation between an event and the event of the narrative. As Derrida observes, what happens happens to the narration. 127 Treating the narration as an event means that one cannot blithely assume that narrative discourse simply reports events that have taken place outside and before it. 128 This could also be understood as a necessary question for historiography. The recording and retelling of events in the past must be part of the problem of writing history. By raising this issue, one does not diminish historical veracity, one recognizes the strengths and limits of any historical project. It is a question of not only of who told the story but also how he or she told the story and how much of it was indeed a story. In Being and Time, Heidegger appears to subscribe to a far more reductive and even anti-historiographical view when he insists that Geschichte always precedes and absolutely differentiates itself from History. Hegel, on the other hand, seems to already accept this crossing of the interior and exterior boundaries of the historical event and its narration when he argues that they can be contemporaneous and happen at the same time. But what Hegel does not recognize is that this simultaneous event and narrative already entails the problem of the event of the narration itself. And this added layer of complexity does not just give itself to the happy conclusion of everything happening at the same time. As Derrida remarks, in Baudelaire's Récit, it is as if the narrative produced the event it is supposed to report. 129 It is only as if the possibility of the recounted event relies on its narration. 130 This complicity should not invalidate the event as a historical event. Something has happened in the past and the historian's task is to validate what happened, how it was reported and understood at the time and how it can be understood today. But it does make us think with more care about how we relate that something has happened. It is not Derrida who opens this question about history and its narrative, it is Hegel and his love of German words that can mean different things at the same time. In the first passage, From To Speculate on Freud, which precedes the text in Given Time by 3 years, it is not Baudelaire's Bref Récit but Freud's small story, Petite Histoire, of his grandson playing the game /de with a spool in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920, that leads to the problem of the relation between event and narration. 131 Once again, the narration is not a transparent facilitator that merely records the event in its summative aftermath. As Derrida observes, the related is related to the relating, en rapport dans le rapport sur le rapportant. 132 This leaves us with the complicity of the absolute singular event and its double relation. 133 The singular event can only be related by being repeated. 134 The event is still singular but its necessary relation splits this event into the challenge of the event of a narrated event, the possibility of historiography. While Given Time speaks of narration, le récit, and its relation, to speculate refers to the story, l'histoire, that is related, rapporté. The difference between la relation and le rapport, not least the sexual difference, is lost in the English translation of to speculate. Both French verbs relater and rapporter can be seen as translations of the German verb erzählen, to tell, relate, narrate, recount. But the contexts are different and the terms register the differences between Baudelaire and Freud. Relater means to relate, recount, record, but rapporter means not only to report but also to quote as well as to retrieve, bring back and to make a profit or a yield on a return. Rapporter is redolent with the problems of a Freudian and psychoanalytical event and its relation. Nonetheless, Derrida can still observe in general terms that there is the writing of the relation, let us say the history, of the relation rapport, and even the history, Geschichte, of the relater relating it du rapporteur la rapportant. 135 In Derrida's own narrative, history precedes Geschichte. Has Derrida inverted the terms here? I think not, because he goes on to insist that in the Freudian context these terms are entangled, the related is related to the relating. 136 The relation itself registers an entanglement of both the writing of the relation as the history of the relation and the history of the relater relating it. Again, this is a specific response to the interaction between the methods of psychoanalytical therapy and Freud's own writings, but it also raises a larger point. In taking account of not only the historical event but also of the event of the narrative of this historical event, both the event and the narrative of the event must to some extent be carried away with itself, import. 137. What does this mean? In part, that neither the event nor the narrative can be treated as autonomous, self-contemporary, or as a meta-discourse. The event is mediated, differentiated by its narratives. The narrative is also mediated and differentiated by its events. For a series of events. How does Derrida treat Geschichte and Historie after the 1970s? The occasional reference in the 1980s in works on Heidegger is followed by what could be seen as a concentrated period of renewed interest, which shadows Derrida's 1991-1992 seminar on responsibility and the secret and his 1992-1995 seminar on witnessing and testimony, Letimaignage, both of which were part of his long-running seminar on questions of responsibility. 138. Indeed, one could create a narrative from all of this, in the sense of telling a story based on a series of fragmentary events. The temptation for such a narrative is the assumption of the cohesive, the sequential, and the linear. This is perhaps more than a temptation, it may even be a necessity. How far can or should one avoid the episteme when it comes to historiography? At the same time, as we have seen, Derrida asked in a talk from October 1990, why do we still use these Greek terms to give an apparently assured identity to complex historical configurations? 139. There are at least 5 philosophical events between 1991 and 1994 that include an explicit reference to Geschichte and Historie. 140. First event. In April 1991, Derrida delivers the Carpenter Lectures as given time and either revived an argument from his 1977 to 1978 seminar Donner le Temps on history and narrative or introduces it into his reshaping of older material. This return to the Hegelian and Heideggerian treatment of Geschichte and Historie either announces or reaffirms a new hypothesis, no Geschichte without Historie. Second event. A month later in May 1991, Derrida gives a paper at a UNESCO conference, The Right to Philosophy from a Cosmopolitan Point of View, in which he offers a brief analysis of Kant's 1784 essay Idea for a Universal History with a Cosmopolitan Aim, the essay that Ricoeur used in 1949 to describe the idea in the Kantian sense in Husserl's treatment of history. 141. Derrida points out here that in proposing his idea, Kant attempts to contrast philosophical reason and a novelistic fiction by turning to classical Greek history. 142. This history is itself confirmed by a ruse of nature, in which the primitive unsociability of man leads to a reliance on the artifices of culture to reach its natural and rational ends. 143. For Kant, it is possible to think of a philosophy and a history of the universal political unity of man thanks to Greek historiographicity. 144. Derrida notes that this ideal Greek history should be understood both in the sense of Geschichte and of Historie, of history in the sense of the event and in the sense of the narrative, of the documented relation, of historical science. 145. What is interesting here is that Derrida introduces Hegelian and Heideggerian terms into a reading of Kant. This idealization of Greek and European history as the grounding of a claim to a universality that can be applied to the rest of the world recalls Derrida's critical reading of Husserl's The Origin of Geometry. As Derrida goes on to observe, the teleological axis of this discourse has become the tradition of European modernity. We find it intact, unchanged through variations as important as those that distinguish Hegel, Husserl, Heidegger, Paul Valéry. 146. This tradition is indicative of a wider challenge to find a critical basis for a cosmopolitanism that can be thought beyond the opposition between Eurocentrism and anti-Eurocentrism. 147. In this specific context, Kant's treatment of the historical event and its narrative remain part of a tradition that includes Hegel and Heidegger. However, in his broader discussion of a philosophy that has always had more than one language, one culture, and one people as its point of origin, Derrida gestures to a different kind of history and history of philosophy, philosophy does not just have one memory. Under its Greek name and in its European memory, it has always been bastard, hybrid, grafted, multilinear, polyglot, and we must adjust our practice of the history of philosophy, of history, and of philosophy, to this reality which was also a chance and which remains more than ever a chance. 148. Third event. 2 months later, in Passions, which first appeared as an article in English in 1992, was published in French in January 1993 as a small book and dated by Derrida as being written in July 1991, Derrida speaks about the secret that remains foreign to every history, as much in the sense of Geschichte or residential gesti as of knowledge and of historical narrative, episteme, historia rerum gestarum. 149. This suggests that the secret as a secret resists a certain determination of Geschichte and History, even if registering a private secret as a secret already makes it public or quasi-public. In this case, both Geschichte and History and their customary opposition by Heidegger are put into question by the secret. Fourth event. 4 months later, in November 1991, Derrida gives a paper to do justice to Freud, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis, revisiting to his well-known critique of Foucault in the March 1963 paper Cogito and the History of Madness. 150. Derrida points out that his reference to the history of madness in the title of his lecture should be taken as if it were in quotation marks, since it refers to Foucault's written work, History, rather than the thing itself, Geschichte. 151. We will come back to this 1991 paper in more detail. Fifth event. In History of the Lie, Prolegomena, a lecture from 1995 that introduces Derrida's 1994 to 1995 seminar on testimony and the witness, Derrida raises 3 problems that he places in the framework of the relation between Geschichte and History. Will it ever be possible to distinguish among the following 3 things, namely, 1. A history, History, of the concept of the lie mensonge, 2. A history, Geschichte, of the lie, made up of all the events that have happened to the lie or by way of the lie, and, finally, 3. A true history that orders the narrative recit, History, historia rerum gestarum, of these lies or of the lie in general. How is one to dissociate or alternate these 3 tasks? 152. This paper on History of the Lie was given 31 years after Derrida's 1964 seminar on History and Truth and 22 years after his 1972 paper Spurs, Nietzsche Styles, which includes a section on Nietzsche's How the True World Finally Became a Fable, the history of an error and Heidegger's problematic reading of this work. 153. Looking at these 5 events, as tempting as it would be, rather than try to create a cohesive, synchronous, or diachronic narrative, a simple structure or a simple history for history and narrative out of Derrida's works, part of the challenge of history, even for some kind of intellectual history, is to grapple with the fragments and discontinuities of the published works. One can treat the yearly seminars as the solid background to a series of partial elaborations or compressed strategic responses in the lectures, articles, and books, most of which are collections of essays and papers. But this approach can place too much emphasis on the posthumously published seminars and negate the many and varied choices for publication during the life of an intellectual. For whatever reason, Derrida chose not to publish the 1964 to 1965 seminar on Heidegger and history, which may have changed how his subsequent treatment of history was understood, and left us with a vast array of works that contain traces and retracings of earlier questions and problems on the status of history from this seminar. For example, it was also only after the publication of the 1964 to 1965 seminar in 2013 that Derrida's later references to not telling a story became something more than just a modest or playful rhetorical gesture or an oblique meditation on literary fiction. 154. When Derrida opens his 1984 memorial lectures for Paul de Man, he starts by saying, "I have never know how to tell a story, Jenai jamais se raconter une histoire." 155 This may be a refusal to tell personal stories about the man or an acknowledgement that much of their debates concern the relation between philosophy and literature. But it now can also be treated as a return to Heidegger's quotation of Plato at the start of Being and Time and the emphatic rejection of a certain kind of narration or of a problematic historical mythical story in the name of the ontico-ontological difference. How does one tell a story of the past? As Derrida suggests in the De Man lectures, one must always begin by recognizing a powerful temptation, to establish the exhaustive narrative and the total absorption la consummation of a memory. 156. As Michel de Certeau observes, when it comes to the writing of history, there is always the demand for order. 157 What are the contexts or milieux for these 5 events from the 1990s? Derrida's response to the significant political events of the time is, of course, only part of what makes the years 1989 to 1991 so interesting. As we have seen, these are also the years that he wrote a number of quasi-memoirs such as Circumcision and Monolingualism of the Other that address the problem of relating one's own life to wider historical and cultural memories and responding to what is pre-given or always already there. Derrida also turned 60 in July 1990, and there is a sense in many of the works of this period of being more explicit in looking back to both historical events and their narratives, such as his conflict with Foucault in 1963 and to the memory of personal experiences in the past. At the same time, both of these aspects, the historical and the personal, were apparent in Derrida's earlier work, notably from the mid-1970s. Envoys, 1977 to 1980, explores the fractures of the autobiographical in a dramatic and engaging intellectual manner with an elusive quasi-private quasi-public personal narrative. The selection of various passages from the 1970s and 1990s has shaped the story that I would like to tell. I wanted to find a narrative to order these historical events in Derrida's work. Such steps may be unavoidable. But there is also a historical training or reticence, which I myself had as an undergraduate, that cautions against this easy extrapolation. It may well be, for example, that when Derrida decided to write on works by Kant and Foucault, in the second and fourth events, that had the word history in their title, he was merely once again noting the difference between event and narrative that had been an aspect of his approach to the problem of history in general since the early 1960s. One could say the same about the brief reference to history in the discussion of The Secret in Passions, the third event. The first event from 1991 may also be no more than a rereading of work dating from 1977 to 1978, and the fifth event in History of the Lie could be said to repeat a series of problems first explored in the 1964 seminar. So, these 5 events could be said to resist the narrative order that I am looking for and frustrate my attempts to tell a story that ultimately wants to believe that history was important for Derrida in a new way in the early 1990s after the political events of 1989. Nonetheless, I may be right, and the relative insistence rather than relative proximity of these 5 events does signal Derrida's renewed interest in the early 1990s in history and the problem of the relation between the historical event and its narration in the aftermath of the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union. It is also likely that I have made an egregious assumption by treating narrative as something that simply orders events. This is why Derrida's question in History of the Lie, how does a history order its true narrative, is significant. Beyond any easy claim that the sheer number of Derrida's writings makes any complete or total account impossible, what is at stake here is the unavoidable rhythm and narrative that emerges despite oneself when trying to create an intellectual history for Derrida. One work invariably refers to another, which requires a turning back to a previous work and so on. These are the spreading and receding contexts. As I read and then write on one text by Derrida, I am pulled towards a series of other texts and events, often by the hope that a passage from some prior work will provide the first word or primary order to the matter at hand. But each work has its own contexts and narratives and resists providing an anticipatory last word for later works. The more I read, the more I am pulled away from one work towards another, jumping back and forth from the mid-1970s to the mid-1990s. And there are so many works by Derrida. Chapter 9. A Witness of a Witness. Testimony always goes hand in hand with at least the possibility of fiction, perjury, and lie. Were this possibility to be eliminated, no testimony would be possible any longer. Demer 1. 1 Le recit recitant and Le recit recite. In Cogito and the History of Madness, Derrida criticizes a structuralist totalitarianism that overlooks a dynamic relation in Descartes' argument between everything that can be reduced to a determined historical totality and the hyperbolical project that exceeds this determination. 2. In emphasizing that Descartes' excessive method of radical doubt is part of the claims for the absolute authority of the Cogito, Derrida does not reject the possibility, the historical veracity and philosophical need for determined historical totalities. What he does object to is that this determination of a totality as structure in the name of history can account for the total possibilities of both a work in the history of philosophy and a historical event and its narrative. In March 1963, a year before his seminar on history and truth, Derrida already treats Foucault's reading of Descartes as a problem of narrative. The hyperbolical project, he observes, in Descartes' meditations belongs to the narration narrating itself du recit recitant and not to the narration narrated du recit recite by Foucault. It cannot be recounted, Derrida argues, cannot be objectified as an event in a determined history. 3. It is perhaps easier to assume that we understand what a determined historical totality entails. Beyond the structuralist imperative for a necessary synchronic cake slice into a domain that does not offer an accessible diachronic historical chain of developments, this can be taken as an exhaustive level of research, of gathering facts and accounts, of synthesizing and summarizing to offer a persuasive conclusion that this event or these events in history were seen and can now be seen in this way. This is truly how it happened. This is truly what was going on. This is the wider context or accurate relation that few or none of the historical actors or agents could see or give at the time. However, the obvious problem here is the difference that Derrida targets in his reading of Foucault's magisterial history of madness between the narration narrating itself in Descartes' work and the narration narrated in Foucault's reading of Descartes. But again, Derrida sees this as a problem for both the necessary historical determination and the hyperbolical project. From the perspective of the excess that exceeds the closed totality, this problem is compounded by Derrida's insistence that the narration narrating itself cannot be objectified as an event in a determined history. How does one make history with a historical narration narrating itself that cannot be objectified as an event in a determined history? 4. How does one objectify a narrative and then treat it as an event and place this objectified narrative event in a determined history? One answer is to follow Hegel. The narrative of historical events happens simultaneously because these event narratives are already objectified as the history of the nation and of the state. Derrida returns to this distinction between a narrating that is narrating and narrated in later works. For example, in Jeans's Genealogies, Genres, and Genius, The Secrets of the Archive, 2003, he offers an extended reading of the writings of his friend Helensixus, 1937. At one point, he draws a distinction between the two dates of work by Sixus. The passage in italics thus opens with a date Monday, April 2, 2001, which interrupts the calendar of the tale told du recit recite, that is, what is supposed to have happened in reality in 1964, so as to come back to the present, the here and now of the tale telling itself du recit recitant or of the writing itself l'écriture écrivant. 5. The distinction here between the tale told and the tale telling itself marks the difference between past events in 1964 and the later recounting of these past events in the present of April 2001. This reverses Derrida's terms from his 1963 paper on Foucault, where it is Descartes' 1641 work that is narrating itself and Foucault's 1961 book that narrated this narration. In 1963, it is the text from the past that is narrating itself, in the present tense, while the work from the present has narrated this narration, in the past tense. In his 2003 lecture on Sixus's work, the past event is narrated and the present narration of this is narrating. This difference is partly explained by Derrida's emphasis in 2003 on the act of narrating as a bringing back to the present, the here and now. In Derrida's terms, the writing itself or the tale telling itself already introduces a shifting relation between absence and presence that would dislocate any notion of this narration narrating itself as the realization of a presence that is present to itself in a complete and sustained moment of presence, the here and now. This is precisely what the hyperbolical project does in Descartes' work. This so-called reversal of present and past tenses in narrative is not really a reversal then as much as an indication that this excess, this narration narrating itself on the difference between the determined historical totality and what exceeds this totality, can be found both in texts from the historical past and in the present moment, especially when this present moment is written and dated and, already, in 2003 is a present moment to April 2001 that is also a moment of the past. The second use of these distinctions from 1963 appears in another paper that is also concerned with a work from the year 1964. In this case it is a novel by the French writer Henry Thomas, 1912-1993, La Parjure, 1964, that may have been inspired by Paul de Man's By Gamout's Marriage. Derrida's 2002 paper, Le Parjure, perhaps, Storytelling and Lying, Abrupt Breaches of Syntax, offers a close reading of this novel. Derrida returns to the redolent phrases of cogito and the history of madness in the midst of a discussion about the inability of the narrator of the novel. Thomas was a friend of de Man and directly involved in the events surrounding the discovery of the By Gamout's Marriage to avoid perjury, in effect, to tell the truth. 6. The narrator therefore must expose while dissimulating, encrypt while unveiling, stifle a great secret even as he tells it, and finally betray, precisely because he is a witness, denounce, disavow the very thing and those whom he accompanies as witness, virtually a witness at a marriage ceremony. 7. The narrator witness, Derrida concludes, is too implicated in the narration le recit. 8. Derrida goes on to observe in Thomas's novel Here Then, on the side of the narrating narration recit recitant and not only on the side of the narrated narration recit recite, the anakoluthon gives rise to fictions or perhaps, even, to lies by the narrator himself. 9. In the specific case of a fictional narrative with likely antecedents in actual events, the distinction between the recit recitant and the recit recite still marks the temporal or historical difference between what took place once, in the past, and the recounting or relating of this at a later date. Derrida returns to the problem of the relation between the historical event and its narrative, in this case of a fictional narrative. Most significantly, from 1963 to 2003 this distinction consistently marks the possibility of a historical difference in the work of Derrida. While there are no doubt other instances of Derrida employing this distinction between the narrated and that narrating, the three examples that I have cited attest to the fluidity of these terms. One can have a recit recitant that is a historical narration which is then narrated at a later date. One can also have a recit recite that is the narrated events of the past that are part of a narration at a later date. The third example suggests that the anakoluthon, a disjunction or interruption marked by a grammatical jump, for example the shift from I to she in one sentence in Thomas's novel, can be found in both the recit recitant and the recit recite. This variety is not an erasure of the distinction between a historical past and its narrative, but rather a general recognition in quite different and specific contexts of the problem of the entanglement of historical events that are at once narrating and narrated. To do justice to Freud, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis, Derrida's lecture on November 23, 1991, marking the 30th anniversary of the publication of Foucault's History of Madness, which also partly revisits Foucault's work and his own paper on Foucault from 1963, Derrida includes the question of his 1991 paper in relation to what can be seen now, today, as an event from the early 1960s. Derrida is treating his own intervention in the reception of Foucault's book as a narrating historical event. As Derrida remarks, the title I have proposed for the few reflections I will risk today, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis, clearly indicates a change in tense, in mode, or in voice. 10. Derrida is also challenging here Foucault's use in his own title of the phrase the classical age. As Ian Hacking notes, Foucault himself shifted this phrase in his title from the subtitle in the 1961 edition to the title of the 1972 edition, Madness and Unreason. History of Madness in the Classical Age became History of Madness in the Classical Age. 11. For Derrida, the first problem with Foucault's revised work, which included a highly polemical attack on Derrida's 1963 paper and his work in general, is the assertion in the name of history of a discrete period or epoch, history and madness in the classical age. 12. It is to explain the different use of the phrase in the age of psychoanalysis in his own title that Derrida returns to a variation of his 1963 distinction between a recit recitant and a recit recite. He writes, "It is no longer a question of the age described decrit by a history of madness. It is no longer a question of an epoch or period, such as the classical age, that would, inasmuch as it is its very object, stand before the history of madness as Foucault writes it. It is a question today of the age to which the book itself belongs, the age out of which it takes place, the age that provides its situation. It is a question of the age that is describing decrivant rather than the age that is described decrit." 13. In this instance, Derrida is using the present tense narrating describing to account for what is today in 1991 the historical moment of 1961 when Foucault himself wrote of the classical age. This is also a question of how a historical epoch is formed in a historical narration. Derrida adds that his own subtitle, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis, should not be taken as the confirmation of a discrete historical epoch of psychoanalysis, in this case both the early 1960s and the early 1990s. As we have seen, since the mid-1960s Derrida had criticized the relation between a historical configuration and the use of often ahistorical terms such as epoch or age. For Derrida, the problem with Foucault's book is a problem of historical narration, of how one treats history in forming the narrative of an age or an epoch. In his treatment of a narration that addresses what is describing rather than described in Foucault's book, Derrida's use of "in the age of" l'âge de in his title marks a return to the Hegelian distinction connection between history and narrative that he had first addressed in the 1960s. Derrida goes on to say, "In my title, the history of madness must be in quotation marks since the title designates the age of the book, the history, historia rerum gestarum, of madness as a book in the age of psychoanalysis and not the history, residential gesti, of madness itself, in the age of psychoanalysis, even though, as we will see, Foucault regularly attempts to objectify psychoanalysis and to reduce it to that of which he speaks rather than to that out of which he speaks ace don't il parle Pluto. Tu ace depuis qua il parle. What will interest me will thus to be the time and historical terrain le temps et le terrain historiques in which the book is rooted or takes as its point of departure en racine ou prend son départ, and not so much the history or histories l'histoire ou les histoires that it recounts and tries in a certain sense to objectify. Translation modified. 14. This is a difficult and quite remarkable passage. Derrida insists on a contextual and historical difference. Foucault's History of Madness should be treated as a book written in the late 1950s and early 1960s, which was a period after the emergence of Freudian psychoanalysis. Foucault has attempted to objectify or idealize or even erase a historical milieu. Derrida is explicitly interested in the time and historical terrain from which or out of which, ace depuis, Foucault was writing. The phrase historical terrain, le terrain historiques, translated as historical conditions in the English translation, is notable and distinctive enough in Derrida's work to retain the wider sense of ground, field, formation. This does not mean that Derrida subscribes to some metaphysically assured notion of ground, but it does suggest that there is a historical difference and a historical context that informs a work to the extent that it can be said to be rooted or takes X as its point of departure. In the specific context of Derrida's argument that Foucault did not take sufficient account of the milieu of psychoanalysis as a problem when he wrote his book, Derrida is not interested in the history or histories, the narratives of Foucault, as much as the historical terrain, the historical events at the time. This passage from To Do Justice to Freud is important because it highlights that Derrida can also use historical events and contexts to challenge certain historical narratives and not simply privilege the complexities of narrative in relation to historical events. Derrida returns to Foucault's book after 30 years by focusing on its narrative, Historia Rerum Gestarum, rather than its treatment of historical events, Residential Gesti, precisely to draw attention to its inadequate attention to its own historical context and milieu. This can be treated as a very practical instance of a deconstructive historiography. Derrida goes on to make a point of calling Foucault a historian, and he challenges the assumptions that inform what is in effect Foucault's philosophy of history and, specifically, the very possibility of a history of madness. 15. He focuses on Foucault's treatment of Freud and argues that because Foucault's Freud appears to belong to both the classical age and the rupture of the classical age, this ambivalence about psychoanalysis in general demonstrates the limitation of Foucault's history of madness as a narrative of the classical age. It is the narration that shows the limits of the historiographical work. Freud's position on the borderline in Foucault's book shows the difficulty for the historian of assigning such liminal figures in the taking place of a determinable event. 16. In this case, a narrative that constructs a monolithic and homogeneous classical age or epoch of madness in the name of history will always have a problem with where exactly to place Freud. Derrida suggests that there can be better historical narratives to take account of the ambiguity of the history of psychoanalysis. 17. For Derrida, the reliance on such terms in historiography construct narratives in which all the historical or archaeological categories promise us the determinable stability of a configurable whole. 18. These narratives in turn treat historical events as events that can be gathered and organized into such narratives, leaving us with something like a narratological circle. Despite Foucault's innovative emphasis on the history of unreason and madness, as a historian he offers very traditional moments where the hinges or turning points from one epoch to another allow for generalized statements about ideas that stand on an apparent threshold and return to what has yet to come or announce and prefigure what is not yet to come, giving the impression of a historical narrative that aspires to a linear succession and sequence that its own narrative cannot sustain. 19. 2. History and the Witness. It should not surprise us that in Memoirs for Paul de Man, a few pages after declaring his difficulty in telling a story, Derrida returns to the problem of Geschichte and Historie. In the context of this 1984 memorial lecture, Derrida raises some new questions. He begins once again with his opening phrase. I have never known how to tell a story. Why didn't I receive this gift from Mnemosyne? From this complaint, and probably to protect myself before it, a suspicion continually steals into my thinking: who can really tell a story? Is narrative possible? Who can claim to know what a narrative recit entails? Or, before that, the memory it lays claim to? What is memory? 20. Derrida ends this paragraph of questions by turning to what links memory to narrative or to all the uses of the word histoire, story, history, history, Geschichte, etc. 21. The 1984 lectures raise the problem of memory, but also touch on the problem that Derrida will explore in his seminars throughout the 1990s, the veracity of the witness, of testimony, and the construction of a true narrative. As he remarks in The Gift of Death, 1990 to 1999, the witness registers an ethical or political act, for today and for tomorrow. 22. At the same time, as he observes in a paper from July 1992, the logic of testimony is not the logic of irrecusable or uncontested proof. 23. And yet the witness, the eyewitness account, is indispensable to the historical narrative and for the truth of historiography in general. In an interview from December 1993, Derrida reiterates that a testimony has never been or should never be mistaken for evidence. 24. As Marc Bloch had observed, there is no reliable witness in the absolute sense, there is only more or less reliable testimony. 25. This is the case, Bloch notes, because the historian must contend with the confused vocabulary of daily life. 26. One can, of course, still make judgments within this measure of the more or less. As Bloch argues, we know that Napoleon was defeated at Waterloo, but we also know that two eyewitness accounts of the battle cannot be exactly the same. Their differences and limitations are indicative of their veracity. 27 The event may be the same but the narrative cannot be the same. 28 And yet, for all its limitations, the testimony of the witness is the possibility of relating, transmitting, and repeating the historical event. 29 In the search for veracity, the historian can only turn to other witnesses of the event and to other evidences. 30 Hegel himself had recognized in his lectures on the philosophy of history that the work of Herodotus and Thucydides could only be taken as an example of a history that had more or less been seen at first hand. 31. Responding to Bloch in the 1950s, Ricoeur had observed, history is the realm of the inexact. This discovery does not discredit the historian's craft but actually justifies him. 32 As Carlo Ginzburg has suggested, to discern the true and the false, history also relies on a methodology of clues, traces and evidence. 33 The historical case and its veracity must be made, it is not given. Ginzburg himself has included Derrida in his wide-ranging attack on postmodern scepticism as a dangerous confusion of the difference between fictional narrative and historical evidence. 34 Ginzburg describes himself as a historian who uses traces to narrate true stories, especially when these stories have falsehoods as their object. 35 Ginzburg has said that his outspoken opposition to Hayden White's analysis of rhetorical tropes and quasi-fictional gestures in the historiographical tradition was prompted by Arnaldo Momigliano questioning his friend White's project. 36 With forceful clarity, Momigliano argues that archival research and primary evidence is still the proper domain of historiography. 37. In my own view, which is closer to that of Dominic Lacapra, White's work recognizes a hitherto unaddressed problem in the history of historiography, namely the abiding influence of classical models of rhetoric and the difficult proximity between history and story, and this can be seen not as a simple rejection of the rigors of historical scholarship based on the highest possible veracity of evidence and good judgment, but his work also overemphasizes the role played by narration in the many beauties of reliable historical scholarship. 38 As Martin J. has noted, in contrast to Derrida, White is not interested in the problem of context as an attendant issue in thinking about the relation between history and narrative. 39. I also think White is wrong when he argues in a piece from 2000 that Barthes, Foucault, and Derrida all stress the status of historiography as discourse rather than as discipline and featured the constitutive nature of historical discourse as against its claims to literal truthfulness. 40 Beyond the very problematic coupling of Foucault and Derrida on the question of history and the use of discourse as an umbrella term, I do not know which of Derrida's works White believes supports these claims. In 1976 White himself published an article, The Absurdist Moment in Contemporary Literary Theory, that does not suggest a very detailed understanding of Derrida's thought. 41 In his extensive writings on the relation between philosophy and history, Ricoeur sees White as part of a dynamic structuralism and a linguistic turn in the 1960s and 1970s that was primarily concerned with the style of a historical work. 42 Ricoeur appreciates White's innovative attention to the relation between formalism and historicity but also criticizes White's inability to draw a clear line between historical and fictional narrative. 43. As Edward Bering suggests in his fine analysis of Derrida's 1964 seminar on history and truth, a proposed history of the lie creates a series of problems for history itself. Following Bering's summary, it appears that in the early 1960s Derrida placed the question of truth between Geschichte and History. 44 It is the veracity of the relation of the actual event that establishes the conditions for truth. As Derrida will suggest on a number of later occasions, it is a matter here of the truth of the relation, and not of the thing itself. 45 This is the same distinction he makes in his 1991 paper on Foucault. The thing itself is of course a resonant term both for Kant, as something that is beyond our possible experience, and for Husserl, as something that can only be properly grasped through a phenomenological analysis. 46 As Bering rightly comments, If the truth now resides in the relation, this indicates a difference that requires at once that the true relation is the same as the true event and that it is different, since it is only the relation and not the event itself. 47. Derrida goes on to argue that if the relation were absolutely true and indistinguishable from the true event, akin to Jorge Luis Borges's short narrative on a map that is the same size as the country that it represents, it would erase the difference between the true event and its accurate relation. 48. This tension or limit is registered in the word l'histoire, describing both history and story. Thinking of Hegel, Derrida also argues that the historical narrative must to some extent negate its own ambitions to claim such an absolute difference. 49. From this brief account of the 1964 seminar, it appears that 30 years later in History of the Lie, Derrida is still interested in the problem of the necessary difference between history as the truthful but always limited, or differential, relation of Geschichte. This problem is doubly compounded by asking about history and the truthful relation of a history, Geschichte, of lies. If there is no Geschichte without history, the limit of the historical narrative as a faithful or true account of the non-true determines the possibility of a history of lies. However, History of the Lie is more cautious in redressing this problem. Is it possible, asks Derrida, to distinguish a history, Geschichte, of the lie from a history, history, of the lie? How can the non-true historical event be separated entirely from its historical narrative? Derrida introduces the question of the narrative, le récit, announcing, once again, that he is using this term to rethink the legacy of Hegel and Heidegger. How does a true history, un histoire vraie, he asks, order the narrative, le récit, of a history of lies? 50. Derrida's emphasis on the risk of the false when addressing the true should not be taken as some easy dismissal of the truth or the vigilant need for veracity. For Derrida, the philosophical problem remains a wider ethical and political problem. One cannot rule out the possibility of the false in the midst of the claim to the truth. The relation between the true and the false remains a problem, but this does not invalidate the truth of a historical event or the need to question, challenge and refute a false history, especially the forms that for vested interests deny that historical events of the past took place. In addressing the problem of relying on the measure of the more or less, Bloch argues in his account of the history of historical forgeries, deceptions and historiographical errors that historical criticism must rely on the royal highway of the theory of probabilities to find its way through to the most likely, most truthful account of events. 51. Writing in 1941 to 1942 in occupied France, Bloch had every reason to affirm the right of disbelief. 52. For his activities with the French resistance, Marc Bloch was murdered in 1944 by the occupying Germans. 53. I myself was a kind of witness, a partial witness, to a certain period in Derrida's work, attending, quite by chance, the launch in Paris of the book Jacques Derrida by Geoffrey Bennington, which included Derrida's Circumcision, on March 15, 1991 at the Brasserie La Coupole on the Boulevard Montparnasse. Earlier that day I had stumbled upon a reference to the launch in Le Magazine Littéraire. 54. The launch itself was a strange affair, held in the underground ballroom of La Coupole, with recorded voices and actors reading the various voices in the text, including Saint Augustine. What I didn't understand at the time was its significance. It was only years later that I appreciated how circumcision interlaced in quite new ways in Derrida's work the problems of autobiography, memory, testimony, and history. No doubt, there were already other witnesses that day that saw this work from an informed and authoritative vantage point, but it was also only after the publication of other autobiographical texts from this period, such as Monolingualism of the Other, which was published 5 years later, in September 1996, that one could appreciate the wider perspective of Derrida's interests in the early 1990s, including the relation of history to issues of context, memory, and narrative. So I was only a kind of witness in Paris in March 1991. From September 1992 to March 1993, I was again in Paris and attending Derrida's weekly seminar. It is only now that I can see that this was a remarkable moment in Derrida's intellectual history. In April 1992 he had given the first version of monolingualism of the other at a conference in America. In July 1992 he had participated in the 10-day conference at Cerisy La Salle devoted to his work and delivered the paper Aporias on July 15, 1992, his 62nd birthday. In April 1993 in California he would deliver the lectures that would become The Spectres of Marx, which was published in October 1993. Of course, I had no idea that Derrida was most likely writing this important work while attending his seminars on the witness, responsibility, and the secret, which included a session on the Rodney King, 1965 to 2012, beatings in Los Angeles in March 1991. A few weeks after I arrived in Paris in September 1992, Points to Suspension, a collection of interviews with Derrida from 1976 to 1990, was published. Again, perhaps others saw at the time that this fertile period was the culmination of a whole series of works that had been published in the early 1990s, often with the editorial help of Elizabeth Weber, which brought to light much of Derrida's work from the mid-1970s, including his more obvious political writings. One can see many of these works, not least the appearance of his 1953 to 1954 thesis on Husserl, published in 1990, as a sorting of the archives at the time that Derrida reached his 60th birthday in July 1990. During my stay in Paris, to do justice to Freud, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis, September 1992, The Gift of Death, December 1992, Sauf l'Enam, January 1993, Passions, January 1993, Ankara, February 1993, were also published. 55. When I bought Le Magazine Littéraire on March 15, 1991, devoted to Derrida, marking the publication of Circumcision and full of many splendid photos of Derrida, I also had no idea that, as Benoit Peters observes, this moment marked a new stage in the reception of Derrida's work in France. 56. When I saw a whole table of works in the Presses Universitaires de France bookshop in the Place de la Sorbonne by Derrida and devoted to Derrida, I assumed that was part of the normal treatment of Derrida in France, which was not the case. As Peters tells us, this period was marked by Derrida's unsuccessful attempts to get a prestigious post at the Collège de France. 57. It was also from March to May 1992 that Derrida was awarded an honorary degree at Cambridge University, which was then forced to a rare second vote and much controversy, before the degree was conferred. 58. On July 14, 1992, the day before his 62nd birthday, Derrida received the Légion d'honneur. 59. As a kind of witness, who sat each week in Derrida's seminar in 1992 to 1993, which was itself focused on the problem of testimony, I was an eyewitness but not a witness who could construct a simultaneous historical narrative to this time, either in Derrida's life or on his intellectual work. 3. History and Truth. On July 24, 1995, Derrida gave a paper in Louvain that was provisionally entitled Fiction and Testimony. 60. Revised and expanded, this paper was published as a book in 1996 under the title De Maurice Blancot. As we have seen, Derrida had already devoted a book in the 1980s to the literary writings or quasi-fictional recits of Blancot. Parags, 1986, focuses on Blancot's literary writings as a challenge to conventional literary narratives, theories, and genres. Derrida's interest in the status of Le Récit is prompted by Blancot's choice to publish a work in 1949 under the title Un Récit, which was republished in 1973 as La Folie du Jour, The Madness of the Day, that opens with a paragraph which is then partly recited again at the end of the work with the narrator concluding, "I should have realized that I was incapable of composing an account récit of these events. I had lost the sense of the story l'histoire." Blancot's Un Récit ends, an account récit? No, no account, nevermore. 61. For Derrida, Blancot's literary fictions register the question of the récit itself as something that is at once external and internal to the work itself and entangled with the event that it relates. As Derrida observes, In Blancot's literary work it is thus impossible to decide whether an event, account of event, or event of accounting took place. 62. I have emphasized that Perigues is concerned with Blancot's literary works because Derrida's 1995 lecture was prompted by the recent publication of Blancot's short work, L'instant de ma mort. As Derrida himself remarks, this late work by Blancot is a different kind of recit. This recit tells what might be the true narrative or the elaborate interweaving of an autobiographical testament and heightened fiction of an event in France during World War II when the narrator Blancot was put up before a firing squad to be executed by the Germans and saved at last moment from being shot by a chance event. But it is different from the earlier literary works because its context or milieu is different. This recit stands at once inside and outside of the work, and it also stands as testament to a historical event that is dated and confirmed as a historical event in other works and in the historical testament of others. As Christophe Bidnot, a biographer of Blancot, states, the narrative in L'Instant de ma mort is most likely an authentic account of Blancot's own experience on July 20, 1944, when he was nearly killed while working with the French resistance. 63. At the same time, this narrative has a distinguished pedigree in the history of literature, not least Dostoevsky's mock execution in 1849. 64. This is not a matter of a fiction in the history of literature, but of a historical event in the life of a writer and literary critic in the history of literature. Blancot's work is therefore at once the narrative of an actual historical event and a carefully wrought literary fiction. 65. As Derrida notes, Le recit is given in the third person. 66. At the same time, Derrida adds, one of the things that fiction can do here is to enable the narrator to become the witness for the witness. 67. In his reading of Blancot's recit, Derrida is interested primarily in the relations between fiction and autobiographical truth. 68. As the witness, Le témoin, promises to make truth, de faire la vérité, and often calls upon faith without proof, testimony always has a relation to the possibility at least of fiction, perjury, and lie. 69. As Derrida explained in a 1993 interview, testimony can be corroborated by evidence, by the technical archive, but evidence can never replace testimony. 70. Testimony is absolutely heterogeneous to evidence because it is structured by faith, belief, sworn faith, and the pledge to tell the truth. 71. In this sense, as Derrida observes in his lecture on Blancot, testimony cannot avoid being haunted by the possibility of literature. 72. Between truth and falsehood, it marks a limit that is at once a chance and a threat. 73. This limit also informs false testimony, since it can only be registered as testimony if it is understood and presented in a form that is not a fiction, a story, or a lie. 74. For a literary fiction, on the other hand, to avoid the charge of false testimony it must present itself openly and in public as a story. 75. For Derrida, Blancot's recit engages with the problem of this limit that separates and links testimony and fiction. 76. Derrida also relates this limit between testimony and fiction to the wider issue of the witness. We can think of the witness of the historical event in Hegel's philosophy of history that we started with, as well being myself a kind of witness to Derrida's 1992-1993 seminar on testimony that must be the unique, irreplaceable, and singular witness and, at the same time, be taken as an exemplary witness, as a universally understood instance of relating and sharing the truth. 77. For the witness of a historical event to be at once singular and universal, singular and universalizable testimony has to be experienced only once and to be repeated once again, to be communicable and intelligible for others. 78. With this universalizable singularity, the event can have a narrative that is historical, the event of the past can be related to others, to those who live today and who will live tomorrow. 79. For Derrida, this relation also exposes testimony to the unavoidable structures of idealization, of an ideality that also gives itself to the other, to a repetition that maintains the same as the same and ensures that the same can never be identical to itself. 80. This is, once again, the chance and menace for all testimony. The relation, the narration, the narrative, or recit registers this limit, this possibility for truth and this risk for something less than the truth, for other truths. In History of the Lie, Derrida argues that if there can be a truthful history of the lie, it cannot be taken as a history of error but rather as a history of false witness and of perjury. 81 Derrida's 1994-1995 seminar was devoted to a question that remains as urgent today in March 2018 as it was in the mid-1990s. Is there, he asks, practically and theoretically, a prevalent concept of the lie in our culture? 82 In response, he argues that there must be a heightened awareness of the performative dimension that makes the truth in the name of a political construction of opportune and often mendacious legal and public truths. 83. Derrida also insists that a proposed history of the lie would have to distinguish between the history of the concept of the lie and a history of a culture that affect the practice of the lie. 84 A history of the lie therefore entails an engagement with a practical, social, political, juridical, and technical historicity. 85 For Derrida, this emphasis on a practical historicity of the lie includes recognition of the relation between the historical event and the event of its narration. Derrida addresses the relation between history and Geschichte in History of the Lie after he makes this distinction between the concept of the history of the lie and a practical historicity of the lie. The recognition of this context can help us to see the fifth event that I quoted earlier with a bit more clarity. Derrida asks in History of the Lie, will it ever be possible to distinguish among the following three things, namely, 1. A history, history, of the concept of the lie, 2. A history, Geschichte, of the lie, made up of all the events that have happened to the lie or by way of the lie, and, finally, 3. A true history that orders the narrative, history, historia rerum gestarum, of these lies or of the lie in general. How is one to dissociate or alternate these three tasks? 86. Here, history addresses the concept of the lie, which requires an engagement with the history of philosophy, the status of trans-historical concepts and the theoretical problem of the lie in general. Geschichte, in contrast, addresses varied instances of the lie in the history of the lie, the status of specific historical contexts or milieus, singular and novel historical situations and the practical problem of the lie. 87. For Derrida, these two aspects or gestures of what we can call a deconstructive history of the lie can each be distinguished and are entangled together. This can be seen in his subsequent readings of Kant, Alexander Koyer, 1892-1964, Hannah Arendt, 1906-1975, and his refutation of a historically incorrect charge by Tony Eude, 1948-2010, that Derrida himself had not publicly called for the French government to acknowledge that the arrest and deportation of French Jews in 1942 was undertaken on the authority of the French Vichy government itself. 88 It is by raising the problem of how these tasks can be alternated, of the relation and order between these three tasks in a history, that Derrida gives the event of the narrative of a true history a critical place in responding to the historical event. For Derrida, one does not just attempt to tell this history, one also attempts to listen to this history, to respond. 89. As Marc Bloch remarked, for the historian the traces of the past, its documents and detritus are often witnesses in spite of themselves. 94 Bloch, these inadvertent witnesses are the promise of the historian's impartiality, of history as the promise of a witness against false witness. 91 A witness cannot always hope to control his or her own testimony, especially as it becomes a historical narrative of a historical event. This is both a profound danger for recording with integrity, with truth, the worst crimes of the past, as we have seen. In speaking about the show in the late 1980s, Derrida had warned against the possibility of historiographical perversion and the logic of revisionism, and the possibility for historians to see more and to see beyond what the witness sees in his or her own narrative. 92 For the historian, it is the possibility of the loss of truth in the name of a historical truth. As Derrida observes in a late paper on Paul Celan, no one can or should bear witness in the place of another, and yet one can and should bear witness before, in front of, another. 93 The historian, like a judge, is not a witness among other witnesses, but he or she is a witness to the testimony of others. 94. For Derrida, the historian also remains a witness of a witness. 95. 4. A historical concept. In concluding this book, I would argue that from Derrida's earliest writings in the 1960s on the limitations of ahistoricism and trans-historical idealities, the costs of a Hegelian philosophy of history and the need for a necessary excess in relation to historical determinism, to his careful examination in the mid-1960s of the limits and politics of a historicity of Dasein and history of being and his strategic use in the early 1970s of expropriation, Derrida's 50 years of work give us, if not an established framework for a philosophy of history, then at least a provocative history of philosophical engagement with the problem of history in the 20th century. I have argued that this history can also be seen as the possibility of a historiography, notably through Derrida's ongoing interest in the problems of context, memory, and narrative as problems of history. As Derrida observed, in the history of philosophy, philosophers continually outdo one another in advocating ahistoricism. 96. There is no memory in Descartes or Kant. Hegel advocates history but rejects empiricism, and both Plato and Heidegger argue that philosophy must stop telling stories, raconter de histoires. 97. Derrida's persistent interest in context, memory, and narrative can be seen in a remarkable range of various and varied works from the mid-1970s to the mid-1990s that gesture to an ongoing investigation into the limits and possibilities of a different interaction between philosophy and history. At the same time, one must keep in mind Derrida's own repeated insistence that deconstruction cannot be taken as either yet another philosophy nor simply as part of the history of philosophy. As he remarks in 1990, deconstruction responds to a thinking that is faithful to an affirmation whose responsibility places it before devant philosophy but also always before avant there was philosophy, thus short of and beyond philosophy. 98. In my own view, for this very reason Derrida's work does constitute a unique philosophical vantage point on the problems of history. It is to be celebrated as a philosophy of history. On occasion, Derrida follows Ricoeur and speaks of something akin to the history of historians. 99. This could suggest a monolithic, homogeneous notion of history as seen from the perspective of two philosophers. But Derrida also shows a lifetime of thought in trying to understand a more nuanced relation between philosophy and history. The critical point is the history remained a problem. Derrida always engaged with the question of the history of concepts as a question of history. 100. His work can be understood as a step towards a philosophy of history that challenges the customary external borders and limits of philosophy and still focuses on the history of philosophy. At the same time, one should not underestimate Derrida's own insistence that deconstruction resists the sway of philosophy and history. As he said to Maurizio Ferraris on May 25, 1994, where there is a philosophy of history that gathers, foresees, and prepares in advance, there is no longer history. 101. In the name of history, Derrida's philosophical work resists this powerful presumption. The limit of a traditional philosophy of history is found in the imperative in deconstruction to register what happens as the possibility of theoretical, practical events that trouble and exceed anticipated or programmed narratives. 102. Deconstruction could then be seen as merely a gesture of resistance. But this book has argued that these strategies also constitute a different kind of philosophy of history, not least because Derrida's own work turns to the problem of the relation between what happens and context, memory, and narrative. It is possible to have a philosophy of history that lets history register the unforeseen, the improbable, and even the impossible. Nonetheless, Derrida also said to Maurizio Ferraris that while he believed that in effect all philosophers are historians and speculative thinkers, he still needed to reiterate that deconstruction also resists the fulsome demands of history and the historian. 103. There are limits and impasses in Derrida's thought for the historian. As Derrida remarks, in my own case, I'd say that I am incapable of distinguishing in what I do between the taking into account of the history of philosophy and a gesture that is not purely and simply historical. The concept of deconstruction is a historical concept, and at the same time it puts into question the concepts of historicity, of the history of truth. 104 There will always be significant aspects of Derrida's thought that will not work for historiography. But this resistance is not incompatible with recognizing a distinctive and perhaps limited historiography that emerges from a 50-year attempt to rethink the boundaries and histories of philosophy. One could see Derrida's work as the cautious imperative for a new kind of historiography, for a deconstructive historiography that recognizes the traditions and protocols of historical writing and yet calls for other vantage points, new critical questions and new strategies of resistance that come from rethinking philosophy and history together. But history still remains a problem.